Plundering the Heavens chapter 1662 to chapter 1716. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. I'm back. Regardless of how furious the three elders of Tianyuan and the Master God were, they would never be able to catch Fangxing again. Under the escort of the four great clans, Fangxing had safely returned to the other side of the myriad treasures Immortal River and met up with Immortal Commander Xianxia's immortal soldiers. Now, even though the war was in full swing and troops needed to be deployed everywhere, Immortal Commander Xianxia didn't dare to be negligent when he heard that Di Lu had returned. He urgently ordered a messenger to bring Fangxing to Jia de Star to meet him. Then, in front of the main hall, he saw Di Lu and his 300 fiendish toad army. He also saw the four great clans lined up neatly behind the toad army. Looking around, he didn't see anyone else. Immortal Commander Xianxia also fell silent, obviously surprised by this scene. Immortal General Xianxia was not the only one surprised. Many of the advisors and immortal generals in the hall were also surprised. Before this, they all knew that Di Shi had gone to the Divine Union Star Domain in the name of rescuing Di Lu. Apart from the 8,000 Scarlet Knight soldiers and the 1,000 immortal soldiers of Qing Xiantian led by Fairy Qing Luo, even the four great clans that had publicly fallen out with Di Lu had gone with their subordinates. When they thought about how complicated the situation was and how cold Di Shi was, no one had any hope for Di Lu. They had already guessed that only one of the two imperial princes that had gone to the Divine Union would return. As they had expected, one of them had indeed returned. However, it was not the one they had imagined. Why had Di Lu returned unscathed? Moreover, the 300 toad soldiers that he had led had returned unscathed. The four great clans, which could be said to have a great grudge against the Di clan, were actually obediently following behind them. What exactly happened behind the scenes? If it was Di Shi who had returned alive, everyone in the hall would have known and smiled at each other. However, it was Di Lu who had returned. This made their hearts pound heavily. Endless doubts arose in their hearts, but they could only hold it in. Your Highness, it's a great fortune for you to return safely. He stood in front of the Black Iron Palace and stared at Fangxing for a long time. Then, he slowly glanced at the 300 toad soldiers standing beside him and the four great families behind them. He couldn't help but say in a deep voice. Previously, the Crown Prince represented Great Scarlet Sky and went to form an alliance with the Divine Master. However, I heard that the Divine Master went back on his word and detained the Crown Prince. This was truly disgraceful and courting death. I originally planned to send troops to attack the Divine Alliance and rescue the Crown Prince no matter what. However, His Highness Di Shi wanted me to look at the bigger picture and volunteer to take on the responsibility of rescuing the Crown Prince. I sent troops to the Divine Alliance. He said softly and unhurriedly, now that you have returned safely, I wonder where His Highness Di Shi is. I don't know. On the way back, Fangxing had already thought of a countermeasure. He smiled and said, who told you that the Divine Master detained me? There's no such thing. Ever since I arrived at the Divine Alliance, the Divine Master has been treating me very politely. I also waited for a few days. Not long ago, the Divine Master suddenly told me that there would be a huge movement in Skyuan. Then, he mobilized the Divine Kings and Divine Generals to the other side of the myriad treasures Immortal River to kill the traitors of Skyuan. I saw that there was nothing left for me to do, so I led my troops back. On the way back, I happened to meet the four great families, so we. Immortal Commander Zishuan couldn't be bothered to listen to Fangxing's perfunctory explanation. That was full of loopholes. He interrupted him and asked, where is His Highness Di Shi? Fangxing shook his head and said, I don't know. Immortal Commander Zishuan was silent for a moment before he said, then His Highness Di Shi's 8,000 Scarlet Sky soldiers. Fangxing shook his head again. I didn't see a single one. Immortal Commander Zishuan was silent for a while before he spoke again. I once received news that a Chaos Immortal Garden has appeared in the myriad treasures Immortal River, Fangxing said. I've never heard of it. Immortal Commander Zishuan couldn't continue chatting with Di Tian at all. The advisors around him were both anxious and angry. One of them couldn't help but step forward and say, this concerns His Highness Di Shi. His Highness Di Lu, it's better for you to answer honestly. As he asked this question, countless complicated gazes immediately fell on his face. Clearly, they weren't very satisfied with how he didn't know anything and didn't even bother to make up a lie. Did I not answer well? But at this moment, Fang Xing suddenly put on a stern face and glanced at the advisors with a cold smile. There was a hidden killing intent in his eyes. What kind of messy dead people are you talking about? What right do you have to ask me? Look at how nervous you are. You're so loyal to Dishi. I wonder, if he was the one who came back this time, would you still dare to force him to tell me where I am? Suddenly hearing such an answer, all the aides were startled for a moment. Although these words were unreasonable and even rude, there were too many meanings contained in these words. From what he said, could it be that His Highness Dishi is already dead? Someone caught a certain phrase, and his heart immediately thumped as he thought to himself, not good. His Highness Di Lu is implying that we're loyal to Dishi. Could it be that he's dissatisfied with us and hates us? Someone else noticed that something was wrong with Fang Xing's expression and thought to himself. If His Highness Dishi is really dead, then His Highness Di Lu is the only Tian. In the 1,000 years that he disappeared, he used to be on the same side as him, but he later submitted to His Highness Dishi. Even after he returned this time, there were many people who helped His Highness Dishi to deal with him. Now that he's pointing this out, could it be that His Highness Dishi is really dead and he's preparing to take revenge? For a moment, everyone was panicking and the air was filled with an indescribable pressure. He is His Highness Dishi's brother after all. Immortal General Zixuan was silent for a long time before he spoke up. Fang Xing sneered and glared at him. What kind of trash is this? Does he deserve to be my brother? With this sentence, everyone fell silent, including Immortal Marshal Zixian. Some people even got an answer from this sentence. It seems that His Highness Dishi is really doomed. I know what you're all thinking, you just don't dare to ask. I also know that you've guessed something, but you don't have the right to ask me for confirmation. I also know that even if you've guessed something, you don't have the guts to say it out loud. At this moment, Fang Xing coldly glared at the immortals and said, so, all of you, shut your king mouths for me. All of the immortals present, be it the powerful immortal generals or the wise advisors, were shocked to hear this. Everyone listened to this crown prince's rude words, but no one dared to say anything at this moment. Fang Xing said expressionlessly, there was only one great Scarlet Sky's imperial prince 1,000 years ago, and there will only be one 1,000 years later. You all can be unconvinced, but you can only hold it in. You all can choose not to swear loyalty to me, but you all have to be prepared to face my wrath. To sum it up, after I entered Dragon Realm 1,000 years ago, I heard that many people changed sides. Heh, then from now on, you all have to learn to get used to your original masters. This imperial prince's temper 1,000 years ago was notoriously bad, easily angered. At this point, he smiled gently and said slowly. Now it's even worse. It's over, there's no need to think about it, His Highness Dishi must have fallen. This prince is announcing his return. The immortals' hearts were beating rapidly as a chill seeped into their hearts. However, Fang Xing was too lazy to care about them. He threw a token at Immortal General Zixuan and said indifferently, the other matters are much simpler. This prince only went to the Divine Union for a mission. Now that the mission is complete and I have returned, the great merit that Immortal General Zixuan promised me should be fulfilled, right? As for other things, if you still want to know, just ask as much as you can. Fang Xing smiled and cupped his fists at Immortal General Zixuan. I can make it up for you. I'll make it up for you. Immortal General Zixuan's advisors smiled bitterly in their hearts. Wasn't this a goddamn admission? However, they sadly realized that wasn't the truth. This was the only prince with an immortal fate. Wasn't everything he said the truth? If someone really suspected that this matter needed to be investigated, then at the very least, only the Scarlet Emperor himself or the 3 immortal sovereigns would be qualified to do so, right? Haha, there's no need. This was originally the simplest mission. Completing it would be a great merit. Immortal General Zixuan pondered for a long time before chuckling and cupping his fists at Fang Xing. Congratulations, Imperial Prince. No one knew if he was congratulating Fang Xing for completing the mission or congratulating Di Lu for killing his own brother, but Fang Xing clearly didn't care. He also cupped his fists at Immortal General Zixuan and said with a smile, no need to be so polite, old Immortal General. This prince will remember your good deeds. My good deeds? Immortal General Zixuan was slightly startled and looked at Fang Xing with a strange expression. Fang Xing smiled, After all, you are the only person in Great Scarlet Sky that doesn't want me to die so quickly, right? Oh my, he's already trying to rope in immortal General Zixuan, the advisors secretly exclaimed in their minds. They were amazed at how quickly this prince's expression changed and how direct his actions were. Even immortal General Zixuan was slightly startled, then he smiled. Imperial Prince is too polite. Since the military mission has been completed, let's temporarily rest for a bit. However, there is one person who has been waiting for you for a long time. Imperial Prince, you should go and meet him. Hearing this, Fangxing was slightly startled. Who? Before he finished speaking, a soft voice rang out from behind immortal General Zixuan. Third brother, you don't recognize Disher as your big brother, but will you still recognize me as your little sister? Little sister? Fangxing's expression stiffened as he raised his head to look at the smiling woman, his brows furrowing imperceptibly. He didn't expect that the person who came out of the Black Iron Palace behind immortal General Zixian would be a woman he had met once before. She was tall and slender, wearing a cloud-like robe and standing on clouds. Her aura was both familiar and strange to Fangxing. What was familiar was that he could sense the aura of thunder tribulation from this woman. From this, he could determine that this woman actually walked the Heaven Yuan path of cultivation. After forming her Yuanying, she underwent 9 consecutive thunder tribulations, unlike other immortals who, after forming their Yuanying, would immediately refine their immortal fate and obtain an immortal physique. The strange feeling was that among the immortal generals and elders around him, almost all of them had immortal physiques, but this one didn't have the aura of an immortal fate, which was a bit strange, and this woman's identity was naturally not unfamiliar to Fangxing. He had met her once before and was warned by her to be careful of Nia Kuani, the daughter of Great Qi Heaven's immortal emperor, Di Lu's younger sister, the Emperor Garden. Just after killing Di Lu's older brother, Fangxing didn't expect to see Di Lu's younger sister right away. What's wrong, big brother Di Lu, you don't seem very happy to see me? The Emperor Garden gently walked out. This was the first time she really met Fangxing. At this time, the two were less than 10 feet apart. Her pair of phoenix eyes also gently fell on Fangxing's face, unnoticeably looking up and down as she spoke with a smile. I thought there would only be trouble after returning to Great Qi Heaven. I didn't expect it to come so soon. However, I can't expose myself at this time. Disher couldn't recognize who I was before and only noticed at the end. Although this woman has crossed 9 tribulations, she hasn't obtained an immortal fate, so she can only be regarded as a peak loose immortal, much lower than Disher. I don't believe she can see through my Buddhist sect divine ability. Fangxing's heart trembled as he secretly thought to himself. Then, his expression gradually calmed down. Sweeping his eyes over the Emperor Garden, Yang Kai withdrew his gaze and asked lightly, "Why are you here?" "Alas, isn't it because I'm worried that you and big brother will have a falling out and hurt the harmony between you? That's why I hurried over to stop you." The Emperor Garden's expression seemed to be a little sad as she sighed softly, her pair of beautiful eyes never leaving Fangxing, her voice filled with fake sadness and even a hint of complaint. "When I heard that Nia Kuan had left Great Scarlet Heaven, I guessed that he would act against you, so I hurriedly warned you because I didn't want to see you injured by big brother, but at the same time, I also didn't want to see you hurt big brother, so I hurriedly rushed over, but, alas, it seems I was still too late. Haha, more than a year has passed since I rushed to the myriad treasure Celestial River, and you only came to stop me now?" Fangxing smiled coldly when he heard this, directly exposing the Emperor Garden's words, then shook his head and said, "Moreover, you weren't late." "Who said you were late?" "I don't know where Disher went. When I left for the Divine Union, he was still leading the 8,000 Scarlet Knight army to act like a tyrant. Later, when I came out of the Divine Union, I met the 4 great families and asked them about it. I heard that they only knew that our big brother had gone to the other side of the myriad treasures Celestial River. As for why he went there, I don't know. I'm not that familiar with him." Yes, hearing Fangxing mention themselves, the 4 great families' elders hurriedly nodded in agreement. "Haha, big brother Di Lu, what are you worried about?" However, the Emperor Garden ignored their words and just smiled softly. "Even if there really is a matter of brothers hurting each other, so what? I don't have any friendship with our big brother, so I won't complain about you to father for his sake. You're obviously brother and sister, yet you say you don't have any friendship. Although Feng Xing had long known that the immortal world was indifferent to human relationships, he couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. Haha, your highnesses, it must have been 1,000 years since we last met. Since we've met, why don't you go to the palace and rest? Your Highness Di Lu has just returned from the Divine Union and should have held a big banquet to celebrate. Unfortunately, the war has just begun and the immortal soldiers are besieging the Tianyuan rebels, so this old man needs to personally oversee the situation. I hope your Highness can forgive me. Your Highness can choose one of the surrounding large planets to station. Immortal General Xian looked at the brother and sister quietly and said a few words before chuckling softly. Alright, I'm tired anyway. Feng Xing didn't say much. He nodded gently and took the lead to fly into the sky. Hey, big brother Di Lu, wait for me. The Emperor Garden followed closely behind him and flew into the sky. Behind the two of them, the 300-toed army and the 4 aristocratic families naturally flew over. Immortal General Xian's advisor finally couldn't help but speak after Di Lu's figure completely disappeared from the star screen. There's nothing to say. When the princes fight, one of them must die. This matter was originally within our expectations, but we didn't expect that the one who died was Di Shi, not Di Lu. With Di Lu's current cultivation and the people around him, he actually defeated Di Shi, who had 8,000 Red Knight army soldiers and a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal secretly guarding him. How could it be possible if there was no mystery in this? However, he was right about one thing. These things aren't something we can interfere with. Immortal General Xian nodded lightly with an indifferent expression. The advisor was slightly taken aback before nodding in agreement with Immortal General Xian's opinion. Then, he said, there's nothing to worry about, but I'm not worried about the outcome of the battle. I'm worried about something else. Chaos Immortal Garden? Immortal Marshal Zixuan turned his head and looked at him with a calm gaze. The advisor immediately nodded and said, the situation is already clear. The goal of the Tianyuan rebel cultivators and the Divine Alliance is clearly the Chaos Immortal Garden left behind by the Tai Su Immortal King. There are even rumors that the legendary Tai Su treasure tree is in that immortal garden. However, both sides hid the news so well that even we didn't get the news in advance. It wasn't until the battle started that we got some clues. However, I have already received reports from the traveling immortals that when our army rushed over, there was no sign of the immortal garden. Which side do you think it will fall into? Immortal General Xian asked softly as he slowly walked back to the hall with his hands behind his back. Although the news is not accurate, it seems, the advisor only hesitated for a moment before saying, during the battle between the armies, some traveling immortals overheard bits and pieces of information. It seems that the one who took away a large piece of the immortal garden wasn't any one of the parties, but he glanced at the sky and said softly. Your Highness. It's him? Immortal General Xian frowned, clearly a little moved. After a moment of silence, he chuckled and said, if that's the case, it can explain why His Highness Di Shi led the 8,000 Red Knight army out of my sight. Haha, at first, I thought he was being petty and wanted to get rid of his brother. Now that I think about it, he might have gone for the Chaos Immortal Garden. Given his personality, he would definitely plan before taking action. However, look at it now, he miscalculated this time. He didn't get the Immortal Garden and even lost his life. Immortal Commander, the immortal herbs in the Chaos Immortal Garden are not ordinary items. It is very likely that there are Tao Enlightenment immortal herbs that are as precious as the lives of several lords. Moreover, according to the information that the traveling immortals received, there may be a Taishu treasure tree there. The advisor clearly wasn't discussing Di Shi's thoughts with Immortal General Xian, so he reminded him again. Do you know why Di Shi would rather go for the Immortal Garden himself than ask for my help? Immortal General Xian only smiled faintly and asked a question in return. Then perhaps His Highness Di Shi is too proud and overestimated himself? The advisor frowned and probed in a low voice. Immortal General Xian shook his head. You are wrong. He is not overestimating himself, he just doesn't dare to hand it over to me. In the past 1,000 years, the 33 heavens has changed 3 times in a day. Everyone is panicking. Who can trust anyone? Those clans had only grasped a single Tao comprehension immortal herb each, yet they'd already become such troublesome existences. they couldn't fight them, nor could they trap them. So how could the D clan be at ease to allow me to approach resources like the Chaos Immortal Garden? Haha, aren't they afraid that I will rebel? Then Immortal General, what do you mean? When the advisor heard Immortal General Xian say the word rebel so easily, he was startled and hurriedly asked. I don't dare to rebel. Immortal General Xian's answer was simple and straightforward. The advisor immediately stopped talking and only bowed deeply to the emperor. Hurry up and send him back to Great Scarlet Sky. If you can get the news, others will soon get it too. Immortal General Xian ordered softly and was about to enter the hall. But the advisor hurriedly stopped Immortal General Xian and said hesitantly, there is one more thing. Immortal General Xian turned around and looked at him. The advisor wanted to say something but stopped. He seemed to have made up his mind. He smiled bitterly and said, this matter has not been confirmed. Even the traveling immortal who brought the news only heard someone from Tianyuan say this in the midst of a fierce battle. When he wanted to confirm anything, he didn't have the chance. He really doesn't have much confidence. It doesn't seem like serious news either. It seems more like that Tianyuan being cursed out of righteous indignation. I don't know if it counts as. Immortal General Xian frowned and said lightly, speak. The advisor made up his mind and said telepathically, that traveling immortal said he heard someone say that Great Scarlet Sky's emperor was impersonated. Big Brother D. Lu, do you still remember what happened when you were a child? On the great star Fengxing had set up camp on, inside a temporary hall constructed from earth and wood, the Emperor Garden, who was wearing a cloud-like veil, lazily leaned against a jade pillar as she stared at Fengxing. Heh, there was a loose immortal from a small family who just glanced at me, causing you to get angry and directly gouge out his eyes. At that time, the elders tried to persuade you, saying that it was just an unintentional mistake and that he shouldn't be punished so severely, but you said, what kind of person is my little sister? How could these ants even dare to look at her? At that time, that loose immortal was kowtowing on the ground until his face was covered in blood, scaring me to tears. In the end, you became even angrier, saying that he had scared me to tears and that he deserved to die 10,000 times over. In the end, you forced the elders to throw him into the immortal execution array and torture him for 3 days and 3 nights. Listening to the Emperor Garden's words, Fengxing lowered his head and chuckled. The Emperor Garden's eyes flickered, but seeing that Fengxing didn't seem to have much interest, she chuckled lightly before letting out a long sigh. Among us 5 sisters, the 2 of us are the closest in age and play the best. I still remember that you personally taught me many things about cultivation. At that time I was still unable to form my golden core at the age of 18. You even scolded me for being stupid, saying that I didn't have such a stupid little sister. After that, I cried sadly and went into seclusion for 100 days, finally reaching the golden core stage before my 18th birthday. Fengxing listened and nodded. Oh, seeing Fengxing remain expressionless and indifferent, the Emperor Garden seemed to frown slightly, but in the blink of an eye, a smile appeared on his face as he said, Big Brother D. Lu, do you remember when Dia was just a little boy? He was very envious of the 2 of us getting close and insisted on playing with us, but in the end, you kicked him off a cliff in annoyance, breaking both his legs and almost being eaten by a scarlet-eyed demon tiger. Big Brother Dizun was so angry that he came to scold you, but you refused to admit defeat and fought with him. At this point, the Emperor Garden's eyes turned and she rested her chin on her hand, a mischievous look appearing on her beautiful face as her gaze fell softly on Fengxing's face. Do you remember the result of that fight? Fengxing remained motionless, and the Emperor Garden's eyes lit up slightly as she stared at Fengxing and said with a light smile, then tell me, who won that fight? Fengxing immediately stopped talking. He lowered his eyes, as if he was resting with his eyes closed. How could he know who won that fight? If he was the one who fought, he definitely wouldn't have lost, but the one who fought at the time was not him. Right now, he was also very helpless. The Emperor Garden had insisted on following him here and then excitedly recounted the past, causing Fengxing to be at a loss whether to answer or not. If he answered her words, he could be exposed at any moment, but if he didn't, it was very likely that he would be seen through. In desperation, he could only sit there with his eyes closed and his nose closed, casually replying to her with a perfunctory ah, haha, hee. All he could do was hope that this smelly woman would leave as soon as possible, but what he didn't expect was that even though he still responded casually, the Emperor Garden seemed to be dissatisfied with his answer. The Emperor Garden actually pouted and crawled over to Feng Xing's side like a cute little girl, hugged his arm, and kept acting like a spoiled child. Big brother Di Lu, tell me, who won that fight between you and big brother Di Zun? Who the hell knows who won? Feng Xing cursed in his heart. In fact, he also knew that Great Scarlet Heaven's immortal Emperor Qi Shao was still the Qi Shao immortal king 1,000 years ago, an anomaly among the many immortal kings in the 33 heavens, having 3,000 Dao companions. Other immortal kings rarely had children, but this Qi Shao immortal king was the happiest. He was already an immortal king, and giving birth to a son and a daughter was already a major event that shocked all the heavens, but he actually gave birth to 5 children in a row, 4 sons and 1 daughter. Disha was the eldest, and there was another called Dizun, the second. However, he had heard that this Dizun was a martial arts fanatic whose cultivation aptitude was not inferior to Di Lu's. At first, the Qi Shao immortal king seemed to have planned to give him an immortal life, but unfortunately, this Dizun had provoked the most powerful heavenly demon. Unlike others, this Dizun did not give face to the Qi Shao immortal king and directly killed him with a sword, giving Di Lu the opportunity to inherit the immortal life. This Dizun was the only one among the emperor's children who had a chance of defeating Di Lu, so the outcome of this battle was really hard to say. Hee, big brother Di Lu, this battle caused you and big brother Dizun to kneel in the Clear Heart Palace for 3 days and 3 nights. It was also the first time you suffered as a child. Don't tell me you don't even remember this? Quickly tell me, at that time, you too, the Emperor Garden was extremely innocent, and kept asking questions. But Feng Xing's brows were already furrowed, and his expression was slightly cold. You should go back. He suddenly said coldly, his voice hard and without the slightest warmth. The Emperor Garden, who was hugging his arm coquettishly, was suddenly startled, and hesitantly said, Big brother Di Lu, I said it's time for you to go back. Feng Xing said indifferently before glancing over at the Emperor Garden and saying indifferently, there's no need to mention what happened in the past. All I know is that you've lived for thousands of years now, and although you look young, if you were in the mortal world, I'm afraid you'd already be an old woman who has reincarnated hundreds of times, yet you still want to hug your big brother's arm and act like a little girl. It's a bit. Looking into the Emperor Garden's eyes, Yang Kai's mouth curled into a smile, but the words he said caused the Emperor Garden to be unable to smile. Disgusting. Even if the Emperor Garden's temperament was good, being spoken to like this in front of her face still caused her expression to change. On top of that, the Emperor Garden didn't seem to have expected Feng Xing to say such a thing, and her eyes stared back at Feng Xing with some grievance. Feng Xing, on the other hand, still wore an indifferent expression on his face, a sharp smile even appearing on his face as he stared back at the Emperor Garden. Big brother Di Lu, you've really changed a lot. After a long time, the smile on the Emperor Garden's face faded and she said softly, it's like we're not the same people anymore. As she said this, she was still looking straight into Feng Xing's eyes. On the other hand, Feng Xing was neither arrogant nor impatient, his expression not changing in the slightest as he smiled lightly and said with a sneer, we're not the same as before, but you, despite your age, you still act like a child, don't you think that's even more strange? These words left the Emperor Garden speechless, and after a long silence, she raised her head and smiled, Big brother is right. Saying so, Yingying stood up, stretched her waist, and said, I don't know if Big brother is busy, or if we siblings really can't return to the way we used to be, but one thing is very obvious, you don't seem to welcome me very much. Even now, you still haven't said anything about taking me into your small world. Forget it, perhaps you need to rest now, so I'll take my leave first. Feng Xing waved his hand directly, see our guest out. Your Highness Emperor, please. A half-Daoist brother next to him had already jumped out and politely asked the Emperor Garden to leave. When I have time later, I'll come visit. Big brother. The Emperor Garden did not say anything, nor did she get angry, simply glancing back at Feng Xing with a smile before turning around and leaving. Feng Xing, on the other hand, remained indifferent and motionless, like a statue. It wasn't until the Emperor Garden walked out of the hall and disappeared from sight that Yang Kai let out a long sigh and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Did I expose myself in front of this Emperor Garden just now? Lu So had already come up to greet him and asked with a heavy expression. Just now, when Feng Xing and the Emperor Garden talked, they did not hide their voices, and Lu So and Mr. Wen happened to be building the hall's defensive spirit array, so when they heard their conversation, it was like a bolt of lightning had fallen from the sky. Lu Shou was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He was really worried that if Fangxing answered carelessly, the Emperor Garden might discover something. After all, his contact with this Emperor Garden was different from before. Listening to her words, it seemed she was very familiar with the Emperor Garden. I shouldn't have been exposed. Fangxing's expression was also a little strange. He still had some lingering fear as he said, but this woman is really long-winded. She's always chatting about all sorts of things. If I hadn't purposely made the situation awkward and chased her out, she would have given herself away if she had continued talking. It's really annoying. Lu Shou glared at him angrily. You still think it's annoying? Back then, I advised you to slip away in the starry sky, but you said you knew what you were doing. At the time, I thought you were just being perfunctory, but now I've seen through you, haven't I? You just didn't make any preparations at all. You should know that all the old friends from Great Scarlet Heaven you came into contact with before were either hiding something or eager to get rid of you, so they were blinded by their greed and couldn't see through you. But now it's different, you're the only Emperor Garden's young master, so they'll all revolve around you from now on. What's the rush? Haven't I already sent them away? Fangxing glared at Lu Shou, but he was unwilling to admit that he was in the wrong. He said in a low voice, although there are many who know my true identity now, I don't think they dare to really expose me. Look, Tian Yuan knows that I have the immortal traversing brush, so he should know that once I'm exposed, the immortal traversing brush will fall into Great Scarlet Heaven's hands. And the Divine Master must have discovered that the cosmic treasure tree is fake by now, so she will know that once I'm captured by Great Scarlet Heaven, the Chaos Immortal Garden and the cosmic treasure tree will belong to them. As he said this, he became more and more confident, so don't worry, I won't be exposed so easily. Lu Shou's expression darkened even more, and he said speechlessly, even if I'm not exposed, the possibility of others finding out is not low, right? Fangxing waved his hand and said, don't worry, I have a way to deal with them. Lu Shou asked hurriedly, what way? Fangxing looked at him matter-of-factly and said, aren't I thinking about it now? Unlike before, Fangxing returned as the victor this time. Now, Great Scarlet Sky only had a single imperial prince left, and he was exalted beyond compare. However, what puzzled him even more was that he actually didn't feel as much reverence as before. Apart from his unyielding attitude when he first returned that no one dared to refute, he repeatedly felt that it was a bit strange. That imperial princess would come over at every turn, speak with a smile, and talk about the past. Fangxing ridiculed her a few times, yet she didn't seem to feel embarrassed at all. Instead, she came over even more. Fangxing had no choice. He couldn't go too far, so he could only treat her coldly, speak less, and meet her less so that this imperial princess wouldn't notice anything wrong, but even so, an atmosphere that made him feel uncomfortable still spread in his heart. He had just returned to the camp of the Dachi Heaven's Celestial Army, and it was time to rest and reorganize. Immortal General Xian also said that he didn't need to send troops anymore. Now, although the battle between Myriad Treasure's Celestial River and Tian Yuan was fierce, the 100,000 soldiers of the Celestial World still had the absolute advantage. There was no need for him, an imperial prince, to send out his pathetic army of 300 toad soldiers. Even the four great families, because of their contribution in escorting the imperial prince back, were promised by Immortal General Xian that they didn't need to go to Myriad Treasure's Celestial River to participate in the battle, but could stay behind to guard. But in less than 3 days, Immortal General Xian sent out a transfer order and ordered them to encircle a star region where the experts of Tian Yuan gathered and fought to the death. So, the area where Fangxing was stationed was immediately empty. After that, the advisor of Immortal General Xian came to visit and invited Di Lu to the Black Iron Hall to discuss important matters. As a prince, it was not strange for him to participate in the meeting. Fangxing invited Lu Shou and a happy toad to the meeting. The atmosphere in the Black Iron main hall was already solemn. The information collected by the traveling immortals had been filtered by the advisors and summarized into jade slips, which were placed on the jade tables of those who participated in the meeting. Through these jade slips, they could learn about the movements of all parties, the outcome of each battle, and the signs of the mobilization of the armies of the celestial realm. They could also analyze the situation of Tianyuan Zhuxiu's advance and retreat. Although the traitorous cultivators of Tianyuan seemed to have lost their minds and fought against the army of the immortal realm without any regard for their casualties, and there were also many troublesome people who caused us a lot of trouble. However, it's just a joke. Under the siege of our army, all the defense lines of Tianyuan have been breached. Those who resisted stubbornly were all slaughtered, and only 2 or 3 of them managed to escape. According to the military intelligence sent by the traveling immortals, most of the defense lines of Tianyuan have collapsed. Those who were lucky enough to survive have also retreated from the celestial river of plentiful treasures. This war is about to end. Fangxing was rather interested in the topic of this meeting. It was about the battle that was about to take place. How can a mere Tianyuan, even though it's their ancestral land, be qualified to fight against the 33 heavens? Another person sneered and said, the purpose of this war is not just to drive them out of the celestial river of plentiful treasures, but to kill them all and eliminate this hidden danger. The 3 immortal primogenitors have given strict orders. Now that the immortal emperor is in seclusion, the situation is tense, and we are in troubled times. Tianyuan, the Divine Alliance, and even the 6 demon heavens are not obedient and have been causing trouble time and time again. We should kill the chicken to warn the monkey. In this war, we must make sure that Tianyuan no longer has the power to cause trouble, and even send people to Tianyuan to destroy their incense. The 33 heavens are really bold. As a participant in the meeting, Fangxing sighed inwardly after hearing a few words. He could really see the great boldness of the 33 heavens from the immortal generals. They really had a domineering air of looking down on everyone. With one glance, he could tell that this was the mentality of experts who had been in a high position for a long time. In the same war, others wanted to win, but these immortal generals wanted to kill all of their opponents. They even wanted to send an immortal army to destroy their incense. This kind of domineering demeanor really resembled the demeanor of the young master in the past. There's no need to say much about the massacre of the rebels. There's no need to say anything more about slaughtering the rebels. We've basically achieved our goal. Most of the tens of thousands of rebel cultivators in Tianyuan have lost their lives in this battle. Not to mention them, even our 33 heavens can't accept such casualties. In my opinion, Tianyuan's ambition will most likely remain in the myriad treasures immortal river. However, it'll be a little difficult to destroy them. Tianyuan is too far away, so it'll be troublesome to mobilize troops. Moreover, although Tianyuan is weak, you should know that, judging from the situation of this battle, it's extremely likely that those who were defeated in the 33 heavens have fled to Tianyuan, turning that place into a land of tigers and wolves. Then we can only wait for the immortal emperors to come out of seclusion. At that time, several immortal emperors will join forces and attack. It is not impossible for them to cross the star field and directly wipe Tianyuan off the face of the star field. As for now, we should consider how to expand the results of the battle. In the main hall, many of the words were extremely frightening. If these words were to spread to Tianyuan, it would immediately cause a huge uproar. Fangxing and Mr. Wen were sitting upright on the praying mats. They didn't say a word. It seemed as if they didn't hear anything. They seemed to be thinking about something. Haha, this is the first time Your Highness is participating in a meeting. Do you have anything to say? For some reason, someone in the group of people participating in the meeting turned his head and looked at Fangxing. The one who said this was Immortal General Xianxia's number 1 aide, Wu Jizi. It could be said that all of Immortal General Xianxia's military affairs were secretly managed by this person. To a certain extent, he was like Immortal General Xianxia's mouth. As soon as he spoke, everyone stopped talking. Dozens of eyes in the hall turned to look at Fangxing, all of them focused on listening to what this imperial prince had to say. Even the Emperor Garden, who was sitting cross-legged opposite Fangxing, looked over at this time. If you ask me for any opinion, what's the use of having all of you? At this moment, Fangxing's brow did not move as he said casually, but his voice was extremely cold. Wu Jizi was slightly startled when he heard this, then smiled bitterly, a slightly embarrassed expression on his face. The expressions of the people in the other halls also changed. Some smiled bitterly, thinking that this Prince Di Lu was still the same as he was 1,000 years ago, fierce, domineering, unreasonable, and unapproachable. However, there were also people who looked at him with playful expressions and only smiled. Haha, your highness doesn't know much, so it's only natural that you don't speak for now. Let's discuss this later. At this moment, Celestial General Xian, who was sitting in the commander's seat, smiled lightly and waved his hand, attracting the attention of the immortal generals. Then, the Celestial General said solemnly, "When we left Great Scarlet Heaven, the military order we received was to eliminate the rebel cultivators of Tianyuan. Now, we have almost achieved our goal. However, Tianyuan's actions this time are strange. This commander feels that their purpose is not pure, as if they have some ulterior motive. However, it is not only to expel them and kill them, but also to find out their true purpose. Wu Jizi, are there any captives?" Wu Jizi turned around, cupped his hands, and said, "According to reports, the rebel cultivators of Tianyuan are very fierce and would rather die than surrender. After falling into the encirclement, they would rather destroy their own souls, so few surrendered. However, after Celestial General gave the order, the immortal army arranged a large spirit array and suppressed several rebel cultivators. Before they could destroy their own souls, they were captured. Now, their 6 senses have been sealed and they are imprisoned in the Iron Prison Small World." "Oh?" Celestial General Xian smiled slightly when he heard this. "Then bring them here, I will personally interrogate them." Wu Jizi received the order and flicked his finger. A commander talisman flew out of the hall and disappeared without a trace. The cultivators in the hall also raised their heads and waited curiously. Most of them had been strategizing in the rear and had been fighting with the traitorous Tianyuan cultivators for a long time. However, most of them had never seen the traitorous Tianyuan cultivators up close. At this moment, they could not help but feel curious. At this moment, Lu Shou's expression changed slightly when he heard about the captives. He was a little moved. On the other hand, Fang Xing was still indifferent as he played with the jade slip on the jade table. The rebel cultivators of Tianyuan have arrived. Soon, several immortal generals in black armor arrived on clouds and landed at the entrance of the immortal palace. They entered and bowed to the Celestial General before bowing to Fang Xing. The immortal general in the middle was holding a treasure that looked like a black palace. It was eerie like a prison. After receiving a nod from the Celestial General, the immortal general nodded slightly and sent a divine sense into the black prison. The black palace immediately lit up, and a row of black pillars suddenly appeared in the black iron hall. Those black pillars were about 30 meters tall and as thick as the corridors. They were engraved with many runes and restrictions, and there were also many iron chains. Every single pillar was tied to a cultivator who was covered in blood and tattered armor. Some of them were missing half of their bodies, and some only had a head left. But no matter what, they all looked the same at this moment. Their entire bodies were bound by iron chains, and the hooks on the black pillars pierced into their bodies. Their heads were lowered as they were tied to the pillars, as if they were dead people who didn't feel anything. Heh, these traitorous Tianyuan cultivators are extremely stubborn. They have suffered a lot, but they are still firmly guarding the memories deep within their souls. They are not willing to reveal even the slightest bit. We do not dare to use force because there are powerful restrictions deep within their souls. We are afraid that if we use force to probe in, we will directly trigger the restrictions. Not only will their souls immediately dissipate, even the person who cast the technique will be heavily injured. The prison officer released the 3 captives and reported to the Celestial General with a sinister smile. Celestial General Xian nodded and said indifferently, "A small spell, nothing to be surprised about. Remove the seal on their 6 senses." The prison officer agreed and pointed a few times at each of the 3 captives. A few rays of light flashed, and the 3 captives grunted at the same time. They slowly opened their eyes and looked over from the hall. Their eyes were filled with despair, and they looked miserable and sorrowful. "Please. I beg you, kill me." They had clearly suffered enough. There was no light in their eyes. It was as if they were begging for death as soon as they were free. The atmosphere in the hall became oppressive. "Tell us, and you can die a quick death. You can even reincarnate into the 33 heavens." Immortal General Zishuan's first aide, Wu Jizi, chuckled as he looked at the group of captured heavenly Yuan cultivators. His tone was extremely indifferent, without the slightest hint of coercion. However, he had the mentality of a superior who was in control of everything. "Don't waste your time, we won't say anything. Among the group of captured heavenly origin cultivators, there was a cultivator with a slightly higher cultivation level who seemed to be able to resist at this time. He raised his head fiercely and shouted, "We are just the most ordinary disciples of the philosopher's Taoist rite. We don't know anything. We only know that you are so overbearing. We just came to this vast star domain to collect some resources in the plentiful treasures Immortal River. In the end, we were discovered by the immortals of the 33 heavens and were expelled. We were just unwilling to accept it, so we fought with them and killed them. Then your army came and wanted to slaughter us. You are so overbearing." When he said this, he represented the thoughts of many Heaven Yuan cultivators. At this moment, they all looked at him angrily. Inside the Black Iron Hall, there were many immortal generals' aides. When they heard this, they laughed. "Looks like you're really unwilling to accept it." Wu Jizi also laughed. He looked at the Heaven Yuan cultivator as if he was looking at an idiot and said softly, "Everywhere in the universe, everywhere we immortals go, they belong to us. You're stealing our resources like thieves, so of course you have to be chased away." The Tian Yuan cultivator had originally been scolding him for being overbearing, but when he explained, it was obvious that he was even more overbearing. Based on what? The Heaven Yuan cultivator's eyes were bloodshot with anger. He glared at him and shouted, "Because we are stronger than you. Your cultivation isn't high, but it isn't low either. Do you still not understand the principles of this world? Every race and every living creature has to survive and cultivate. A race needs to continue, and a living creature needs to grow. All of these things require resources, but resources are limited, so one can only rely on one's abilities to fight for them. The resources will naturally belong to whoever is stronger. We immortals are the most powerful beings in the universe, so we have everything." He then looked at the Heaven Yuan cultivator and smiled. "What else do you have to say?" What he said was clearly the most unreasonable thing in the world, but the Tian Yuan cultivator really couldn't answer it. His eyes were filled with hatred, but after a while, he could only roar with hatred, "You can't ask anything, I don't know anything. Didn't you say that immortals were powerful? Then come and search my sea of consciousness, search my soul, let's see what you can find. Don't try to show off. We already know that there's a powerful restriction deep inside your soul. Once the consciousness of the outside world probes it, your soul will self-destruct. Therefore, there are some things that only you can tell us." Sigh, I really don't understand how a cultivator would be willing to let his soul dissipate and disappear from the world forever just to keep a secret. But it's okay, Wu Jizi chuckled. He pointed forward and said, "Stuff him into the cauldron." As he pointed, an antique octagonal pill furnace appeared in the main hall. It was more than 100 feet tall, and it was extremely terrifying. After the pill furnace appeared in the main hall, a flame appeared inside, and then it burned more and more fiercely. The cultivation levels of everyone present were not low. With just a glance, they discovered that the pill furnace was burning with pure samadhi true fire, which could melt anything. "Since you don't want to tell us, go in." Upon receiving the order, the Black Prison immortal officials sneered and carried the strong cultivator away. "Ha ha ha ha, so what if we die? We, the Tian Yuan cultivators, are unyielding. Why would we be afraid of you?" The Tian Yuan cultivator laughed, and his laughter almost caused the hall to tremble. However, if one took a closer look, they would find that although he said that he was powerful, there was an unconcealable fear in his eyes. He was only clenching his teeth to protect his Taoist heart. The immortal officials of the Black Prison did not care what he was thinking. They followed their orders and untied the chains on his body with great interest. Then, they stuffed him into the cauldron without giving him a chance to say anything. No matter how tough the Tian Yuan cultivator was, he could not help but scream in fear and pain after being burned by the samadhi true fire. His scream echoed in the cauldron, and it sounded muffled. When it reached the outside, it was like a blunt knife cutting flesh, and it pierced the hearts of the Tian Yuan cultivators. "Everything is forbidden in my cauldron. I don't care if you have a physical body, soul, or celestial light. I'll burn everything. Hee, not only will you no longer exist in this world, but you'll also be turned into elixirs to be fed to the immortal beasts after you die." Wu Jizi smiled faintly as he explained to someone. Meanwhile, the faces of the Tian Yuan captives were filled with hidden fear. No matter how fearless they were, they could not help but feel a chill in their hearts when they thought of such an ending. cultivators lived longer than mortals, so they were more afraid of death than mortals. Although the Tianyuan cultivators were not as afraid of death as the immortals of the 33 heavens, they were still afraid of death. You'll be the next one. Wu Jizi chuckled and looked at the second Tianyuan cultivator. I won't say it either. The Tianyuan cultivator's expression changed greatly, but he still stiffened his neck and shouted in a weak voice. However, Wu Jizi did not ask any questions this time. He waved his hand and said, "Throw him into the cauldron as well." The 3 immortal officials of the Black Prison immediately laughed and grabbed him. They removed the chains and threw him into the cauldron. Another terrifying shriek sounded out, and a strange aura appeared in the hall. Are you going to say it or not? Wu Jizi looked at the third Tianyuan cultivator. When he saw the hesitant man, he waved his hand and said, "Fill him in." One after another, the Tianyuan cultivators were thrown into the cauldron. The true samadhi fire in the cauldron never disappeared and continued to burn fiercely. Miserable screams came from the cauldron. After one was done, another would follow. The number of captives in the hall decreased one by one. At this rate, it seemed like the process would end soon and they would all be thrown into the cauldron. However, for some reason, the process seemed to take a very long time. There was an indescribable feeling of torture. No. No. Don't throw me into the cauldron. I don't want to die. I don't want my soul to scatter. Finally, when 7 people had been thrown into the cauldron, the 8th person finally let out a blood-curdling scream. His entire person suddenly lost all of his energy. If it wasn't for the fact that he was still tied to the black pillar, it was likely that he would have directly collapsed to the ground. Oh? Wu Jizi smiled and looked at him. It's easy if you don't want to die. Tell me what you know. The cultivator had already gone limp. He screamed with a sobbing tone, "I'll talk, I'll talk." He repeated "I'll talk" a few times, but his eyes were filled with despair. But what should I talk about? Wu Jizi laughed softly. Tell me everything you know. Where did you come from? How did you cultivate? No one has ascended in Tianyuan for nearly 10,000 years. Even the path to immortality was destroyed. How did you all survive? Who came to Tianyuan in the past 10,000 years? What arrangements did they make? How did they affect Tianyuan? How did you all cultivate to such a level? In Tianyuan, some immortals came and brought a lot of resources. The Tianyuan cultivator opened his mouth in panic. His voice was weak and he stuttered, as if he was too afraid to speak. We relied on those resources to cultivate to this level. This time, we came to Plentiful Treasure's Immortal River to look for some resources. Yes, I admit that we first attacked the immortal army stationed at Plentiful Treasure's Immortal River. Someone told us that the 33 heavens were in chaos and we could take the opportunity to counterattack. In the future, we might even occupy the 33 heavens and become supreme. Wu Jizi furrowed his brows as he listened to Wu Jizi's disjointed explanation. We already know all of this, so why are you still talking about it? Tell us something we don't know. What's going on with the Philosopher's Tao grounds? I've already said everything I need to say. I really don't know anything about the Philosopher's Dojo. However, when he asked this question, the Heavenly Yuan cultivator became even more desperate and shouted. Wu Jizi immediately sighed and said, "You're just a piece of trash. Throw him into the cauldron." No. Don't, the cultivator screamed, but the immortal officers of the Black Prison did not care about him. They had already caught him. Save me. Save me. The cultivator was already at the mouth of the cauldron, but he screamed and struggled desperately. At the last step, he was about to be thrown into the cauldron. He suddenly shouted at Feng Xing as if he was grabbing onto a life-saving straw, "Demon! Ah no, fellow Tianyuan, please save me. Please save me. I can die, but I don't want to be refined into a pill." Swoosh, his shout immediately attracted the attention of countless people. In the hall, countless immortal generals and advisors all looked at Feng Xing's face at the same time. Their gazes were filled with surprise, doubt, shock, and even confusion. I beg you. I beg you," the Tianyuan cultivator cried in terror and looked straight at Feng Xing. "Please give me a quick death." The already oppressive atmosphere in the hall seemed to have found an outlet to vent. At this moment, a mountain-like pressure surged towards Feng Xing, like a tidal wave, turbulent and unpredictable. The Heaven Yuan cultivator was still begging, "I beg you, for the sake of us walking the same path, grant me death." At this moment, Feng Xing's expression did not change. He was sitting with his legs crossed lazily with his left arm on the jade table and his chin in his hand. He did not look at the Tianyuan cultivator at all, but only at the jade slip in his right hand. It seemed that the Tianyuan cultivator was not begging him, nor were the immortal generals in the hall looking at him. However, Lu So, who was behind him, had already tensed up. Although his expression did not change, his muscles were all tensed up, and his hands and his sleeves were forming hand seals in advance, as if he was ready to launch a magical power at any time and start a fierce battle with the unpredictable fate. "Haha, why did you ask His Highness Dilu to save you?" At this moment, Wu Jizi smiled and waved his hand. The three immortal officials holding the Heaven Yuan cultivator stopped and looked at Feng Xing coldly. Wu Jizi, on the other hand, looked at the Heaven Yuan cultivator with a smile. Celestial General Zixuan also looked at Feng Xing in a seemingly unintentional manner. However, the other immortal generals and advisors in the hall were clearly confused and did not know what was going on. Faced with Wu Jizi's question, the Heavenly Yuan cultivator clearly looked hesitant. He opened his mouth hesitantly, but he could not say anything. He could only look at Feng Xing with a pleading gaze. From the looks of it, he seemed to realize that he had made a huge mistake, but he still did not want to give up hope. "Haha, this is His Highness Dilu of Great Scarlet Sky. I don't think you know him." Wu Jizi turned to look at Feng Xing with a respectful smile. Then, he turned to look at the Heaven Yuan cultivator. His expression was cold, and his gaze was extremely gloomy. He said coldly, "Why did you beg His Highness Dilu just now?" And, he suddenly raised his voice. "What did you call him for just now?" I didn't do it on purpose." The Heaven Yuan cultivator was shocked, and his voice began to tremble. He seemed to be trying his best not to look at Feng Xing, but he could not help but look over. Inside the hall, even the most muddle-headed person could sense that something was wrong. Everyone's gaze shifted back and forth between the Tianyuan cultivator and Feng Xing. They could not understand what was going on. Why did this Tianyuan captive know Royal Highness Dilu? Why did he ask for death from him? Why did he even involuntarily call him fellow Tianyuan cultivator? Why did he know Royal Highness Dilu? It was as if a mountain had appeared in the hall, silently pressing down on everyone's heads. Wu Jizi's expression was calm, but his eyes were as sharp as needles as he stared at Feng Xing without anyone noticing. Immortal General Zixuan's expression was calm, as if he did not care about what was happening in the hall. The hall was silent. Everyone was waiting for Feng Xing's answer, even Lu So was waiting for Feng Xing's answer. He was extremely worried. He did not know what method Feng Xing would use to deal with this dangerous situation, however. It seemed like Dilu did not notice at all. He continued to sit there as if nothing had happened. He seemed to be thinking about something, but at the same time, he seemed like he was not thinking about anything. There seemed to be a subtle smile on his face, but at the same time, he did not seem to have any expression on his face. It was as if he did not notice that everyone was staring at him and waiting for him to respond. Wu Jizi furrowed his eyebrows when he saw her reaction. The moment the situation appeared, it was very dangerous, but after such a long silence, it became a little awkward. Wu Jizi had no choice but to speak up. He turned to look at the Heaven Yuan cultivator. He was trying his best to hide his head, as if he did not dare to look at Feng Xing. He then looked at Feng Xing and smiled. "His Highness Dilu, what is going on? What the hell is going on?" Feng Xing suddenly spoke up, saying exactly what Wu Jizi wanted to say. Wu Jizi could not help but be stunned. He then smiled. "The traitorous Heaven Yuan cultivator is talking nonsense." Swoosh. When he said this, Feng Xing's eyes suddenly turned cold and looked at him fiercely. At this moment, Feng Xing's strength was close to that of a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. His eyes were so terrifying that the first advisor of the Immortal General's side inexplicably shuddered. He couldn't continue his words. Instead, Feng Xing took over the conversation and stared coldly at the Immortal General's face. His voice was slow and unhurried, but there was a hint of coldness in it. Is he talking nonsense, or did someone teach him to talk nonsense? this, Wu Jizi was stunned and could not continue speaking. Feng Xing looked at the Heaven Yuan captive expressionlessly. Only his eyes were as bright as swords. Tell me, who taught you to pretend to be a Heaven Yuan cultivator and say those words to me? If you tell me, you might really not die, huh? Everyone in the hall was stunned when they heard Feng Xing's words. Their hearts were filled with suspicion. He had an inexplicable feeling. The pressure that he had been venting just a moment ago had actually turned chaotic at this moment. When they saw the Tian Yuan captive begging for mercy from the crown prince, they were already suspicious and had many doubts. However, at this moment, they immediately felt that the situation was even more chaotic, and they were even a little confused. Wu Jizi's expression changed a few times. It was very complicated. The Heaven Yuan captive raised his head and looked at Feng Xing in a daze. Then, he hurriedly looked away. Haha, this matter is, Celestial General Zixuan was silent for a while before he suddenly spoke with a smile. However, Feng Xing directly interrupted him and looked at the Tian Yuan captive as if nothing had happened. Don't count on anyone else. Since you've already said those words, I'm sure you're prepared to die. However, you know my reputation. Those who anger me usually do not have a good ending. Now, tell me why you're pretending to be a Tian Yuan captive and why you said those words to me. Otherwise, you'll have to face all my wrath and bear all the sins of angering me. As he spoke, a smile appeared on his face. He looked at the Tian Yuan captive and said with a smile, in that case, not only will you die and your spirit be obliterated, but I will also investigate to the end. If you have a son, I will kill him. If you have a daughter, I will make your daughter a pig or a dog forever. If you have a master or parents, I will torture them forever. Even if you don't, I will find all the family and friends you know and make them suffer. His words were spoken unhurriedly, but there was an awe-inspiring aura emanating from him. Everyone heard what he said and felt endless fear in their hearts. How could there be such a ruthless method? More importantly, they believed that the Heaven Yuan captive was capable of such a thing, because he had done such a thing before. However, they were confused and shocked. Could the Heaven Yuan captive be a fake? Judging from the Heaven Yuan captive's tone, someone had secretly arranged to frame him. As for the Tian Yuan captive, his voice even began to tremble as he uncontrollably looked towards a certain person. Haha, this is interesting, Wu Jizi suddenly laughed, dispersing the tense atmosphere. He said, in my opinion, do you have the right to interrupt when I speak? However, Feng Xing's gaze suddenly shifted, and he stared coldly at him. It was filled with the dignity and anger of someone in a high position. Pung! He suddenly slapped the jade table, causing the hearts of everyone in the hall to skip a beat. He shouted in a low voice, do you think that I can't see that he's not a cultivator of the heaven's origin realm? Do you think I can't tell that someone deliberately set him up to say those words to me? Right now, this imperial prince wants to ask, who was the one who plotted this, and what exactly do they want to do to this imperial prince? What? Someone is pretending to be a Heaven Yuan cultivator? Why would he do that? Even with the dignified atmosphere in the hall, the immortal generals broke into a heated discussion after hearing Feng Xing's words. Wu Jizi's face turned pale. After a while, he forced a smile and said, This is a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Feng Xing looked straight at him and smiled coldly. I know that there are many people who don't want me to come back alive, and there are even more people who don't want me to become the great Scarlet Heaven's prince again. When I first returned from the dragon world, Qing Luo's servant girl pointed a deer at a horse and said that I was a fake. She even tried to assassinate me. But after I returned to the 33 heavens and met many old friends, and with the Azure Mystic Heavens Domain Master's confirmation, people believed me. But who would have thought that now? His cold gaze swept across the immortal generals in the hall. Someone wants to repeat the same trick again. The immortal generals' gazes became indescribably terrified. Their hearts thumped wildly, and their hair stood on end when they saw his gaze. However, in the past, someone wanted to clear the obstacles for my big brother, but now, my big brother is already. Feng Xing continued slowly and said coldly, in any case, I'm the only prince now. In that case, no one will benefit from getting rid of me, right? Oh, that's right, it's not like there's no benefit. To tell you the truth, the Chaos Immortal Garden and the Great Void Treasure Tree are indeed in my hands. Are any of you tempted to get rid of me and take these resources? At this point, his gaze had already turned towards immortal Marshal Zixuan. So that I can use him as a bargaining chip? My God, he's too bold. All the immortal generals were silent within the dark iron hall, and they didn't dare to make a single sound due to the strange atmosphere. Only one person was so nervous that his whole body was trembling, but there was an unconcealable excitement in his heart. It was Lu South. This old man was ready to fight to the death, but he didn't expect Feng Xing to respond in this way. Lu So had been beating his heart like crazy when the Heavenly Yuan captive suddenly begged for mercy from Feng Xing. He didn't know if the Heavenly Yuan cultivator was really afraid of death and exposed Feng Xing, or if Immortal General Zixian's side was suspicious and deliberately tested Feng Xing. However, after hearing Feng Xing's vicious words, he felt a little relieved. He had a premonition that they would be able to get through this disaster. The truth was indeed like this. When Feng Xing said the names Chaos Immortal Garden and Great Void Treasure Tree, the immortal generals and advisors in the hall who were originally filled with doubt suddenly cried out in alarm. Their faces were filled with concentration. Since they were qualified to sit in the dark steel hall, they were naturally not short-sighted people. They all knew the names of the Chaos Immortal Garden and the Great Void Treasure Tree. They also knew the meaning of these two names. The Chaos Immortal Garden contained almost all kinds of enlightenment immortal herbs in the 33 heavens. It was a precious resource that could determine the path for countless righteous immortals to ascend to the primordial unity supreme immortal realm. The Great Void Treasure Tree was even more extraordinary. Although it was a legendary item, and no one had ever seen it or even knew if it really existed, almost everyone had heard of its use. It could solve the problem of the lack of enlightenment immortal herbs. It could be said that even in the great immortal realm, these two resources were of utmost importance. Why were immortal emperors? Earlier on, why were immortal kings? In addition to their terrifying cultivation bases and extraordinary abilities, the most important reason was that they had resources. Only with resources could they be supported and respected, and maintain a transcendent status. These two things could determine this kind of respect, this kind of status. Because of this, countless gazes secretly glanced at Celestial General Zixian at this instant. The prince's words had hinted very clearly. He said that the strange scene he saw in the hall was because someone wanted to frame him. Although he didn't know the specific method of the framing, the purpose was clear. Naturally, it was because this crown prince had two precious treasures in his hands. Someone coveted these two treasures, which was why they were so audacious and wanted to seize these two treasures. But what was the purpose of seizing these two treasures? Of course, it was a rebellion. As the Emperor of Great Scarlet Heaven, there were naturally not many people who dared to disrespect him, but there were exceptions, and those exceptions were when the benefits were proportional to angering an immortal emperor, and now, there was such a benefit. The atmosphere became oppressive to the point of being terrifying. Everyone had their own guesses, but they didn't even dare to think about what had just happened, because it was too terrifying. Wu Jizi, who was directly involved in this storm, turned pale. He didn't understand how things had suddenly reached this stage. He was originally the one taking the initiative, so why did he suddenly become so passive? But now that things had come to this, he could only suppress the fear in his heart and swallow the bitterness in his throat. He forced a smile and said, "Is the crown prince joking?" Feng Xing ignored him and said coldly, "Whether I'm joking or not depends on whether this person is a Heaven's Yuan captive or not." Wu Jizi was stunned, and cold sweat rolled down his forehead. He didn't know how to answer. The surrounding immortal generals followed Feng Xing and focused their attention on the Heaven's Yuan captive. Although the situation was still unclear, it seemed that the crown prince had seen through the Heaven's Yuan captive and even guessed the intentions of some people before the Heaven's Yuan captive revealed his true purpose. However, one thing was certain, and that was the captive's identity. If the captive was really a captive, then all of this might be a misunderstanding, and many secrets might even be dug out from it. But if he was a fake, then there must be some conspiracy against the crown prince. Speak, who are you? Who ordered you to do this? Feng Xing didn't care about what the others thought. His eyes were already staring coldly at the captive. As for the captive, his face had already turned pale from fear. He trembled all over and almost collapsed to the ground. With his cultivation, how could he withstand the gaze of someone at Feng Xing's level? With his status, it was obvious that he couldn't bear to be questioned by a dignified imperial prince. Not to mention that the attention of everyone in the entire hall was gathered on him. To a certain extent, the solemn and suspicious gazes of these great figures were like a mountain that could consign him to eternal damnation at any moment. I'm not. I really didn't. At this moment, he could no longer complete his sentence. He was as cowardly as an ant. Everyone noticed that his rationality had reached its limit. He could be driven to the brink of collapse by Feng Xing at any time. Wu Jizi clearly wanted to say something, but he was trembling with fear and couldn't utter a single word. Haha, why is the Crown Prince so sure that he isn't a Heaven's Yuan captive? At this moment, a calm voice broke the oppressive atmosphere and slightly saved the captive's mental breakdown. The person who spoke was naturally immortal General Xian. He seemed to be a little curious, but also found it a little interesting. He looked at Feng Xing with a gentle gaze. However, his words were like a sharp sword that pierced the crux of Feng Xing's overbearing aura. The attention of all the immortal generals turned to look at Feng Xing. At this moment, Feng Xing also turned his head and met immortal General Xian's gaze. Their gazes collided in the air. Sparks seemed to fly, and there was a piercingly cold murderous intent in their gazes. Of course I know that he's fake. After a long time, Feng Xing laughed coldly. A hint of disdain flashed across his eyes as he said in a low voice, because this person doesn't even know about the 9 heavenly yuan coffins. He even said that an immortal had descended and brought resources. Haha, that's utter nonsense. 9 heavenly yuan coffins? Zhu Shou was stunned. They whispered to each other and discussed animatedly. Judging from their expressions, they were also a little confused. It was obvious that they didn't quite understand the meaning of the term. As for the Heaven's Yuan captive, his face turned even paler. His eyes were a little unfocused, and his body was limp. He only stopped collapsing after being supported by the 3 Black Prison Immortal officials. However, the 3 Black Prison Immortal officials didn't look much better than him. They were clearly immortals, but they couldn't control their emotions. Their bodies were drenched in cold sweat, and their expressions were ugly. Feng Xing paused for a moment before looking at the captive. He even inadvertently glanced at Wu Jizi and sneered, Tianyuan is a remote place with a lack of resources. For so many experts to emerge that can fight against the 33 heavens, it's obviously because someone has sent them resources. Even if you think with your toes, it's obvious. It's a pity that although you've guessed this and made up a story to make it more realistic, you don't know that it's fundamentally wrong. Although Heaven's Yuan has resources, they weren't sent by an immortal. Instead, they were sent over using some kind of secret technique to activate the 9 mysterious coffins. Even the Heaven's Yuan seal relied on the 9 mysterious coffins. Ordinary Heaven's Yuan cultivators don't even know that there's an immortal behind the mysterious coffins. Since you're an ordinary disciple, how could you have casually mentioned it? Moreover, let's just assume that you said it unintentionally. Why did you only mention immortals and not the 9 mysterious coffins? Apart from you being a fake, how else can you explain such an absurd matter? At this point, the stench of blood in his words grew thicker and thicker. And a fake captive, mixed in with the real captives, suddenly asked me for help, and even called me a fellow cultivator of the Heaven's Origin sector. What exactly do you want? Rumble, this last question was like a clap of thunder, shocking everyone present. Countless people were shocked, and they stood up with ugly expressions on their faces. The Heaven's Yuan captive even rolled his eyes and almost fainted. The teacup in the hands of Celestial General Zishuan's top advisor was suddenly knocked over. The golden tea spilled onto the table and dripped down. Looking at this scene, how could the immortal generals in the hall not understand that the Crown Prince's words were indeed true? The Heaven's Yuan captive was definitely a fake, and the mastermind behind this was Celestial General Zishuan's top advisor, Wu Jizi. But why were they doing this, and who was the mastermind behind Wu Jizi? Could it be that Celestial General Zishuan really wanted? The more they thought about this, the more scared they became. They could not get rid of the chill in their hearts. However, at this moment, Celestial General Zishuan, who had been calm all this while, chuckled and said something that stirred up the endless doubts in the hearts of the Celestial Generals and led their suspicions elsewhere. Haha, if it wasn't for the Crown Prince's explanation, I really wouldn't have known that this person was still spouting nonsense even at the brink of death. However, how did the Crown Prince know about these secrets of Tianyuan? Swoosh, countless eyes fell on Feng Xing's face again. This was what the immortal generals in the hall wanted to know the answer to the question the most. If the emperor could not give a reasonable explanation, it would be too difficult for them to convince the immortal generals. However, under the countless gazes, Feng Xing appeared unusually relaxed. Of course, a cultivator of heaven's yuan told me. Oh? What cultivator of heaven's yuan? Celestial General Zixuan looked calm and collected, but he pressed on, unwilling to relax for even a moment. Feng Xing appeared even calmer. He turned his head slightly and chuckled. Mr. Liu, tell them who you are. God damn it, this little bastard is pushing the problem to me. When Feng Xing said those words indifferently, not only were all the people in the hall shocked, even Lu Shou's expression changed. He began to curse inside, tempted to choke the little bastard to death immediately. However, he was an old demon that had lived for several millennia after all. With a slight thought, he understood Feng Xing's intentions, and countless countermeasures appeared. To outsiders, his expression did not even change at all. He only nodded calmly when Feng Xing said those words, before taking a step forward and circling around the hall. He said nonchalantly, "My surname is Chen, and my name is Zhu Liu. People call me Mr. Liu, and I'm from the Nanzhan of the Tianyuan continent. I specialize in formations, and although my talent is lacking, I was fortunate enough to have a good master and a good friend, allowing my cultivation to progress smoothly. When the 9 coffins of heaven's origin descended, I sensed that there was a great secret hidden within, so I did not want my abilities to be used by others. After the god race invaded the Tianyuan continent, I abandoned the world and followed the path of immortality to the 33 heavens, seeking the path of immortality. When he reached there, everyone in the hall was shocked. Their hearts churned. Lu Shou became calmer and calmer as he spoke. He bowed towards Feng Xing and continued. On the way through the dragon's world, someone plotted against me. I was on the brink of death, but I barged into the tomb of the great void immortal king in my moment of despair. I coincidentally disrupted the restrictions cast down by the great void immortal king and disturbed the immortal soul, but I accidentally released His Majesty Di Lu, who was suppressed by him, or rather, he was saved by His Majesty Di Lu. He was filled with gratitude and decided to serve the prince. He followed him until today. All of his fortune was bestowed upon him by His Majesty, a cultivator of the Tianyuan continent. At this moment, Lu Shou, who was usually indifferent and rarely attracted attention, had suddenly become the focus of all the cultivators in the hall. Many people here had seen Lu Shou before. They all thought that he was an advisor that the Emperor Flo found after his return. When they first saw him, he was already a righteous immortal with an immortal fate, so no one doubted his identity. However, they didn't expect this ordinary-looking old man to have such a great background. He was a cultivator from heaven's origin who wanted to become an immortal. Not only did he explain how Lu Shou had come to the 33 heavens, he even explained how Di Lu had been reborn. As it turned out, Di Lu had actually found the tomb of the immortal king 1,000 years ago, but he had been suppressed there. Only 1,000 years later did a cultivator of the Tianyuan continent accidentally barge in and save him. Without a doubt, Lu Shou's explanation was simple, but it was to many things. And because it was so simple, there were very few flaws. Everyone in the hall was stunned for a moment. While Zhu Xiu was still in shock, Feng Xing calmly said, "Do you understand now? Perhaps I know better than all of you what heaven's origin is like. I can tell with a single glance whether or not I'm a traitor cultivator of heaven's origin. All of you used such a despicable method to test me and slander me. What exactly are you up to?" At the end of his sentence, his tone became heavier, and his gaze was like a sword that landed on the captive of the Tianyuan continent. At this time, just digesting what Lu Shou had said was enough to shock the immortals in the hall. Naturally, no one doubted Feng Xing's accusation that the captive of the Tianyuan continent was a fake. Instead, most of them believed Feng Xing's words. The captive was so shocked that his expression changed. At the thought of Di Lu's ferocious reputation and boundless authority, his heart collapsed. He suddenly broke free from the support of the 3 black prison immortal officials, fell to his knees, and cowed out heavily, "Prince, please spare my life. This has nothing to do with me. I'm just a prisoner who followed the army. I should have risked my life to charge at the enemy. It was Mr. Wuji who found me and ordered me to blend in with these people." If I ask Prince before entering the cauldron, he will spare my life." As he said this, the 3 black prison immortal officials also knelt on the ground, trembling. It was obvious that the 3 of them were involved in this matter. Whoosh! Just as the prisoner broke down and spilled the beans, a silver light flashed across the hall and directly hit the center of the prisoner's forehead, shattering his divine soul. Naturally, he could not say the rest of his words. However, at this moment, everyone's gaze followed the silver light and looked at advisor Wu Jizi, who was kneeling on the right side of Immortal General Xian. This person was sweating profusely, and his eyes were unfocused. His face was extremely pale, and his eyes were filled with shock and fear. Obviously, he had realized that he had made a mistake. He was the one who struck the silver sword just now, but he immediately regretted it after he struck it. When he saw that the prisoner was about to spill the beans, he wanted to silence him. Unfortunately, at this time, what was the use of silencing him? Fang Xing's position was closer to the prisoner. If he wanted to stop him, he could have easily taken away the silver sword. However, he only sneered and watched the prisoner strike the silver light. He did not have any intention of stopping him, because he knew that it was useless. The immortals in the hall were not fools. How could they not hear the clues? Just as the emperor had said, this heavenly Yuan captive was a fake. He was merely an itinerant immortal from the 33 heavens. Because he had violated the laws of the immortal realm, he had been sent to the extraterritorial battlefield. When the war began, this kind of prisoner would be used as cannon fodder to break the enemy's formation and test the restrictions. He would definitely die. Wu Jizi had obviously found him and made him promise to blend in with the heavenly Yuan captives and shout this to the emperor. As for the purpose of shouting this sentence, there were many possibilities. However, no matter what, such an insidious scheme against a dignified emperor was a great crime. Haha, so it was indeed arranged by you. Only when Wu Jizi was about to collapse did Fang Xing speak calmly. He looked at Wu Jizi, who had been acting mighty and domineering just a moment ago. He chuckled and said, "Then tell me, who instructed you to make this arrangement?" His words caused the immortals in the hall to feel nervous. This emperor did not ask him what his purpose was, but directly asked him who instructed him to do this. Clearly, he had evil intentions. Wu Jizi was completely dumbfounded, and his mouth was dry. He was not going to be like the prisoner who had been frightened by the crown prince and spilled everything. Firstly, he was not that reckless, and secondly, he was not that courageous. Furthermore, he was an advisor after all. Although his plan had been disrupted by Fang Xing and he was caught off guard, he quickly thought of an excuse for himself. After his expression changed a few times, he suddenly stood up and knelt down in front of Fang Xing. He cried out, "Wu Jizi was reckless. Please forgive me, Crown Prince." Fang Xing's expression did not change, nor did he speak. He only looked at him indifferently. Wu Jizi steeled his heart. He knew that this was the time to shoulder all the responsibility, so he said in a low voice, "This lowly one did this because a traveling immortal discovered unbelievable news while exploring the various realms. This lowly one did not dare to believe it, so I had to what?" Although the immortals in the hall did not speak, their minds were very active at this moment. They wanted to hear everything. When they saw Wu Jizi admit that he was the one who instructed him to do this, they were even more curious about his motives, but at this moment, Immortal General Zixuan coughed softly. Wu Jizi immediately shut his mouth and did not dare to continue. This is all nonsense. There is no need to tell the emperor. Celestial General Zixuan didn't even look up as he slowly stood up. However, since you acted on your own and did such a disgraceful thing, you should be punished. As for how to be punished, you can ask His Highness the Crown Prince how to vent his anger. This. Understood. Wu Jizi's face was pale. After a moment of daze, he replied with a trembling voice. But Immortal General Zixuan frowned, and without saying a word, he actually entered the rear hall. The entire hall was left behind, and all of them were discussing animatedly with each other. All of them were terrified and didn't know what to say. Obviously, most of them did not know what was going on. Although they had some guesses, they were still full of doubts. Your Highness, this lowly immortal, Wu Jizi had no choice but to brace himself, bow to Fang Xing, and speak with difficulty. He was shouldering all the responsibility and asking for punishment from Fang Xing. Who do you think you are? How dare you test me? Fang Xing said coldly, interrupting Wu Jizi's words. The atmosphere became even more oppressive. This lowly immortal deserves to die. I am willing to accept all punishment. Wu Jizi made up his mind. He cupped his hands and bowed again. His voice was filled with determination. You must know how I dealt with those who angered me in the past. What can a primordial unity supreme immortal or a family head do to me, let alone a mere advisor like you? How many family heads have died at my hands and had their souls obliterated, never to be reincarnated? As Fang Xing spoke in a low voice, Wu Jizi's forehead broke out in cold sweat with every sentence he spoke. However, when he reached the end, Fang Xing paused. However, on account of the immortal general, I will not kill you. Wu Jizi was overjoyed. He almost fainted from joy and was about to kowtow. But Fang Xing's voice rang out again, and he said indifferently, Go and buy yourself. Huh? Wu Jizi was stunned. He lifted his head and looked at Fang Xing in confusion. A sneer appeared on Fang Xing's face. He gently raised his hand and pointed at the cauldron in the hall. This cauldron of yours is quite interesting. I also want to play with it. It just so happens that you've offended me, so you can enter it yourself. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance to weaken the flames by 30%. With your cultivation, I believe that it won't be so easy to refine it. Just obediently stay in there for 6 hours. If you're still alive after 6 hours, then I'll let bygones be bygones. When Wu Jizi heard this, his face turned pale and he fell to the ground. Although it sounded like he was sparing his life, it felt worse than death. Wu Jizi's screams rang out in the great hall behind them, but Fang Xing and Lu So ignored them and walked out of the great hall. They knew that the screams would continue for another 6 hours, so there was no point in waiting there. Then, on the way back, the two of them did not say a word. They directly rode a cloud to the vast star where the Toad army was stationed. When they landed on the vast star, Fang Xing turned back to take a look. He felt that there seemed to be a gaze on them from the vast star where the Black Iron Palace was located. However, he did not care. He only laughed and landed on the vast star where the Toad army was stationed. Then, he entered the palace and sat down cross-legged. Lu So drank a cup of elixir tea while Fang Xing drank half a jar of wine. Both of them calmed down. Lu So also thought through everything. Then, he looked at Fang Xing solemnly and said in a low voice, We can't stay here any longer. We need to find a chance to leave. Fang Xing laughed and said, Why do we have to leave? Haven't we already covered it up? Lu So lowered his voice as if he still had some lingering fear. But they are already suspicious. He paused for a moment before continuing in a low voice, To you, the other party doesn't need to prove that you're fake. As long as they start to suspect you, your identity is destined to be exposed, because it's impossible for you to be completely flawless. As long as you have a single flaw, they'll discover it sooner or later. I even suspect that the situation they've set up today isn't to expose your identity at all. They're just testing you, using this opportunity to observe your reaction. This already shows that they're suspicious of your identity. As he spoke, he narrowed his eyes. That's why I said that you can continue to mingle around when they don't suspect you. But once they suspect you, you must leave. Otherwise, when your identity is completely exposed, I'm afraid you won't have the chance to leave at all. Haha, I'm afraid it will be difficult to leave now. Fang Xing laughed as he gently patted the jar of wine in his arms. Lu So's heart trembled. Fang Xing said, Go outside and take a look at the situation of the surrounding defense. Lu So immediately nodded, lifted his robe and flew out to observe the surrounding situation. Fang Xing, on the other hand, held the wine jar and took a sip from time to time. He shook his head and pondered about something. Lu So's departure took several hours before he returned. His expression was solemn as he said in a low voice, I was worried that they would secretly mobilize the Immortal Scourge army to surround our camp to prevent us from leaving, but I didn't expect. Fang Xing turned to look at him and said with a smile, You didn't mobilize the army? Lu So nodded solemnly and said, On the contrary, not only did they not deploy the army to trap us, even the celestial army that was originally adjacent to us received an order to join the battle at the Myriad Treasures Immortal River at noon. In other words, the surrounding area where we're stationed is completely unguarded, and it's easy for us to leave if we want to. Moreover, It's very difficult for anyone to notice us, haha. Then do you think the other party is deliberately letting us go? Fang Xing smiled, and there was a hint of shrewdness hidden in the depths of his smile, as if he had seen through the mystery. Lu Shou thought for a while, then nodded and said, that's also possible. What they did in the dark steel main hall was to deliberately alert us. After we're startled, if we find out that there's still a chance to escape, I'm afraid they'll leave immediately. But at this point, he paused slightly and said in a low voice, the problem is, we really need to leave. As he spoke, his eyes had already turned solemn, and at the same time, he felt a little helpless. Although he and Fang Xing cooperated very well in the dark steel main hall, turning from defense to offense, and did not get messed up by Immortal General Xianxia's probing. But the danger of the current situation could not be ignored. After all, Fang Xing was impersonating the Crown Prince. If no one suspected him, he could continue impersonating him. But now that there was a first probe, there would naturally be a second one. It was fine here, but when they returned to Great Scarlet Sky, it was even more likely that they would be seen through at a glance. If that was the case, then what would happen if they did not leave now? They might even be pushed away. This might be their only chance to escape. Fang Xing thought that the surrounding defense celestial army had been moved away because Immortal General Xian had thrown a bait. He wanted them to leave on their own accord. Lu Shou also admitted this point, but he felt that even if it was a bait, he had to swallow it, because if he did not swallow it, he might not even have such bait in the future. Do you think that we should leave even if we know that it's a trap? Fang Xing laughed and said, after all, we have the 300-toed army, and I also have powerful concealment techniques. As long as we scatter and escape separately, then even if Immortal General Xian makes a move, we still have a chance to escape. Of course, the 300-toed army may die here. If necessary, we still need to throw out some bait to attract the enemy's attention, so that we can conceal ourselves. You're still concerned about the 300-toed army at this time? Lu Shou was a little angry when he heard this. Don't tell me that you're still such an indecisive person. You're the one who's indecisive. Your whole family is indecisive. Fang Xing immediately rolled his eyes and glared at Lu Shou. Then, he smiled and said, I just think that there's a better way. Lu Shou said angrily, don't tell me that there's a better way. You always say that, and you always come up with a plan at the last minute. Just now in the dark steel hall, if my Taoist heart was unstable, or if I wasn't flexible enough, I would have been exposed on the spot. Alright, I'll remember this, alright? Fang Xing laughed and said, this time, I really have a plan. While Fang Xing and Lu Shou were conversing closely, Immortal General Xian was also staring at a person in the dark steel hall. Or rather, this person no longer looked like a person. This was a piece of charcoal. Immortal General Xian's first aide, Wu Jizi, had been burned in the cauldron for a total of 6 hours. Although the cauldron's flame was weakened by 30% and his cultivation base was not weak, he had endured for 6 hours and was still alive. However, his entire body was charred and was less than 3 feet long. It was so charred that it looked like a large roasted sweet potato. No one could tell that he was still alive. However, under his charred appearance, there was still a ball of fresh flesh that contained his vitality. It can still be cured. I have the Emperor Essence given by the Immortal Emperor, which is enough to maintain your vitality. However, after you recuperate, your cultivation base will definitely be greatly reduced. However, it doesn't matter. I will give you some Enlightenment Immortal Medicine, which will be enough for you to cultivate back to your original cultivation base. Immortal General Xian looked at the charcoal and said calmly. I hate. I'm in pain. Wu Jizi's resentful voice could be heard from within the charcoal. We can't blame you for this. We didn't expect him to have such a way to deal with it. Immortal General Xian calmly said, anyone who impersonates an impersonator would choose to play it down when they encounter such an unexpected test. They would try to bluff their way through so as to avoid a greater consequence. But I didn't expect. Haha, this Crown Prince is really different. Not only did he not play it down, he directly blew it up. Before the situation was clear, he wanted to make a false accusation. In this case, since we don't have any evidence, we can only bear with it for now and pay a price. Sighing softly, he looked at the piece of charcoal and said, you suffered so much because of this small price. He's fake. Wu Jizi's spirit consciousness trembled as he called out intermittently. That's what I think too. Immortal General Xian said calmly. If he's real, even a fiendish Emperor Lu's first reaction would be curiosity. Curiosity about how such a thing could happen. He wouldn't be like Wu Jizi, who immediately believed that someone was using his identity to make a fuss. Therefore, although his counterattack was fierce, it made me even more certain that the information brought by the traveling immortals, was indeed fake. But, Immortal General Xian frowned as he spoke softly. We still don't have any evidence. This was what they were most vexed about. The random news brought by the traveling immortals caused Zishuan's Supreme Immortal Marshal's heart to flutter. He thought of a possibility, and that was why Di Lu had displayed so many shocking abilities. Even though Di Shi was so powerful, he was still defeated by Di Lu, and even lost his life in the end. That possibility was that Di Lu was a fake, and thus Di Shi made many mistakes in his judgment, allowing Di Lu to seize the initiative and even set up an ambush to kill him. However, having suspicions was one thing, and finding evidence was another. After all, he was Emperor Lu. Even if he felt that he was a fake, his every move was not to be underestimated. He had ordered the traveling immortals to continue to investigate, but the traveling immortals who were scattered around the world didn't get any definite news. He also ordered the immortal armies to do everything they could to capture the cultivators of Tianyuan alive, and they succeeded a little. However, these cultivators didn't know about this no matter how hard they tortured them. Immortal General Xian understood this. If there was really a cultivator of Tianyuan who replaced the crown prince, then this news must be a shocking secret in Tianyuan, and not many people would know about it. If it weren't for the fact that they really couldn't find any Tianyuan cultivators who knew about this, they wouldn't have used a fake one. Haha, it doesn't matter even if we can't find him, Immortal General Xian pondered for a while and chuckled. If he is a fake, then he must be full of flaws. It's just a matter of whether we can find him or not. We will be able to find him after a few more tests. Unless he is frightened and tries to escape immediately. But if he escapes, then he will definitely fall into my hands. Now, we can only hope that he reveals himself. Immortal General Xian sighed softly. Celestial General Zishuan sighed softly with a helpless expression. After all, if he's really fake, it would be equivalent to me allowing a fake Thearcha's son to kill the true Thearcha's son. This sin is too great, and there are too many things that need to be remedied. An invisible pressure descended upon the encampment of the Great Scarlet Heaven Immortal Army. Even in the midst of a fierce battle with the cultivators of Tianyuan, Great Scarlet Heaven seemed different from the rest. While other places were busy mobilizing their troops, in the encampment of Great Scarlet Heaven, a piece of news was secretly spreading. It was about the identity of the only remaining Imperial Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven. At first, the immortals secretly discussed the legend that His Highness Di Lu had killed his own brother and reclaimed his position as Imperial Prince. Later, it became a rumor that Immortal General Xian was pointing a deer at a horse and coveting the two treasures in Di Lu's hands. Later, it became a rumor that His Highness Di Lu's identity was indeed in doubt, and it was very likely that he had been possessed by someone. As for the truth, it was not something that ordinary people could speculate about, and no one dared to. And the few people who were qualified to guess and verify the truth all remained silent at this time. Things seemed to be calm on the surface, but everyone could feel that there were undercurrents surging beneath the surface. Haha, Immortal General Xian has lost before he even started. In this entire Great Scarlet Heaven, even if there were people discussing this, they were worried and only dared to whisper a few words behind closed doors. The only one who openly discussed this matter in her own hall with a smile on her face was the princess who had just arrived on the battlefield. After hearing the report from her subordinate traveling immortal, the Emperor Garden couldn't help but say with a smile, he is a dignified immortal general, and nominally, both imperial princes are under his command. Of course, everyone knows that this is only in name. In reality, neither of the two imperial princes will listen to him, and my two elder brothers will definitely fight to the death. I can't avoid it at all, so I can only remain neutral, she said softly, as if she was analyzing something for the others to hear. He can't get rid of this blame, because wasn't it Xianxia, that old fox, who sent Di Lu to the battlefield, who deliberately pushed the blame to him? In this regard, Immortal General Xian did a good job. He didn't even try to punish the two imperial princes, and all military orders were only issued after asking them. He did his best to stay out of the battle, so that no matter which of the two imperial princes won, they wouldn't blame him, and would even be grateful to him for not helping either side. But all this is based on the fact that the two princes are the true princes. The more she spoke, the prouder she became, and her face was full of smiles. But the problem now is that the winner between the two royal princes might be fake. This is big trouble. When this matter is exposed, immortal General Xianxia will not be able to get away with the crime of watching the fake royal prince kill the real royal prince. Even though he is a Zenith Heaven Golden Celestial and an immortal general, he will not be able to escape from this crime. If so, what do you think that old fox will do? Next to the Emperor Garden, a voice suddenly sounded, and this voice came from a black statue beside her. This black statue was carved from an extremely strange kind of black stone and had not yet fully taken human form, but it was already speaking. From the looks of it, it was as if a wisp of soul was relying on this statue to maintain its vitality. He only has two choices. The Emperor Garden chuckled softly. One is to take the opportunity to seize the resources of my big brother Di Lu and then turn to the other two immortal emperors. He is a Zenith Heaven Golden Celestial with high cultivation, and he also has precious resources like the Chaos Immortal Garden on him, so the other two immortal emperors will definitely protect his life. However, he is still an immortal general, so if Great Red Heaven has no way to suppress him, how can they feel at ease letting him lead an army of 100,000? Haha, so if he uses this method, he will definitely suffer a lot, and even if he doesn't die, he will at least lose 3 layers of his skin. And the second choice? The black statue's voice sounded again. The Emperor Garden laughed even more happily this time, gently raising her finger to point at her nose. The second choice is naturally to come to me. The true emperor is dead, the false emperor will die sooner or later, and the only remaining emperor is a drunkard who spends his days in the land of gentleness. Great Red Heaven cannot do without an emperor, so now that he has come, he can only appoint another emperor. In any case, this is not a rare thing in the 33 heavens. Isn't Great Blue Heaven's emperor's daughter, and the strongest junior master in the past was also a woman, she said softly, but seemed a bit proud. This mysterious immortal Marshal Xianxia, only by supporting me to sit on the position of Great Scarlet Sky Empress could he protect everything he has now, only then would he have the time to wash away his own crimes. Of course, all of this has to be thanks to my royal father's seclusion. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so much extra time for us to operate on our own. You're right, there must be only one possibility. The black stone statue remained silent for a long time before softly uttering such a sentence. The Emperor Garden's face suddenly became serious. Of course, all of this is based on one condition. The black statue, however, seemed to understand what she was thinking and coldly said, "The question your eldest brother used his life to prove is correct." He said word by word, "He is a fake. I risked everything to escape with a wisp of my divine soul, just to tell you this question. You escaped in order to survive." The Emperor Garden interrupted him without hesitation, then suddenly smiled and said, "However, you did bring out a very important piece of information. That's fine, you are my eldest brother's protector, and since he is dead, you will not be able to live either. However, the information you brought out is very important, especially to me, so I promise you that I will help you restore your cultivation in the future." The black stone statue did not speak and remained silent for a long time. On the other hand, the Emperor Garden sighed softly. All that remains is to wait for evidence to prove his identity. Saying so, she turned her head and looked in the direction of the Black Iron Hall. I hope profound immortal General Xianxia can act quickly. After all, he is still an imperial prince. Even if I already feel that he is a fake, without any evidence, I can't do anything. If I push him too far, he may even use his current power and cultivation to harm me, at which point the gains won't make up for the losses. As she was analyzing the situation, she suddenly heard an immortal maid beside her report, "Profound immortal General Xianxia requests an audience." The Emperor Garden stood up, her expression changing slightly. "There's evidence so soon?" She knew that with her current cultivation and status, if there was nothing important, profound immortal General Xianxia would not invite her. Without thinking about it further, the Emperor Garden flew up and rushed straight to the Black Iron Hall. I wonder what instructions profound immortal General Xianxia has for me. When she arrived at the Black Iron Hall, the Empress had once again become soft and gentle, giving a polite junior salute to profound immortal General Xian before raising her head and looking at him with a smile, a hint of anticipation in her heart. Profound immortal General Xian was also looking at her at this time, his brow furrowed deeply. After the previous test in the Black Iron Hall, she already knew that profound immortal General Xian was also suspicious of Emperor Liu, and profound immortal General Xian naturally knew what the Emperor Garden was thinking through his observation during this period, but because neither of them had any evidence, they only knew what the Emperor Garden was thinking, but neither of them had said anything. The Emperor Garden was now waiting for profound immortal General Xian to take the initiative to ask this question. As long as he did so, it meant that, just as she had expected, he had indeed chosen her to take care of his funeral. At that time, all the initiative would be in her hands. The Imperial Prince sent me a letter just now. Profound immortal General Xian helped the Emperor Garden up, and the two sat opposite each other before frowning and speaking softly. Sure enough, it's about him. The Emperor Garden was overjoyed but maintained a calm expression on her face as she asked softly, "Oh? What did Big Brother Di Lu say?" Profound immortal General Xian sighed softly before handing a jade slip to the Emperor Garden and saying, "His Highness Di Lu said that he has a powerful treasure in his hands and has made many powerful enemies, so it is inconvenient for him to stay here for long. He wants to use the transmission array to return to Great Scarlet Heaven immediately." What? The smile on the Emperor Garden's face suddenly disappeared as she muttered in a daze, "He wants to go back." Profound immortal General Xian nodded lightly and said, "Exactly." The Emperor Garden was immediately stunned. She had thought that profound immortal General Xian had invited her here because he had found some kind of flaw in the pseudo-emperor's disguise and was feeling quite happy in her heart, but she had not expected such a result. Her heart immediately became a little heavy and the various plans she had come up with were now disrupted. Unable to say anything for a while, profound immortal General Xian lowered her head and pondered for a long time. Profound immortal General Xian also frowned, feeling similarly speechless. As soon as he saw the Emperor Garden's expression, he understood in his heart that this princess had also discovered a flaw in Di Lu's identity, but she was too scheming and had not come to him directly. Presumably, she had already made many plans in private, but all of them had been disrupted. They really had no other choice now, and they had not expected Di Lu to want to return to Great Scarlet Heaven, because if his identity was still in doubt, returning to Great Scarlet Heaven would simply be walking into a trap, seeking his own death. It could even be said that if he wanted to retreat from the starry sky, then it could be understood as him wanting to escape along the way. However, he wanted to directly use the teleportation formation to return to Great Scarlet Sky. This couldn't be him wanting to escape, it could only be said that he really wanted to return. This also meant that Immortal Commander Xian had no chance to refuse. He found it even harder to understand what exactly he was thinking. He was clearly a pseudo-emperor, but the choice he made was even more genuine than the real emperor. If he wants to go back, then Immortal General, what do you mean? The Emperor Garden thought hard for a long time before raising her head and looking at profound Immortal General Xian. Profound Immortal General Xian only paused slightly before saying softly, "This marshal has no reason to refuse him." The Emperor Garden's eyes flashed slightly as she quickly said, "Very well, I'll accompany him back." For Immortal General Xian and the others, they felt like they had lost their target before they could gather their strength to the extreme. Whether it was him or the Emperor Garden Fairy, both of them were well aware that Di Lu's identity was most likely fake, and all that was missing was some key evidence. Of course, both of them had their own selfish motives. Immortal General Xian had discovered that if this emperor was a fake, he would inevitably have to bear a great deal of responsibility. He would inevitably be accused of sitting back and allowing the emperor to be assassinated, so while he was searching for evidence, he was also trying to solve his own worries. The Emperor Garden's goal was even simpler. This fairy obviously realized that there was no longer an emperor in Great Scarlet Heaven, so she wanted to become the true emperor's daughter after Emperor Shi. Of course, it was precisely because of these schemes that he and she didn't go against Feng Xing at the first possible moment. On the contrary, even if they had already determined that this person was a pseudo-emperor, they still maintained a calm appearance on the surface. They were plotting and searching for the right time to draw their swords and sabers. Of course, when they brandished their weapons, this pseudo-thearch's son naturally had no hope of surviving. No matter what the pseudo-emperor did, they were confident they could counterattack and set up an inescapable net. It was just that they had all miscalculated, because this pseudo-emperor had actually chosen the most impossible path. He actually wanted to return to Great Scarlet Heaven. Go back to court death? When Lu Shou heard this request in the letter Feng Xing sent to Immortal General Xian, he was so scared that his hair stood on end. What's the problem? Didn't you also guess that they must be trying to find a way to find a flaw in me? Feng Xing, on the other hand, had a confident look on his face and was very calm as he slowly said, moreover, the two of us have the same idea, that is, since they have become suspicious, we will definitely be able to catch them. After all, I never thought I could pretend to be so flawless. Don't be unreasonable, even if they are suspicious, you won't go so far as to court death, right? Lu Shou wanted to cry but had no tears. Right now, there is still a glimmer of hope. If I really want to escape, I might be able to, but once I return to Great Scarlet Heaven, there are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Not to mention the immortal emperor who already stands at the peak of the immortal realm. Even the three immortal venerables are not to be trifled with. At that time, let alone giving yourself away, I suspect that your soul-seizing divine ability won't be able to fool them. If you go back now, won't you just be courting death? It is precisely because this is courting death that Immortal General Zishuan doesn't dare to stop me. Feng Xing narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, whether it is him or that silly big sister Emperor Garden who pretends to be a fool every day to test me, they are only suspicious of me now. No one has any evidence to prove that I am really a fake, and with their temperament, as long as they don't have any concrete evidence, their guesses can only be guesses and can't be concluded. In addition, I have already suspected Immortal General Zishuan of coveting my Chaos Immortal Garden in front of all the immortals, so that old fox won't dare to use the name of rebellion to stop me. Since I said I want to return to Great Scarlet Heaven, he will definitely agree. After all, if I can go to Great Scarlet Heaven and deceive the three immortal venerables, he will have a reason to defend himself. I won't argue with you about this. Lu Shou looked very powerless, helplessly holding his forehead. I just want to ask you, what will you do after you go back? The doubts about me will come sooner or later. If I don't go through this test, I won't be a true emperor's son, Feng Xing sneered. Then I'll gather all the doubts in one place and solve them all at once. Solve them all at once? Lu Shou was furious, suddenly slapping the jade table and said sternly, this time, don't tell me to think of a way slowly. If you have an idea, tell me quickly, otherwise, even if I have to strangle myself to death, I will not go to Great Scarlet Heaven with you. Looking at the old man's angry look, Feng Xing knew that he must be afraid of what he did in the Black Iron Palace. Feeling quite helpless, he called the old man over and whispered a few words in his ear. Lu Shou's eyes immediately widened. You can do that? Feng Xing's eyes narrowed as he smiled and patted Lu Shou's shoulder. Old Lu, I told you there was a way. Emperor's son is in a hurry to return to Great Scarlet Heaven. I understand your feelings. Since you have made a great contribution, it is only right for you to return and report to the three immortal venerables. Also, after Emperor's son escaped from the Great Void Immortal King's tomb, you have not returned to Great Scarlet Heaven yet, but you are worried about the situation of the extraterritorial battlefield and directly came to participate in the battle. Your heart is truly respectable. Now that the battlefield has been settled, Emperor's son should also return as soon as possible, lest the immortal emperors worry. In less than 24 hours, Immortal General Xian agreed to Feng Xing's return to Great Scarlet Heaven. In front of the teleportation formation, there was a grand speech. This Immortal General Xian was really steady and did not mention anything suspicious, as if he really regarded Feng Xing as Emperor Lu. However, after saying that, he was silent for a moment, then said, however, I believe that Emperor's son also understands that this teleportation formation is not easy to build, and it requires a large amount of resources to operate once. Usually, it is used to transmit some small urgent military information. Since Emperor's son is in a hurry to return, I will naturally send Emperor's son back at all costs. Unfortunately, Emperor's son's 300 subordinates cannot all be teleported back. These words made Lu Shou, who was next to Feng Xing, frown slightly, and a shadow shrouded his heart. However, Feng Xing's expression did not change, and he said indifferently, then how many people can it teleport? Immortal General Xian hesitated for a moment, then said, the formation can teleport at most 5 people, and this will consume 70% of the military stored resources. In other words, before returning to the capital, the formation can only be activated once. This time, there are two other people who also need to follow Emperor's son back to Great Scarlet Heaven, so Emperor's son can only bring two people at most. Two people? At this point, even Fang Xing's brows couldn't help but furrow. Behind him, Lu So, Mr. Wen, and the rest of the intercepting Taoists were also discussing, thinking that they could go back with Emperor's son. However, on second thought, this kind of teleportation formation really consumed a lot of resources, especially when the distance between the myriad treasures Immortal River and Great Scarlet Heaven was so far. Every time it was activated, the amount of immortal essence consumed would be astronomical. Moreover, the higher the cultivation of the person, the more immortal essence would be consumed. This was an ironclad law of the world, and it could not be changed. Currently, Fang Xing's situation was special. On the surface, he was an emperor's son, and he had a great treasure on him, but Immortal General Xianxia was afraid that he would run away, so he had to be careful. Otherwise, he would not have the chance to use the teleportation formation to return to Great Scarlet Heaven. Even an emperor's son would have to travel in a hurry. Under such circumstances, it was rare to hear that someone would use the teleportation formation to travel such a long distance. Seeing Fang Xing's expression turn serious, Immortal General Xianxia chuckled and said, "Don't worry, Emperor's son. If we were to travel to Great Scarlet Heaven, we would naturally have to send a large number of soldiers to protect you. However, if we use the teleportation formation, we can directly return to Great Scarlet Heaven, so there's no need to worry about safety. As for the Emperor's son's subordinates, let them follow the Great Scarlet Heaven army to cross the Sea of Stars." At this point, Fang Xing naturally could not say anything more. He smiled and nodded, then turned to look at his subordinates behind him. His heart sank, but he smiled and said, "If that's the case, then I won't bring any of them. I'll go back myself." When Zhu Shou heard this, he was startled and looked at Fang Xing in surprise. There was shock and confusion in his eyes. Fang Xing raised an eyebrow and said, "Can't I?" Immortal General Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, "Emperor's son, are you really not going to bring a single follower?" Fang Xing glared at him and said, "Of course you won't feel the pinch if they don't belong to you. To me, they all belong to Great Scarlet Heaven. Since teleporting one person consumes so many resources, then I'll save as much as I can." This sentence caused Immortal General Zishuan to be speechless. He could only smile and nod his head. However, he did not take this matter to heart. Fang Xing said that he would lose two people, but he would not really reduce his resources by a few %. In fact, Fang Xing felt very helpless. This teleportation formation was not an ordinary one, and it would not be easy to sneak through. It said that it could carry 3 people, and it could only carry 3 people. Even those who were hiding in the small world could not be spared. Now, there were still 2 people locked in the small world of his skull, and they had already taken up 2 spots. If there were more people, the teleportation might fail, and everyone would die in the void. Besides, Lu So and Mr. Wen could stay here and watch over the 300 Taoist disciples to prevent any accidents. As for those in the realm of consciousness, according to Fang Xing's calculations, there should not be any accidents. Compared to the small world, the realm of consciousness was an independent world. Therefore, in theory, even if Fang Xing put all 300 disciples into the realm of consciousness, he could still take them away. However, there was no point in doing so. Then, which 2 people will accompany me back? Fang Xing turned around and looked around with a smile. Big brother Di Lu, I have not returned to Great Scarlet Sky for a long time. I can go back with you to see the elders. The Emperor Garden walked out with a smile. She was incomparably beautiful, but no matter how one looked at her, she gave off an uneasy feeling. This general will also escort the Emperor's disciple back. Behind Immortal General Xian, an Immortal General in black armor with a blurry appearance stepped forward and bowed. Fang Xing looked at the 2 of them and smiled. "All right, let's go." Saying so, he was the first to step out of the starry sky and walk into a huge tablet array floating in the void. Turning around, he saw that Immortal General Xian was also looking at him indifferently. When their eyes met, the Immortal General smiled meaningfully. "Emperor's disciple, have a safe journey." Hearing this, Fang Xing could not help but curse in his heart. Bah! What kind of farewell speech is that? So unlucky. This kind of teleportation array that traversed the boundless star domain was already a grand feat that even someone of Feng Xing's cultivation level was amazed by. After stepping into the teleportation array, he sealed his six senses and sat down cross-legged. The Emperor Garden and the black-armored immortal general naturally sat on either side of him, as if sandwiching him in the middle. Then, Immortal General Xianxia, who was outside, ordered his men to seal the teleportation array. Then, he used his magical power to summon the immortal essence from the three immortal boats and poured it into the teleportation array in one breath. He chanted an ancient incantation and took out an immortal talisman. A moment later, rays of purple chi and immortal light surged out and enveloped the entire teleportation array. After 10 minutes, the teleportation array was opened again, but there was no one inside. Then, Immortal General Xianxia silently stared at the brilliance that appeared above the teleportation array. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, he heaved a sigh of relief. "They're here." As he spoke, he turned around and swept his gaze over Lu So and the others. After a long while, he gently waved his hand and said indifferently, "Detain these people. Before news from Great Red Sky arrives, don't touch them, and don't let them go." "Huh? Why are you detaining us?" The intercepting Dao disciples, led by Mr. Wen, were shocked. There was a clamor, and some of the more hot-tempered ones even wanted to resist. But at this moment, Lu So shook his arms and said loudly, "Everyone, don't panic. Just listen to the Immortal General's orders." In the eyes of the intercepting Dao disciples, Lu So's status was second only to Feng Xing, so he naturally had great prestige. At this moment, he was calm and composed. Even though the 300 intercepting Dao disciples still had endless doubts in their hearts, they were influenced by him and slowly calmed down. "The lives of our 300 people are all in your hands now." Lu So heaved a deep sigh in his heart. He hoped that all of Feng Xing's plans would work. At this moment, Feng Xing was no longer in this starry sky. He had arrived at another place. After experiencing a wave of dizziness, a soul-tearing and bone-splitting pain, and a deep slumber that felt like nirvana, they felt everything around them start to return to normal, and it was like they were waking up from a dream. In the end, when they felt that all the changes had disappeared, they slowly opened their eyes and looked around. To their shock, they noticed that they were already in an enormous immortal palace. It was 999 m tall and 999 m wide, and they were at the center of the hall, surrounded by countless immortal servants and strong men. "The Crown Prince has returned." Hearing this shout, Feng Xing saw the surrounding immortal maids and warriors, and even all the immortal generals guarding the surroundings, all kneel down in unison. A tsunami of greetings to the Crown Prince was heard, and one could even hear endless panic. "This is Great Scarlet Sky." Feng Xing took a deep breath as his mind tensed up. Slowly getting up, he swept his eyes around and saw that there were no less than thousands of people around the transmission array, most of them dressed like immortal maids and warriors, but there were also some fully armored immortal generals guarding the transmission array. At this time, of the more than 3,000 people, all of them were kneeling on the ground, and less than 100 of them had the courage to look up at him. Almost everyone else had looks of awe and trepidation on their faces. On the other hand, those who were looking at him, although they could not hide their solemnity, they could not hide their endless surprise and shock. "Haha, yes, I'm finally back." Feng Xing folded his hands behind his back and glanced around, a satisfied look appearing on his face as he smiled lightly and nodded. "Hee, Big Brother Di Lu, how do you feel after not returning to Great Scarlet Sky for 1,000 years? At this moment, a chuckle sounded beside him. Feng Xing turned his head and saw the Emperor Garden staring at him with a profound look in its eyes. "It feels good." Feng Xing also saw the probing behind the Emperor Garden's smile, so he grinned and turned to leave. "Greetings, Crown Prince." Slowly stepping out of the transmission array, Yang Kai heard another roar and saw that the transmission array was built on a high platform in the middle of the palace. Below the transmission array was a set of 99 white jade steps, and at this time, there was already a large group of immortals waiting at the bottom of the stairs. When they saw Yang Kai's figure, they all shouted in unison. These were the immortal generals and various immortal groups, all of whom had powerful cultivations. Now that so many great immortals had gathered together, it was like a tide of immortals, making one dizzy. "Haha, it seems that you still haven't forgotten what I look like?" Ordinary people who saw such a scene would inevitably be timid, but in any case, Feng Xing was Feng Xing, so not only was he not frightened by this scene, but he instead felt proud of himself, as if he really was the emperor's disciple. With a faint smile, he spoke with a hint of sarcasm, causing the immortals below the platform to fall silent for a while, causing the atmosphere to become very awkward. Without the emperor's permission, they didn't know whether they should get up or not. Greetings, Crown Prince. Just when the atmosphere became a little oppressive, the immortal servants on the left had already parted like a tide, and an old woman with wrinkled skin and white hair, a man with a firm face, and a middle-aged woman in an apricot-yellow Taoist robe came up to him. They each held a tray in their hands, and their cultivation levels didn't seem to be very high. When they arrived before Feng Xing, the old woman trembled, looked up at Feng Xing, and said in a trembling voice, "This old servant greets the emperor's disciple." Before she finished speaking, her face was already full of tears, and she actually began to cry. A pair of rough hands grabbed Feng Xing's hand, and she said in a trembling voice, "This old servant has waited for 1,000 years, a whole 1,000 years. I never thought that I would see the emperor's disciple one day." At this time, the middle-aged woman in the Taoist robe also began to sob softly, and her face was full of sorrow. "It really has been 1,000 years, I finally see the emperor's disciple again, and I see that the emperor's disciple is still so handsome. I'm really happy, but I'm already old." The middle-aged man directly knelt down on one knee, and his eyes were also red as he said, "The emperor's disciple is wise. 1,000 years ago, my Emperor Flow Palace was also filled with servants, concubines, and people, but unfortunately, 1,000 years ago, before the emperor's disciple returned, the people in our Emperor Flow Palace had either scattered or died. This time, hearing that the emperor's disciple had returned, the immortal general searched everywhere, and only found the three of us. This general is really excited. I never thought that there would be a day when I would be able to follow the emperor's disciple." Only now did Feng Xing, whose heart was beating like a drum, know the identity of these three people. They were the people who had served Emperor Lu in the past. He had heard that after Emperor Shi became the emperor's disciple, he used Xianxia as his sword to kill all the concubines and servants in Emperor Flow Palace. Blood flowed like a river, and the immortal generals and immortal officials who had been loyal to Emperor Lu had either turned to Emperor Shi or were directly killed. Now, when Great Red Heaven heard that he had returned, they actually found the only 3 old servants left. Hee, big brother Emperor Lu didn't expect this, right? Emperor Garden smiled at this time, his eyes only focused on Feng Xing's every move as he said, although Xianxia was fierce and domineering back then, he didn't have the ability to kill everyone. Still, these 3 people stayed behind to welcome you. Now that you've met an old friend from 1,000 years ago, I wonder how big brother Emperor Lu feels? Are you very excited? Excited? Feng Xing originally felt that he should show a very excited look, but when he heard Emperor Garden's words, his brow furrowed slightly and he suddenly waved his sleeves, brushing the 3 old men away as he sneered, "If everyone else died, why are you 3 still alive? Could it be that after seeing someone else gain power, you decided to change your appearance and climb up to a higher branch to save your lives?" Qua. The 3 old men were swept away and knocked down a large number of people, causing a commotion to erupt in the surroundings. It was likely that no one had expected His Highness Emperor Lu to not care about old friendships and instead fly into a rage upon seeing an old friend. "Your Highness Imperial Prince, you're being wrongly accused." The 3 old men who were swept away froze for a moment before crying and shouting, but none of them dared to come over again. Under the trembling eyes of the surrounding immortals, Feng Xing smiled coldly and said in a deep voice, 1,000 years ago, everyone thought this imperial prince had died, yet the 3 of you didn't die with me. That is already disloyal, yet you still dare to come see me after 1,000 years, your courage isn't small. This imperial prince was originally in a good mood, but because of you, you brought bad luck to me. All of you scram and kneel outside the door. When this imperial prince is in a good mood, I'll summon you again and ask you where you've been for the past 1,000 years and what you've done." His fierce aura and arrogant arrogance sent chills down everyone's spines. Below the white jade steps, the immortals lowered their heads even more deeply. Everyone could hear the resentment in this imperial prince's words, causing their hearts to pound. They had long guessed that this imperial prince had not returned for 1,000 years and that Great Red Heaven had appointed a new imperial prince, so he must have held some resentment in his heart, but they never expected him to act so fiercely as soon as he returned. The resentment he showed was far greater than they had imagined. Among the immortals, there was naturally no lack of people who had been close to Emperor Lu 1,000 years ago and had become even closer to Emperor Shi in the past 1,000 years. At this time, they all felt a sense of danger in their hearts, haha, using offense as defense? On the other hand, the nearby Emperor Garden sneered inwardly when it saw Fang Xing's anger. Because he was afraid of others seeing through his act, he simply took the initiative to vent his anger. Everyone was in danger, so naturally no one dared to observe carefully, especially the 3 old servants who had served him for 1,000 years. They were the most likely to notice the changes in his speech and demeanor, so when he directly drove them out, they had no chance to get close to him. In his heart, he couldn't help sighing at Fang Xing's wonderful acting skills, but the smile on his face only grew wider. But, no matter how good your acting is, what use is it? Just as this thought flashed through her mind, an indifferent voice sounded from outside the hall. Your Highness, after not returning for 1,000 years, you still haven't learned to restrain your temper. When the Emperor Garden heard this, its heart trembled with excitement. The 3 immortal venerables are here. You've come? Right after the gentle and dignified voice resounded from outside the hall, Fang Xing's expression changed imperceptibly, and he secretly started beating a drum in his heart. After that, his mind moved slightly, and he'd already noticed the source of the voice. It came from outside the hall, and there were 3 auspicious clouds that each occupied a corner and floated in the sky. These 3 old men were a woman and 2 men, and all of them wore simple and unadorned clothes. Their auras were dense, and when one looked at them, it was actually impossible to discern their cultivations. It was even as if one could see them, yet they weren't there. They seemed to have fused into one with the heavens and the earth, causing others to feel fearful, yet not alienated. The one who spoke was the one on the left of the 3 old men. These are the 3 immortal exalts of Dachi Sky? Fang Xing's expression didn't change, but he'd been vigilant in his heart since a long time ago. Since he was going to return to Dachi Sky, how could he not make preparations? He knew a long time ago that the immortal emperor with the most unfathomable cultivation in Dachi Sky was in seclusion, and the ones with the most unfathomable cultivation and the greatest authority were these 3 immortal exalts. According to legend, these 3 people were close friends of the Crimson Emperor, and even in Dachi Sky, they didn't have the status of subjects, but were treated with the courtesy of elders. Moreover, their cultivations were even more unfathomable, and it was said that they weren't much weaker than the Crimson Emperor. He'd been looking for these 3 people in secret when he'd just come out from the teleportation grand formation, but he hadn't found anyone suitable after looking around the hall. He thought that these 3 immortal exalts were too arrogant and didn't come to greet him, an imperial disciple. Only when that voice resounded did he realize that these 3 people had actually been here since a long time ago, but they hadn't entered the hall and were waiting outside. Most importantly, they were actually at the entrance of the hall, and they were only a few hundred meters away from the teleportation grand formation, but their cultivations were too high, and they'd practically fused into one with the heavens and the earth, so he actually hadn't noticed them until they spoke. Moreover, with his cultivation, even a golden immortal couldn't achieve this. Exactly how high were the cultivations of these 3 immortal exalts? Fang Xing didn't dare to be careless. Ha 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 ha, the 3 immortal exalts have come as well? After a slight thought, Fang Xing smiled and strode out of the hall. He took the initiative to salute the 3 immortal venerables in the air. The 3 immortal venerables were shrouded in purple qi. Those with lower cultivation could only feel a pressing immortal qi in front of them, like a scorching sun descending on the heads of mortals. Even if they wanted to see their faces clearly, they couldn't. However, Fang Xing's cultivation wasn't low, and the 3 immortal venerables didn't unleash their immortal qi towards him, so he could see them clearly. With just a glance, he could already see that the immortal venerable on the left was an old man with a silver beard. He had a bald head and his age couldn't be seen, but his qi was as deep as the starry sky. On the other hand, the person in the middle was a handsome youth that looked to be in his teens. He wore a white robe with large sleeves that was extremely ill-fitting. It was as if he had shrunk a few times and was almost buried within the robe. His appearance was so handsome that it was like an autumn water sword that had been unsheathed. Even Fang Xing couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He simply had to change his clothes. To be able to dress up as a woman, the one on the right was a kind-looking Taoist nun who looked to be in her 30s. Her eyes were slightly closed. Although she also had a bit of charm, compared with her status and realm, she seemed ordinary. The only thing that made people feel that she was extraordinary was the green bracelet wrapped around her right wrist. If you looked carefully, it wasn't a bracelet at all, but a green dragon with whiskers and long horns. It was lazily wrapped around her wrist like a decoration. Greetings to the three immortal venerables. Feng Xing, who came to the outside of the hall, only took a glance, then gently bowed and greeted them with a smile. Even when facing these three people, his arrogance didn't decrease. He was like an arrogant young man who bowed perfunctorily. Your Highness, there's no need to be so polite. Something happened to you 1,000 years ago, and your life lamp was extinguished. We all sighed and lamented, but we didn't expect you to have such a miraculous encounter and return after 1,000 years. Hee, no matter what, it's good enough that you came back alive. The one who spoke was still the silver-bearded immortal venerable on the left. He smiled faintly and spoke. Judging from his attitude towards Feng Xing, he indeed didn't treat Feng Xing as an imperial prince, but as a junior. Haha, it's not easy to come back alive. Times are different now. Feng Xing laughed. There seemed to be a hidden meaning in his words, a hint of sarcasm. Sigh, child, why are you still like this? The immortal venerable on the left frowned slightly and said plainly, 1,000 years ago, even the immortal emperor couldn't figure out your location. What could the people of Great Red Sky do? Why don't you come back now, and you've done what you should do? Why are you still full of resentment? Raise your head and let me see if you've changed or not. Then you've definitely become more handsome, Feng Xing thought to himself, then sneered and raised his head to look at them. Sigh, looking at Feng Xing's face, the three immortal venerables were a bit emotional, as if something had been stirred up. Now that they met for the first time after 1,000 years, they naturally wouldn't be so rude as to use their divine senses to probe. They were indeed just looking at Feng Xing's appearance. Eh? However, just as they were looking at Feng Xing, the young-looking immortal venerable in the middle was slightly startled and frowned. Damn, there's no reason for him to be able to see through me, right? Feng Xing was shocked and began to ponder. The more he thought about it, the more it didn't make sense. The immortal venerable and the immortal venerable also noticed it and turned to look at the young man with a hint of inquiry. The young man didn't say much and just lowered his head and said plainly, Your Highness, please go and change your clothes first. The immortal venerable nodded and smiled at Feng Xing. Your Highness hasn't returned for 1,000 years. Although the immortal emperor is in seclusion, for the sake of filial piety, you should go to the immortal emperor's pass and offer an incense stick of incense. The immortals of Great Red Sky are also waiting for your Highness's summons. Then, according to the ancient etiquette, go to the Great Purity Pool to take a bath first. I'll wait for your Highness at the Qishao Immortal Palace. After changing my clothes, I'll come here to summon the officials. That's fine. Let's take a shower first and talk about some things. Feng Xing didn't say much at this time. He just smiled lightly and turned to walk out. Your Highness, this way please. There were already other immortal servants coming over and leading the way while trembling. In the immortal palace, a large group of immortal generals and immortal officials had already followed Feng Xing out, trembling with fear. At this moment, they were standing in a row in front of the immortal palace. Feng Xing happened to walk past them with a group of immortal maids and warriors. He sneered and glanced at their faces. They were so shocked that they didn't even dare to raise their heads, especially those who had been loyal to Dishur for the past 1,000 years. They were so shocked that they almost vomited out their bitterness. When they looked up at Feng Xing, they saw his cold sneer, and their hearts instantly trembled violently. This is troublesome. Is Great Red Sky going to welcome a great purge? Watching the ferocious Dishur leave, someone raised his head after a long time and said with a trembling voice. This? In the past 1,000 years, His Highness Dishur is the rightful ruler. It's normal for us to be loyal to him. What about him? There were even people who were slightly unwilling. It was unknown whether they were quibbling or trying to boost their courage. Another person smiled bitterly and said, Perhaps we didn't do anything wrong, but when did His Highness care about right or wrong? Hearing this, the surrounding people didn't say anything. Everyone knew that with the return of this Dishur, a storm was about to rise in Great Red Sky. This Dishur was indeed abandoned 1,000 years ago. He would probably vent all the resentment in his stomach. If the immortal emperor was still here, he might be afraid. But the immortal emperor was in seclusion. According to this Dishur's personality, he probably wouldn't stop until there was a sea of blood. And his identity was special. If he wanted to cause trouble, even the three immortal sovereigns wouldn't be able to control him. Xianxia, immortal monarch, what do you plan to do? Someone couldn't help but look at a immortal monarch in white and ask in a low voice. Hearing this, the others were silent for a moment. Then, they looked at him with complicated gazes and even some sympathy. This Xianxia, immortal monarch, was different from the others. The others were only worried that Dishur would go crazy and implicate them. But this Xianxia, immortal monarch, and the other two immortal generals would definitely be implicated. Even the entire Great Red Sky knew that this Xianxia, immortal monarch, was from Dishur's side. He was deeply trusted. It could even be said that he was supported by Dishur. He, Niequangyi, and Xiaohe were known as Dishur's dragon and tiger dogs. Xiaohe was the fierce tiger, Xianxia was the evil dragon, and Niequangyi was the mad dog that everyone knew. When Dishur went to the extraterritorial battlefield, he only brought the fierce tiger immortal general Xiaohe and the mad dog Niequangyi. But the evil dragon Xianxia, who was the most favored, stayed behind to help him guard the overall situation. He was the leader of Dishur's forces. Now that Dishur had died outside, the immortals naturally understood that the first person Dishur would get rid of was probably this Xianxia, immortal monarch. He was almost destined to die. What do you plan to do? Xianxia, immortal monarch's face darkened. After a long while, he sneered and said indifferently, "Why do you need to plan?" After saying that, he didn't speak to anyone else and turned to leave. Haha, it seems that he really might cause chaos in the world. At this time, looking at the chaos outside the immortal palace and the immortal generals and immortal officials, the Emperor Garden also smiled lightly and sighed inwardly. But after sighing, a sneer appeared on his face as he secretly speculated that Feng Xing was deliberately trying to mystify them. Not bothering to tell them anything in advance, the Emperor Garden quickly stepped into the void and rushed towards the three immortal sovereigns in the sky, bowed from afar, and said with a solemn expression, "Three immortal sovereigns, please wait a moment, the Emperor Garden has something important to report." As expected of the great scarlet sky of the three sacred grounds, the density of immortal chi in the 33 heavens far surpassed sky origin, and in the great scarlet sky, it was even denser to the point of practically transforming into immortal liquid. Presently, Feng Xing had already arrived at the sky pool. He didn't know what sort of place this was, he only knew that it was a place for bathing. It was a cold pool that was surrounded by a group of mountains, and the sides of the pool had already been inlaid with exquisite white jade carvings, making it seem even more luxurious and difficult to understand. The wonders of the heavens and the earth complemented each other, and it was magnificent. What was even more amazing was that with just a slight sweep of his gaze, he was able to notice that there were violet dew dripping down from the surrounding pine trees, and every single drop of violet dew was actually immortal liquid formed after the density of immortal chi had reached a certain degree, and it slowly condensed in one spot before dripping down. However, before it could even drip onto the ground, it had already transformed into immortal mist and once again dissipated into the air. As he gazed at this scene, Feng Xing couldn't help but sigh in admiration in his heart as he breathed in and out the surrounding clear immortal chi. The great scarlet sky was one of the sacred grounds with the densest immortal chi in the 33 heavens, otherwise it wouldn't have been able to give birth to a divine object like the Emperor Essence, and it would have been even more impossible for the Crimson Sky Immortal King to establish himself in this domain and rise to become an emperor. After the 1,000 years of chaos, the Crimson Emperor attacked the various heavens and unified the 5 heavens and earth, and he was known as the Crimson Emperor of the 5 heavens. He even gathered the various resources of the other 5 heavens into the Great Scarlet Sky, causing the density of immortal chi in the Great Scarlet Sky to far surpass the other heavens. It was simply a true immortal realm, a place that cultivators yearned for even in their dreams. At this moment, he was completely naked. He casually laid down in the pool and felt the cleansing effect of the pool water. At his level, his body was not stained by dust. The so-called bath was not a cleansing, but more like calming his heart and mind, only, the 99 stunning beauties in the surroundings didn't dare remain idle either, all of them covered in light muslin, moving about, lighting incense, brewing pale tea, hanging up gorgeous emperor robes, laying down 36 layers of spirit-guiding formations, incredibly busy. Even though they were all immortal maids, their cultivations weren't weak, all of them having yuanying cultivation, so they could be considered loose immortals. Only, it was unknown if their yuanying was cultivated by themselves, or if it was stimulated by some type of secret method from Great Scarlet Sky. Fangxing guessed that it should be the latter, or else this Great Scarlet Sky would be too terrifying. Come, you two, come over and massage my shoulders. You don't have to wear clothes. Then, he pointed to the two most pleasing immortal maids to massage his shoulders. Fangxing let out a long sigh and slowly closed his eyes. He thought to himself, it's about time, His Royal Highness has arrived, Great Scarlet Sky, Xianxia Immortal Palace. A rhythmic announcement resounded through the purple sky. At this moment, the 36 immortal generals and immortal monarchs in the Immortal Palace fell silent. The 3 immortal primes hadn't arrived yet, but it had been a day since the Royal Highness went to bathe and change his clothes. All the immortal generals and immortal monarchs were waiting for the Royal Highness' arrival. They all knew that this summons was nominally to welcome the Royal Highness back from the extraterritorial battlefield and understand the situation there, but in fact, it was to announce that His Royal Highness Di Lu, who had disappeared for 1,000 years, had officially returned and taken back everything he had. From another perspective, it was also to prepare a good opportunity for the Royal Highness to take revenge. His Royal Highness Di Lu, who had everything taken away from him 1,000 years ago, must have a lot of resentment in his heart that needed to be vented. There must be a lot of people who needed his revenge, or to be his punching bag. There was nothing much to say about the change of the Emperor's courtiers. The immortals could only pray in their hearts that they wouldn't become the Royal Highness' first target and lose their lives. They must be given a chance to atone for their sins and stand on the right side again. Hua! Just as this thought flashed in the immortals' minds, there was a clatter outside the palace. Di Lu, who was clad in golden armor, wearing a pair of black cloud runes embroidered golden boots, a purple crown on his head, a heaven-crushing barbarian saber at his waist, and a blood-red cloak on his back, slowly walked into the palace. The immortals turned around and immediately lowered their heads because of his aura. His Royal Highness Di Lu, who had just finished bathing in the Supreme Purity Pool and put on a new set of armor, seemed to have a different aura than when he had just returned. He was so fierce that no one dared to look at him directly, there was no smile on his face, and he didn't even look at the immortals. He walked straight through the immortals until he reached the front of the Xianxia Immortal Palace, and sat down on a special chair under a crimson throne. That was where the Royal Highness Di Lu should sit. The crimson throne was the seat of the immortal emperor, and below it was the seat of the Royal Highness Di Lu. Greetings, Royal Highness. The immortals immediately stood up and bowed solemnly. But the Royal Highness Di Lu interrupted them, swept his gaze around, and said coldly, "Where are the 3 immortal sovereigns?" The immortals below were stunned, and then someone reported, the 3 immortal sovereigns seemed to be discussing important matters with the Imperial Garden Princess. Important matters? Di Lu smiled coldly with disdain on his face, and then said coldly, "Call them back." The immortals below were startled, and the immortal servant even looked embarrassed. Obviously, he didn't dare to call them back. But at this moment, a voice sounded from outside the palace, "Your Highness, don't worry, we're here." Then, outside the Xianxia Immortal Palace, 4 figures descended, slowly retracted their divine abilities, and entered the Immortal Palace together. It was the 3 immortal sovereigns and the Imperial Garden Princess in a snow-white robe. The 3 immortal sovereigns looked a little silent. After entering the palace, they all glanced at Di Lu calmly. As for the Imperial Garden Princess, she smiled gently. The smile on her face was charming and calm. She gently walked into the Immortal Palace, walked to the front of the immortals, and gently stood still with her hands folded in front of her lower abdomen. The 3 immortal generals also did the same. After entering the Immortal Palace, they just glanced at Di Lu a few times and no longer spoke. This kind of feeling was inexplicable, which made the Immortal Palace a little more strange. On the other hand, the elder standing next to Di Lu was a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect the 3 immortal seniors to remain silent at this time, as if none of them wanted to talk. So, he had to resolve the awkward atmosphere in the Immortal Palace himself. Forcing a touch of joy on his face, he swept a glance at the immortals below and said loudly, "How fortunate. The Immortal Emperor has a son named Di Lu. His talent is unparalleled, benevolent and blessed. He has been valued by the Immortal Emperor since he was a child and became the Imperial Prince. Everyone in the myriad heavens and realms congratulated him. It's a pity that there is a Tao tribulation on the path of immortal cultivation. His Highness the Imperial Prince was ambushed and trapped in the netherworld. When his life lamp extinguished, the immortal emperor was grieved and the immortals cried out in sorrow, wishing they could be in his place. However, the imperial prince is blessed with luck, so how could he not be blessed? At this time, the immortal emperor was at war with the Grand Purity Pool. In order to seek the Great Tao, the immortal emperor needed someone to turn the tide. His Highness Dilu broke the tribulation and returned. This elder was naturally saying nice things to protect Royal Highness Dilu. Even part of his words had been sent to the Great Purity Pool for Royal Highness Dilu to see, and Royal Highness Dilu was allowed to correct it. The immortals in the hall also understood what was going on. Even if they did not agree with it, no one dared to find any fault with it. The hall was as silent as a dead zone. However, just as the elder reached the critical moment, a sneer suddenly came from His Highness. In the oppressive atmosphere of the immortal palace, the sneer was so abrupt and abnormally clear. For a moment, all the immortals were stunned. They turned to look at the sneer and were so frightened that they didn't dare to speak. Even that elder paused for a moment, unsure as to whether or not he should continue speaking. The person who laughed was Xianxia, Mortal Lord. Xianxia, the evil dragon of Dishur's dragon, tiger, and dog, he was one of the people who everyone was certain would die, but no one had expected him to be so audacious at such a critical moment. He dared to sneer, which was clearly challenging Royal Highness Dilu's authority. He was courting death. What are you laughing at? Amidst the silence, Dilu's gaze swept down indifferently and landed on Xianxia's face. His voice was calm, but everyone could hear the thick murderous intent in it. I'm just laughing at the immortals in the palace. Facing Dilu's gaze, Xianxia, Mortal Lord, seemed to have really gone mad. He actually said with a smile, His Highness Dilu has been dead for 1,000 years. Now that he has come back to life, it is naturally a happy event. However, to be fair, I would like to remind everyone that in the past 1,000 years, the publicly acknowledged imperial prince is His Highness Dishur. This was personally conferred by the immortal emperor, and His Highness Dishur's immortal life was also personally bestowed by the immortal emperor. Now, I have indeed heard that His Highness Dishur disobeyed the commander's orders in the extraterritorial battlefield and led his troops into the depths of the star field without permission. Until now, no one knows where he is, and he might even be dead. Only one imperial prince is left. He paused for a moment, then continued in a sarcastic tone, however, forget about the mushy words. Even if His Highness Dilu is back, even if the world celebrates his return, I would like to ask, what kind of chaos is this? What kind of righteousness is this? Xianxia, Immortal Lord, was really courting death. The immortals in the palace were silent, who didn't know what was going on. Did he have to say it out loud? Was he afraid that His Highness Dilu would soften and let him go? Was he so eager to die? As expected, His Highness did not refute. He only glanced at Xianxia, Immortal Lord, as if he was looking at a dead man. Then, he looked away and swept his gaze across the immortals. Who else thinks so? There was an oppressive silence in the palace. Everyone was so shocked that they didn't even dare to raise their heads. There were already too many people who wanted to die, so how could there be others who wanted to die? But what they didn't understand was that there really was someone who wanted to die. I also think that the phrase, chaos is right, is really absurd. A primordial unity supreme immortal with white hair stood up from among the immortal generals and said lightly. That's right. This immortal has obtained the immortal life for less than 500 years. I only know of His Highness Dishur, but I don't know of His Highness Dilu. Another person stood up, but he was just a little immortal lord in the righteous immortal realm. As a result, let alone the immortals, even the Emperor Garden couldn't help frowning. Everyone knew that Dishur was dead and that Dilu had returned as the only imperial prince. Everyone also knew that this Royal Highness Dilu was as narrow-minded as a needle, and that he would definitely vent his 1,000-year resentment. Therefore, all the immortals in the immortal palace had the same thought. On the one hand, they wanted to distance themselves from Dishur as much as possible. On the other hand, they wanted to avoid provoking this newly returned Royal Highness Dilu as much as possible. They only hoped that he would vent his resentment as soon as possible and Great Scarlet Sky would return to peace. As for what this imperial prince would say, let him be. After all, the winner was king and the loser was a bandit. When Dishur became the imperial prince, he did not spare the people around Royal Highness Dilu. That Nyaquan had been killing almost all of Disher's concubines and immortals who were unwilling to change their allegiance. Now that Disher had returned and become the imperial prince again, what did it matter if he said that everything was settled? But what no one expected was that such a scene would happen in this immortal palace. With Xianxia immortal monarch as the leader, there were actually people who stood up to provoke Royal Highness Di Lu and opposed his words. And it wasn't just one person who did this. One after another, 7 or 8 people stood up and said such words. The immortals simply couldn't understand what was happening. Emperor Garden wanted to speak at this time, but when she saw the 3 immortal venerables, she fell silent. She also didn't understand what Xianxia immortal monarch and the others were doing, but she didn't care. Compared to her plan, Xianxia immortal monarch and the others were just dust. Since Disher had fallen, they were destined to fall with him. Even if she became the new imperial princess, in order to support those close to her, she would probably destroy them. Therefore, it didn't matter whether they were courting death or not, she didn't even mind watching these people being killed by that big brother Di Lu first before carrying out her plan. Haha, this imperial prince didn't expect that there would be so many people jumping out to express their loyalty even after that trash Disher had died. From this point of view, this imperial prince can somewhat understand what happened 1,000 years ago. Presumably, at that time, some people who were loyal to this imperial prince were also killed by that mad dog because they didn't know how to appreciate kindness, right? At this time, Royal Highness Di Lu's eyes slowly swept over the immortals who stood up and said softly with a smile on his face, however, after 1,000 years of suppression, this imperial prince has figured out some things. Since you asked me why I said everything is settled, then I will explain it to you. What is right, and what is wrong? As he spoke coldly, he slowly raised his eyes, and there seemed to be a glimmer of light flickering in them. His voice suddenly became serious, and with an indescribable ferocity and tyranny, he said, I am the righteous one. Aside from me, all the other princes are the opposite. This imperial prince was the first to obtain an immortal fate, so I am the true imperial prince. Although I have a few brothers and sisters, imperial father gave the immortal fate to me, so I am destined to be the true imperial prince. As long as I am alive, no one else has the right to sit on this imperial prince's seat. 1,000 years ago, I fell for that old man's trick and was suppressed by his immortal soul, unable to return for 1,000 years. That trash, Disher, actually seized the opportunity to steal the title of imperial prince. If this isn't wrong, then what is? No matter how many people think that I am dead, I am still alive. Even if he was personally bestowed the title by imperial father, as long as I return, he is fake. When these words were spoken, the echoes within the immortal palace buzzed endlessly. Murderous intent filled Di Lu's eyes as he gritted his teeth and sneered, who else thinks that this imperial prince is wrong? Silence. When these sophistry words were spoken, there was only a deathly silence below the immortal palace. No one dared to say that he was wrong, not even if he was wrong. In fact, the immortals felt that it wasn't surprising that Di Lu would say such a thing, because this imperial prince was this violent and domineering to begin with. This acting is really good, even the Emperor Garden couldn't help sneering in his heart. He really couldn't understand whether this guy pretending to be the emperor's disciple was simply too careless or too stupid. Could it be that he hadn't noticed his probing? Hadn't he discovered that he had become suspicious and could expose him at any time? Or perhaps he had fallen too deeply into his role and really thought he was the emperor's disciple. At this time, she couldn't help but turn to look at the 3 immortal sovereigns. She had said what she needed to say, she was just waiting for the right time to stand up. The 3 immortal sovereigns didn't seem very happy to see her become the imperial princess, but what choice did they have? While the Emperor Garden's mind was filled with all kinds of thoughts, Cloudy Cliff immortal monarch in front of her spoke indifferently. Do you think the position of the imperial prince is yours? Di Lu. Your Highness, perhaps you have never understood a problem. This great scarlet heaven belongs to His Majesty the Immortal Emperor, and you all are only his sons. Whoever he bestows an immortal life upon will be the true imperial prince. Perhaps you were indeed the only imperial prince in the past, but that is a matter of the past. You are not the only imperial prince with the immortal emperor's bloodline. In other words, whether it is your highnesses or princesses, whoever obtains an immortal life is qualified to become an imperial prince or imperial princess, isn't that right? Oh? This person's words are quite pleasant to hear. The Emperor Garden was slightly taken aback when he heard this, but then he secretly chuckled. Haha, that's right. At this time, Dilu's expression became a little strange when he heard this, then he smiled faintly and said, there can only be one imperial prince. No matter how much trash imperial father gave birth to, only one can obtain an immortal life, or rather, only one can survive after obtaining an immortal life. Because of this, that trash, Dishur, died. Who else would dare to obtain an immortal life? Hearing this, the immortals' hearts were already pounding. To a certain extent, this was His Highness Dilu publicly admitting that His Highness Dishur died in his hands. Furthermore, he had already said such domineering words. What else could he say? The farce caused by Cloudy Cliff Immortal Monarch and the others should be over by now, right? I dare. But just when such a thought arose in the immortals' minds, a cold voice rang out. The immortals were startled and turned their heads to look behind them. Then, they saw a person walking in from outside the hall. This person was wearing black armor and an immortal helmet on his head. His appearance could not be seen clearly and his aura was not obvious. However, this person was not unfamiliar because this armor was made by Immortal General Xianxia. The immortals still remembered that this person had returned from the extraterritorial battlefield with His Highness Dilu and the Emperor Garden Princess. It was said that this person was here to deliver important military information. However, the immortals' attention was focused on His Highness Dilu and no one noticed this immortal general at all. Then, no one thought that he would walk in at this time and say such a thing. Obviously, the situation had changed. The sudden appearance of this strange person caused even His Highness Dilu's brows to raise imperceptibly. Then, he still maintained a calm expression and asked lightly, "Who are you?" "Who am I?" The strange person muttered to himself, then smiled softly and his voice suddenly changed, "Third brother, don't you remember me?" As soon as this sentence came out, Dilu's face turned cold, and the Emperor Garden's expression also changed drastically. At this time, the strange person also reached out and took off his helmet, revealing a handsome but pale face. His eyebrows were similar to Dilu's, but he looked a little immature and his aura was not strong, only at the level of a true immortal. He looked like an ordinary immortal, but gradually, the people in the hall began to recognize him and their expressions changed drastically, as if they had seen a ghost. Some of them even retreated like a tide, pointing at him with trembling fingers. "Your Highness Dia," someone shouted in shock. This shout was as if he had seen a ghost. Who would have thought that on this occasion, the almost forgotten drunken cat would appear? Wasn't he famous for being a waste? How did he have the courage to break into Scarlet Heaven Palace and say such words? More importantly, how did he borrow a transmission array from the extraterritorial battlefield to come back? "Dia, why are you here?" Inside the Immortal Palace, a scream suddenly rang out. It was from the dumbfounded Emperor Garden. She stared blankly at Dia, the expression on her face changing rapidly, almost in disbelief. What was even more unbelievable was the aura she sensed from Dia's body, causing her voice to tremble. "You? How did you get an immortal fate?" Whoosh, this sentence reminded the immortals in the hall, and the more they looked, the more shocked they became. Yes, this Highness Dia, although his cultivation was not high, he clearly had the aura of an immortal fate. The immortals had seen many immortals, so they did not notice it at first, but at this time, they were shocked to discover this problem. An immortal fate was normal for anyone, but it was not normal for His Highness Dia, because he was, after all, an emperor's disciple. "Haha, fourth sister, I forgot to tell you, before you went to the extraterritorial battlefield, I also went." Dia smiled, a very beautiful smile, and said in a relaxed manner, "I heard that third brother came back from the dead. How could I miss such a good show?" "Haha, it's just that I secretly went to see my master, Immortal General Xianxia, who taught me cultivation, so I didn't expose my identity. This time, I just wanted to play a joke on you, so I hid my aura and followed you back." As he spoke, he spread his hands, as if talking about family matters, and smiled. "As for my immortal fate, haha, I've had it for many years, but I didn't dare to refine it. This time, I thought that Great Scarlet Heaven might need a new disciple to refine the immortal fate. If it wasn't you, then it would be me, so I played a joke on you, fourth sister, and secretly refined this immortal fate." Just a joke. The almost beautiful face of the Emperor Garden was shrouded in a thick shadow. She realized that she had made a big mistake. She had indeed made a huge mistake, when the Emperor Garden sensed Dia's immortal fate. aura. She had already realized this. She originally thought that when the remnant of Disher's Dao protector, Du Longzi, came to find her and told her everything that Disher suspected, everything would be under her control, including the biggest secret of this fake Di Lu, immortal General Zixuan's position, and even the reactions of the three immortal sovereigns after hearing about this matter. However, when she saw Dia, she suddenly realized that it wasn't that she was in control of everything, but rather that she wasn't in control of everything. After many tests and immortal General Zixuan's suspicions, she had already confirmed that this Di Lu was a fake. Now that she knew that Disher was dead, she immediately realized that a great opportunity was right in front of her. As long as she exposed this fake Di Lu, Great Red Heaven would naturally no longer have an imperial prince. She, who had made such a great contribution, would naturally be able to sit on the position of emperor daughter. After all, the immortal emperor was in seclusion, and even the three immortal sovereigns of Great Red Heaven didn't dare to interfere in this matter. They could only let everything happen naturally. Before returning to Great Red Sky, she had already talked to immortal General Zixian and confirmed that he had no other choice but to support her. After all, the false Thearcha's son had killed the true Thearcha's son under his connivance. To put it bluntly, this was a great crime that would result in the execution of 10 clans. However, she never expected that while she was staring at the fake imperial prince, waiting for an opportunity to expose him, someone was also secretly watching her. Dia, this drunken cat that no one cared about and no one cared about. It was only when she heard his last sentence that she realized that no matter what she did, she was always one step too slow. Back then, when he heard about Emperor Flo's rebirth, he already knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Originally, there should only be one emperor in Great Scarlet Sky, but now there were 2 emperors. There was nothing more to say. These 2 emperors would definitely fight to the death. What she hoped for was for the 2 crown princes to fight to the death, or to die together. She was worried that Di Lu, who hadn't returned for 1,000 years, wouldn't be a match for Disher, and would lose his life in a single exchange. Therefore, she could only restrain herself. It wasn't until she heard that Di Lu and Disher's first clash ended in a complete victory that she finally confirmed that Di Lu, the emperor from 1,000 years ago, was indeed not someone to be trifled with. This gave her a certain amount of confidence, and she immediately rushed to the extraterritorial battlefield in order to help her third brother at the most crucial moment. Only by helping Di Lu would he be able to force Di Lu and Disher to fight to the death. Although everything was just an estimation of the general trend and there was no specific plan, she still had some expectations in her heart. Initially, when she had blocked Di Lu's path to the star field and warned Fangxing to be careful, it was already a reflection of what she had in mind. After arriving at the extraterritorial battlefield, she was shocked to discover that the development of the situation had exceeded her expectations. Her brother Di Lu no longer needed her help, as he had already dealt with her big brother Disher in a swift and decisive manner. At that time, she had no choice but to change her method. She had spared Du Longzi's divine soul, not to help him, but to collect evidence that Di Lu had personally killed Disher. After all, it wasn't a glorious thing for crown princes to kill each other. If this matter was made public, it might affect her violent father, who might personally cripple Di Lu and give her a chance. However, at this time, she had hit the jackpot. Du Longzi's divine soul had not only brought evidence of Di Lu's crimes, what he brought to her was an even more shocking piece of news. This brother Di Lu, who had been reborn after 1,000 years, was actually a fake. This time, she had picked up a great treasure, and her heart almost went crazy with joy, as if she had found the weak point of a poisonous snake. From then on, she no longer considered how to defeat Di Lu, but how to sit firmly in the position of crown princess. After all, the 33 Heavens still had a tendency to prefer boys to girls. The reason the Blue Emperor had chosen a crown princess was because he only had one daughter, but she was different. She also had a younger brother named Dia, a famous drunkard in Great Red Heaven, but he was still a man, so the Emperor Garden did not dare to relax too much. She needed to make her position as crown princess more stable, so she had been thinking of ways to force immortal General Zixian to stand on her side. With the support of this immortal general, whose status was second only to the 3 immortal sovereigns, as well as the supporters she had secretly established in Great Red Heaven over the past thousands of years, plus the pawns she had secretly placed in 7 Dark Heaven, Dark Frost Heaven, and other aristocratic families, she was very confident that after exposing the identity of this fake crown prince, she would be able to sit firmly in the position of crown princess. Before this, she had already chatted with the three immortal sovereigns. The three immortal sovereigns were indeed hesitant about whether she or Dia should become the new young master of Great Red Heaven. However, just as she had speculated, the three immortal sovereigns did not dare to voice out their opinions on this matter and wanted to avoid suspicion. Thus, their principle was to let nature take its course. Whoever had the ability would become the new young master of Great Red Heaven. There should not have been any problems with this plan. She had already arranged everything properly, and Dia was kept in the dark. Moreover, so what if he was not kept in the dark? He was a well-known piece of trash who did not even have the slightest influence in Great Red Heaven. Even if he knew, he had no qualifications to fight with her for anything. Of course, all of his deductions were proven to be a joke at this moment. She was not the only one who realized that there was a chance in the foreign battlefields, but also that drunken cat. He had also gone to the foreign battlefields, but he had hidden himself and did not show his face. While she had worked hard to arrange everything, he had only used one method to destroy all of her plans, and that was to fuse with the immortal fate first. Moreover, he had already obtained Celestial General Zixuan's support long before she did. After returning to Great Red Heaven, she went to see the three celestial sovereigns, but he must have gone to see Emperor Shi's former subordinates. He must have given them some promises in exchange for their loyal support. Because of this, Xianxia, immortal ruler, publicly contradicted the fake emperor's son and used words to pave the way for him to seize the emperor's son's position. This was to pave the way for him. Of course, it was not difficult for him to convince Xianxia and the others to pledge their loyalty. Because at that time, he already had the immortal fate, so he was staking everything on one throw and risking his life. Just as he had said, the immortal fate was a natural chasm in the eyes of ordinary people. It was a resource that could not be obtained even if one begged for it. However, for the Emperor clan, it would never be a problem. Both she and Dia could obtain the immortal fate. The problem was that even if they obtained it, they would not dare to refine it for themselves because it would affect her father's heavenly perception. Because Great Red Heaven could only have one emperor, therefore, even though she had prepared everything, she only wanted to fuse with the immortal fate after confirming her identity as the emperor's daughter. And he had lost precisely because of this. Fourth sister, I was too impatient to discuss this matter with you. You won't be angry, right? Dia naturally understood this problem and looked at the Emperor Garden with a smile, revealing his snow-white teeth. The legendary drunken cat in the mouths of the immortals was extremely sober at this moment. What seemed like an amusing conversation between siblings was like a sword stabbing into the Emperor Garden's heart. But even if you're angry, it's useless. The three celestial sovereigns won't just watch you kill me, right? Of course I won't kill you. The three celestial sovereigns won't give me that chance. The Emperor Garden's heart was filled with bitterness and despair. Even if Dia had an immortal fate, the Emperor Garden was still confident he could kill him. After all, this drunken cat was no different from trash. He clearly had the bloodline of an immortal emperor, but he didn't cultivate and only had a cultivation of the Yuanying realm. He was a newly ascended loose immortal, and even this cultivation was achieved by relying on the power of his bloodline. Such a person, even if he had an immortal fate, would still be the weakest immortal. The Emperor Garden was someone who had relied on an ancient method to cross 9 tribulations, so killing him would be as easy as blowing off dust, and in Great Scarlet Heaven, he had no foundation, so he couldn't mobilize anyone. But what was the use of this? He had fused with the immortal fate ahead of time, which was equivalent to establishing himself as the Emperor's disciple ahead of time. The three celestial sovereigns originally wouldn't interfere in this matter, but after he obtained an immortal fate, they would definitely intervene, because before they had an immortal fate, if the celestial sovereigns intervened, it would be easy for others to criticize them. But now that Dia had an immortal fate, he had all the conditions to become an emperor's disciple. If they allowed them to kill each other at this time, it would be intentionally condoning internal strife in Great Scarlet Heaven. In the end, all of this was wasted? The Emperor Garden's eyes were blank, unwilling to accept this result. Dia, on the other hand, had a bright and pure smile, ensuring that he had easily won. Xianxia and the others were staring hatefully at Di Lu on the throne with eyes full of murderous intent. And the three celestial sovereigns, despite their statuses, were all silent at this time, their eyes looking down at their noses, not saying a word. Inside this immortal palace, it was completely silent. Aside from the three celestial sovereigns, Xianxia immortal monarch, and the Emperor Garden and Dia, no one else knew what was going on. There were countless questions in their minds, but they also felt that the atmosphere inside the palace was not right. Thus, everyone cleverly maintained their silence, standing silently and observing. The atmosphere inside the palace became increasingly strange. In the end, it was His Highness Di Lu, who was sitting on the throne, who ended this strange silence. You fight, I fight, so lively, so exciting, he leaned forward with a smile on his face, but, my little brother and sister, I'm not dead yet, why are you fighting over me? Huh, that's right, Di Lu's words struck a chord in the hearts of the immortals in the hall. The questions in their hearts had piled up to a certain extent, although they didn't know the inside story. They could see that the Emperor Garden and Dia's siblings were currently fighting for the position of Emperor's disciple. For this reason, both sides displayed their wits and fought fiercely. Looking at the result, it was clear that the Emperor Garden lost while Dia, the seemingly useless drunken cat, won. However, as His Highness Di Lu said, no matter how fiercely the two of them fought, no matter how exciting the fight was, he was still sitting above, so what was the point of fighting? They even thought that Dia had gone crazy. His Highness Di Lu was still perfectly fine, but this famous waste actually dared to merge with an immortal fate. Did he drink too much to his brain? After all, an immortal emperor bloodline couldn't possibly accommodate two imperial princes. As soon as the news of His Highness Di Lu's reappearance came to this world, everyone knew that the two of them would definitely fight to the death. The reason for this was that the immortal emperor bloodline could only allow one person to have an immortal fate, so wasn't Dia courting death by stealing an immortal fate. However, the suspicious gazes of the immortals in the hall only made Dia laugh. Moreover, the words spoken by the palace god Lu made him feel that it was extremely interesting. After entering the hall, he finally looked at Di Lu, but his gaze did not have the respect he had when facing an imperial prince. There was even a hint of ridicule in it. Haha, my big brother, the mortal world says that the emperor's seat is rotated. Next year, it will be my turn. You see, even the emperor's seat rotates, let alone the imperial prince. After you sit, big brother is done, shouldn't it be my turn now? Ridiculous. As soon as these words came out, forget about Di Lu, even some of the older immortals in the hall couldn't stand it anymore. Several people couldn't help but reprimand him. It wasn't because they were loyal to Di Lu, but because in their subconscious, they couldn't stand Dia offending his superiors. They felt that this was a treacherous action. Shut up. However, they had only just shouted out this sentence when Dia suddenly turned around. With a loud shout, they were so frightened that they all shut their mouths. Meanwhile, Dia had a cold smile on his face, even carrying a bit of arrogance and savagery. He pointed at them and said, "It's you old bastards who don't die, who have reached the end of your cultivation paths. Every day, you talk about some heaven resonance, some hierarchy, to the extent where you won't even let me stay in Great Scarlet Sky. Once I become the emperor, the first ones I will deal with will be you, all of you will be beheaded." You. When the group of old immortal monarchs heard this, all of them surged with rage, almost not daring to believe that this shallow, lively, yet savage, and domineering young man was that trash imperial prince who was famous for having a good temper in Great Scarlet Sky, only drinking wine all day, treating everyone politely, not even daring to speak loudly. Compared to their impressions, his current appearance was just too great of a contrast. However, when they saw the slightly warped expression on his face, they couldn't help but feel their hearts tremble, the berating words that were about to reach their mouths, yet they were forcibly unable to speak. It seems like your desire to become the imperial prince has not been suppressed for just a day or two. At this time, Di Lu, who was in the palace, laughed softly, his gaze mocking as he looked down at Dia. Haha, we are all born from the same father, so why can't I be the imperial prince? Dia laughed, raising his head to look at Di Lu in the palace. His manner was very frivolous. Di Lu's expression was indifferent. Then why didn't you dare to say it before? Dia clapped his hands, smiling. In the past, when Big Brother was in that position, how could I dare to say such words? Di Lu laughed softly. You dare to say it now? This kind of indifferent reply made Dia feel more and more strange. He did not answer, but stared at Di Lu, his brows tightly furrowed, and he muttered, "You are really good at pretending." After saying this, he actually ignored Di Lu and turned to look at the three immortal sovereigns, bowed deeply, and smiled. It is time for the three immortal sovereigns to make a move, right? Make a move? This one sentence caused the immortals in the palace to be stunned and confused. Some of the bolder ones even thought that His Highness Dia might have colluded with the three immortal sovereigns to rebel, so he directly refined an immortal fate and was not afraid of His Highness Di Lu. Make a move? At this time, the three immortal sovereigns finally spoke with faint smiles on their faces. Dia couldn't help but be startled, glancing at the Emperor Garden. Did fourth sister not tell you yet? The three immortal sovereigns were also silent for a long time. The bald, silver-bearded universal transformation immortal hesitantly asked, "What do you think?" The immortal sovereign with the appearance of a Taoist nun slowly furrowed her brows, faintly replying, "Perhaps my cultivation is still too shallow, so I didn't notice anything." The silver-bearded old man nodded lightly, as if this Taoist nun's words were similar to what he had imagined. Then, the two of them simultaneously looked towards the pale-faced youth who seemed to have the highest status, obviously wanting to hear his opinion. "When I first saw the Emperor's son, I also noticed that his aura had changed a little." The pale-faced youth was silent for a long time before he spoke softly, his voice thin and calm. "But just now, after watching for a long time, I found that although his aura has changed, his soul and body are in harmony, and there is no abnormality. Thinking about it carefully, after all, we haven't seen each other for 1,000 years, and he was suppressed in the tomb of an old monster like the great void immortal king for 1,000 years, so it's not difficult to understand why his aura has changed." The other two immortal sovereigns nodded, obviously agreeing with his statement. Then, Universal Transformation Immortal Sovereign turned his head and calmly asked the Emperor Garden, "Where did you get that information?" The Emperor Garden was also stunned. She, who had already fallen into despair, had lost interest in everything and wished she could retreat immediately, but when she heard the words of these three immortal venerables, she couldn't help being stunned for a moment. I already told you." Universal Transformation Immortal Sovereign said directly, "Only the testimony of that wisp of remnant soul?" The Emperor Garden was stunned, also realizing that the problem was not right. After hesitating for a long time, she nodded, "Yes, yes." Then, Universal Transformation Immortal Sovereign looked at Dia and said lightly, "What about His Royal Highness Dia?" The attitude of these three immortal sovereigns made Dia's heart pound like a great bell. A burst of anger rushed uncontrollably to his mind, and he shouted fiercely, "What do the three immortal sovereigns mean? Could it be that with the cultivation of the three of you, you can't tell that the person sitting there is an imposter? Purple Mysterious Immortal Marshal has already obtained information that he is a fake. What are you all still waiting for? Hurry and capture him, use all types of secret methods, and then everything will naturally be proven. My great Scarlet Sky can't possibly not even have the ability to confirm that he is a fake, right?" Boom. Although his words were directed at the three immortal sovereigns, they immediately shocked the immortals in the hall. "What? His Royal Highness Di Lu is a fake? That's a fake? How is that possible? Who dares to impersonate the Emperor's son?" At this moment, the immortals in the hall were in chaos. Everyone was shocked and began to discuss. The first thought that came to the immortals' minds was shock. They were shocked that someone dared to impersonate the Emperor's son. The second thought was disbelief, because they did not believe that anyone would be so daring. Moreover, no matter how they tried to sense it, they could not find any flaws. In this chaos, the three immortal sovereigns were very calm, or rather indifferent. Universal Transformation Immortal Sovereign heard Dia's words and said lightly, "Immortal General Zixuan does not have any evidence, otherwise he would have sent it to us immediately, or asked you to send it to us directly. Since he has not sent it over, he must not have any evidence. How can you be so sure of this matter?" Dia's mind rumbled and his expression changed a bit. He never thought that the three immortal sovereigns would not directly capture the fake Emperor's son, but instead ask him for evidence. But he suppressed the anger in his heart and maintained his calm. "Although there is no evidence, all parties have proved that he is a fake. If the three immortal sovereigns don't believe me, why not directly search his divine soul and see his immortal source?" Universal Transformation Immortal Sovereign could not help but frown and did not speak for a long time. But the pale-faced young man, Immortal Sovereign Ling Su, calmly said, "I can indeed search his divine soul." Dia's face immediately revealed a happy expression. But immortal sovereign Ling Su did not wait for him to speak and immediately said, however, His Royal Highness Di Lu's current cultivation base is also close to the perfected golden immortal realm. His divine soul and Tao source contract are inseparable and cannot be easily searched. Only by forcibly separating his divine soul and Tao source can we see the memory inside his divine soul, but now, his cultivation base has been greatly damaged. Dia immediately became anxious and said, then quickly search him. He is a fake, so what if his cultivation base is damaged? Immortal King Ling Su frowned and slowly turned his head to look at him, but what if he is real? Dia was suddenly speechless and couldn't say a word for a long time. He finally understood the deeper meaning of immortal King Ling Su's words. He was actually afraid of harming the innocent, no matter how much they said that the Emperor's son was fake, whether it was him, the Emperor Garden, or even immortal General Zixuan who told him about this matter and Du Longzi's remnant soul who told the Emperor Garden about this matter. None of them had any real evidence. Naturally, this could only make the three immortal sovereigns suspicious, but not certain. In this case, how could he dare to forcibly search the Emperor's immortal source? He had already said very clearly that if he forcibly searched the Emperor's divine soul, it would definitely damage his cultivation base. If the Emperor's son was fake, everything would be fine, but if he was real, wouldn't immortal sovereign Ling Su have made a big mistake? Even a dignified immortal sovereign couldn't forcibly search the Emperor's divine soul just because of a little suspicion. As a result, let alone the three immortal sovereigns, even Dia was stunned on the spot. This matter, which was originally thought to be extremely simple, was now really tricky. After hearing Dia's words, the immortal generals and immortal monarchs in the Crimson Sky Immortal Palace were shocked to their core. If the three immortal sovereigns were not here to control the situation, the immortals might have lost control. After all, Dia's words were too shocking. Ever since the news of the Emperor's son, who had disappeared for 1,000 years, was spread, then the Emperor's son wreaked havoc in Xianxia Heaven, Buddha Ascension Heaven's assembly, and then he went to the extraterritorial battlefield to fight against Emperor Shi. All of these things had caught the attention of the immortals. After all, to them, the battle between the two emperors, which had not been seen in 10,000 years, was too shocking. Later on, Dilu actually defeated Emperor Shi, despite being weaker than him, and returned as a king. This shocked the entire Great Red Sky to an indescribable level. Their hearts were filled with awe and respect. But now, someone said that the Emperor's son was fake. The immortals could not believe such a strong contrast. That was impossible. If he was a fake, how could His Highness Emperor Shi not find out? How could the Azure Xian Domain Lord, who was the first perfected golden immortal to see this imperial prince, not find out? How could immortal General Zixuan, who guarded the extraterritorial battlefield and was known as the strongest person below the three immortal sovereigns in Great Scarlet Heaven, not find out? If they found out, how could this fake imperial prince do such a thing? And if they did not find out, how could Dia be so sure that this imperial prince was a fake? Surely his insight was better than immortal General Zixuan and the Azure Xian Domain Lord, right? At this time, Emperor Garden was disheartened and only said a few words before shutting up. The rest of the words were said by Dia, and Dia's reputation was too bad. If he was not a drunkard, then he was a wastrel. Such a person's words naturally had no credibility. As a result, after this matter was said, not many immortals in the palace believed it. Instead, they were more willing to believe that Dia had gone mad. However, no matter how many questions they had, the three immortal sovereigns were in the palace, so they naturally did not dare to interrupt. Three immortal sovereigns, this matter is absolutely true. This person is a fake. Immortal General Zixuan has already determined this. Are you all going to do nothing because you are worried that he will be injured? Don't tell me we're just going to watch that imposter sit there? Amidst the chaotic and solemn atmosphere, Dia was so anxious that his face turned red. He shouted at the three immortal venerables at the top of his lungs. He really couldn't believe that he, who had already won the battle and was only waiting to sit on the throne and receive the worship of all the immortals, would be stuck at this moment. He also couldn't believe what the three immortal venerables were thinking. The sovereign flow was obviously fake. I've already said it to this extent, why are you still hesitating? The corner of his eyes swept over the hall and he immediately saw the fake emperor's cold smile. Things had already come to this, but he was still smiling and looking at her with interest. That cold smile made Dia's heart sink, and the hairs on his back stood on end. Then, uncontrollable anger rose in his heart. He felt that the fake was so calm because he was certain that the three immortal venerables would not dare to do anything to him. The fake was mocking him. This made Dia's killing intent suddenly rise. He pulled out the immortal sword from his waist and charged at the Emperor Flo in the palace, shouting, "It's a pity that my father is in seclusion. Otherwise, he would have seen through the truth with one look. Since you are all cowards and let him run wild, then I will directly kill him." Boom, as Dia pulled out his sword, all the immortals in the palace were shocked and separated to the sides. At this moment, the immortals were also confused. Naturally, they knew what they should do, and that was to do nothing. There was no better choice than to stay obediently and let everything happen reasonably. Swish, but just as Dia pulled out his sword and rushed forward, Venerable Ling Su, who had been silent all this time, frowned. He slowly raised his hand and pointed a finger. On his fingertip, an immortal light lingered and wrapped around Dia's ankle. Then, with a gentle pull, he pulled Dia back and pressed his palm on Dia's shoulder. The angry Dia could not move at all. Then, he raised his head, glanced at the palace, and said lightly, "Of course we won't ignore it." Dia was overjoyed. He gave up struggling and shouted, "Then you guys quickly take him down." Venerable Ling Su said lightly, "As I said, with my strength, forcibly testing them will damage their cultivation base. Only an immortal emperor can see through their immortal source at a glance without damaging their cultivation base. Otherwise, even if the three of us join forces, I'm afraid we won't be able to do it." Dia was stunned and hurriedly said, Then quickly ask father to come out of seclusion?" When Universal Immortal heard this, he frowned and looked at Dia. There was already a hint of displeasure in his eyes. "Do you know what the Immortal Emperor is comprehending in seclusion? Before he entered seclusion, he left a message that his seclusion this time is related to the survival of the 33 heavens. Not to mention this small matter, even if the Great Red Heaven is in danger of being destroyed, we can't disturb him." When Dia heard this, his eyes widened and he said blankly, Then what should we do?" Universal Immortal and Qing Jing, who looked like a Taoist nun, were silent. Obviously, they did not have any good ideas. But at this moment, Venerable Ling Su suddenly said softly, "Perhaps, there is a way." "What way?" Universal Immortal and Qing Jing were startled at the same time and turned to look at him. Dia's face was filled with ecstasy. After the Emperor chased Immortal King Tai Su into the Dragon Realm and disappeared, the soul lamp in the Ancestral Hall has been extinguished. Venerable Ling Su thought for a while and said softly, "At that time, we also thought that His Highness Di Lu had fallen. That's why the Immortal Emperor later bestowed an immortal fate to His Highness Di Lu. However, now that I think about it, the extinguishing of His Highness Di Lu's life lamp may also be because he entered the Dragon Realm and was suppressed by Immortal King Tai Su. His vitality was cut off, and he was hovering between life and death, completely cut off from the outside world. However, the extinguishing of the soul lamp is a fact. Since His Highness Di Lu has returned, why not personally light it up?" Not to mention the other immortals, even Universal Immortal and Qing Jing were startled when they heard this. Then, their hearts trembled slightly as they thought to themselves, "This is the only way. In the current Great Scarlet Heaven, perhaps only the Celestial Emperor had the strength to see through the truth of this Emperor's son with a single glance. The three of them couldn't do it, but the Celestial Emperor was in seclusion, no one dared to disturb him. As such, they couldn't rely on a single person. Fortunately, they still had other methods. The Di family had an ancestral palace. Inside were the soul lamps of the various princes and princesses, as well as the immortal seats of the Di family's ancestors. There was also the soul sprites that the Di family had accumulated for close to 1,000,000 years. If one wasn't from the Di family, not even a perfected golden immortal could enter. Venerable Ling Su's meaning was very clear. Open the ancestral hall, let the emperor in, and light up the soul lamp. If he was real, then he could naturally go in and come out smoothly. If he was fake, then he would be suppressed by the Di family's 1,000,000 years of heritage as soon as he entered the ancestral hall. Although the ancestral hall was the most important place of the Di family and no one could open it except for the immortal emperor, the current situation was special. So, it was reasonable for the three immortal venerables to open the ancestral hall and let the reborn emperor in to light up the soul lamp. More importantly, this was the only way to solve the current predicament. Good, Venerable Ling Su, your idea is the best." When Dia heard Venerable Ling Su's words, he was slightly startled and then shouted excitedly. then, his eyes were filled with malice as he fiercely looked at Di Lu in the hall, his eyes full of excitement. After entering the ancestral hall, you can't pretend anymore, can you? At this moment, Universal Immortal Exalt and Tranquil Immortal Exalt also turned to look at Di Lu. Even the immortals in the hall looked up at Prince Di Lu. What Venerable Ling Su proposed was not only the only way to solve the current predicament, but it was also a method that the Crown Prince couldn't refuse. Because the Crown Prince's reincarnation, going to the ancestral palace and lighting the soul lamp was also a very reasonable request. If this Crown Prince refused to agree, then he was most likely a fake. At that time, the three immortal venerables would no longer hesitate. Even if they had to throw him in, they would throw him in. Okay, I'll go. To everyone's surprise, the martial monarch agreed without any hesitation. Then, after a slight pause, he sneered and lightly said, I haven't returned for 1,000 years, but this great scarlet heaven is very lively. I can be interested and accompany you to play. However, three immortal venerables, everyone in the hall, I believe you all understand my temperament. I am the Emperor of Great Scarlet Heaven, second only to one and above tens of thousands. Apart from my father, who would doubt me? Who would dare to doubt me? This time if I die in the ancestral hall, then it's fine. But if I come back alive, then those who doubt me should pay the price, right? You, hearing this, Dia's heart couldn't help but tremble, feeling a little timid. Even the Emperor Garden, who had been silent and frustrated all this time, couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end and looked up at him. Both of them could hear the indignation and killing intent in the Emperor's words, so they naturally knew what the price he was talking about was. However, Dia quickly thought of something. He's still pretending to be mysterious to stall for time. With this thought in mind, he sneered, go ahead, if it's fake, I'll. Before he finished speaking, the Emperor in the hall didn't want to listen anymore. He got up and walked down the hall, accompanied by bursts of immortal pressure. When he passed by Dia, he stopped for a moment and looked at him with a sarcastic look. My little brother, everyone in Great Scarlet Heaven knows that you're good at pretending to be a pig to eat tigers, but what I want to tell you is, you've probably been pretending for too long and have really become a pig. The Crimson Sky Immortal Palace was located at the center of the Great Scarlet Sky Immortal Palace, on the highest mountain peak. And in the westernmost part of the Immortal Mountain where the Crimson Sky Immortal Palace was located, in the deepest valley, there was an ancient palace that was shrouded in purple mist all day long. That was the D clan's ancestral palace, the place where countless ancestors of the D clan of the Great Scarlet Sky were buried. Although after the celestial ancestor discovered the secret of immortal fate, immortals could already seek immortality, but the strange thing was that there was no one who could truly live until now. For example, the D clan. This was a great clan that had always carried a great reputation ever since immortals stepped into the 33 heavens. At its most glorious time, it had once ruled over all the realms, becoming the supreme existence in this universe. But even the D clan did not have any ancestors who could live until now. Whether they were exceedingly powerful or supreme in the end, because of powerful enemies, because of betrayal, because of old injuries, because of heavenly tribulations, or because of the death of their hearts, generation after generation died, and their bones were buried here. The longest was 100,000 years, and the shortest was only a few thousand years, as if they were following some mysterious ancient mantra. Even the Qishao Immortal Emperor, who now reigned supreme in the 33 heavens, had only been 100,000 years since he killed his father and became king, and this D clan's ancestral palace was the spiritual palace of the D clan, no matter who it was. As long as they were members of the D clan, whether they had bones or not, they all had a memorial tablet in this palace, and the living members of the D clan all had a soul lamp in this palace. 1,000 years ago, Di Lu chased the great void immortal king into the dragon realm, and from then on, his soul lamp was extinguished. However, the memorial tablet was not placed inside, and there was only one extinguished lamp inside. The three immortal sovereigns wanted Di Lu to enter the immortal palace again and personally light that soul lamp. Boom. 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 The three immortal venerables were the first to arrive and descended above the ancestral hall. Then, the three of them chanted the ancient mantra at the same time. Strands of immortal chi rose from their bodies, forming a purple vortex. In front of the ancestral hall of the Emperor family, in the valley that was filled with purple fog, there were many lights gradually appearing. They were densely packed, like the stars in the 9 heavens. And those countless stars, as the three immortal venerables chanted the ancient mantra, gradually extinguished, like an oil lamp being extinguished by the mountain wind. Every time a lamp was extinguished, it meant that one of the seals in front of the D family's ancestral hall had been erased. The pressure on the three immortal venerables also increased. Gradually, even the three of them turned pale at this moment, as if the pressure was extremely great. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the last light was also extinguished. The huge deep valley became like the netherworld. Under the gloomy purple mist, a muffled creak could be heard faintly. When the wooden door was opened, it seemed like a door was slowly opening at this time. It also seemed like a giant beast hidden under the purple mist was slowly opening its mouth. "Your Highness, you can go in now." Under the pressure of opening the ancestral hall, the three immortal venerables' faces were not looking good. The one who spoke was the pale-faced young immortal venerable Ling Su. His expression was relatively normal, but it was obvious that he was bearing the most pressure. He said word by word, "Even the three of us can't hold on for too long. We can only send you in. If you are really the Emperor Flow Palace, you can naturally light your soul lamp and come out easily. If you are a fake, I'm afraid you won't be able to enter." Following closely behind the three of them from the immortal palace was the black-armored, red-robed Di Lu. With his hands behind his back, he stood in mid-air above the purple mist. Behind him were the Emperor Garden and Dia's siblings. Behind them were the immortal generals and immortal monarchs of the great Scarlet Heaven lineage. The others with insufficient status were waiting in front of the Scarlet Heaven Palace. They were not qualified to follow. Does he really dare to go in? Dia clenched his fists tightly at this time. His eyes were fixed on the fake emperor. Behind him, even though the Emperor Garden was extremely disappointed, he couldn't help but be a little curious at this time. Behind him, the immortal generals and immortal monarchs of the great Scarlet Heaven lineage stretched their heads and stared at this scene. But at this time, the emperor who had attracted the attention of countless people just lowered his head and smiled. Then, he slowly walked towards the purple mist below. His speed was not fast, but it was very stable. There was no trace of hesitation. It was as if he was entering a valley to pick a wildflower. He slowly walked to the top of the valley and then slowly walked down without any hesitation. He really dares. Xianxia, immortal monarch, who was in the void, was stunned. Then, he fiercely gritted his teeth. Impossible, he is a fake. He can't even enter the door of the ancestral hall. If he is not from the D family, he will definitely be torn to pieces if he dares to enter the ancestral hall. At this time, whether it was him or the subordinates behind him who were once loyal to Emperor Shi, all of their faces were ashen. They seemed to be praying for something. But at this time, above the valley below, the three immortal venerables supporting the ancestral hall slowly looked at each other. He went in. Then, the three of them began to withdraw their immortal might bit by bit. In the purple mist below, specks of starlight gradually began to light up. How is this possible? The expressions of Xianxia, immortal monarch, and the others changed drastically in an instant. Their hearts were in a mess. It is possible to enter the ancestral hall, but at this time a deliberately calm voice suddenly rang out beside them, as if he did not care at all. In fact, there was even a hint of mockery in his voice. Either his cultivation level is high enough, or he has grasped some kind of secret technique. It is enough for this impostor to enter the ancestral hall and not be stopped outside. Perhaps this is where his confidence comes from. However, he underestimates Great Scarlet Heaven's foundation. Now that the three immortal venerables have withdrawn their immortal powers, he can only bear all the pressure in the ancestral hall alone. Unless he is of the D family's bloodline, he cannot withstand such pressure. Not even an immortal king can do it, let alone him. At this point, Dia sneered soundlessly and then said resolutely, "So, he may be able to enter, but he will not come out." "You are right, Dia." The hearts of Xianxia, immortal monarch, and the others shuddered when they heard Dia's words, and they bowed at the same time. Things had not come to an end yet, but they had already changed the way they addressed Dia. Moreover, they could only place their hopes on this Dia. His words reassured these old subordinates of Shi. Dia was clearly very satisfied with this form of address. He was overjoyed inside, but he maintained a cold expression on his face. He slowly put his hands behind his back and paced a few steps in the air. Then, he pretended to be dignified and nodded. He said in a deep voice, Xianxia, you have all done very well in the immortal palace. I am very satisfied. I will do as I promised earlier and not treat you unfairly, thank you, Dia. Xianxia and the others did not know what to say when they heard these words that pretended to be mature. They could only agree in unison. However, I can ignore what happened in the past, but in the future, you will still have to. Dia put his hands behind his back and his expression was cold. He seemed to be considering if he should remind them again. Haha, fifth brother, you haven't even taken the position of Dia's imperial prince yet and you're already so impatient? Suddenly, a sneer sounded from the side. The one who spoke was actually the Emperor Garden, who was looking at him with a sneer. Dia turned around and glanced at her, his eyes cold and gloomy, seemingly a little angry at being ridiculed by her, but after a slight change of heart, he suppressed his anger and slowly squeezed a smile onto his face as he said, Fourth sister, your words sound a bit sour. Before the Emperor Garden could answer, Dia slowly walked back and sneered, but I can understand. Fourth sister, you have always been very strong, just like that little slut Xianxia. Didn't you look down on her very much at first? Haha, you are the imperial princess, so she has never dared to steal your limelight. However, we were born in the 33 heavens, so even the imperial princess and imperial prince do not necessarily have a good fate. It is precisely because you are the imperial princess that you cannot obtain an immortal life. On the other hand, that fourth sister smoothly obtained an immortal life and surpassed you step by step. Once, both of you were among the top 10 fairies of the 33 heavens, but now that fourth sister has obtained a longevity immortal life, you have nothing. Even after a few thousand years, she will still be one of the top 10 fairies. My fourth sister, how old will you become at that time? In the end, they were brother and sister, so Dia's words caused the Emperor Garden's face to turn blue. Seeing her expression, the Emperor Garden felt even happier in his heart, pretending to be reserved as he smiled faintly, this is probably the fate of people like us. We can enjoy a lifetime of glory and splendor, but we can't live forever like others. When we are born, we can say that we have everything, but we also know that we will lose everything sooner or later. Fortunately, we have a chance to change this fate, but unfortunately, there is only one chance. Little brother, I took this opportunity first, but fourth sister, you. The more he spoke, the uglier the Emperor Garden's expression became, and the happier he felt in his heart. This feeling of pride was simply indescribable, but just as he was about to continue, he suddenly heard an exclamation. In the mountain valley below, at some unknown time, a phantom figure had appeared. This phantom figure grew larger and taller, finally breaking through the purple mist and rising directly into the sky. Impressively, it was a bronze oil lamp with a flame as small as a bean, but its light was enough to illuminate the entire world. What was even more strange was that above this oil lamp, a phantom figure was becoming clearer and clearer, sitting in the void. At this moment, the entire world fell silent for a long time before cries of alarm rang out. That's the shadow of the Emperor family's soul lamp, that really is His Highness Di Lu, he has already lit his soul lamp inside the palace. What? How is that possible? Amidst the mountains, above the ancestral hall, Dia, who had been staring at the Emperor Garden with a sneer, suddenly froze up. He was of the Di clan's bloodline as well, so it was naturally impossible for him to not know what that projection represented. That was an illusion that would only appear when a soul lamp was illuminated in the sky, and the Di clan's soul lamps were within the ancestral hall. No matter if a soul lamp was lit or extinguished, there would always be a ray of light that would shoot into the sky and form an illusion. Moreover, the shadow of the person that the soul lamp corresponded to would appear on the soul lamp as well. Since such an illusion appeared in the valley, it represented that a soul lamp had been lit. Judging from the projection of this soul lamp, the one who had lit this soul lamp was his elder brother, Di Lu, but wasn't Di Lu a fake? A terrible thought stabbed his heart like a sharp sword, causing the expression on his face to freeze. Did Immortal General Xian deceive him? Dia quickly denied this idea because Immortal General Xian had no reason to do so. Moreover, even if Immortal General Xian had deceived him, there was no reason for the Emperor Garden to obtain the same information. Thinking so, he turned to look at the Emperor Garden in a daze, only to find that she was just as shocked as he was, her face filled with disbelief. This showed that even she did not understand what had happened. At this time, a strange feeling appeared in Dia's heart. It was as if a family that had been severed for hundreds of years was being reborn in his heart, making him eager to get closer to his elder sister. It was as if after being deceived, he subconsciously wanted to find someone who was also being deceived, someone who stood on the same front as him. And was eager to say something to her, ha ha ha, but before Yang Kai could say a word, he heard the Emperor Garden's laughter echoing in the distance. The expression on the Emperor Garden's face at this time was truly wonderful. She originally had a look of frustration and anger on her face, but when she saw the shadow of the soul lamp projected from the ancestral hall, the expression on her face changed to one of shock, disbelief, and confusion, but this expression did not remain for long. When she saw the panic on Dia's face, she suddenly smiled, and a strong sense of joy rushed to her mind, filling her with excitement. Haha, although I don't know what's going on, whether we've been deceived, or this is Brother Di Lu's trap from the beginning, I still feel. Haha, this is too interesting, too interesting. She laughed so hard that she almost cried. Then, she looked straight at Dia. My dear brother, how are you feeling now? Brother Di Lu is really still alive, he really came back. The immortal fate you yearned for is gone, you can't escape your fate. Haha, I forgot, you have already refined an immortal fate in advance. In the end, she seemed to be gnashing her teeth, screaming out, but Great Scarlet Sky can only have a single imperial prince. This sentence was like a sledgehammer slamming heavily into Dia's head. He suddenly sobered up and sucked in a breath of cold air, all the hairs on his body standing on end. Yes, Great Red Heaven can only have one emperor. Within the immortal emperor bloodline, only one person can obtain an immortal fate, but he also had an immortal fate. In his mind, Disher's figure appeared, causing his stomach to twitch and almost making him vomit. Impossible, impossible. His face was pale and his body was on the verge of collapsing. As he spoke, he retreated. Suddenly, he shouted, this is impossible. There's a ghost here. There must be a ghost. He's fake, he's fake. I'm going to tell father. As he shouted, his body shot out like an arrow, but someone quickly stopped him. Without the three immortal sovereigns' orders, the surrounding immortal generals already surrounded Dia. Not only him, but Xianxia Immortal Lords group was also surrounded. The immortal generals didn't say a word and didn't mention why they were surrounded, but they didn't need to say anything. Everyone understood that they definitely wouldn't give way. Let me go, let me go. I want to find Royal Father, I want to tell Royal Father. Dia held miserably like a wounded beast as he desperately rushed forward. Unfortunately, his cultivation was too low. Even with an immortal fate, he didn't have the power to break through the immortal army's formation. In the eyes of bystanders, he was only a mad pig that wanted to rush out of its pen. There was already an invisible knife placed on his neck, and he was doomed to die. The current generation. Perhaps after experiencing the flames of war for 1,000 years, they are becoming more and more powerful. What is His Highness Di Lu thinking? Emperor Shi had taken the position of a prince, which had lasted for 1,000 years, away from him. Therefore, he was worried. Did Emperor Shi have to kill all his remaining brothers and sisters? Otherwise, why would he set up such a dangerous trap and even deceive us? The silver-bearded universal transformation immortal sovereign sighed and shook his head after hearing Dia's desperate cries. Don't forget that His Highness Di Lu didn't experience the flames of war for 1,000 years. Venerable Qingjing said and paused for a moment before continuing, but he was suppressed for 1,000 years, so it must not be easy for him. I don't know why His Highness Di Lu did this, but I have a strange feeling in my heart, Venerable Ling Su suddenly said. Since he lit his soul lamp in the ancestral palace, it means that he is indeed His Highness Di Lu. Moreover, with my cultivation base, I really can't see anything wrong with his divine soul and physical body, but my heart is always beating like a drum. I always feel that I have seen something wrong. There is a voice in the dark telling me that I have made a big mistake. Venerable Ling Su's words slightly startled the other two immortal sovereigns. They didn't know what to say. Haha, maybe the burden on our shoulders is too heavy. After all, the farce brought by those two children has made us suspicious. After a long while, Universal Transformation Immortal Sovereign said with a wry smile. Maybe. Immortal King Ling Su paused for a moment and lightly said, but I still feel that we have to test him. Something is wrong. At this time, Venerable Qingjing suddenly frowned, looked at the purple mist below, and said in a low voice. How is it? Universal Transformation Immortal Sovereign looked up at her. Venerable Qingjing said, according to common sense, after His Highness Di Lu lit his soul lamp, he should be able to come out of the ancestral palace in a few breaths. But now it has been nearly 10 minutes, why hasn't he come out yet? This, Universal Transformation Immortal Sovereign was also slightly startled, then frowned and looked at the ancestral palace below. Maybe there really is a problem. Venerable Ling Su was silent for a long time, then suddenly said, his face had become a little cold. Let's go, hurry up and go out. It was also at this time, or rather not long ago, when the soul lamp projection shone into the sky, that His Highness Di Lu was sitting cross-legged in front of the rows of immortal seats, his head lowered in silence, silent like a block of wood, thinking about something. From stepping into the ancestral palace to lighting his soul lamp, it was not the slightest difficulty for him. Because at this time, His Highness Di Lu was indeed His Highness Di Lu. As early as when he was in the extraterritorial battlefield, Fang Xing promised those old monsters in the strange tower that he would return to 33 heavens to walk around and learn about what happened in Great Red Heaven over the past 10,000 years. He had already begun to think about how to avoid the suspicion of the immortals after returning to 33 heavens, so that he could walk around safely and not be affected. The answer was not simple. Of course, he couldn't continue to pretend. Sooner or later, he would be exposed, and the facts proved so. But it was also impossible to conceal his identity and quietly hide again. Disha was dead, so Di Lu was the only imperial prince of Great Red Heaven. If he disappeared, the whole Great Red Heaven would go crazy and search for him at all costs. Fang Xing couldn't guarantee that under such a situation, he could still avoid being tracked by others and even have time to do his own things. In the face of such a complicated situation, Fang Xing naturally used the simplest method to solve it. That was to turn this imperial prince from a fake into a real one. The method was also very simple, and that was to return Di Lu's physical body to Di Lu's divine soul. Di Lu's divine soul had never been destroyed. Back when he took over Di Lu's body, Fang Xing had thought of destroying his divine soul to prevent future troubles. But this divine soul seemed to have caught the attention of some existence in the strange tower and was suppressed by them. Although it was said to be suppressed, to a certain extent, it was equivalent to protecting his divine soul. In any case, Fang Xing was too embarrassed to insist on killing him at the time. Thinking of this, Fang Xing naturally went to negotiate with the strange tower. He stated his idea, and that was to use the immortal ridding brush to control Di Lu's divine soul, just like how he controlled the young masters of the 4 noble families. But the unknown immortal directly rejected his idea, and told him that the immortal ridding brush was not omnipotent. It might be able to do many things, but there was no guarantee that it wouldn't be discovered, especially when Fang Xing was using it to control an imperial prince. Moreover, this imperial prince needed to return to Great Red Heaven to deal with the 3 immortal sovereigns and even the unfathomable immortal emperor. With Fang Xing's current cultivation, perhaps he could use the immortal ridding brush to control Di Lu, but there was no guarantee that he wouldn't be discovered. This caused Fang Xing to be dumbfounded. Then, he unleashed his own supreme martial arts. If he couldn't solve this problem, then he wouldn't return to the 33 heavens even if he was beaten to death. In this situation, the helpless heavenly demon could only say, "Then I'll come and talk to him." Fang Xing did not know what the heavenly demon and Di Lu had talked about, and they did not even talk for a long time. In short, when the gate of the strange tower opened and Di Lu's figure appeared in front of him, he seemed to have become a completely different person. This was only the second time that Fang Xing had met Di Lu. When they first met, this emperor had just woken up from the tomb of the great void immortal king. He was ferocious, domineering, cruel, and insufferably arrogant. Later, Fang Xing disguised himself as Di Lu and imitated his usual acting skills. At that time, he had already determined that Di Lu was a half-mad, half-demon existence. The ferociousness and arrogance in his bones would not be tamed by others. This was also why he had not thought of taming Di Lu at that time, but had wanted to kill him directly. But no matter how he thought about it, he did not expect that the Di Lu they met for the second time would be a completely different person. "Did you kill that trash, Disha?" Di Lu raised an eyebrow and asked Fang Xing as soon as he appeared. Fang Xing raised his guard and nodded. "So what if I did?" However, Di Lu did not attack as expected. Instead, he sneered. "That means that you have some ability." Fang Xing was a little confused. He raised his head and looked at Di Lu. Di Lu's god soul gave out a faint and fierce aura as he said, I have always called Disher trash, but I know that this trash has some abilities. My father gave me the throne because he didn't want to let this trash. Speaking to this point, he paused and didn't continue. He coldly stared at Feng Xing and said, no matter what, we should talk about the conditions of cooperation. Already starting to discuss the terms, what did the heavenly demon promise this monster? Feng Xing was very surprised, so he asked directly. But in the face of this question, Di Lu only smiled coldly. The premise of our cooperation is that you do not probe my background. Feng Xing was stunned. He could only agree first and then ask about Di Lu's conditions. The first condition is not to harm my interests. Feng Xing laughed. Don't worry, I've always been generous. Di Lu ignored him and stated his second condition coldly, don't sleep with my woman. This caused Feng Xing to be startled. His expression was very strange as he probed, do you know that all your women have been killed? Di Lu calmly replied, there will be many more. Feng Xing shook his head helplessly and said, what about the third condition? Di Lu's voice suddenly turned cold, you can't kill my enemy. These words stunned Feng Xing, and he asked doubtfully, isn't it good to help you kill your enemies? Di Lu replied coldly, I want to sleep with my own women and kill my own enemies. How can I let you have such an enjoyable time? Feng Xing was completely speechless and agreed in a daze. After Di Lu stated the three conditions, he did not say anything else and returned to the strange tower. This was extremely strange. Feng Xing originally thought that the young man would seize any opportunity to escape after being suppressed under the strange tower. He didn't expect that the young man seemed to be very comfortable in there. When he thought about it, when he first suppressed this imperial prince, every time he returned to the knowledge realm, he would always hear the young man cursing and yelling. However, not long after, he couldn't hear the cursing anymore. At first, he thought that the young man was tired of cursing and became obedient, but now he realized that it didn't seem to be the case. The young man seemed to have other ideas. It was also because of this negotiation that Feng Xing was relieved and swaggered back to Great Red Sky. Then, he secretly observed, and indeed predicted what would happen. After meeting the three immortal primes and heading to the Taiqing pool to bathe, he summoned the spirit of the Emperor Flo in his spiritual realm, turning this Emperor Flo Highness into the real Emperor Flo Highness, but it was still a little strange to say that he was a real Di Lu. The golden lotus in the sea of consciousness that Feng Xing planted with the Buddhist mystique still existed in the Di Lu's sea of consciousness, while Feng Xing's spirit returned to the realm of consciousness. In other words, through the golden lotus, Feng Xing could return to this body at any time, or talk to Di Lu. Therefore, Feng Xing knew everything that happened in the immortal palace. Later, when Di Lu entered the ancestral palace, he completely felt it. Inside the ancestral palace was the accumulation of the ancestors of the Di clan for nearly 1,000,000 years, so it was naturally extremely terrifying. But at this time, Feng Xing did not need to worry, because Di Lu was a real Di Lu. The golden lotus in his sea of consciousness was at best a hidden restriction. Even if the invisible accumulation sensed the existence of the golden lotus, it would not have any reaction, then the rest was simple. Enter the ancestral palace, light the soul lamp, and everything would be fine. But after Di Lu finished all this, when Feng Xing was in a hurry to leave, Di Lu fell silent. It's not over yet, he said calmly. Feng Xing immediately became alert and said, what else do you want to do? He could not be blamed for being cautious. In this strange ancestral palace, everything had to be done with extreme caution. He did not know how the heavenly demon persuaded Di Lu, but he knew that in this ancestral palace, if Di Lu suddenly opened his sea of consciousness and exposed the golden lotus that had been accumulated in the ancestral palace for millions of years, the golden lotus would immediately be erased, and even his spirit would be seriously injured. But after all, with the realm of consciousness, his spirit would not be directly destroyed. But this was enough for him to be careful. I can't leave yet. After a moment of silence, Di Lu said indifferently, in addition to helping you through this tribulation, I also promised that senior one thing. That senior? Feng Xing thought to himself that this fellow was quite polite to the heavenly demon, but he was still worried and hurriedly asked, what is it? Di Lu answered concisely, I'll take you to see a tablet. Feng Xing was speechless. What tablet? Di Lu placed his hands behind his back. and slowly walked towards the depths of the ancestral palace. He didn't answer Fangxing's question and simply introduced the place. Inside this ancestral palace are the ancestors of my D clan. Not only are there many clansmen who didn't obtain an immortal fate and died of old age, there are also generations of D clan patriarchs and even heavenly emperors. Everyone will die one day. Why are you talking about this? Fangxing retorted and still wanted to leave. But Dilu sneered and said indifferently, "Is that so?" Then, a strange smile appeared on his face. "But have you forgotten that immortals can live forever, eh?" Fangxing was a bit surprised. He naturally knew that after obtaining an immortal fate, in theory, immortals would have an endless lifespan. Because of their physique and cultivation, or some other reasons, they would age, but their lifespan wouldn't dry up. There's nothing strange about that, right? They won't die of old age, but they can still be killed or even cultivate themselves to death. Subconsciously, he still replied. Yes, you're right, but even if that's the case, it can't be the case for everyone, right? Dilu slowly walked along the aisle in the middle of the memorial tablets towards the depths of the Great Hall. As he walked, he said, "My D clan, ever since the immortals opened the sky and arrived in the 33 heavens, has always been a great clan. We have experienced ups and downs, glory and disgrace, but our strength has always been extraordinary. At our peak, we were the celestial emperors who ruled over the myriad worlds. Our D clan's patriarchs were also the strongest in the 33 heavens. In theory, all of them could live forever. Why do you think they did that in the end? None of them could live forever." These words revealed a strange meaning, and Fangxing couldn't help but frown when he heard it. Why? Dilu smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, "I don't know either, but I've always known about a curse related to our D clan. Most of our D clan's patriarchs ended their lives because of this curse." What? At this point, Fangxing finally became curious. However, Dilu did not explain further and said lightly, "We're about to reach the stone tablet, take a look for yourself." Unknowingly, he'd already brought Fangxing to the deepest depths of the ancestral hall. There was an ancient black stone tablet here. It seemed to be very rough, and there were even some cracks on it. An indescribably ancient aura assaulted the senses from it, and there were countless faintly discernible golden symbols floating on the surface of the tablet. They were ever-changing and difficult to grasp, and they seemed like ever-changing ripples on water. Did that old man want me to see it? At this time, there was a faint slit on Dilu's forehead. It was a vertical eye, just like the one Disher had hidden in Du Longzi's body. Deep in this vertical eye, one could vaguely see a golden lotus. This was the golden lotus that Fangxing had planted in Dilu's sea of consciousness. At this time, Fangxing could see and feel everything he wanted to know through this vertical eye. "Old man?" Dilu sneered coldly and said indifferently, "It is indeed the senior's condition." Fangxing did not speak and remained silent for a while. He naturally remembered that the existences in the strange tower had once said that they wanted him to return to the 33 heavens to see something with his own eyes. However, he did not expect that the first thing he wanted to see would be here, in the ancestral hall of the Emperor clan. If Dilu had not brought him here, he would not have been able to see it. Then, let's see. Emboldened, the vertical eye on Dilu's forehead slowly opened, and a ray of golden light peeked out from it. Whoosh! When that golden light, which was also Fangxing's divine sense, came into contact with the stone tablet, Fangxing immediately felt dizzy. A terrifying gravitational force appeared from the stone tablet and directly pulled out all of his divine sense from the golden lotus and into the stone tablet. He was shocked by this turn of events. He subconsciously thought that this was a plot by Dilu, who had deliberately allowed the stone tablet to pull away the parasitic golden lotus he had left in his sea of knowledge so that he could get rid of him, but before he could shout in anger, he was already speechless. At this moment, even his divine sense was not clear, and he was suddenly faced with endless illusions. After strengthening his Tao heart, Fangxing basically would not fall into illusions again. There were not many illusions that could make him fall into them, but at this moment, he suddenly fell into an illusion and could not resist at all. He quickly understood that this was not because he had fallen into an illusion, but because it was a memory, or rather, it was a kind of inscription, the inscription on the stone tablet. There were indeed many things recorded on the stone tablet, but strictly speaking, they were all related to the same thing. The death of the previous D family patriarchs. Kill. Fangxing heard the roars in his ears. When he opened his eyes, he saw countless strange and ferocious creatures of the god clan rushing towards him like a tidal wave. That kind of momentum almost drowned him, and he himself turned into a general of the army, surrounded by cultivators who charged together with him. They rushed into the endless god clan creatures, killing and fighting non-stop. This was an incomparably tragic and long battle. It went on for a full 3 months, and he had also been fighting for 3 months. The people around him decreased, but the number of Shin clan creatures seemed to increase. In the end, he was the only one left. He no longer had the slightest bit of immortal chi on him, and he was seriously injured. A great tribulation passing cultivator did not even have the strength to lift his weapon. In the end, he was surrounded by countless Shin clan creatures, and his body was torn apart. It's a vast land, a fairyland. Once again, Fangxing seemed to have transformed into another person. Facing the worried gazes of countless people, his face revealed a resolute light. So, no matter how fierce and powerful those monsters are, we must seize a foothold for ourselves. For this, what is there to be afraid of cultivating demonic arts? You guys are worried about chi deviation, but I'm not afraid. Let me cultivate in seclusion first. Once I've mastered my godly skills, I'll lead the army and charge forward like my father did. I'll take the head of that demon and offer it to my father in front of his tomb. But in next to no time, Fangxing once again saw that he was in a gloomy abode, suffering from chi deviation while cultivating a devil art. He wanted to shout out, wanted to find someone to ask for help, yet he was unable to say a single word. In the end, he quietly died amidst the boundless pain. I heard that there's a treasure bestowed by the heavens that can help us overcome the tribulation transcendence realm. Let's go and snatch it. Even if we have to put our lives on the line, we have to snatch it back. I am the leader of the D family, how dare you hurt me? Scene after scene, life after life, countless illusions appeared in Fangxing's heart. He passed by countless people on the verge of death, as well as the marks they left on the stone tablet. He saw generation after generation of leaders of the D family. Some died because of fighting with the god clan, some died because they forcefully raised their cultivation and chi deviation. Some died while fighting for the first batch of immortal lives with other immortals from Tianyuan. There were even some who were assassinated by some mysterious assassins, and died in the end with unwillingness, if these deaths were normal, but the illusions after that made him feel more and more strange. I didn't expect that old bastard to break through to a new realm. I have to go into seclusion and break through again. My D family is facing a great disaster. If we can't get through this, won't our bloodline be cut off? You guys go, I'll stand guard. Sigh, this is a 1 in a million opportunity. If I succeed, so what if I die? The D family will become the ruler. This time, what he saw was another way of dying. Some of the previous D clan masters died when their immortal origins shattered while they were exploring new cultivation realms. Some died when their clan was being hunted down by enemies. There were also some, or rather many, who willingly gave up their lives when the D clan and other immortal clans were fighting for the chance to become celestial emperors. Is this the tablet of glory that the D family built for their ancestors? Amidst the endless illusions, Fangxing's only trace of clarity began to fill his heart with endless doubts. Then, the illusions that continued to appear made him immediately reject this idea. I've been in charge of the heavenly court for 3,000 years. My lifespan has reached 10,000 years. What's the point of continuing? He turned into a skinny old man who was indescribably noble. He curled up on a huge chair. The hall was empty. There was not a single person. Or rather, the hall was filled with people. However, there was no one in his eyes. He seemed to have endless power in his body. It was as if he could do anything with just a wave of his hand. However, his heart was extremely tired. All his thoughts were dried up. He fell into a deep, death-like pain. In the end, he laughed bitterly and dispersed his spirit. 8,000 years of D family. Unheard of, the scene changed again. Fangxing sat on that huge chair again. This time, he was not so tired. Instead, he was filled with anger. He looked at a middle-aged man who was equally angry. He heard him roar, "You've been the celestial emperor for long enough. Why are you still not willing to get down from that chair? How long are you going to be the ruler of the myriad realms? I've had enough. I've had enough of you always being above me. So, Imperial Father, step aside. It's my turn as the Celestial Emperor. Imperial Father, you're old. You no longer have the courage to advance. You haven't broken through to the next realm for 2,000 years. I've already surpassed you. So, there's no harm in giving up the throne. Just stay here and live in seclusion. Very soon, he saw another handsome and domineering man speaking to him with a smile on his face. This time, he didn't even feel anger in his heart, only terror. Because in his eyes, that man, the man that he was very familiar with, actually possessed a cultivation that was even more terrifying than his own. He didn't even dare to move a single finger. Imperial Father, I've changed my mind. Living in seclusion isn't the best outcome. As long as you're alive, there will always be people who want to use your name to develop ambitions and shake my rule. It's very annoying. So, you should return to the heavens and earth. The scene changed again. It was still the same man. However, this time, he was not persuading him to step down. What right do you have to continue sitting on that throne? You haven't been involved in politics for thousands of years. Why don't you just give up the throne to me? No one in the entire universe is satisfied with you. They're all willing to let me sit on the throne. So, just give up. Once again, he saw countless experts surrounding him. Their murderous intent swept over like a tide. Haha, I knew this day would come since the day I took your grandfather's throne. Come, my son. I've taught you everything. I've been waiting for this day. Now, show me all your abilities. Let's see who's more worthy to sit on the throne. Don't bother about the others, even if they destroy the heavenly court. Once again, Feng Xing saw a young man appear in front of him. Then, a world-shaking battle unfolded. Phew, after an unknown amount of time, Feng Xing suddenly broke free from the endless illusions. When he sensed his own consciousness again, he felt a sense of relief that he had not felt for a long time, as if he had just woken up from a nightmare. That feeling was almost like freedom. Haha, now you know the curse of our D clan, right? Di Lu's voice rang out, making Feng Xing believe that he had indeed broken free from the terrifying illusions. Damn it, what kind of things did your D clan raise? Killing your own father is like playing with a ball. Feng Xing only heaved a sigh of relief before he started cursing. He could not be blamed for cursing so harshly. It was because he had seen too many things in this stone tablet. Indeed, it was as he had thought before. The past generations of D clan leaders had all kinds of ways of dying. Some of them were not even recorded on this stone tablet. They had simply disappeared. Some had gone mad, some had been assassinated, some had fallen into a death formation, and some had even gotten tired of living and freed themselves. However, this was not the main reason. The most common way of dying was actually generation after generation of patricide. They were killed by their own sons, especially in the later generations. It had been the same for several generations. That kind of immersive feeling made his divine sense suffer indescribable pain and torture. This is the fate of our D clan. Hearing Feng Xing's curses, Di Lu didn't get angry. Instead, he sneered. However, the immortal world is different. With an immortal fate, as long as you want it, you can avoid all calamities and even live forever. This is longevity, but longevity also brings many problems. Just like my D clan, even if we can live forever, there has never been an eternal immortal emperor. There will always be a son who will come to kill you and take your position. Just like me, from the day I became the D clan's prince, I knew that sooner or later, I would have to face my father. If I didn't kill him and replace him, or if he killed me. At this point, a strange smile appeared on Di Lu's face as he softly said, "We sought immortality but failed. Instead, generations of our people died unnatural deaths, just like a curse. This is the legendary longevity calamity of my D family. Generation after generation, they died a violent death." The black stone tablet recorded the misfortunes of the D family's past emperors, causing Feng Xing to feel a wave of depression in his heart. There was an indescribable feeling, and he only felt that everything was utterly absurd. However, he also knew that since it was recorded in such a solemn manner, it was definitely not fake. Because even if the D family wanted to record something fake, they would only change some bad things into good ones. It was impossible for them to record so many of the D family's scandals. To be honest, out of 10 D family's patriarchs, 7 or 8 were killed by their own descendants, or it could be said that they were directly or indirectly related to their own descendants. This was indeed not a glorious thing. Those guys asked you to take me to see this stone tablet. Why did they ask you to take me to see it? After calming down and thinking for a while, Fangxing felt that it was very strange. Although this was a secret of the D family that was not passed on to others, it was a very good dish to go with wine when it was bragged about in the outside world. But no matter what, this was a matter of the D family. No matter how he thought about it, he could not understand why those old guys in the strange tower wanted him to look at this stone tablet. What did this have to do with the Great Tribulation? How would I know what their intentions are? Dilu said coldly, I just know that there is such a stone tablet in the ancestral hall, and it is not difficult to take you in to see it, so I casually agreed. If they did not specifically ask me to take you to see it, do you think I would like to take you to see it? I don't like to see it either, Fangxing muttered to himself. He didn't feel good about it either. Humph. Dilu did not say anything. You were persuaded by that old bastard, is it related to this matter? Feeling the coldness in Dilu's heart, Fangxing suddenly felt something and asked in a low voice. Dilu did not hide anything and laughed in a low voice, looking a little sinister. Of course, if I am destined to fight against my father in the future, then I naturally have to prepare in advance, lest I disappoint him by being too weak. After all, my father is too strong. It is no exception to say that he is the strongest in the history of the D family. If there is no other help, I will never be able to defeat him. Fangxing's heart skipped a beat. He became vigilant and quickly asked, what benefits did that old man promise you? Dilu seemed to hear the pain in his voice and sneered, that senior said that you would definitely ask this question. Fangxing said, so what? Dilu replied indifferently, he asked me to give you a reply. Fangxing's interest was piqued. What is it? Dilu replied, what does that have to do with you? Fangxing was stunned for a moment. After a while, his temper flared up. Hey, this old fart, I've done what I wanted to do. It's time to go back. Dilu spoke coldly and was about to turn around and leave. However, right at this moment, Fangxing suddenly said, wait. Dilu became impatient, but Fangxing asked curiously, what's that? Looking towards where Fangxing was pointing at, he saw that what Fangxing cared about was the cold pond behind the stone stele. The stone tablet was close to the end of the ancestral hall, but it was not the end yet. Behind the stone tablet, there was a depression that looked like a jade carving. It was paved with some kind of purple jade stone, and the chill inside made one's hair stand on end. At the same time, it exuded a kind of immortal chi, as if it could open up all the pores in one's body and directly improve one's cultivation. However, the cold pond was only in the shape of a cold pond. Now, it was empty except for some liquid. Sigh, there's only this little left. When Dilu looked at the cold pond, he let out a low sigh, seemingly a little disappointed. What is that thing? Fangxing asked excitedly. The more he looked at it, the more excited he became. You've been impersonating me for so long, haven't you seen something like this? Dilu's tone was a little sarcastic. It seemed that he was not without resentment that he had been possessed by Fangxing. Is it really Emperor Molasses? Fangxing's divine sense suddenly became excited, there's actually so much? From just now, he had already discovered that the liquid in the cold pond was actually the Emperor essence that he had sniffed a little before. However, he did not dare to believe that such a treasure would appear in front of him so easily. He did not dare to believe it in his heart, but hearing the tone of the Emperor essence, he was already certain, so how could he not be excited? After all, he had only seen one bottle of Emperor Molasses each time, and there were only a few drops in that bottle. But in that cold pond, there was a full 3 feet wide depression. Adding it up, wouldn't there be several jars? The Emperor Molasses is also becoming less and less. According to the ancient records of the Emperor family, there was once an entire cold pond. Dilu was silent for a long time before he spoke coldly. An entire cold pond? Fangxing was already stunned listening to this, and the vertical eye on Dilu's forehead was particularly bright. And it's inexhaustible, every time it is used, it can always rise back up. It can still rise back up? That vertical eye was not only bright, but also emitted a frightening light. Dilu frowned at his appearance, what's so strange about it? Do you think that our emperor family can stand tall in the 33 heavens for hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years without wavering? Do you think we don't have the corresponding capital? Thinking of the legend of the emperor family and the endless number of powerhouses he had seen on the stone tablet just now, each eager to get rid of their father so they could sit on the throne, Feng Xing could not help but sigh. If that's the case, then there really isn't much. With just this little, it would probably be difficult to send you to the great all-embracing golden immortal stage. How will you cultivate in the future? It doesn't matter, Di Lu's sinister voice sounded. When my invincible father falls, it will still rise back up. Feng Xing was startled when he heard this. What do you mean? Di Lu seemed a little bored and said lightly, Emperor essence is the essence of heaven and earth, growing bit by bit. Its growth rate is too slow. It can no longer catch up with the cultivation of my emperor family immortals. However, I once heard an immortal venerable say that the growth of emperor essence is not completely dependent on heaven and earth. Every time a powerhouse of my emperor family dies, it will rise back up a little. Is that so? Feng Xing shook his head and decided to ignore it. After a while, he could not help but tentatively say, I think. Di Lu coldly refused, no. Feng Xing immediately became anxious. Why not? Di Lu coldly said, don't forget our agreement, you cannot harm my interests. Feng Xing snorted disdainfully, this is not your interests, this is your father's. Di Lu simply disdained to answer, coldly snorting and turning to leave. Feng Xing hurriedly tried to persuade him, hey, don't be angry, I'll just take a little, okay? Di Lu completely ignored him. Feng Xing could feel the resentment in his heart. Seeing that they were getting further and further away from the treasure, Feng Xing suddenly made up his mind and sneered, Xianxia, let me tell you, don't be too arrogant, don't think this emperor, no, don't think this Uncle Feng doesn't know what that old heavenly demon promised you. Di Lu slightly stopped and sneered, you know? Feng Xing sneered and said, their inheritance has already been promised to me, what else can they promise to give you? No matter how I think about it, the only thing they have, but I don't want is that demon heart. You only agreed to help me because of that, right? Demon heart? Di Lu was slightly taken aback, then he sneered, you really don't understand its importance. What do you mean importance? Feng Xing thought about it, then decided to ignore it. He sneered, the way I see it, you probably want to pin your hopes on that demon heart to defeat your old man in the future. I don't know what it is, nor do I care, but I do understand that no matter what cultivation method you cultivate, no matter what path you walk, you cannot do without resources. Even if you are the great Scarlet Heaven's Emperor's disciple, I will give you your freedom in the future, but can you guarantee that you will have enough resources? But I am different, don't think that this Uncle Feng is fighting barehanded, I have many treasures. You are in the spiritual realm, there is no way you don't know that even the cosmic treasure tree is in my hands, right? I can say that the resources. Thinking of this, he hesitated for a moment before saying, can't be used up. Di Lu was silent for a long time. As if he was seriously considering this question, after a long time, he finally said, are you willing to give it to me? Feng Xing smiled, you help me, I help you, I will help you, I will help everyone. After a pause, seeing that Di Lu did not answer, he could not help but add, moreover, you need to pay rent to live in my spiritual realm. You are the first person in history to enter my Di family's ancestral hall. After a long time, Di Lu slowly said, if you are allowed to take the Emperor Essence, you will be the first person in history to take the Emperor Essence from the ancestral hall. Although according to those seniors, my father is in seclusion and won't be able to come out in a short period of time, and he won't be distracted, even if you take the Emperor Essence, he won't be able to find out. However, this matter is still very important. Feng Xing, immortal medicine, Di Lu gritted his teeth, you can only take a part, and you must give me half. Feng Xing was overjoyed, he smiled, don't worry, I will only take one jug. As he said this, he hurriedly urged Di Lu to walk over. At the same time, his divine sense rummaged through the spiritual realm and finally found a suitable wine jug. He took it out, held it in Di Lu's hand, and was about to jump into the cold pond, but Di Lu stopped in front of the cold pond, gritting his teeth. What's wrong? Hurry up and go. Feng Xing was anxious, he could not help but urge Di Lu. Di Lu looked at the wine jug, suppressing the anger in his heart, and said, put your jug away first. Feng Xing explained with some guilt, although it looks like a jug, it is really a wine jug. In the end, Fangxing still couldn't understand what those old farts in this strange tower wanted him to see in the D family's stone stele, because from the contents of this stone stele, there was indeed nothing worth exploring. It was just a record of the deaths of the D family's patriarchs. Although there were a lot of bad endings, not all of them. Overall, this could only be regarded as an incomplete record. At first glance, there shouldn't be any secrets hidden in it. Even the longevity tribulation that Di Lu spoke of was just a general description. At least, Fangxing didn't really see any curse or any external influence. Of course, the most important thing was that he didn't see any inheritance in this stone stele. Back then, those people in this strange tower had tempted him, saying that not only would they let him see some of the past, they would also pass on the inheritance they had left behind to him. This was also what Fangxing was most concerned about, but there was obviously no inheritance in this stone stele. Fangxing, on the other hand, had felt a boundless pressure from the stone stele. After experiencing countless deadly tribulations, it was as if the pressure had dissipated as soon as Fangxing left the stone stele. It was as if he had suddenly woken up from a nightmare, and the pressure had vanished. However, deep in his heart, a large number of imprints were left. These things were like a kind of accumulation, slowly accumulating in the depths of Fangxing's soul. Of course, these things were too mysterious, even Fangxing didn't realize their existence. Compared to that time when he was viewing the stone stele, he was more excited about the emperor essence he discovered later. Under Di Lu's forceful request, Xianxia put away the wine jar called the wine jar and filled it with 2 ordinary wine jars. Each jar contained at least 7 or 8 jin of wine. He made an agreement with Di Lu that one jar would belong to him and the other would belong to him. Then, he put the jars into his knowledge realm. At this time, Xianxia could be said to be satisfied. He felt that this trip to the ancestral hall was not in vain. In his heart, he felt very lucky. He didn't expect to get the emperor liquid so easily, and there wasn't even a formation around the cold pond. But then he realized that this ancestral palace itself was the strongest formation. If he hadn't borrowed the body of an emperor liquid to enter this place, even if he was a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, or even the 3 immortal primes who were obviously stronger than ordinary Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals, he wouldn't be able to enter this hall and get a drop of emperor liquid. All of this could only be attributed to his luck. "Crown Prince, why aren't you back yet?" Right at this moment, a loud shout faintly resounded from outside the ancestral hall. The voice was extremely weak, as if it had traveled through an endless region to reach this place. "Crown Prince, why aren't you back yet?" The voice resounded again, louder and louder than before. Then, loud shouts rang out, getting louder and louder, like waves spreading out layer by layer. Di Lu naturally understood that the 3 immortal primes outside were anxious. Perhaps they saw that he hadn't come out yet, so they were worried that something might have happened to him inside. But they couldn't come in at all, so they could only stand guard outside and shout loudly. From their voices, it could be heard that the 3 immortal primes were extremely anxious and worried about the safety of the Crown Prince. This is the Emperor family's ancestral hall. Although it is extremely dangerous, the bloodline of the Emperor family shouldn't be in any danger, right? At this time, outside the ancestral hall, Venerable Universal Transformation was also frowning tightly. His heart was full of suspicion, and even his eyes were a little frightened. The 3 immortal primes had great magical power and transcendent status. In Great Scarlet Heaven, apart from the immortal emperor, they were the most respected. It could be said that they were omnipotent, but the ancestral hall was the only forbidden area for them. Therefore, after discovering that Di Lu had yet to return, they really couldn't hold back. If this crown prince encountered an accident inside, then the 3 of them would have committed a great sin. If it really doesn't work, let the Emperor Garden go in and have a look? Venerable Qingjing couldn't help but suggest, but she didn't have much confidence in her heart. No, the ancestral hall can't be entered easily. You know what's inside, Venerable Ling Su coldly refused. No one knew what he was thinking. Venerable Qingjing was slightly shocked and understood his intention. His Highness Di Lu wouldn't be taking that thing, right? Venerable Universal Transformation was also shocked. Without the permission of the Immortal Emperor, those who take the Emperor Essence without permission will die. No one is an exception. He shouldn't be so bold, right? Hearing this, even Senior Immortal Ling Su was a little unsure. What's the rush? What kind of accident can happen in my Emperor family's ancestral hall? At this moment, a cold snort was suddenly heard from below. The purple mist dispersed, making a path. Di Lu, clad in black armor, slowly walked out of the ancestral hall. His face was quite gloomy. He didn't even show any courtesy to these three immortal venerables. Emperor's son, you were inside just now. Seeing Di Lu, Universal Transformation was shocked and hurriedly asked in a low voice. I was just thinking about the immortal ancestor and meditating for a while, Di Lu said lightly and didn't mention anything else. Venerable Ling Su's eyes were like torches as he glanced at Di Lu. With his cultivation base, he could naturally see through Di Lu's body at a glance. Even the tattered small world on his waist couldn't block his divine sense. If there was Emperor essence hidden inside, he would immediately be able to sense the corresponding aura. However, after a quick scan, he found that Di Lu didn't hide anything, so he was slightly relieved. Di Lu was obviously not worried about being discovered by them. He sneered, raised his eyes, and said with a faint smile, Three immortal venerables, in order to reassure you and the immortals of Great Scarlet Heaven, even in the face of those senseless accusations, this Emperor's son was very cooperative and walked around the ancestral hall. Now, no one should doubt this Emperor's son's identity, right? Hearing him mention this matter, the eyes of the three immortal venerables suddenly turned cold and they looked at each other. The Emperor's son of Great Scarlet Heaven is incomparably noble. This old man doesn't believe that someone would dare to pretend to be the Emperor's son. After a moment of silence, Venerable Ling Su softly opened his mouth and lightly explained. At this time, in the hearts of the three of them, they naturally couldn't say that their suspicions were gone, but from the fact that their soul lamps were lit, they could indeed confirm that Di Lu was indeed Di Lu. There was no doubt about this. As a dignified Emperor's son, it was indeed not a trivial matter to be suspected or even framed. It was not an exaggeration to say that because of other suspicions, he personally went to the ancestral hall to verify his identity. As the three immortal venerables, they naturally knew what to do. These words were to appease him, it was also a final explanation. They admitted that Di Lu was the real Emperor's son. That's good. Di Lu naturally understood. He nodded in agreement, then sneered and walked forward. Boom. Boom. Boom, he walked in the void with light steps, but with every step he took, a roar rang in the hearts of the immortals. Because he was walking towards Dia, who was surrounded by immortal weapons. Your Highness. Imperial brother. Big brother. Third brother, don't kill me. At this time, Dia was already pale with fear. His whole body almost went limp on the ground as he screamed in a trembling voice. Looking at the figure of Di Lu walking towards him, he really couldn't hold on any longer. Looking at Di Lu was like looking at a demon god. His stomach was full of bitterness. Several times, he wanted to summon the courage to run away with his immortal force, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. After all, he knew that his cultivation was too low. If he insisted on running away, perhaps even an ordinary immortal general could suppress him with a raise of his hand. Dia, you're really a waste. Di Lu looked at him, grinned, and slowly raised his palm. Don't kill me, I'm willing. I'm willing to give up my immortal life, Dia screamed, his whole person falling into despair. After all, although he said so, he also knew in his heart that it was impossible to give up his immortal life, and just as he shouted this sentence, Di Lu's palm had already slapped on his head. Without the slightest bit of sloppiness, the terrifying immortal might poured into his body with a rumble. Dia's whole person was stunned, and after a long time, 2 lines of blood flowed down his cheeks before bursting like rain. Then, Di Lu took out a white handkerchief, wiped the blood on his palm, and looked at the other person. It was the Emperor Garden. This woman was also frightened by the fierce aura coming from him at this time, and her expression became uncertain. After a long time, she suddenly shouted, Don't come over, you're a fake. Even if you can deceive the ancestral gods in the ancestral hall, you can't deceive me. You don't remember the past at all. Why don't you answer me? When you were a child, you fought with Big Brother Dizun, who won and who lost? She had asked this question to Fang Xing before, and it was precisely because Fang Xing avoided answering at that time that she began to believe that Du Longzi's words were true and that Di Lu was not the real Di Lu, which led to the series of arrangements that happened later. At this time, in order to survive, a flash of inspiration flashed in her heart, and she hurriedly asked this question again. That fight was broken by father, so they didn't fight at all. Dilu knew what she was talking about and answered with a light smile, revealing his white teeth. The Emperor Garden's whole person was stunned, trembling, unable to say a word. Dilu smiled grimly and raised his palm again, no different from when he faced Dia before. Wait. But at this time, Senior Immortal Ling Su finally could not bear it any longer. A figure flashed past and stood in front of the Emperor Garden. Seeing this scene, Dilu's face changed dramatically and he shouted angrily, "Old thing, you dare to stop me?" This shout shocked the four regions and scared all the immortals. Even if you are an emperor, even if the immortal emperor is in seclusion, you shouldn't say such words to an immortal venerable, especially to Senior Immortal Ling Su, who is the oldest and has the highest cultivation among the three immortal venerables, right? Of course, in the hearts of the immortals, they faintly felt that this was indeed Dilu. This old man doesn't dare to stop the imperial prince, it's just that. Senior Immortal Ling Su stared straight into Dilu's eyes for a long time. After confirming that the ferocious look in Dilu's eyes was real, he finally understood something. The doubts in his heart gradually disappeared as he slowly lowered his gaze, no longer looking at Dilu. In a low voice, he slowly said, Dia secretly refined an immortal life, courting his own death. In order to prevent him from affecting the immortal emperor who is in seclusion, it's fine to kill him. However, although the Emperor Garden was in the wrong, she didn't refine an immortal life. Moreover, she is His Highness' only sister. In this old man's opinion, why don't we spare her life? Haha, Senior Immortal is pleading with me? Dilu revealed a cold smile, revealing his white teeth. Senior Immortal Ling Su was silent for a long time before gently nodding. This old man is indeed pleading with His Highness, haha. Dilu didn't express his opinion and just laughed. At this time, the Emperor Garden almost fainted. She probably didn't expect that the move she thought she lost would actually save her life in the end. Dia really deserved to die. In order to win against her, he made the most brilliant move in his life. He directly refined an immortal life and seized all the opportunities, but because of this, he couldn't be more dead. After all, there could only be one imperial prince with an immortal life. If Dilu was fake, then he naturally won everything. But since he was real, Dia had to die. In fact, even if Dilu didn't take action, the three immortal venerables would have sent him to the immortal beheading platform. That was why the three of them didn't care when Dilu and Dia were ruthlessly killing each other. But the Emperor Garden was different. Although she was disloyal, she didn't refine an immortal life, so there was still a chance for her to live, especially the three immortal venerables. They couldn't let Dilu kill all his brothers and sisters when the immortal emperor was in seclusion. Because of this, at the last moment, the three immortal venerables stopped Dilu. Dilu just turned his head slightly and glanced at them. He smiled and didn't speak. He found that the three immortal venerables weren't lying, they really wanted to stop him. After thinking for a bit, he smiled and said to the three immortal venerables, if the three immortal venerables have any opinions, why don't you say them all at once? It will save us some trouble. The three immortal venerables felt the murderous intent in his heart and became serious. We won't stop the crown prince, but I'm sure the celestial emperor doesn't want to see the crown prince and his sister fighting each other after coming out of seclusion. Honored immortal Qingjing was silent for a long time. Finally, she slowly opened her mouth and pointed out something. Dilu was slightly surprised, but he nodded and said with a smile. Dilu I Veners, the 3D said. Lu Di. Prince's words. The three immortal sovereigns were silent for a long time. After a long time, Immortal King Ling Su said, there is nothing else. After all, you are the emperor's son. With just this one sentence, Dilu seemed to have understood a lot, and he smiled. And when he laughed, it was unknown how many people's hearts began to turn cold. This was because the words of the three immortal sovereigns had undoubtedly expressed a type of attitude, as well as a type of indulgence. After saying these words, the three immortal venerables chose to leave at the same time, but when they left, they took the Emperor Garden with them, leaving behind only the panic-stricken immortals of Great Scarlet Heaven, each of them looking at Emperor Flo as if he was a demon that was about to devour them. No one knew who this demon king was going to start with or who he was going to devour. Hee, now that I think about it, it's really interesting. When I was in power, the people around me were all respected, but the moment I died, Dishi's people killed all the people around me. But after Dishi died, I came back to kill all the people around Dishi. I really don't know why, we kept killing each other, and the people we killed were all from our own great red sky. Dilu's voice rang out slowly. It sounded somewhat helpless, but it was enough to make people's hearts tremble. Could it be that after returning 1,000 years, the emperor's disciple's temperament had changed and he was no longer so bloodthirsty? But, since everyone is doing this, why should I change? However, Dilu's next words shocked everyone. Then, he suddenly burst into laughter. Let's start with you. Dilu turned to look at Xianxia, his face full of smiles, revealing his white teeth. Xianxia, immortal monarch, who was said to be the evil dragon under Dishi's command, instantly paled. His body swayed as the surrounding immortal soldiers and generals surrounded him. He didn't even resist. There was no hatred on his face, only deep despair. Not only him, but the other subordinates of Dishi also slumped to the ground as if they had lost their bones after the tree they relied on. Dilu fell to the ground amidst Dilu's loud laughter. Immortal monarch Xianxia, great immortal general Tsinghe, little immortal monarch Yao Kuei, for offending the emperor's disciple, they deserve 10,000 deaths. Immortal monarch Fei Xiang, 7 heaven Firely, for hiding evil intentions and violating the immortal law, they will be sent to the immortal beheading platform. Batch after batch of immortal generals and immortal monarchs were sent to the immortal beheading platform, their heads falling to the ground. One cave abode after another was smashed open by the ferocious immortal soldiers. The immortal soldiers broke into the cave abodes one after another, slaughtering all the people and spirit beasts. Not a single one was spared. Sects were uprooted one after another, their legacies destroyed. One family after another was disbanded, turned into prisoners, or finished off with a single slash. In the next 3 days, Dilu truly fulfilled everyone's fantasies about him. Blood flowed like rivers in great red sky. Compared to 1,000 years ago, Dishi Nuan's people slaughtered his subordinates even more violently. They didn't spare any orthodoxies or forces that had colluded with Dishi or cooperated with him. It was a killing frenzy. Wave after wave of people were sent to the immortal beheading platform to be slaughtered. At the bottom of Great Red Sky, more and more prisoners were sent to the army, their cries of injustice shaking the heavens and the earth. In the dark, many immortal officials could not bear to watch any longer. They secretly went to the 3 immortal sovereigns, hoping that they could suppress the crown prince. But at this time, the 3 immortal sovereigns had maintained an eerie silence, watching these events with cold eyes. In addition to protecting the Emperor Garden and stopping Dilu from attacking the Azure Mystic Realm Master, they had not done anything else. Even when Dilu took action and imprisoned everyone from Immortal General Zixian's family, none of them had come forward to stop him. It was as if they had acquiesced to Dilu's purge. What's the point of killing so many people? On the other hand, after 3 days and 3 nights, Feng Xing couldn't stand it anymore and said in a speechless manner. At this time, Dilu was sitting on the mountain opposite the immortal beheading platform, leisurely looking at the rows of heads rolling down the platform. The vertical eye on his forehead was tightly closed, and he couldn't help but complain in his heart, I just feel that there are too few heads on the immortal beheading platform, it can't vent the killing intent in my heart. Dilu sneered coldly, saying it in a relaxed manner. In the past, when I was pretending to be you, I didn't quite understand why people would either want to kill me or kneel down and kowtow in fear the moment they saw me. But now, I finally understand. This is all because of you. You really can't blame anyone. Humph, if they aren't all afraid of me and still want to kill me, it means I haven't killed enough, Dilu sneered, and Feng Xing could feel the killing intent in his heart grow stronger. He also knew that for Dilu, the number of people he had killed was really not enough. According to his temperament, since he had already started killing, he would kill to his heart's content. Not only did he want to kill the people of Great Scarlet Heaven, but he also wanted to kill the people of Azure Mystic Heaven, Dark Frost Heaven, 9 Ridge Phoenix Heaven, 7 Dark Heaven, Dark Shadow Heaven, High Clear Heaven, and other heaven worlds that were inclined towards Deshur. He wanted to use the Sea of Blood to once again establish his prestige, project his shadow, and, to a certain extent, announce his return to the heavens. If he really continued like this, let alone 3 days, perhaps even 3 months wouldn't be enough. Stop, there's no point in killing anymore, it's such a waste. At this point, Feng Xing already had an idea. He smiled and said, I know you want to establish your prestige, and you're still trying to cultivate your demonic will. Could it be that after killing to this extent, you still feel that it's not enough? Haha, if you continue, I'll feel bored. Why don't you leave the rest to me? Ha 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 ha, I'll definitely make it more enjoyable, and show off our methods. What do you want to do? Dilu was slightly startled, and then he sneered and asked. You'll know when the time comes. Fangxing laughed inwardly. Killing has always been the lowest method, it's too unskillful. He has been killing for 3 days in a row, and it seems that he has no intention of stopping. Should we stop him? At this time, in the west of Great Scarlet Heaven, in a cloud immortal palace, 3 immortal venerables were sitting opposite to each other. Universal Venerable Immortal and Qingjing Immortal were talking, and only put down a chess piece after a long time. Ling Su Immortal was sitting cross-legged under a peach tree. His wide white robe was covered with petals. He seemed to be meditating, but also seemed to be thinking of nothing. He just closed his eyes and smelled the fragrance of peach blossoms. This kind of silence lasted for a long time, but Universal Venerable Immortal could not help but speak softly. Of course he won't stop. Haven't we already predicted this before? Qingjing Immortal smiled faintly and said, according to his temper, I guess he will not stop until he has vented his anger. Fortunately, he spared the Emperor Garden and killed many loose immortals. Those exalted immortals, except for Yunya and a few others who are too close to Dishur, avoided him as much as possible. The righteous immortals only destroyed their orthodoxies and then served as prisoners. As for the Azure Xian Domain Master and the other perfected golden immortals, they only talked about it and did not really take action. However, it did not affect the strength of Great Scarlet Heaven. On the contrary, it helped us a lot. Great Scarlet Heaven has occupied the resources, but there are too many people who do not work. It's a good time to purge them. Hearing this, Universal Venerable Immortal's expression turned bitter and he sighed. Others only saw the Immortal Emperor seal the seclusion and order us to take charge of all affairs. How would they know the suffering of the 3 of us? Alas, 1,000 years ago, there were more than 10 immortal kings, but now there are only 3 half-immortal emperors. The sects and families that were once scattered across the world have also gathered in the 3 immortal dynasties. Everyone wants to cultivate, everyone wants resources, and everyone wants rewards for doing something. The 3 of us are stretched thin, how can we help them out? Senior Immortal Ling Su opened his eyes at this time and said lightly, this can't be spread, otherwise Great Scarlet Heaven will be in chaos. Senior Immortal Qingjing smiled and said, of course it can't be spread, and we must hold on. Therefore, by taking advantage of the Emperor's anger, we can clean up those families and orthodoxies that are not of great use but have a lot of private possessions. We can kill or imprison them and make all the resources public. Senior Immortal Puhua smiled bitterly and said, if outsiders know our thoughts, I'm afraid they will scold us for being vicious, right? When the 3 of them said this, there was a faint smile of helplessness on their faces. But at this moment, a stream of light came from a distance and was caught by Senior Immortal Ling Su. It was a transmission jade slip. When he probed it with his divine sense, his expression changed slightly. Senior Immortal Qingjing asked curiously, who does he want to implicate? Senior Immortal Ling Su's expression was also a little strange. He handed over the jade slip and said, who does he want to implicate? Senior Immortal Qingjing looked curious and looked at it together with Senior Immortal Puhua. Then, their expressions changed greatly at the same time. This is even more vicious, right? After a long time, the 2 of them looked at each other and smiled bitterly. The Imperial Prince is generous, and in consideration of the heaven's benevolence, he doesn't want to harm too many lives. So he specially set up a merit chart. Very soon, a piece of news spread throughout Great Scarlet Sky, and it simply stunned everyone. The Imperial Prince, who had almost killed until a sea of blood overflowed into the heavens, suddenly changed his stance, saying that he was generous, saying that he didn't want to continue killing, and then gave those sinful immortals who had already been executed or were about to be executed a chance, asking them to offer up their resources and treasures in exchange for their lives. As long as they offered up enough treasures and resources, not only could they avoid death, they could even be exempted from punishment, and they could even keep their official positions. This was basically using resources to cover for their crimes. Although the immortal law of Great Scarlet Sky also stated that the entire clan would be executed and their assets confiscated, it was truly unheard of to offer up resources and even continue to be an official. Is this imperial prince so poor that he's gone crazy? The immortals of Great Scarlet Sky were simply speechless, and they all secretly cursed this murderer in their hearts. Previously, he killed people, and everyone in Great Scarlet Sky had already guessed that after this imperial prince returned, he would definitely carry out a great purge, completely replacing the forces that were originally loyal to Dishur, just like when Dishur was the imperial prince and completely purged his forces. The only difference was that when Dishur was the imperial prince, the celestial emperor was still in Great Scarlet Sky, so Dishur naturally didn't dare to go too far. Now, however, the celestial emperor was in seclusion, and there was no one in Great Scarlet Sky who could control this imperial prince, so he was naturally allowed to do as he pleased, but if he wanted to kill, then there was an order from above, and there were laws from below. All the forces could survive in the era of immortal king wars, so how could they be afraid of this imperial prince? If you want to kill, then I'll just let you kill them. The various foundations will naturally be well hidden, quietly lying dormant, only waiting for a comeback. And the sinful immortals who were targeted by him, in their hearts, knew that they could not escape. The disciples of Tao would naturally protect their own bloodline, so that the inheritance would not be broken. Naturally, they would grit their teeth and protect all related people, but now, the situation was different. The crown prince suddenly had the virtue of cherishing life and gave them the hope of survival. In this great immortal realm where everyone yearned for immortality, who would be willing to die on the immortal beheading platform? Naturally, they would give up all their hidden resources in exchange for their lives. Under such circumstances, the resources that had been hidden by the aristocratic families and orthodoxies behind them were all given up. Then, the crown prince's subordinates naturally drew out more sinful immortals. One by one, the sinful immortals were brought up to the immortal slaying platform, and then brought back down. Piles and piles of resources flowed into the pockets of the crown prince. The immortal officials who were ordered by the three immortal primes to cooperate with His Highness Di Lu in investigating the case of Emperor Shur's lackeys were all stunned. They were originally following the crown prince, and when the crown prince killed someone, they were responsible for investigating the person's resources and confiscating them. But now, all these resources had gone directly into the crown prince's hands, and they could only stare blankly at all this. Could it be that His Highness Di Lu has not returned for 1,000 years, and has lost his foundation, so he can't wait to amass wealth? Someone secretly gasped, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Someone sighed, that's not a bad thing. The crown prince took the money, but still kept his promise. Not only did he not pursue his relationship with His Highness Di Lu, but he even promoted him vigorously. As long as he can keep his life and his position as an official, this little bit of wealth is nothing. He can earn it back sooner or later. Just take it as a military order to surrender to His Highness Di Lu. Don't be reluctant, give it to him. All these thoughts represented the mentality of most of the immortals who were implicated. In order to save their lives, why would they care about material possessions? More importantly, some immortals, in order to show their loyalty to the crown prince, even though they were innocent, also came to offer various immortal treasures. However, the immortals gradually realized that this emperor only liked celestial herbs and didn't like celestial treasures. This caused them to secretly heave a sigh of relief. After all, celestial herbs were consumable resources, unlike celestial treasures, which were mostly used to protect their lives. The murderous great red sky suddenly became filled with the aura of treasures. Many people secretly guessed how many immortal herbs and immortal essences had entered the crown prince's pockets in just a few days. But what was even more unexpected was that this merit list was only the first step. Great Elder Feng Shan Tong, Feng Suer, and a group of immortal generals disrespected the crown prince many times in the foreign battleground. This crime cannot be avoided. The crown prince has executed them on the spot to uphold the crown prince's prestige. However, Great Red Sky has no respect for its superiors, and its crimes cannot be forgiven. This crown prince has heard that Great Red Sky has a 7 dark fire gall. It is a heavenly work and is an ultimate treasure. I wish to take a look. When Great Scarlet Heaven's people presented their treasures, there were already 2 immortal emissaries who hurried to 7 Darkness Heaven. One brought over the Imperial Prince's condemnation decree, the other brought over the Imperial Prince's letter. The condemnation decree repeatedly listed 7 darkness heaven's great crimes, the words intense, making one's heart tremble. Meanwhile, the letter was calm, without a trace of anger, only asking about the 7 darkness flame gall. The 2 immortal emissaries separately handed over the condemnation decree and letter. Then, they drank tea in the great hall, leisurely waiting to see who exactly 7 darkness heaven would respond to. This is simply going too far. In the center of Great Red Sky, inside the Great Red Fire Palace, the Great Red Fire Ancestor, angrily smashed the jade table. Below him, the group of elders of 7 concealing heaven, the clan leader, and the others were all trembling in fear, not daring to speak. They naturally understood that His Highness Di-Lu was simply shameless. Old ancestor, please calm down. My son heard that His Highness Di-Lu has been collecting wealth like crazy in Great Scarlet Sky, to the point that he has gone mad. Now, he has sent someone to deliver a condemnation edict and a personal letter. His goal is obvious, he wants to see which one of us 7 hidden heaven is prepared to accept. If we accept the condemnation edict, it is equivalent to admitting Elder Shan Tong and Suer's crimes in the foreign battlefield, and he will take revenge. If we accept that letter, we need to give him the 7 darkness fire gall, and then we won't mention anything else. The Great Red Sky Patriarch smiled bitterly. He waited for the ancestor's anger to subside before explaining in a low voice. Do you think I can't tell what his intentions are? Chime Fire Ancestor said angrily, I just don't understand where this brat got the courage to threaten me like this. After all, even his father, the Crimson Knight Immortal King, was polite when he came to discuss the alliance with me. The Great Red Sky Patriarch smiled bitterly. How could he be compared to before? He used to be the Crimson Knight Immortal King, but now he was an immortal emperor. Although he felt very helpless, he could only forcibly suppress it and think of a way to explain. Previously, I, Chime Tian, was close to His Highness Dishi. Elder Shan Tong and Suer did offend him in the extraterritorial battlefield. This matter is hard to explain, I think. You don't need to say anything more. The Great Red Sky Patriarch pressed his hand down angrily and said in a low voice, I'm not muddle-headed, I know the severity of the situation. Since this prince is so shameless, he doesn't even care about his face and uses this matter to extort the treasure of Great Red Sky, then let's do what he wants. My 7 hidden heaven has been passed down for 100,000 years, yet there are only 3 of these 7 hidden fire galls, so I'll just give one to him. However, this old one will remember this debt. I want to see just how long their Great Scarlet Sky can continue acting in such a perverse manner, cooking the dogs after the rabbits are dead, not remembering their past achievements. Just how long can this domineering attitude last? Sigh, the Great Red Sky Patriarch sighed in his heart and agreed in a low voice. The same letter was sent to 9 Ridge Phoenix Heaven, Green Xian Heaven, and Shangqing Heaven a few days later. The reactions of these heavens were different. 9 Ridge Phoenix Heaven felt wronged. When we were in the foreign battleground, we already expressed our loyalty to him and helped him a lot. Why did this prince suddenly turn his back on us and want to take our 10 phoenix feathers? Damn, he said he wanted to borrow it to take a look. How can such a treasure be borrowed? If we lend it to him, is it possible to get it back? However, even though they were extremely sullen, after a whole day of discussion, they still decided to agree. After all, there were many people from all heavens in Great Scarlet Sky, and many of them were inevitably involved in Disher's case. The prince's condition was clearly to exchange 10 phoenix feathers for the safety of these people. In the end, 9 Ridge Phoenix Heaven decided to give up 1 phoenix feather in exchange for the safety and status of everyone in 9 Ridge Phoenix Heaven. It was a very worthwhile thing. Shangqing Heaven's thinking was similar to 9 Ridge Phoenix Heaven's. On the other hand, Qing Xian Heaven's Azure Xian Domain Lord had thought about it for a long time. In fact, Di-Lu had wanted to touch him before this, but he was a perfected golden immortal, a domain lord of a heaven, and was forcibly protected by 3 immortal sovereigns. However, Di-Lu's hatred towards him was obvious. Now that the prince suddenly changed his strategy and no longer insisted on fighting to the death with him, he only wanted him to give up a mysterious azure jade essence. This was a famous treasure in Qing Xuanyue's hands, and it was his lifeblood. But in the end, he still gave it to Di-Lu because he heard that his daughter was still alive in the hands of Di-Lu. Through countless similar incidents, the treasures collected by the various forces in the Great Red Sky domain gradually fell into the hands of this prince. The 7 dark fire gall, the 10 generations phoenix feathers, the mysterious green jade essence, the purple cloud chi, and so on were all treasures that were like the lifeblood of the various forces. However, they were all obtained by this prince in a crazy and shameless way. Haha, the ancestral sorcerer's 12 rituals is the fastest and most violent cultivation method in the world. It is also the method that requires the most resources and is the most troublesome. However, I have the Chaos Immortal Garden and the Taishu Treasure Tree, so most of the immortal herbs and resources are no longer a problem. All that's left is to gather these treasures. This time I have a great harvest. At the very least, I should be able to carry out 4 great rituals at once, right? While countless people were cursing, Feng Xing was secretly calculating in his heart. The more he calculated, the more relaxed he became. The ancestral sorcerer's 12 sacrificial rites was created by Tian Yuan Immortal when he first arrived in the 33 heavens to resist the powerful celestial race and the natural demons of the 33 heavens. It was a kind of Tian Yuan sorcerer's magic or even an ancient saint's magic. It had great power, but its limitations were equally terrifying. It consumed countless immortal medicines and rare treasures. It was almost impossible to cultivate and had long been abandoned by the immortals of the 33 heavens. Even Dishur chose this method in order to improve his cultivation as quickly as possible. But in 1,000 years, he had only completed the first 3 sacrificial rites, but he already had extremely terrifying strength. Even now, Feng Xing still remembered the terrifying strength that Dishur displayed at that time. It was almost overwhelming. If it wasn't for the law that he buried in the hearts of the young lords of the 4-sided aristocratic families, causing those young lords to suddenly counterattack and injure Dishur, it would have been impossible for him to defeat Dishur with his own strength. At that time, Dishur's battle strength was almost comparable to that of Du Longzi, who was a perfected golden immortal. This scene left a deep impression on Feng Xing, and he decided to cultivate this method. To cultivate this method, he had to solve the problem of resources. Now, Feng Xing was solving this problem. Of course, the method he used was not something Dishur could compare to. Dishur had spent 1,000 years but had only completed the first 3 sacrificial rituals. The reason was that resources were hard to find. Even a dignified imperial prince could not make bricks without straw. However, Feng Xing had only used the crazy momentum of the return of the imperial current to get his hands on several kinds of rare treasures. In addition to the various immortal herbs in his knowledge realm and the Chaos Immortal Garden, he had already gathered the resources needed for the first 4 sacrificial rituals of the ancestral sorcerer's 12 sacrificial rituals. The things have changed hands. I'll give you some, and then I'll return this body to you. It's time to separate. Using the identity of Di Lu, Feng Xing had already achieved his ultimate goal. He had obtained the Emperor Essence and so many resources. Naturally, Feng Xing did not need to borrow Di Lu's body anymore. Especially this time, with Di Lu's help, he had escaped the most severe calamity. He did not want to keep occupying Di Lu's body and not return it, so he happily discussed the matter of returning to Qing Xiantian with Di Lu. You can't leave yet. However, to Feng Xing's surprise, Di Lu did not agree to this matter. What's going on? Feng Xing was surprised. He did not understand what Di Lu was thinking. Because it's not time for me to leave the sanctum. Di Lu's answer was simple, but it allowed Feng Xing to understand the crux of the matter. It turned out that this Dishur was still thinking about the condition that the heavenly demon had promised him. If he wanted to obtain this condition, his spiritual soul would need to remain in Feng Xing's knowledge realm. In this way, even if Feng Xing returned his body, he would not be able to control it. Unless the heavenly demon agreed to leave Feng Xing's knowledge realm and enter his knowledge sea. However, the heavenly demon would not do this. The demon had a grand plan, and all of this was tied to Feng Xing. Therefore, he would firmly guard Feng Xing's knowledge realm. If he stayed in Feng Xing's knowledge realm, Dishur's spiritual soul could only stay with him in the strange tower, then his body would be in a soulless state, and he would need someone to help him look after it. Looks like it's going to bother me. Feng Xing did not mind continuing to be a Dishur. After all, this identity could bring him countless benefits. Moreover, for him, his current cultivation was almost entirely on the knowledge realm. This knowledge realm was formed from his knowledge sea, where his will resided. It had little to do with his physical body, so no matter where he was, it would not affect his cultivation. Moreover, his physical body had always been in Xianxia heaven realm, using the method of the Taisheng's inheritance to steal the vitality of heaven and earth to nourish himself. Now that it had not reached the great accomplishment stage, it was better not to disturb it for the time being. With this agreement, in addition to the fact that Di Lu had reappeared in Great Scarlet Sky and killed countless people, he had re-established his position in Great Scarlet Sky. He had also fiercely vented the killing intent and resentment in his heart that had been suppressed for 1,000 years. He felt much more relaxed, and the importance he placed on that demon heart far exceeded the importance he placed on the position of Imperial Prince. He actually returned to the realm of consciousness in satisfaction. Soon, Fangxing announced that he was going to go into seclusion as a Disher. Whether it was the three immortal venerables, or the immortal generals and immortal monarchs of Great Red Sky, none of them suspected anything. In their opinion, this Disher had not returned for 1,000 years, which meant that he had wasted 1,000 years of cultivation. His realm had fallen far behind the other Disher or princess of the other heavens, so it was reasonable for him to go into seclusion to cultivate and improve his realm. Moreover, the immortals were happy to see this fiend locked up, so naturally, everyone agreed with it. In the newly rebuilt Lu Yun Palace, Fangxing quickly calmed down and prepared to cultivate. In the depths of the palaces, he sat cross-legged on a special altar surrounded by layers of restrictions. Countless celestial herbs and treasures were piled up like a small mountain around him, and new celestial herbs were being picked from time to time. When his divine sense entered his spiritual realm, he could see the Chaos Celestial Garden floating in his spiritual realm. When he entered the Chaos Celestial Garden, he could see two figures busily working in the Celestial Garden. They were cleaning the celestial soil for the celestial herbs, picking branches and leaves, watering the spirit spring, and pollinating the illusionary butterflies. One of the two figures was tall and slender, gentle and adorable, while the other was beautiful and alluring. They were Qi and Fairy Qing Luo. After the incident in the extraterritorial battlefield, Fairy Qing Luo seemed to have lost all hope, and no longer had her previous arrogance and ambition. She only stayed in the bamboo garden of the skeleton small world. However, the formation of the skeleton small world was on the verge of collapse, and Fangxing could not let them stay there forever. It just so happened that the Chaos Immortal Garden needed someone to take care of it, and so he brought them into the knowledge realm. It had to be said that the two of them did a pretty good job. In fact, Fairy Qingluo's performance was much better than Qi-er's. After Qi-er saw Fangxing's true appearance in the knowledge realm, she hesitated for a while before finally accepting Fangxing. On the other hand, Fairy Qingluo's expression did not change at all, as if nothing had happened. Even though Fangxing had already told her that once she entered the Chaos Immortal Garden, she would not be allowed to leave for at least 100 years, she still agreed without batting an eyelid. In fact, she was even somewhat happy with this responsibility, and when it came to work, Fairy Qingluo was much better than Qi-er, who liked to steal wine and was too lazy to move. Hee, the more I look at you, the more I like you. You're quite handsome. As soon as she saw Fangxing's figure appear in the knowledge realm, Qi-er immediately hid the wine jar in her hand behind a clump of Qilin immortal grass, and then skipped over to Fangxing. She tilted her head and sized him up, then giggled. Fangxing clasped his hands behind his back and glared at the girl. Have you finished your work? At the mention of this, Qi-er immediately frowned. These immortal herbs are very delicate, so. I didn't dare to be careless at all. Fangxing was a little speechless. How much have you done? Qi-er reluctantly stretched out 3 fingers with a worried look on her face. Fangxing, 30? Qi-er, 3. Fangxing immediately choked with anger. When he turned his head again, Fairy Qingluo had already taken care of 100 immortal herbs. He immediately knew that there was a reason why this girl had praised him as good-looking. But she was his wife after all, so he couldn't bear to hit her even if she was a little lazy. He could only angrily throw down a few jars of wine and some immortal pills and spirit tea, and then leave the knowledge realm with the immortal herbs. Based on this, I have all the types of immortal herbs. He compared the number of immortal herbs he had brought out with him to the number of immortal herbs he had gathered, and he thought to himself. Almost every level of the ancestral witch's 12 sacrificial rituals required one or several kinds of rare treasures, as well as dozens or even hundreds of different kinds of immortal herbs. The number of essences and the number of essences required was simply shocking. but now, he had successfully gathered all of them, and everything was ready. It was time to use the ancestral witch's 12 sacrificial rituals to increase his cultivation. Spirit Connecting Aperture Sacrificial Ritual, Yin Yang Soul Sacrificial Ritual, 4 Directions Sacrificial Ritual, 6 Directions Sacrificial Ritual. Feng Xing silently recited the names of the 3 sacrificial rituals, and his heart sank. When the time was right, he suddenly took out the 10 phoenix plume that he had obtained from the 9-ridge phoenix heaven and placed it in the air. This was a real phoenix plume, and it was an old feather left behind by a phoenix after it had undergone nirvana 10 times. It contained the aura of a phoenix when it underwent nirvana. The first sacrificial ritual of the ancestral witch's 12 sacrificial rituals required this item as the main ingredient, and it was supplemented by 12 kinds of precious immortal herbs to nourish the mind. Not only could it increase one's cultivation, it could even allow one to comprehend part of the mysteries of a phoenix's nirvana to a certain extent. Boom! As the 10 phoenix plume was used, a strange flame suddenly rose from the altar that Feng Xing was sitting cross-legged on. The 12 precious immortal herbs were refined in the flame, and wisps of immortal chi flew out and attacked the 10 phoenix plume. After an unknown period of refinement, a wisp of divine light was finally forced out and slowly floated towards Feng Xing. Boom! 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 As this wisp of divine light slowly seeped into Feng Xing, or rather, Emperor Flo's forehead, a great change occurred in Feng Xing's spiritual realm. It was as if a terrible earthquake had occurred, bombarding the world. Qi and Fairy Qing Luo, who had been left in the Chaos Immortal Garden and protected by the turbulent seas Heaven's Will, sensed this great change, and were both shocked and dismayed. They hurriedly looked outside the garden. When they saw what was happening, they were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Above the 9 heavens of the knowledge world, the sun that was formed by Feng Xing's spirit was struggling to change. In the end, it actually turned into a phoenix with flames burning on its body. It spread its wings high and let out a long cry, scattering immortal fire all over the sky. Phoenixes soared into the sky, and fire flowed like rain. Qi and Fairy Qing Luo, who were in the Chaos Immortal Garden, witnessed this shocking scene in amazement. Countless immortal flames descended from the sky and landed in the realm of consciousness. Then, rumbling sounds came from the depths of the land, as if something was tearing apart and growing. With their current cultivation, they could not see the most fundamental changes in this world. They could only sense that the realm of consciousness seemed to become more and more real. This feeling was like being in water. They could not see the changes in the power in the water, but they could feel the surging of the surrounding undercurrents. It was a kind of invisible but intense power that was growing crazily, bit by bit. After the violent earthquake, illusions appeared. Flowers rained down from the sky, and a wonderful sound rang out like a tide. They saw patches of grass turn yellow, then turn verdant again. It was like the manifestation of the reincarnation power, but it also seemed like the most fundamental manifestation of the principles of nirvana. As this power descended into the realm of consciousness, the 3,000 great Taoists in the realm of consciousness began to stir. One of the principles of the great Tao triggered the others, causing the realm of consciousness to undergo a fundamental change. The most obvious change was that some simple living beings began to appear in the depths of the land. They lay dormant underground, waiting to be awakened. These creatures were the imprints left in Feng Xing's spiritual realm by the myriad spirits pill that he had refined. After he had taken the myriad spirits pill, these creatures had been reborn in his spiritual realm. However, they were only imprints and shadows. As his spiritual realm changed, they had long disappeared without a trace. Now, with the appearance of the nirvana force, the imprints of these creatures had begun to reincarnate. With the imprints as the core, they nourished real lives and lay dormant in the earth, waiting for the real day of rebirth. The 12 sacrifices of the ancestral sorcerer is indeed a cultivation method that is very suitable for him. At the end of this world of consciousness, in the strange pagoda, there was an existence observing the changes in Feng Xing's world of consciousness and sighing inwardly. In their eyes, the changes in this realm of consciousness were naturally not as superficial as those of Qi and Fairy Qing Luo. They saw something on a deeper level, which was the growth and changes of the nomological laws. After severing 12 Taoists, Feng Xing's realm of consciousness had already awakened the embryonic forms of 3,000 great Taoists, which were all of his immortal senses. After suppressing immortal King Xianxia and seizing the power of 5 great Taoists from her, he had created 5 great Taoists that were far stronger than ordinary nomological laws. In the eyes of the strange tower, these changes in the laws had clear boundaries. When a law was born, it was like a snake. Once it had a foundation and grew, it was like a python. When it gained intelligence, it was like a dragon. In the end, the 3,000 great Daos were formed, and they had the power to split the heavens and the earth, like 3,000 great dragons. Currently, there were already 5 dragons in Feng Xing's realm of consciousness, as well as countless little snakes. Every single one of them represented infinite possibilities, but they needed time to grow and evolve. During the great ceremony this time, he could clearly see that there were countless little snakes growing and struggling at a rapid speed. Their bodies gradually grew larger and larger, and they gradually possessed greater and greater power. If this was regarded as the speed of cultivation, then one breath was truly comparable to a year. It was practically a breakthrough. Senior Xian, I wonder if you've given him pointers on the hidden immortal Dao resources of the various factions, so that he can think of a way to gather all of these resources. This can be said to be like adding wings to a tiger, but in this way, he's getting closer and closer to the end. Inside the strange tower, someone was doubtful. Do you think he's ready? Faced with this question, the unknown Xian chuckled. I'm just telling him some things. To achieve these things, it's all up to him. As for whether he's ready or not, that's not something we should be concerned about. This old man just feels that, after all, he's the successor of the Taishang path. Do you really think that he doesn't know how far he's gone? This kid is far more decisive than we've imagined. The 300 years are almost up. We don't have much time to begin with. Another person spoke softly and sighed inwardly. Bang, just as they were speaking, a loud noise suddenly came from beyond the realm of consciousness, as if something had broken. If they could go to the highest point of the realm of consciousness like Feng Xing, or even break through it, they would see that among the 81 destinies that entangled Feng Xing, one had broken. These destinies were the obstacles to Feng Xing's cultivation. Feng Xing needed to kill all the destinies in order to achieve freedom. Before this, Feng Xing had severed 3 destinies for the first time and stepped into the immortal realm. Then, he severed 9 destinies in the turbulent sea and stepped into the primordial unity supreme immortal realm. After that, he did not sever any more destinies. But now, the destinies had broken on their own. This feeling was like success when the conditions were right, and it was the same logic as achieving perfection. Under normal circumstances, Feng Xing could only sever his destinies with his own courage and foundation to increase his cultivation. But now, through the sacrificial method in the ancestral sorcerer's 12 sacrifices, his cultivation was increasing crazily, forcing the destinies to break on their own. If one had to describe it, it would be like a cultivator's cultivation was too fast. Unknowingly, he had formed his gold core. Then, unknowingly, before he could even think of advancing to the next level, Yuanying had formed. Then, when he was still focused on comprehending the Tao and ignoring the affairs of the world, he heard a rumble in the sky. Damn it, the tribulation lightning had struck, bang. Bang, moreover, it wasn't just one. After one life was destroyed, another 2 lives were destroyed. The ancestral sorcerer's 12 sacrifices is indeed extraordinary. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Feng Xing was feeling the changes brought about by the first sacrifice of the ancestral sorcerer's 12 sacrifices. He was shocked. I had already severed 12 destinies and awakened 3,000 nomological laws. I thought that the remaining destinies were linked to the nomological laws and would be difficult to sever due to the heavy pressure. I didn't expect the benefits of the ancestral sorcerer's 12 sacrifices to be so great. It forcefully increased my cultivation and actually forced my destinies to break on their own. In this case, if I can complete the 12 sacrifices, then my cultivation. At the thought of this, he felt a little excited. It was no wonder that these sacrificial techniques were known as the sacrificial techniques that could split the heavens and the earth. To a certain extent, it was like refining oneself like a magical weapon. Countless celestial medicines were dissolved by the sacrificial techniques and entered his consciousness. They nourished the changes of the 3,000 nomological laws and allowed them to grow rapidly. These nomological laws were divine powers and cultivation. It was like raising his cultivation from the top of a ship. This feeling even reminded him of when he was very young. Under the guidance of Uncle 11 and by Qianzhong, he had also used this method of refining the body like refining weapons. Naturally, he had suffered a lot in the process, but he had also gained many benefits and abilities, a great sacrifice, a hurdle. If I can't overcome it, my body will die and my Tao will disappear, but I have overcome it. My cultivation has increased greatly. Fangxing thought to himself. He clenched his teeth and his expression was fierce. There was a saying in the world, you can't become fat from eating too much. However, he had become fat from eating too much, sacrificing so many celestial herbs and even a rare treasure like the 10 reincarnations of the phoenix's plume to himself was an extremely crazy thing to do. It could easily lead to chi deviation. If he succeeded, the great sacrifice this time would be equivalent to hundreds of years of cultivation. If he failed, then his soul would naturally shatter and he would die. However, there were 2 reasons why Fangxing dared to cultivate so boldly. The first reason was that his foundation was the path of the Supreme Tao, and he had cultivated the embryonic form of a world. It was precisely because he had this foundation that he was able to endure such a great sacrifice and avoid many dangers. The other reason was that he knew that there would be people watching him. They were the existences in the strange tower in his consciousness. After watching him for so long, they could not bear to let him chi deviation. They were like his protectors who had helped him avoid many dangers. With so many powerful people protecting him, this treatment was really extraordinary. He was the only one in the entire universe. After the first sacrifice, it will be the yin-yang sacrificial soul technique, extinguishing the fear in his heart and not letting himself have any worries. Fangxing only thought about cultivation. The 7 dark fire gall is yang, and the mysterious green jade essence is yin. With these 2 treasures and 16 types of celestial medicines, I can carry out the second great sacrifice and forge my true spirit. After this sacrifice, not only will my cultivation skyrocket, but my understanding of the yin and yang qi will also deepen to another level. My yin-yang millstone will also be able to exert more power. This is really, with this thought, his lips curled into a smile. He was very satisfied. Then, it will be the 4-sided ram sacrificial soul technique. At that time, Disher had only carried out this sacrifice, but he had already comprehended 9 primordial witchcraft. This kind of witchcraft is actually a divine power. It is a kind of divine power that can only be comprehended and performed by those who have performed the ancestral witchcraft 12 sacrifices. I am much smarter than Disher. If he could comprehend these 9 primordial witchcraft at the 3rd sacrifice, I can definitely do it too. I might even be more powerful than him. Most importantly, I already have the embryonic form of the 3000 Great Tao in my consciousness. It will be more powerful to perform this witchcraft. The more he thought about it, the happier he was, and he almost laughed out loud. My foundation is stronger than Disher's. After completing 3 primordial witchcraft 12 sacrifices, I can easily defeat him. Now, I have a full set of celestial medicines and treasures to complete 4 primordial witchcraft 12 sacrifices. In this way, how much power will I have when I break through? Haha, Disher already has the ability of a half-step zenith heaven golden immortal. At that time, I, who is far better than Disher, will have a resounding title? Invincible young immortal king? No, it's too unsophisticated. He shook his head and said to himself, I'll call myself super invincible young immortal king. When he came back this time, he couldn't wait to ask for so many resources, and was in a hurry to go into closed-door cultivation. Could it be that he wants to make a breakthrough? It had been more than a month since Di Lu's closed-door cultivation, and peace had been restored in Dachi Heaven. Under the suppression of the 3 immortal venerables, the immortals of Dachi Heaven returned to their respective places and lived in peace. Some of the things that the 3 immortal venerables had secretly investigated had also made some headway, which made the doubts in their hearts gradually disappear. They also breathed a sigh of relief. And their attention returned to the Crown Prince. His Highness Di Lu is a genius. 1,000 years ago, his cultivation was one of the best among the princes and princesses. This is also what the immortal emperor is most pleased about. Unfortunately, he was suppressed for 1,000 years and could not cultivate. This time, although he deliberately hid his cultivation from us, it is clear that he is still in the primordial unity realm, or even the early stage primordial unity realm. Not to mention compared to the other princes and princesses, even compared to myself 1,000 years ago, he has fallen a lot, let alone compared to the other princes and princesses. However, the news that the other princes and princesses have all broken through the realm hundreds of years ago, and all of them have the ability to stand on their own. Compared to them, the crown prince is far behind. Universal Immortal Venerable sighed, feeling a little regretful. But Immortal Venerable Ling Su said, not necessarily. Haven't you noticed that although His Highness Di Lu has been suppressed for 1,000 years, he seems to have gained a lot of benefits? Haha, 1,000 years ago, he disappeared to chase after immortal King Taishu. Now that he has returned, although his cultivation is damaged, he seems to have achieved his goal 1,000 years ago. It is said that in the extraterritorial battlefield, he admitted in front of Immortal General Zixuan that the Chaos Immortal Garden and Taishu Treasure Tree have fallen into his hands. It is clear that he has not been suppressed for 1,000 years in vain. He must have obtained some inheritance of Immortal King Taishu, and it is with this inheritance that he was able to seize the Chaos Immortal Garden and Taishu Treasure Tree in the hands of the Crown Prince, right? Now Great Scarlet Heaven is stretched thin, resources are scarce, and income can't make ends meet. Although in this 1,000 years of war, we have killed many immortal kings and obtained a large number of resources, most of them have to be supplied to the immortal emperors who are in seclusion. The ones left outside can't support the consumption of the immortal emperors, especially the immortal army. Based on the current situation, I am afraid that in another few hundred years, even the immortal generals and immortal officials of Great Scarlet Heaven won't be able to supply the Chaos Immortal Garden and Taishu Treasure Tree in the hands of the Crown Prince. Senior Immortal Qing Jing pondered and asked this question with some hesitation. Although it had already been more than a month since Di Lu's return, the Dachi Heaven's immortals who knew the inside story had long been concerned about this issue. Back in the extraterritorial battlefield, the Di Lu had only mentioned that the Chaos Immortal Garden and the Great Void Precious Tree were in his possession and that no one had seen them before. However, this news had spread far and wide, and even the three of them had been very concerned after that. After all, it was the Chaos Immortal Garden, the legendary treasure garden with countless immortal medicines. What's more, the Taishu Treasure Tree was refined by the Great Void Immortal King to solve the problem of the depletion of cultivation resources. Then, did he succeed? Could the Taishu Treasure Tree he had snatched from Di Lu really solve this problem? More importantly, shouldn't he hand over the two supreme treasures in his hands? This question had always been in the hearts of the three immortal venerables, but they hadn't gotten an answer for a while. If the immortal emperor hadn't gone into seclusion, I'm afraid that the moment His Highness Di Lu returned to Great Scarlet Heaven, he would have already ordered him to hand it over. Senior Immortal Ling Su was silent for a long time, then said faintly, seemingly a little helpless. Who said it wasn't? Senior Immortal Universal Transformation also shook his head with a wry smile. That's the reason. The Immortal Emperor can naturally order him to hand it over directly, but after all, the Immortal Emperor doesn't know about this matter. How can we overstep our bounds and do it for him? This old man has long wanted to ask His Highness Di Lu where he hid the Chaos Immortal Garden and the Taishu Treasure Tree, and what he plans to do with them. Unfortunately, no matter how much I thought about it, I still couldn't ask. Even if I asked, with the Emperor's temper, he would probably just casually say that he didn't get it or something else. We can only listen and not force him. At this point, he sighed heavily and said, "It's better not to ask." At this time, Senior Immortal Qing Jing's eyes also slightly lit up. She pondered and said, "Since the Emperor's return, I have seen him many times. He only has that skeleton small world he got from somewhere to hide things. With his temper, he certainly doesn't trust others, and he won't leave the treasures in the Myriad Treasures Immortal River before returning to Great Scarlet Heaven. So I guess that if the legendary Chaos Immortal Garden and the Taishu Treasure Tree are really in his hands, they must still be hidden in the skeleton small world that he never leaves. No matter where he hides them, we can't just ask him to hand them over." Senior Immortal Ling Su was silent for a long time this time, and then he said, "Don't forget the curse of the Emperor family." Hearing the word curse, Senior Immortal Pu Hua and Senior Immortal Qing Jing both felt a chill in their hearts. They only felt heavy, and no longer spoke. There was indeed a problem in the Emperor family that no one dared to mention, but no one dared to ignore. That was the father and son killing each other. It was strange to say that few of the immortal kings and celestial emperors of the Emperor family died a good death, especially in the next few generations. Almost all of them died in the hands of ZC. This also led to a strange phenomenon. The father-son relationship in Great Scarlet Heaven was extremely weak, especially in the path of cultivation. The immortal king would only personally guide his son in the early stage of cultivation. Later, most of the time, he would be left to fend for himself. Even after the emperor's son cultivated to the zenith heaven golden immortal realm, he would not be provided with any resources and would be left to find ways to obtain them. From this point of view, the chaos immortal garden obtained by the emperor family was actually his own. It was his capital to compete with the celestial emperors in the future. If the three immortal venerables forced him to hand it over, it would almost be equivalent to taking his life, and the two sides would become sworn enemies. After all, the emperor is still young. Even if that day comes, I'm afraid it will be 10,000 years or even tens of thousands of years later. Isn't it a little too early for us to consider this matter now? Moreover, as the emperor's son, he should also focus on the overall situation. After all, we. Senior Immortal Qing Jing said hesitantly, but she did not have much confidence. Presumably, she also knew that the words "focus on the overall situation" were too ridiculous in the 33 heavens. Let's not talk about these issues anymore. Immortal King Ling Su gently waved his hand, indicating that she did not need to say anything more. He said calmly, since the Celestial Emperor has handed the Great Red Heaven to us, then it is our responsibility to ensure his safety before the Celestial Emperor comes out of seclusion. Let the Emperor think about the matter on his side. We have to consider other things. The chaos in the myriad treasures Immortal River has been quelled, and the traitorous cultivators of Tian Yuan have been expelled from the Immortal River. I think they will not dare to cause trouble again in a short period of time. In this way, the problem is concentrated on the 6 demon heavens. I heard that those demons are not obedient again, Senior Immortal Puhua said. I have been paying attention to the movements over there. Indeed, we need to pay attention to it. Not only did the traveling immortals report that they found the traitorous cultivators of Tian Yuan there, even the remnants of the Buddha realm and the Dragon clan are ready to make trouble. Haha, the 6 demon heavens was originally not killed because they were sensible, but now they are taking advantage of the Celestial Emperor's seclusion to stir up trouble. They are really courting death. When talking about their emperor's son, the 3 of them were extremely helpless. But now, when the 6 demon heavens was mentioned, their expressions immediately changed. Their expressions were solemn and overbearing. Senior Immortal Puhua's eyes were filled with ferocity, as if he wanted to wipe them out. Haha, courting death? Isn't that great? Senior Immortal Qing Jing said with a smile, the remnants left by the heavenly demons have been struggling at death's door for a long time. Moreover, the 6 demon heavens is a fertile land with countless resources. Compared to the 6 demon heavens, a few immortal herbs in the Chaos Immortal Garden are not worth anything. If those devils really break the alliance, dare to rebel, then we'll directly march in and seize the 6 demonic palaces. All of the resources stored within will belong to Great Scarlet Heaven. Then, even if it's for 10,000 years, we won't have to worry about the continuation of Great Scarlet Heaven. Isn't that great? How can the other heavens not think of the problems we can think of? Senior Immortal Ling Su said lightly, but now that the 6 demon heavens are ready to make trouble, they are all silent and even deliberately conniving. They are deliberately waiting for those devils to tear up the alliance. At that time, even if we attack the 6 demon heavens, I'm afraid we won't be able to fight alone. If we don't want to trigger a war before the Celestial Emperor comes out of seclusion, I'm afraid we still need the Emperor's son to come forward. Senior Immortal Qing Jing and Senior Immortal Puhua's expressions changed. But the Emperor's son, Senior Immortal Ling Su directly took over the conversation. I only hope he can successfully break through this time. The 3 senior immortals were silent. They all understood the general trend. If the time came to attack the 6 demon heavens, it would not be good for the 3 of them to take action directly. Now that the Celestial Emperor was in seclusion, the 3 of them represented the supreme combat power of Great Red Heaven. If the 3 of them took action, the guardian senior immortals of the other heavens would inevitably take action. At that time, it would be tantamount to triggering a war between the heavens. Because of this, they could only pin their hopes on the junior emperor's son. But compared with the emperor's son of the other heavens, Di Lu was only a primordial unity immortal. He really did not have any advantage and was not a match for the other heavens. Before the Celestial Emperor entered seclusion, he bestowed Emperor Liquid to Di Shi. It was likely that he had seen through this and deliberately improved his cultivation. It was just that the Celestial Emperor did not expect that Di Lu would suddenly return and kill Di Shi. The situation had changed. If Emperor Flo could successfully break through, then in the foreseeable Six Devil Heavens changes, he would have established great merit, perhaps even extending Great Scarlet Sky's fate. However, if he failed, then Great Scarlet Sky's problems would become even more severe. No one knew just how chaotic it would become. All of this stemmed from the Celestial Emperor's seclusion. The entire Great Red Heaven, or rather, the 33 heavens, was in a precarious situation. 3 years passed in a blink of an eye. The great celestial world looked calm on the surface, but there were undercurrents surging. For Great Red Heaven's Zhu Xiu, the news of the Celestial Emperor and the Imperial Prince entering seclusion was the most concerning. The seclusion of the Celestial Emperor was a major event. It was said to be related to the survival of the 33 heavens, so no one dared to disturb it. However, no one expected that the Imperial Prince would enter seclusion for so long. When the Imperial Prince entered seclusion, it was estimated that he would enter seclusion for around 3 months. Unexpectedly, it was extended to 3 years, and there was still no sign of him leaving seclusion. Although they were surprised, the immortals of Great Red Heaven were not worried. Many people had already guessed that the Imperial Prince entered seclusion to break through to the perfected Golden Immortal Realm. In this case, the longer the Imperial Prince stayed in seclusion, the higher the possibility of him breaking through. With this thought in mind, the immortals were no longer worried about the Imperial Prince's coming out. After all, in this dangerous situation, no matter how useless the Imperial Prince was, he was still their Imperial Prince. The stronger he was, the better. Otherwise, with the Celestial Emperor in seclusion and the Imperial Princes of the other heavens being so terrifying, Great Red Heaven would be at a disadvantage. Recently, Luyun Palace was illuminated by rays of light and immortal energy. The Imperial Prince should be coming out soon, right? One day, 3 years later, the news came out, and the various regions of Great Red Heaven immediately began to discuss it. His Highness Di Lu was the most outstanding existence among the Imperial Princes 1,000 years ago. After being delayed for 1,000 years, his cultivation has fallen behind the other Imperial Princes. However, there are also rumors that although his cultivation has fallen behind temporarily, he has obtained other fortunes. He may not be at a disadvantage. Perhaps after he comes out of seclusion, he will be able to suppress his peers again? Sigh, although the Imperial Prince is fierce, unreasonable, and never leaves any leeway, he is still the face of Great Red Heaven. I really hope he comes out of seclusion soon. Some old immortals with frightening seniority sighed softly. After all, in these 3 years, Great Red Heaven has not been very smooth. Great Scarlet Sky indeed wasn't going very smoothly. 3 years ago, Immortal Marshal Zixuan, who had been ordered to conquer the myriad treasures Immortal River and suppress the Tianyuan rebel cultivators, was supposed to return to Great Scarlet Heaven to report on his mission. However, for some reason, he had repeatedly defied orders and refused to return. This caused the 3 immortal supremacies to have no choice but to bring the Crimson Sky Immortal Token to Great Scarlet Heaven and order him to return immediately. In the end, Immortal Marshal Zixuan had taken 2,000 immortal soldiers and disappeared from the Star Domain. There were rumors that he had sought refuge with the Divine Master, while others said that he had appeared in the 6 demon heavens. 2 years ago, it was said that a spy from the Tianyuan ancestral land was caught and interrogated by the Universal Immortal. This spy was audacious enough to slander His Highness Di Lu as the Tianyuan demon. However, His Highness Di Lu had already entered the ancestral hall and ignited his soul lamp, so naturally, no one believed this rumor. Moreover, similar rumors had appeared in Great Heaven Heaven and Greater Darkness Heaven. The 3 immortal supremacies could confirm that this was a plot by Tianyuan, so they executed the spy on the spot and let this matter go. However, this kind of rumor never stopped, and it continued to spread in the dark. Similarly, 2 years ago, a mysterious cultivator entered the Great Scarlet Heaven's various domains. He wielded an iron sword and challenged the various domains' younger generation experts. In the end, the Dark Frost Heavens, 9 Ridge Phoenix Heavens, High Clear Heavens, 7 Amidst Heavens, and other heavens' younger generation cultivators were all defeated by him. After that, this person became even more arrogant. He actually challenged the Great Scarlet Heavens Prince. Unfortunately, the prince was in seclusion and couldn't participate in the battle, allowing this person to leave freely. It was said that even the Azure Xian domain lord had secretly tried to capture this person. Unfortunately, this person was too cunning, and he wasn't caught. A year ago, a conflict broke out between the Great Scarlet Heaven and the Greater Profound Heaven's border. 100 immortal soldiers were killed. The immortal generals of the Great Scarlet Heaven went to interrogate them. However, Yan Zhaoge, the prince of the Greater Profound Heaven, who had once been defeated by His Highness Di Lu, single-handedly suppressed 10 Grand Unity Immortals, crippled their cultivations, and chased them back. He even threatened that if the Great Scarlet Heaven wasn't satisfied, the prince could challenge him at any time. However, he built a high platform at the border and waited for more than a month. In the end, because His Highness Di Lu was in seclusion, he left a message before he left. Di Lu, coward. 3 months ago, the leader of the 33 Heavens Fairies, the princess of the Great Firmament Heavens, Lu Xiaojun, went to the Great Scarlet Heaven as an envoy. She said that she had met His Highness Di Lu once and was willing to meet him. In the end, she missed the opportunity because the prince was in seclusion. Many youths of the Great Scarlet Heaven felt that it was a pity. That was the princess of the Great Firmament Heavens. Many people wished to meet her, but they couldn't. In the end, she came to him. What a great opportunity, but their prince was in seclusion. It was such a waste of opportunity. He should be struck by lightning. All these incidents made the immortals of the Great Scarlet Heaven hope that the prince would come out of seclusion soon. Perhaps he could defeat the enemies in all directions with his invincible momentum and raise the prestige of the Great Scarlet Heaven. Or perhaps he could marry the beauty with his domineering attitude and satisfy the fantasies of the youths of the Great Scarlet Heaven. I didn't expect that the 4 Magispriests would take up so much of my time. While the outside world was talking about it, the prince, whom the immortals had been talking about, opened his eyes on the altar. At this time, he did not exist in the form of a physical body. Instead, he had transformed into a floating ball of light above Di Lu's physical body. Inside the ball of light, a man with the face of Feng Xing could clearly be seen. Streams of purple mist flowed around his body. Although he still looked like Feng Xing, he had a captivating charm. His facial features were like jade carvings, each curved close to perfection between heaven and earth. His eyes were like a sea of stars that seemed to contain countless stars and the great Tao, as well as a macro world. Moreover, although he was in the form of a divine soul, he was almost tangible, like a physical body. His cultivation was even more unfathomable. He seemed to be in the realm of a primordial unity supreme immortal. Because of the obvious aura of the Dharma, the more one looked at him, the more unfathomable he seemed, as if he could burst out with a divine power that could tear the universe apart at any time. And this was Feng Xing, who had used 3 years to complete the first 3 rituals of the 12 rituals of the ancestral sorcerer. In fact, Feng Xing did not expect that he would need such a long time at the beginning. It could only be said that he had underestimated the power of the Magus sacrifice. Even though it was so simple and crude, it was not something that could be completed in a short period of time. Under the urging of the Magus sacrifice, the power of the rare treasures and the power of the immortal herbs entered his realm of consciousness bit by bit, improving his cultivation and nourishing the Dharma in his realm of consciousness. This was equivalent to his realm of consciousness going through 4 transformations. This transformation was so huge and complicated that if the process had not been so smooth, it would have been impossible to complete it in 3 years. Haha, no matter what, I've successfully completed it. I can go out now. Feng Xing let out a hearty laugh as he sensed his own body. He dove into the Emperor fluid and observed his own cultivation. Then, just as he was about to check his cultivation, he was taken aback by what he saw. At the same time, the moment he went into Di Lu's body, his aura erupted and flew out. This kind of aura was almost elusive in the eyes of ordinary people, but those with profound cultivation immediately sensed it. Huh? In the west of Dachi sky, on a mountain peak above the clouds, Universal Immortal, who had long predicted that Di Lu would come out of seclusion in the near future, suddenly changed his expression. He gently raised his hand and pulled down a wisp of aura from the 9th heaven. After carefully examining it, his expression immediately changed. His face was so gloomy that it almost squeezed out water. He looked up to the north and said hesitantly, "Could this be? Come over and tell me." In the north of Dachi sky, in an unfathomable blue sea, the voice of Venerable Ling Su came. Universal Immortal threw away the ladle that was watering the plants and flew up to the clouds. In a flash, he traveled millions of miles and arrived above the blue sea. When he landed on the clouds, he saw a small island full of willow trees. Venerable Ling Su and Venerable Qing Jing were sitting opposite each other. Both of them looked a little dignified. He immediately confirmed his guess and quickly walked toward them. He didn't succeed in breaking through the realm. Before Universal Immortal could sit down, Venerable Qing Jing said in a deep voice, looking gloomy. Universal Immortal, who hadn't sat down yet, also hurriedly said, "Yes, what's going on?" In the past 3 years, we have clearly sensed the terrible aura coming from Lu Yun Palace from time to time. According to this aura, he definitely has enough foundation to become a perfected golden immortal. Why is the aura just now scattered and not condensed? There's no sign of forming a great Tao at all? Venerable Qing Jing said in a deep voice, there is no longer any medicinal aura in Lu Yun Palace, and the light has also dissipated. It shows that he has finished his cultivation and only needs to break through. 3 years ago, we all thought that he would succeed in breaking through the realm. Who would have thought that we were all wrong? Alas, Venerable Ling Su was silent for a long time and also sighed. If you want to become a perfected golden immortal, you need to comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth. With the help of the power of immortal medicine, you need to leap over the dragon gate in one fell swoop and let all the laws in your body follow your Tao heart and form a great Tao. But what you sensed is right. His Highness Di Lu did fail to break through the realm, and it was a failure for no reason. Could it be that his Tao heart has been damaged? His Tao heart has been damaged? Universal Immortal and Qing Jing were taken aback at the same time. Doesn't that mean he will never be able to break through the realm? Venerable Ling Su's face was terrifyingly gloomy. In any case, this is a big trouble, haha, congratulations, little friend, your cultivation base has made great progress. Just as the 3 immortal venerables were disappointed and worried, inside Fangxing's spiritual realm, the strange 9-story pagoda shone with purple light, and loud laughter came from inside. The existence in this strange pagoda seemed to be very satisfied with the results of his seclusion. What are you congratulating me for? But Fangxing had a bitter expression, and he had a surprised expression. Why haven't I cultivated to the golden immortal realm? Of course you can't become a perfected golden immortal. Inside the strange pagoda, a voice laughed loudly. Otherwise, I really have to doubt the ability of this supreme Tao. If you want to break through to the zenith heaven golden immortal realm, you need to cultivate a great way. The voice that explained to Fangxing was very familiar. It was the omniscient immortal. He smiled gently and said, under normal circumstances, if a primordial unity supreme immortal wants to become a zenith heaven golden immortal, he needs to comprehend his own dharma and cultivate it carefully. With the help of the enlightenment immortal elixir, he will be able to grasp the aura of the great way through the dharma, and then cultivate the real power of the great way. With this, he will be able to change infinitely and dominate the universe. However, your path is different from others. Although I have not cultivated the Taishang Tao, I can learn a thing or two from it. In your sea of consciousness, you have awakened 3,000 dharma. It seems lively and has countless possibilities, but it is extremely difficult to choose one dharma to cultivate into a great way. This, Fangxing secretly pondered, but he could not help but change his expression. The immortal's words were not difficult to understand, but he found it a little hard to accept. The connection between a zenith heaven golden immortal and a primordial unity supreme immortal was very obvious. A primordial unity supreme immortal awakened the power of the dharma, which was the immortal perception, and was like a seedling. When the immortal perception reached the advanced level, the seedling would grow into a towering tree, and the dharma would turn into a great way. With this great way as the core, he could successfully break through the realm and achieve the advanced level of the golden body. This realm was the real zenith heaven golden immortal. It was difficult for an ordinary primordial unity supreme immortal to find a suitable seedling. However, he never had to think about this, because he had all kinds of seedlings, but this sounded very fierce. But the problem was also very serious. Others only needed to cultivate one seedling, but he had to cultivate all of them. In the ancient book, it was said that there were 3,000 great ways, which meant that he needed 3,000 seedlings to cultivate. Sadly, the 3,000 great ways were probably just a general name. The actual number might be more than that. Originally, with his cultivation base, performing the first 4 sacrifices of the ancestral sorcerer's 12 sacrifices was enough to nurture a seedling into a towering tree. However, after the immortal chi of the 4 sacrifices was distributed among the 3,000 seedlings, how much could they improve? To some extent, this was telling Feng Xing that it was impossible for him to become a golden immortal of the great all-embracing heaven. Then, can I choose one of the great Tao first? Feng Xing suddenly thought of a problem and asked anxiously. Of course. The unknown immortal pondered for a while, then chuckled and said, in theory, it's possible. However, even if you've cultivated the power of a great way, there are still countless laws that need to be developed. Therefore, in terms of cultivation, you're still a primordial unity supreme immortal. This, the more Feng Xing thought about it, the angrier he felt, and he couldn't help but say angrily, why didn't you say so earlier? Where's the immortal king that you promised? Celestial king isn't a cultivation level, but a symbol. The unknown immortal couldn't help but laugh as well. If you have the abilities of a celestial king, why do you still care about the name of cultivation level? Ability? Feng Xing was slightly taken aback, but he quickly realized a very important problem. He had performed the first 4 sacrifices of the ancestral witch's 12 sacrifices, and he could feel that his strength had greatly increased. It was incomparable to before he performed the mega sacrificial sacrifice, which was why he was a little surprised that he hadn't broken through. It wasn't until the unknown immortal mentioned it that he suddenly realized that he had made a mistake. He felt that his efforts were futile because he hadn't broken through, but in fact, he had gained everything he should have. It seemed like he hadn't broken through, but in terms of strength, he thought about Du Longzi, who he had fought before, and felt the rich immortal qi in his realm of consciousness, as well as the omnipresent power of laws hidden in this realm of consciousness. His eyes couldn't help but light up. You haven't integrated with an immortal life, so why bother following the path of cultivation that is based on an immortal life? The voice of another person came from inside the strange tower. It was the Sky Demon. His words hit the nail on the head. Feng Xing understood that the path of cultivation for other immortals was indeed based on the immortal life. If the power of laws was the immortal seedling, and the power of the grand Tao was the immortal tree, then the immortal life was the immortal seed, the root of everything, but he didn't have an immortal seed, he only had the embryonic form of a world, and it contained the possibility of giving birth to all the immortal seeds. Thinking about it again, his path of cultivation was originally measured by the number of lives he had severed. Previously, when he had seen the strength of the heaven origin cultivators, he had always subconsciously compared himself to them, compared himself to the immortals beside him. That was why he had forgotten his roots. For him, the true advancement in cultivation was reflected by the number of lives he had severed, and at this moment, the number of lives he had severed was. He sensed for a bit, and his eyes lit up, 30 lives, out of the 81 lives, 30 of them had been severed. He still remembered that when he first obtained the 9th scripture, he severed 3 lives. Then, he severed 9 more in the turbulent sea. Now, 30 of them had been severed. It wasn't hard to imagine that during these 3 years of closed-door cultivation, he had severed another 18 lives. Thinking about it this way, it wasn't just that he hadn't made any progress, he had advanced by leaps and bounds. The only difference was that he hadn't made any progress in the eyes of others. But I still need to cultivate my own grand Tao. But after the pleasant surprise in his heart, Feng Xing's brows still slightly furrowed as he secretly thought of something. The power of the grand Tao had many meanings. It could be the foundation of cultivation, or the origin of the golden body, but for Feng Xing, there was one meaning that surpassed all of them, and that was the weapon. The grand Tao was a god art, and it was a top god art at that. Because of its extreme transformations, it was able to unleash its full power. Thus, for every immortal, their strongest god art was their grand Tao. It was like a weapon in one's hand that could protect oneself or kill immortals. But now, Feng Xing still lacked such a weapon. Without such a weapon, no matter how deep his foundation was, no matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be able to unleash his full power. Fighting with others was like fighting barehanded against a weapon. Although he might not lose, he would still be at a great disadvantage. In fact, even if you can cultivate the power of the grand Tao this time, I still don't approve of you doing this. Just as Feng Xing's mind was filled with all sorts of thoughts, the demon's calm voice rang out. I don't know what I've told you, but Taoist cultivation emphasizes inaction. Therefore, whether it's obtaining an immortal fate or using an immortal fate as a seed to give birth to an immortal seedling, then nurture the seedling to grow into a giant tree, it's all about letting nature take its course. As an immortal, you only need to understand the principles behind this, nurture the seedling, and feel its changes. But for me, this kind of cultivation is just waiting for rabbits to come to you. What's the point? If you put it this way, it's quite boring. Fangxing's heart skipped a beat. He looked up at the strange tower and asked, "Then what do you understand?" All the immortals call me a demon, then I'll tell you about the methods of a demon." The demon chuckled and slowly said, "Taoism emphasizes an action, so the demon sect must do something. The Taoists watch the seedling grow and feel its changes, so the demon sect must control this change in their own hands. Thus, even though only the Taoists have the Tao heart, the demon sect places more importance on the Tao heart. This is because the Taoists use the Tao heart to calm the spirit and cut off the 9 underworld's illusion to prevent qi deviation. The demon sect, on the other hand, uses the Tao heart to control the growth of an immortal fate. In the end, it will grow into what it wants." The void was silent. When the heavenly demon's voice rang out, all the other sounds in the world seemed to disappear. Only his voice existed. Even the unknown immortal didn't interrupt until the heavenly demon finished. After a long time, he sighed and said, "Yes, the Taoists do nothing and follow the laws of this world. The demon sect, on the other hand, wants to control this law and force it to change." After saying that, he sighed and said to Fangxing, "On this point, you are indeed more suitable for the demon sect." Fangxing was silent for a long time and finally confirmed the heavenly demon's words. He was indeed suitable for the methods of the demon sect. If he cultivated with the Taoist ideology, he could only let the 3,000 laws grow slowly and impartially. But now, he wanted to choose one path and cultivate the power of the great path. This was actually the heart method of the demon sect. Of course, it was just an ideology. It had nothing to do with the cultivation method of the heavenly demon or the demon's heart. And not only Fangxing, but many immortals also used this ideology when cultivating. Even if they used it as a reference, it couldn't be said that they were demons. So, if you want to cultivate a great path, you should first ask yourself if your heart of Tao is firm and stable. The heavenly demon's voice rang out slowly, and if it can pass the test. The heart of Tao? Fangxing's expression didn't change. He thought for a long time and didn't know how to answer. When he was in the immortal realm, he had already cultivated his heart of Tao through the 3 heavenly tomes left behind by immortal King Taishu. However, that was only the first change of the heart of Tao. It was a firm belief. But with the heart of Tao, he still had to go through tests. If he could go through all kinds of tests, his heart of Tao would become firmer and stronger until he had the possibility of controlling the power of the great path. There were countless gold. Only real gold that wasn't afraid of fire was real gold. Everyone could talk big, but only those who dared to do it were heroes. The heart of Tao, to put it bluntly, was extremely simple. Through the Tao, balanced by the heart, immovable and indestructible, this was the heart of Tao. How can I be sure if my heart of Tao is firm? Fangxing thought for a long time and finally asked this question. His eyes seemed very clear at this moment. "Go and see the places we talked about." The unknown immortal's voice rang out slowly. "That should be the best place to test your heart of Tao." His Royal Highness Di failed to break through? Soon afterwards, this news spread through Great Scarlet Sky, becoming a hot topic of discussion. In the past 3 years, because of all kinds of things, the immortals of Great Red Heaven were more and more expectant of Di coming out of seclusion. They all hoped that His Royal Highness Di would be able to play his role. 3 years ago, he came back in a domineering manner, killing people and robbing things. Now that Great Red Heaven was in trouble, shouldn't he step up? But no one expected that after waiting for 3 years, they would hear the news that he had failed to break through. This was a strong blow to the immortal's confidence. How could he compete with others when he had not even reached the realm of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal? In the realm of Imperial Princes, a mere primordial unity immortal could almost be regarded as trash, right? Even the immortals began to miss Dishur in their hearts. When His Royal Highness Dishur had just become an Imperial Prince, his cultivation was not high, but he was very serious, almost crazily cultivating, and his progress was quite fast. In less than 1,000 years, he was already half a step into the realm of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, and could break through at any time. Di Lu, on the other hand, had not broken through after 3 years of seclusion. No one knew when he would break through again, as everyone knew, it was not easy to break through in seclusion. Once he suffered a setback, no one knew how many years it would take for him to recover. Gradually, a sense of disdain gradually sprouted in his heart, secretly brewing. It was said that when he came out of seclusion, he saw the disappointed gazes of the immortals. Not only did he not feel ashamed, but he felt even more ashamed. Instead, he was very excited and happy. Then, he ignored the 3 immortal primes who advised him to stay in Luyuan Palace to continue his cultivation and study the Tao scriptures. He said that he felt bored, so he left Luyuan Palace and wandered around alone, a mere primordial unity immortal running around without a Tao protector by his side. He might even be killed by others, who knew how many people were secretly cursing in their hearts. Now was different from 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years ago, the celestial kings lived in harmony with each other, and as imperial princes, they could roam the world without any protectors. In any case, for the sake of the celestial kings behind them, no one dared to provoke them. But now, things were different. The chaos in the 33 heavens had just ended, and the aftermath of the war had yet to be completely extinguished. It was very dangerous for imperial princes to roam the world alone. No one knew when a sinner king or a demon would jump out and kill him. Not to mention the sinner king and the demon, even the forces of the great firmament heaven and the greater mystery heaven might harm the imperial prince of the great scarlet heaven if they saw him. Now, the relationship between the 3 forces was not good. In the past, the most popular thing in the 33 heavens was to roam the world and comprehend the world. But now, unless one reached the zenith heaven golden immortal realm and had the ability to protect himself, no one dared to roam around, let alone the crown prince. AI, who would believe this? I've been in the 33 heavens for so long, but I still haven't had a chance to wander around. The speculations of the immortals naturally could not guess the true thoughts of Feng Xing. Leaving the Luyuan Palace of the Great Scarlet Heaven was the most suitable thing for him. First, although he had survived the biggest tribulation with the help of an imperial stream, he was not a true imperial stream after all. The more he came into contact with the people of the Great Scarlet Heaven, the more likely it was that he would be exposed, and it would inevitably arouse suspicion. Second, since he was going to cross the tribulation of Tao Heart and go to the place that the celestial devil and the others had mentioned, he naturally had to come out in advance. Moreover, after he came out of seclusion, he had heard about the events that had happened in the Great Scarlet Heaven in the past 3 years. He had already faintly felt that there were several forces that were targeting him, coveting the Taishu precious tree in his hands. Instead of staying in the Luyuan Palace to be a live target, it was better to simply leave and hide in the dark to observe carefully. It was said that Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals were ever-changing, but now, although Feng Xing was not a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, his ability to change was not comparable to ordinary people. Of course, there was an even more important point. He didn't expect that Immortal General Xianxia would actually betray Great Scarlet Sky. Originally, he had agreed to send him back, so he naturally didn't send his 300-toed army back. However, those fellows were clever and actually took advantage of the situation to slip away halfway. They fled into the depths of the star domain under the name of pursuing Immortal General Xianxia. Feng Xing understood in his heart that these bastards wouldn't have the guts to pursue a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. It was most likely because they felt that the situation wasn't clear and didn't dare to return to Great Scarlet Sky, so they intentionally found an excuse to run away. As a Tao Master, he naturally could not allow his own people to be outside, so Feng Xing still planned to find them. Mr. Wen had once sent him a letter, indicating their current hiding place. However, this letter was from 2 years ago, and Feng Xing only received it after coming out of seclusion. In his heart, he was thinking that he had to find a chance to bring that group of brats back. Now, although there were many things placed in front of him, Feng Xing was not in a hurry. He would just do it slowly. The great immortal world was full of beauty, especially a strange paradise like the Great Scarlet Heaven, which had countless strange mountains and rivers. Feng Xing brought Qi who was unwilling to work in the chaotic immortal garden and insisted on coming out to play. They rode on their qi and soared in the wind, touring the mountains and rivers, admiring the wind and flowers, watching the snow and the moon. The men were handsome, and the women were delicate. It was truly as beautiful as a poem or a painting, full of immortals. They were carefree and happy, like exiled immortals roaming between the mountains and rivers, hunting immortal beasts, roasting and eating them, fishing flood dragons, steaming and eating them, catching spirit birds, stewing them, stealing monkey wine, mixing it with white wine. Everywhere they passed, even the most immortal paradise was in a mess. It was truly too horrible to look at. The two of them leisurely flew in the sky, pretending to be an immortal couple. Behind them, the immortals who were ordered by the three immortal sovereigns to secretly protect the prince were simply speechless. Every time they looked at the mess left behind by the two of them, they would curse inwardly. What kind of quality is this? After playing enough in the Great Scarlet Heaven, Fangxing headed straight for the Nine-Ridge Phoenix Heaven, which was adjacent to the Great Scarlet Heaven. This world was one of the 5 heavens ruled by the immortal emperor of the Great Scarlet Heaven. This was why the Scarlet Emperor was called the Scarlet Emperor of the 5 heavens. However, when he came to the Nine-Ridge Phoenix Heaven this time, Fangxing didn't come for the Feng clan that lived in this world. After coming to this world, he didn't show himself to meet the Feng clan that ruled this world. Instead, he directly flew to the south of this heaven. When he was close to the horizon, he finally arrived at a place. It was at the end of the green mountains and clear water, a place that was covered in black mist, like a ghost realm. That world was surging with a terrifying baleful aura. Even with Fangxing's cultivation, he could feel that it was eerie and terrifying. When he looked inside, he could only see a distance of 100 miles. His divine sense was blocked by the black mist, and he could only faintly see broken walls and ruins. Didn't you say you wanted to go sightseeing? What are we doing here? Chiyo looked curiously at the ghost realm and asked Fangxing, do you know what this place is? Fangxing looked at the depths of the ghost realm and asked without turning his head. Chiyo nodded and said, of course I know. This is the Green Hill Tomb, the former cultivation place of the Fox King. When Fangxing heard this, he looked back at her and motioned for her to continue. Well, I only know what I heard, and I don't know if it's true or not. It is said that the Green Hill Fox King was a demon king who was on good terms with the human race. When the demon realm was destroyed, he was the only one who didn't decline, and became a relic of one of the immortal kings. He had an extremely high status. Unfortunately, 800 years ago, he plotted against the eternal immortal palace and was personally killed by the old phoenix of the Nine-Ridge Phoenix Heaven. Since then, the Green Hill Fox King has declined, and the original Green Hill Sky was renamed the Nine-Ridge Phoenix Heaven. After listening for a while, Fangxing nodded and said, then I must have found the right place. On the surface, he had been sightseeing, but in fact, he had wanted to take a look at the place as unknown immortal and the others had said. Now that he had come to the Nine-Ridge Phoenix Heaven, he wanted to take a look at the Nine-Tailed Fox Palace that had fallen 800 years ago, the former residence of the immortal king. In fact, the Nine-Tailed Fox King was no stranger to Fangxing. Back in the Bohai Nation of Heaven's origin, he had once entered an immortal palace that had descended to Heaven's origin 800 years ago. It was also there that Fangxing had found the scripture of the Path of the Highest Supreme, the Sutra of the Highest Supreme Sensing. It was also there that he had unintentionally awakened the sleeping Lotus Maiden, and obtained a green fox ghost mask there. Later, he had used it to cause a lot of trouble. Before this, Fangxing had always thought that the immortal palace belonged to the enigmatic coffin, but now that he thought about it carefully, he was a little surprised. The enigmatic coffin had appeared in the sky above Heaven's origin thousands of years ago, but the Nine-Tailed Fox King had fallen less than 800 years ago. Let's go in and take a look. Fangxing didn't think too much about it. He only knew that the Nine-Tailed Fox King had to have something to do with the enigmatic coffin. You want to go in? When Chiyo heard Fangxing's words, her little face turned a little pale. This ghostly place was filled with black fog, and it was truly not a good place. Not to mention living things, not even ghosts could be seen. Moreover, this was also a famous forbidden area. Usually, unless it was necessary, even Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals wouldn't be willing to step in, so she didn't dare to go in. Since we're here, of course we have to take a good look. Let's go. However, Fangxing didn't know how to write the word afraid. He smiled lightly, held Chi and fled into the place. However, he only felt a thick ghostly aura hit him in the face, wetting the blood-red robe on the back of Fangxing. There seemed to be faintly discernible cries in his ears, but when he focused to listen, there was nothing. As far as the eye could see, there was only scorched earth and ruins. Not even a blade of grass could be seen, and all life had been extinguished. Even immortals would feel abnormally uncomfortable in such an environment. Is this the result of the war between immortals? Feng Xing couldn't help but think in his heart, truly extinguishing all life, huh? Just as he was flying inside, Feng Xing's gaze swept across the surroundings, and suddenly froze slightly. He saw that not far in front of him, next to the ruins of a palace, there were actually several types of tribute fruits and several lit incense sticks. Now, the incense sticks had already burned to the end, as if someone had been here to offer sacrifices to someone not long ago. This seemed a little strange. Even Feng Xing had stopped, and he looked around with a frown on his face. There's not even a shadow of a ghost here. Who was it that offered sacrifices to the deceased here? However, after Feng Xing furrowed his brows, he continued to move forward. As far as his eyes could see, it was a stretch of ruins. The surrounding palaces and pavilions had collapsed. One could imagine how prosperous this place was in the past, but now, it was just a pile of rubble. He could even see countless skeletons, either scattered or complete, randomly thrown on the ground. It was indescribably eerie. This was indeed a dangerous place. If one was a little timid, he would probably be so scared that he would not dare to move forward. However, Feng Xing frowned and only felt a little bored. He had seen such a scene many times and did not feel anything. However, he felt a little strange in his heart. Such a chaotic place could be seen everywhere. What exactly were they trying to show him? The deeper he went, the denser the devil chi around him became, but he still did not find anything. The broken walls and ruins were ordinary and there were no traces left. It seemed that the great battle had destroyed everything and left no clues. When he walked to a scorched mountain peak, he was slightly startled. There seemed to be a line of words written in blood on the mountain peak. The words were written in flamboyant calligraphy and were almost indistinguishable now. However, Feng Xing's cultivation was extraordinary. When he looked at it with rapt attention, he could still recognize the essence of the line of words. It was written, "Defeat in the end. Abandon your Taoist heart. The great calamity has finally arrived and cannot be defeated." That row of bloody words was written wantonly and extremely lifelike. Even an ignorant and incompetent person like Feng Xing seemed to feel the grief, indignation, and despair in his heart when he wrote those words when he saw them. It was extremely miraculous. Woo woo woo. When he focused his attention on the line of words written in blood, his divine sense seemed to have touched the specks of consciousness around the mountain. Black fog scattered, and ghosts and gods wept. A green-robed man seemed to have appeared in front of him. He was already heavily injured. Facing the powerful enemies around him, he still had the strength to fight, but he had already lost the will to fight. He flew up and wrote this line of words on the mountain. Then, his Tao heart collapsed, and his expression was filled with despair. He allowed the powerful enemies around him to attack him, and he calmly lost his life here. What exactly is the great calamity? Feng Xing's brows knit together tighter and tighter. He was unable to figure it out, and he felt depressed in his heart. Is this the writing left behind by the nine-tailed fox king before his death? Could it be that the nine-tailed fox king was driven mad by this great calamity before his death? He thought like this as he stood before the mountain peak for a long time, and then he sighed and continued walking in. The devilish chi outside has been touched. Could it be that someone has come? Right when Feng Xing intended to go around the mountain peak, he suddenly heard a voice coming from ahead. Feng Xing's heart jerked, and without moving, a faint mist of blood had already drifted out from the skull on his waist, and his figure instantly vanished without a trace. Behind the mountain peak, an auspicious cloud floated over carefully and suspiciously. It used the terrain of the mountain peak to conceal its tracks, as if it was deeply afraid of being seen by others. On the cloud were two little girls that were carved from jade. Both of them were beautiful, tender, and adorable. They stuck their heads out to look around, and then one of them said, "There's no one here." "Did you sense wrongly just now?" The other said, "It can't be. My divine sense is the most powerful among the sisters. I clearly felt the change in the surrounding devilish chi earlier. If no living beings intruded in, it's impossible to cause such a change in devilish chi. It's best to be careful," the first said. "Then should we go tell Uncle Master?" The other said, "Let's look around first. Uncle Master is injured, so don't keep disturbing him." The two of them whispered to each other as they quickly circled around the mountain. However, they found nothing. This time, even the little girl who had discovered something was slightly puzzled. She was not sure if she was being too paranoid. Of course, the two little girls did not know that the person they were looking for was actually right behind them. He stood on the cloud that they were riding and watched them silently. A hint of a smile appeared on the corner of his lips. However, the difference in their cultivation was too great. He was like a ghost that could not be detected. Xiao Jiao, I told you to stand guard outside, why are you running around? The two little girls circled around the mountain peak, suspiciously flying towards the back. Fang Xing had been quietly following behind them. When they arrived at the back of the mountain, they saw that there was a half-collapsed cave abode, but it was not completely destroyed. Around the cave abode, there were 7 or 8 similarly dressed little girls walking back and forth, as if they were looking for something. Under a scorched tree about 7 or 8 feet away from the cave abode, there was a tall monkey leaning against the tree, resting with its eyes closed. Why are they here? After seeing the monkey, Fang Xing had already confirmed his suspicions, and the more he thought about it, the more curious he became. Just now, we sensed a change in the devilish qi, so we thought that some living beings had intruded, the two patrolling little girls said, scratching their heads in astonishment. Hearing this, all the little girls' expressions froze slightly, and they looked around vigilantly. Fang Xing was actually standing in midair, but no one could see him. Instead, it was the monkey, who was wearing battle armor and leaning against a black metal rod, that opened its eyes with a swoosh. Its cold gaze swept across the air where Fang Xing was, and its gaze that was like cold lightning made Fang Xing's heart tremble. However, the monkey did not discover any traces of him in the end. It only swept its gaze once, then slowly closed its eyes and said indifferently, "Wu Fang, don't be overly suspicious. Continue searching. It's not easy to obtain this opportunity, and we can't stay here for too long. If we still can't find it in a day, we can only leave. The 6th demon heaven still has important matters to attend to." Among the group of little girls, a slightly older girl frowned and said, "Uncle Kong, we've searched the entire area for the past few days, but we haven't found anything. I suspect that the information in the mask isn't true." The little girl beside her said, "Sister Little One, you are the successor of the Green Fox ghastly mask. Don't you sense anything?" The slightly older girl frowned and said, "Ever since I came to this heavenly realm, I've always had a strange feeling. It's sometimes strong and sometimes weak, sometimes chaotic and sometimes clear. However, it's too weak. I have no idea where it comes from. I've thought about it. If we really can't find it, then we can only use the last method. Activate the aura of the ghastly mask and see if we can." As she spoke, she raised her hand and held the mask of a fox's face. She frowned. "However, if we activate the aura of the mask, we will probably be discovered very quickly, right?" The little girls next to him said nervously. At that moment, the armored monkey said, "There's not much time left. Let's do it." The other little girls looked at him anxiously and said, "Uncle Kong, the monkey said in a deep voice, we only have the opportunity to come to the 33 heavens in the name of looking for your master. This is our only chance. If we can't find it, I'm afraid it won't be possible anymore. Don't worry and do it. As long as I'm here, I won't allow any of you to be hurt. Ordinary immortal soldiers are no match for me. However, you have to think this through. After activating the aura of the mask, regardless of whether we can find it or not, we can't continue to stay here. We can only leave as soon as possible." The slightly older girl nodded and said, "I understand." She frowned and seemed to be conflicted. However, after a long silence, she still made up her mind. After making up her mind, she lifted the mask and covered her face with it. Then, she activated her mystique. There was an invisible rumble, and her aura suddenly changed. A green-robed figure appeared beside her, standing with his hands behind his back like an ancient deity. The moment the figure appeared, the black mist in the demonic land began to churn violently, as if it had been startled by something. The ghostly wails and howls instantly became several times louder, and the entire demonic land seemed to be covered by layers of waves, constantly crashing against each other. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. I sensed it. The slightly older girl cried out in surprise. The slightly older girl cried out in surprise, but then she was a little confused. But where exactly is it? What are these little foxes looking for? At this moment, Fangxing had already frowned tightly. The inheritance of the nine-tailed fox king? Ever since he saw the two little girls, he had already recognized them. They were none other than the disciples he had taken in when he was in Tianyuan, including the fox girl Little One and Little Fatty. They had once been incomplete, but now they were all beautiful and charming. As for the monkey in battle armor, he was also one of his good friends, the Taoist of the Great Sage Mountain, Kong Kong. However, he did not know how they had come here and what exactly they were looking for. Who dares to break into the Forbidden Green Fox ruins? Right when Fangxing was considering if she should show herself, she suddenly heard a loud shout sound out from afar. She noticed with the naked eye that a group of immortal soldiers were actually riding phoenixes over menacingly, and they were scattered in half of the sky and faintly surrounded them at the center. The immortal soldiers outside have been alerted. The little foxes were a little flustered, but they still made hand seals and prepared for a fierce battle. You guys continue looking. I'll go meet those immortal soldiers and buy you some time. The armored monkey, Kong Kong, smiled coldly, stood up, and slowly walked out, dragging his black stick. We'll go help too. The group of little foxes jumped up at the same time, like a string of white and tender meatballs. Konger's face was full of disdain. Just stay here. Your incompetent master didn't teach you anything. Fangxing, who was watching all this in the dark, had a dark expression. Why is this monkey cursing behind my back? How dare you, demon? How dare you fight against an immortal soldier? While Fangxing was in a daze, Kong Kong had already rushed out and stood in midair, stepping on a demonic cloud and fighting with the nine-ridged phoenix celestial immortal soldier. Immortal light radiated in all directions, and the wind and clouds were swept away. It had been decades since Fangxing had seen this ferocious monkey. Fangxing found that his strength had improved greatly, and he also had the aura of an immortal name. The power he exerted was not inferior to that of an ordinary primordial unity celestial immortal. With one monkey and one cudgel, he held off 3 primordial unity celestial generals and hundreds of immortal soldiers, stirring up mountains and seas, stirring up wind and rain without showing any signs of being defeated. Judging from his ferocious aura, he even suppressed those immortal soldiers. This monkey also has a second-grade immortal name. Fangxing nodded to himself as he secretly watched for a while. He already had a rough idea of what was going on. He had fought many Tianyuan practitioners in Myriad Treasure's Immortal River, so he could naturally tell the difference between immortal names. In his opinion, the so-called immortal names were like a kind of blessing to the spirit. Some were strong, and some were weak. With this blessing, Tianyuan practitioners could exert powerful combat strength and even skip some unavoidable thresholds in their cultivation. Of course, it was not only the strength of the immortal names. The strength of the person who inherited the immortal name could also affect the power of the immortal name. The immortal name and the practitioner had a kind of complementary relationship. Kong Kong, the Taoist of the Great Sage Mountain, was born with extraordinary talent and extraordinary strength. Although no one knew what kind of good fortune he had obtained, his cultivation was extremely amazing, and he never lost to his peers. There were several such strange creatures in Tianyuan. One was LV Fengxian, who was relatively famous for his innate battle physique and invincible bravery. The other was the less well-known one, and that was the monkey. Of course, the ones who were even more powerful than them were the freaks of the Yuan family. They were monsters that could not be measured by common sense. However, what made Fangxing puzzled was that this Konger, with such a good foundation and such powerful capabilities, actually only obtained a second-grade immortal name? This was truly bewildering. Back then in the Myriad Treasure's Immortal River, regardless of Fairy Qingyan or that skinny sabersman Su Xiaoya, both of them obtained first-grade immortal names. But from the perspective of Fangxing, Konger, regardless of foundation or capabilities, wasn't any weaker than them. From Fangxing's point of view, when a second-grade celestial title was cultivated to the extreme, it would at least have the ability of a primordial immortal, and when a first-grade celestial title was cultivated to the extreme, it would probably be able to fight against a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. Xianxia had cultivated her second-grade celestial title to the extreme, which was why she could charge around the celestial army's encirclement and was invincible. Even the three primordial immortal generals did not dare to get too close to her. However, in this nine-ridge phoenix sky, no matter how valiant one is, it is useless. After watching for a while, Feng Xing sighed in his heart. However, he had already noticed that several batches of celestial soldiers had already rushed over from the periphery of this ghost domain. No matter how powerful Xianxia was, it was impossible for her to win against these batches of celestial soldiers. At this moment, behind the mountain, the group of little foxes were still chattering anxiously. Obviously, they had not found that thing and could not retreat. How dare you, fiendish demon! The nine-ridge phoenix sky has already banned all living beings from entering the Green Fox ruins. Anyone who violates this rule will be killed. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, he heard a loud shout. Those celestial soldiers were about to arrive. Seeing that Xianxia was about to be surrounded by celestial soldiers, Feng Xing could no longer ignore it. He raised his hand and threw out a talisman, which flew straight to the outer domain. Almost in the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of the celestial servants who had been secretly protecting him. Then, the talisman shone brightly and sent his orders into the sea of consciousness of the celestial servants. There was no need for him to pay attention to the rest. Haha, is this the ability of celestial soldiers and celestial generals? Xianxia's expression was ferocious. He grinned and revealed a mouthful of sharp beast teeth. He waved the black iron cudgel in his hand. It was an ancient sharp weapon obtained from the captive cliff of the North Sea of Heaven's origin sea. It could be big or small and was extremely hard. No one could get close to him within 100 zhang in front of him. Although there were many celestial soldiers and many of them were good at divine arts, they could not defeat him in a short time under his ferocious appearance. Anyone who encountered such an opponent would probably have a headache for a while. It was just that these celestial soldiers and celestial generals were not to be trifled with. They were not willing to risk their lives to fight the fierce ape, but they soon saw through the ape's weakness. They were not in a hurry to rush forward. They just shouted, "Form a large formation and trap him. Let's see how much strength he has." "Yes, sir." The surrounding celestial soldiers replied in unison. Rows of large formations were set up, from top to bottom, left to right, and not even a drop of water could pass through. From their hands, immortal belts flew out one after another, interweaving into a net. That feeling, Xianxia felt as if he was trapped in a spider web, and more spider silk was binding his body, causing the pressure on his body to increase. Bit by bit, he was forced into a tight space, and gradually, the pressure on the metal rod also seemed to become millions of kilograms heavy, unable to be brandished freely. The group of immortal soldiers were all extremely experienced, and from the looks of it, they knew that he had fallen into a tight encirclement, but the smile on their faces grew wider and wider. After the death of the Green Fox King, the last demon vein has also declined. It has been several hundred years since we've seen such a powerful monster. If we capture it and send it to the old ancestor to guard the mountain gate, it will be quite decent. Soldiers, listen up. Be careful, don't hurt it. At this moment, the celestial generals had even relaxed and said with low chuckles. However, looking at their hands that were tightly gripping the magic treasures, it was clear that they had not really relaxed their vigilance. They were just deliberately saying these words to anger Xianxia. After all, they had just fought with this ferocious ape and really understood how terrifying its abilities were. If they, the celestial generals, joined forces to take down this ferocious ape, they would not have to use a large formation to trap it. If this continues, I probably won't be able to escape. At this moment, Xianxia's heart trembled. It was not as reckless as it looked. Demons, 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 how could it be called a demon if it was not a demon? At this moment, it had deliberately disturbed them for a while and felt that it had stalled for a long time. Although the little foxes still had not found that thing, it did not dare to continue pretending. It only felt that if it was entangled by the opponent's large formation for a while, it would really be trapped inside, and it would not be able to escape even if it wanted to. It steeled its heart and was about to use its true ability to escape, but at this moment, a faint laughter suddenly came from afar. Who is it? As soon as the laughter sounded, the three celestial generals in the air immediately noticed it. They turned around at the same time and shouted in the direction of the sound. In the distant sky, the thick black fog gradually dispersed, revealing two celestial generals in blood-red robes. Both of them were slender and wore blood-red robes, but they wore pale masks on their faces. Only two dark holes were dug out for their eyes. Their figures did not move, but they suddenly and strangely floated hundreds of meters away. One of them had his hands hanging on both sides, and the other had his hands in his sleeves. He looked at the three celestial generals strangely and calmly, and said in a sharp and ethereal voice, "Take your celestial weapons and leave." The three celestial generals were slightly surprised. They looked at each other and clenched the weapons in their hands. One of them shouted, "Who are you waiting for? Don't you know the 9-Ridge Phoenix Heaven prohibition? Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter this forbidden area?" Look carefully, however, before they could finish speaking, one of the scarlet-robed men flicked his sleeve, and a token flew in front of them as if it was carried by an invisible hand. It waved in front of the three of them one by one, and then it was put back into the sleeve, disappearing without a trace. Who cares about the 9-Ridge Phoenix Heaven prohibition? The Crown Prince is here, so get out of here. The two blood-robed men's voices were still faint, but there was an unquestionable dominance and bloodthirst in them. The Crown Prince? The three celestial generals were shocked when they heard this. Their eyes were filled with horror, and they subconsciously looked around. That seems to be the Scarlet Knight Palace's immortal token? Then, are these two the blood god guards that Ling Su of Great Scarlet Sky has cultivated? The more they thought about it, the more shocked they became, and the colder their hearts became. The dignified celestial generals were so frightened that their expressions changed. It seemed that whether it was the Crown Prince of Great Scarlet Sky's ferocious name or the reputation of the blood-robed men, they were not unfamiliar to them. "What, do you want the Crown Prince to come out and talk to you?" When the blood-robed man saw their expressions, he put his hands in his sleeves and asked indifferently. We don't dare, we don't dare." The group of celestial generals trembled when they heard this. They had already seen the token, so they naturally knew whether it was real or fake. It was just that they were too shocked when they heard that the Crown Prince was also in this domain. After hearing the celestial attendant's sneer, they immediately understood that the current situation was no longer under their control. Not to mention them, even the entire 9-Ridge Phoenix Heaven Prohibition Realm heard that the Crown Prince was here, who would dare to cause trouble. In their shock, they didn't even dare to ask the reason. They hurriedly bowed to the void, then to the two blood god guards. Then, they immediately waved the flag, summoned all the celestial soldiers, and hurriedly left this domain. During this period, they didn't even dare to make a sound. After doing this, the two blood god guards looked at each other, and without saying a word, they slowly retreated into the thick black fog. For a time, in this bloody scene, apart from the black fog, Kong was the only one left. The black fog filled the air, and there was silence. The atmosphere suddenly became a little strange. This Crown Prince has saved your little life. How are you going to thank me? Just as Kong was frowning and looking around coldly, a figure suddenly appeared in the air 100 feet in front of him. The man was dressed in black armor and had a blood-red cloak draped over his shoulders, fluttering erratically in the strange wind around him. He was exceptionally handsome and had an imposing appearance. Beside him stood a beautiful and adorable girl. In the midst of the black fog, the man and the girl seemed even colder than the people of this world. With just a raise of his eyebrows, an invisible formation had already been set up in the surroundings. It was like a domain that made it impossible for others to hear what he was saying, or even see what was happening within 100 feet of him. Then, a pair of indifferent eyes looked towards Kong, his expression a little indifferent. Konger's eyes fell on his face vigilantly and suspiciously. He looked him up and down, as if he couldn't figure out the identity of this man. After a long while, his eyes flickered, and he suddenly said, "Fangxing is a fool." The handsome and cold man was stunned, and he scolded, "You're the fool." Konger immediately heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "It really is you. Damn it, I've been exposed just like that?" Just as Fangxing was about to play a little joke on Kong, he realized that he had fallen for the monkey's trick after cursing out loud. He was instantly stunned, and rubbed his forehead in a somewhat speechless manner. Unable to continue his act, he grinned as he looked towards Kong Kong, only to see that the fearsome ape was also sizing him up. When their gazes crossed, he could see the calmness in the depths of the other's heart, causing his heart to relax. Fang Xing laughed heartily as he walked towards Kong. Kong also grinned in a low voice, extending her fan-like hand to give Fang Xing a high five. With a somewhat dissatisfied expression, she said, "Since you've come, why did you only take action now? Who told you to say that I'm incompetent as a master?" Fang Xing laughed heartily, patted him on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Why did you come here?" Kong looked at him curiously. She even sniffed twice, as if trying to confirm something. He had clearly heard about Fang Xing possessing the body of the great Scarlet Heaven Prince, but now that he had seen it with his own eyes, he was still a little surprised and even a little surprised. It was only when Fang Xing spoke that he laughed and said, "Nominally, I'm here to find you. In order to communicate with you, the Philosopher's Dojo has sent out countless people in the past 3 years. I didn't expect that so many people who wanted to see you wouldn't get to see you, but I, the person who has been hiding from you, would see you. The people from the Philosopher's Dojo want to see me?" Fang Xing smiled and looked at Kong. "Why?" Kong laughed coldly and said, "Why do you think so?" Fang Xing naturally understood that it was just the immortal ridding brush and the Chaos Immortal Garden. In order to vent his anger, he deliberately revealed that he had the immortal ridding brush in front of the Tianyuan cultivators, which immediately caused chaos in the Philosopher's Dojo. The more they knew that the immortal ridding brush was in Fang Xing's hands, the more they didn't dare to reveal Fang Xing's true identity. They were afraid that Fang Xing would fall into the hands of Great Scarlet Heaven, and the immortal ridding brush would also be taken away by them. This was also the reason why the rumors about Fang Xing's identity had never stopped, but the powerful traveling immortals of Great Scarlet Heaven had no substantial evidence. However, even though they didn't say it on the surface, the elders of the Philosopher's Tao ground were probably unwilling to relax for even a moment. They must have secretly sent many people to find him in order to persuade him. However, he had been in seclusion for the past 3 years and hadn't seen anyone. "What did you mean when you said you were avoiding me?" Fang Xing smiled and thought of a problem. Kong looked into Fang Xing's eyes and said coldly, "I'm not the only one who is avoiding you. Someone told the elders that you are a sentimental person, so it's better to ask an old friend to negotiate with you, or persuade you to return to the Philosopher's Dojo, or directly ask for the immortal ridding brush. No one likes to do such a shameless thing, but they have to obey the orders of the elders, so there's only one way. Rather than really seeing you and making things difficult for you, it's better not to see you. It's better to take this opportunity to do something else. Is this why you came to this ruins, to find something?" Fang Xing asked curiously as he walked back while talking to Kong. Kong didn't evade his question and said, "We're looking for an inheritance of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, a secret we discovered in the Green Fox ghostly mask. It's an extremely powerful heavenly art. We received a hint from Uncle Jen and didn't tell the Philosopher's Dojo about it, only allowing the little foxes to cultivate it in secret. Unfortunately, what was hidden in the Green Fox ghostly mask was only an incomplete heavenly art. Therefore, we guessed that the complete heavenly art should be in the Fox King's land of inheritance." The little girl also said that when she wore the mask, she would sometimes feel a kind of summoning. "Therefore, this time, under the guise of looking for you, we came to the 33rd realm to find it, the Green Fox ghost mask." Because of this mask, Fang Xing also thought of many things in the past, and could not help but be lost in thought for a while. Then he asked with a smile, "You still haven't found it?" Kong shook her head and said, "We've been here for 2 or 3 days, but we still feel that it's at hand, but we still haven't found anything. Before this, we didn't dare to let the little girls activate the aura in the fox mask, but now we can't care too much and have already activated it." Fang Xing laughed and said, "Then don't worry, with this imperial prince here, no one will dare to disturb you." Kong cast a sidelong glance at him and said, "This is your disciple, it's not too much for you to help, right?" The two talked and laughed as they stepped over the mountain peak to go back and find the little foxes. After Kong met Fang Xing, her tense mind finally relaxed, and she seemed to want to quit. Fang Xing naturally did not mind. He was still the imperial prince, and as long as he was the imperial prince for a day, he had the privilege of being the imperial prince for a day, so it would be a waste not to use it. For Kong and the little foxes, going deep into the 33 heavens to find the incomplete inheritance of the Green Fox ruins was naturally extremely dangerous, but for Uncle Fong, this was really a simple matter. Didn't you see that the 9 Ridge Phoenix Heaven's ancestors' 10 phoenix feathers have been plucked by this imperial prince? As long as he was in the ruins, the people of the 9 Ridge Phoenix Heaven would definitely not dare to come close, but before the two of them had finished speaking, and before they could walk back to the back of the mountain peak, the cries of immortal ones suddenly rose and fell in the distance, and their oars joined together. Impressively, a large group of immortal soldiers rushed over together, and there were probably several more troops than the immortal soldiers who rushed over just now. At this moment, they were rushing straight into the Fox ruins, and without stopping, they were rushing towards where they were. What's going on? Konger's expression had already changed, and she raised her black iron cudgel with a whoosh. Damn it, are they trying to rebel? Fang Xing's expression also changed greatly, and his eyes turned cold as he looked directly in the direction where the immortal soldiers were rushing from. In the distant sky, after Fang Xing looked over, 2 immortal servants and blood divine guards immediately jumped out of the dark and rushed towards the immortal soldiers. Obviously, they wanted to ask on behalf of the imperial prince what the immortal soldiers of the 9 Ridge Phoenix Heaven were doing. The imperial prince is here. What do you want to do by disobeying the imperial prince's order? A sharp rebuke sounded faintly, and the immortal servants had already blocked the 9 Ridge Phoenix Heaven's army. Imperial prince. Imperial prince. Haha, no one from the immortal soldiers answered, but a strange cry rang out. The ship is going to capsize, what is the imperial prince? Before the words were finished, a bright flame suddenly lit up at the far end of the Fox ruins, where the black fog was rolling. A visible sea of fire flew up from the thick black fog, stirring up the black fog above the Fox ruins all year round. It was like a sea of fire directly tore through the thick night sky. What was more surprising was that the sea of fire was actually only one of the many. Very soon, another sea of fire was pulled out from the black fog, stirring up and down, and the world changed greatly. That's 2 wings? Konger, this ferocious creature, suddenly realized something, and her face couldn't help but change greatly. At this moment, Fang Xing's heart also tightened. He flipped his hand and put Chi-Er into his realm of consciousness. He could naturally see that the 2 seas of fire were actually 2 huge wings. After his immortal servants went up to meet the wings, the immortal soldiers stopped and did not dare to take another step forward. However, at this moment, a huge ferocious bird with monstrous flames directly flew in from the other side of the Fox ruins. With a flap of its wings, it flew over their heads and flew straight towards the central region. What kind of monster was that? Its huge body was almost like a sea, and even Fang Xing did not dare to underestimate its tyrannical fire intent. Could this be the old phoenix that was enshrined in the 9 Ridge Phoenix Heaven? Fang Xing's heart skipped a beat. He had already thought of a terrifying answer, but he did not understand what was going on, but time didn't allow him to guess. The sea of fire came too quickly, and in an instant, it had already torn through the thick black fog above the Green Fox ruins. Like a huge sun, it rushed to the front of Fang Xing and Konger. Without thinking, the 2 of them rushed to the sides at the same time. Then, one of them held a big stick with both hands, while the other raised the heaven-deceiving barbarian blade with a single hand. Both of them looked equally fierce. Even if their opponent was a legendary old phoenix that had lived for God knows how many years, they still had the courage to fight it. Boom, that old phoenix rushed over, its sharp momentum causing deep ravines to appear on the scorched earth. It was only at this time that Fang Xing could clearly see its appearance. It was a ferocious bird with a body as big as a small mountain. It was different from the legendary phoenix. This one was shockingly ugly. Most of the feathers on its body had fallen off, leaving only a bare body. However, there were flames surging around its body, causing its body to look more than 10 times bigger. It was as if the feathers were tightly wrapped around its entire body. Bastard bird, are you trying to rebel? Fang Xing merely glanced at the old phoenix before he shouted loudly and slashed with his saber. However, no one had expected that the bald phoenix would actually completely ignore him and Konger after it arrived in front of him. Its figure crashed into the ground, and then it flew up again. As the flames whistled, it had already leaped over the mountain, and then it charged towards the ruins behind the mountain. The flames around it swept up the group of little foxes, and then it spread its wings and flew towards the depths of the fox ruins that was surging with black fog. This sudden scene had completely exceeded everyone's expectations. Go after it. Fang Xing and Kong Er instinctively glanced at each other, and then they shot forward and hurriedly chased after it. How dare you? Nine-tailed phoenix ancestor, do you dare to harm the crown prince? The appearance of the old phoenix was too sudden and shocking. Not to mention Fang Xing and the others, even the blood guards who were ordered by the three celestial primes to secretly protect the crown prince were shocked. However, the old phoenix's cultivation was too high, so they couldn't stop it at all. When the old phoenix rushed toward Fang Xing and the others, they really thought that the old phoenix was going to harm the crown prince, so they immediately shouted at it. Their backs were already covered with a layer of cold sweat. They thought that the ancestor of the nine-ridged phoenix heaven was going to rebel. Ancestor, don't be silly. Come back quickly. However, the loud cries of the immortal phoenix soldiers resounded right after that, and it caused them to be stunned. They noticed that the soldiers were even more anxious than they were, and all of them were crying and calling for the old phoenix to return as if they were deeply afraid that it would cause some sort of calamity. What's going on? The leader of the blood guards shouted, his face full of rage. Ancestor, he's crazy, a primordial unity celestial from the nine-ridged phoenix heaven cried out as if he had lost his soul. Crazy? The leader of the blood guards was shocked. He looked in the direction where the sea of fire had disappeared and shouted anxiously, protect the crown prince. Boom. 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 In fact, there was no need for him to remind them. The surrounding blood guards had already caught up. However, it was not until this moment that they suddenly realized the gap between their speed and that of those people. After the old phoenix carried the little foxes and rushed forward, Fang Xing and Kong Er did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly followed behind it. Both of them used their full speed and closely followed the flame. Their hearts were extremely anxious. After all, the old phoenix was a perfected golden immortal and had cultivated as a bird, so it was difficult to resist its extraordinary speed. Although their cultivation was not weak, they were gradually left behind. Now, they could only grit their teeth and follow the flame so that they would not be left too far behind by it. This is really bad. Kong Er was riding a green cloud, which seemed to be some kind of ancient secret technique. It was extremely fast, far faster than the ordinary cloud riding technique. As she rushed forward, she transmitted her voice, I wanted the little fox to use the aura of the green fox ghost mask to attract the inheritance, but I didn't expect it to come out. It's the shame of the demon clan. It is said that it was a good friend of the nine-tailed fox king. Later, when the nine-tailed fox king rebelled against the eternal immortal palace, not only did it not help, it killed the nine-tailed fox king, but it also killed the nine-tailed fox king to claim the credit. I didn't expect it to appear again when the little foxes came to seek the inheritance. Does it want the demon clan? It loves to die. I can't let my disciple get hurt by it. Fang Xing's face was cold as he stared at the old phoenix with murderous intent in his eyes. Seeing that the old phoenix was gradually pulling away from them, he could no longer care about anything else. He clenched his teeth and suddenly circulated his divine ability. Rays of immortal light rose behind him, and they seemed to be both real and fake at the same time. They formed into a pair of wings on his back and spread out in all directions. It was the secret technique of the Rock clan that he had learned from the great Rock King when he was young. 108000 swords. Not only could this technique injure the enemy, it could also increase one's speed for a short period of time. Fang Xing had once fused this technique with the sword Dao passed down by the sword demon and cultivated it into a technique that belonged solely to him, the sword demon's wings. Its might was extremely extraordinary, and the technique he executed now was similar to the sword demon's wings. However, the numerous rays of light that had transformed into the sword demon's wings had been changed into numerous laws at this moment. As a result, his speed suddenly increased by 10 times, and he charged forward at a rapid speed. Whoosh! He had been left further and further behind by the old phoenix, but in the blink of an eye, he had caught up. He somersaulted in the air and slashed down with his deceiving tyrannical saber, which turned into a black and white saber light that slashed viciously at the old phoenix's neck. Whoosh! The old phoenix was clearly taken aback by the strength that Fang Xing had displayed. It suddenly let out a clear cry and turned around. A huge wing flapped upwards and hit Fangxing's saber light with a bang. The saber light dimmed and Fangxing's figure flew back uncontrollably into the sky. The old phoenix then somersaulted and continued to rush forward. Its speed was not affected at all, but with a chi sound, a splash of phoenix blood splattered on the ground. "Old thieving chicken, come back!" Fangxing, who had been pushed back into the sky, shouted hatefully and hurriedly chased after the old phoenix. Kong was taken aback when he saw the slash from afar. His eyes widened instantly. Although Fangxing's slash did not stop the old phoenix, it was enough to surprise him. Although he was bold enough, the old phoenix was the ancestor of the nine-ridge phoenix heaven, one of the few remaining elders of the ancient demon race. Even among the perfected golden immortals, he was a rare expert. That little devil could use a secret technique to temporarily catch up with him, but he actually injured its wing with a single slash of his saber. Of course, it was also because the old phoenix was only concerned about hurrying on with its journey and had no time to pay attention to him. Moreover, that forceful flap of its wing could be considered as deliberately sending its own body to a knife and asking for trouble. But even so, it was still shocking enough, not to mention, just by relying on the golden body of a perfected golden immortal, how many people could hurt them even if they just stood there and let others slash at them. Since when did this little devil have such an ability? These people are so annoying. I must go back to the foot of the mountain and cultivate hard for another 500 years before I can continue to look down on them, Conger thought to himself as he hurriedly chased after him on a green cloud. Boom! 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 The old phoenix spread its wings and flew rapidly. It was like a sea of fire as it charged and flew in the Fox ruins without dodging or dodging. The mountains that were blocking its way in the Fox ruins were directly smashed by it. The remaining restrictions were directly messed up by it. It was also thanks to these layers of obstructions that its speed was slightly affected. Fangxing and Kong followed closely behind it and were not shaken off. However, flying in the Fox ruins at such a high speed, no matter how big the territory was, it was not enough for them to behave atrociously. In less than half a cup of tea's time, they were already far away from the end of the Fox ruins. Looking at it with the naked eye, they could already see the end of the rolling black smoke. A sea of stars suddenly appeared like a cliff, but it had already rushed to the edge of the nine-ridge phoenix heaven. Fangxing and Conger were both delighted. They thought to themselves, let's see where you can escape to this time. Then, they raised their speed again at the same time and held their weapons tightly, ready to catch up and fight. However, what they didn't expect was that the old phoenix seemed to be very familiar with the place. Suddenly, it leaned down and swept its huge wings. On the scorched land, there was a strange wind that was mixed with endless flames. Suddenly, a huge bronze door appeared. Then, the old phoenix didn't stop for a moment. It flapped its wings to open the bronze door and went in. Oh no, seeing that the bronze door had already disappeared at an extremely fast speed after it went in, as if it would disappear completely when the bronze door was completely closed, Fangxing was shocked and doubtful. He really did not expect that there would be such a complete place in the Fox ruins that seemed to have been destroyed. Just as he was rapidly pondering what kind of restriction this was and how to control it, he suddenly heard a whoosh behind him. A black iron rod fell from the sky and hit the door. Crack crack, the bronze door that was just about to close was once again shaken open by a crack. Conger flew in and picked up the iron staff with one hand. The iron staff that was originally like a jade pillar was now like a bamboo pole. Without turning her head, she shouted at Fangxing, "Hurry up and leave." Seeing him enter in a flash, even Fangxing could not help but be stunned. This monkey is even more ruthless than me. Since things had already come to this, he could not afford to think too much and rushed in with a flash. Boom! The moment they rushed into the door, the bronze door closed, and there was no longer any trace on the ground. "Senior, we are all from the demon heritage, why are you so ruthless?" After rushing into the bronze door, Conger and Fangxing did not have the time to identify where they were and hurriedly rushed inside. With a casual sweep of their divine senses, they found that it was like a huge underground palace, but it was obviously built outside the sky. It seemed that the entrance was on the ground of the nine-ridge phoenix heaven, but in fact, it was just a passageway. The palace was extremely wide and rarely had any decorations. There were some withered vines climbing on the walls, but it could be seen that it was once a very elegant place. They followed these palaces for more than 10,000 feet, and after a few turns, they immediately saw a horrifying scene. The old phoenix had already transformed into an old man wearing a dirty golden robe. His arm was bleeding profusely, and his 5 fingers were spread open as he pressed down. Who else could it be but fox girl Xiaoyi under his palm? The other little foxes were lying on the side. Seeing this scene, Konger's murderous intent surged, and she was about to hit him with her rod. However, Fang Xing had some understanding of the green fox ghost face, and suddenly realized something. He hurriedly pulled Kong-er's arm and shouted, "Don't worry, let's take a look first." Kong-er was slightly startled, and the golden-robed old man's palm had already pressed down. It was also at this moment that she realized that the golden-robed old man was not pressing down on fox girl Little Yi's forehead, but on the green fox ghost face that she was still wearing. Flames flickered in the palm, and there seemed to be wisps of immortal chi surging into the green fox ghost face, and then a little spiritual light emerged from the ghost face. He's confirming something. Fang Xing and Kong-er saw this and subconsciously looked at each other. He's back, he really came back. It was also at this moment that the golden-robed old man's voice, which sounded like he was crying and laughing at the same time, suddenly rang out. He seemed to have gone crazy. After crying, his voice became low again, "But the ship is about to sink, why did you come back?" Sob, sob, sob. The old phoenix took off the green fox's ghostly face and began to mutter and wail crazily, causing the atmosphere in the hall to become very strange. On the contrary, he ignored the little foxes and Fang Xing and Kong-er who had followed him into the hall. He was a zenith heaven golden immortal. When he cried, his emotions caused the void to change, and an inexplicable sadness emerged in the void. For living creatures, this was equivalent to the most powerful illusion. When the little foxes heard this cry, they were infected by the sadness and immediately became unstable. They were full of sorrow and unconsciously burst into tears, wishing that they could hug him and cry together. Even someone with Fang Xing's cultivation felt that along with the cries of the old phoenix, strands of sorrow surged into the bottom of his heart, and there was a feeling of regret, despair, sorrow, and sorrow that surged in his heart, causing him to arouse the feeling of wailing loudly. But his Tao heart was firm, and it wasn't something that others could shake at will. His heart shook before he'd already severed this sort of illusion, and he wasn't affected. "All right, you've cried enough. It's time to get down to business." Fang Xing secretly used his divine sense and shouted coldly, "Nine-feathered phoenix ancestor, you have offended me. Do you know your crime?" This sentence contained an endless amount of immortal might. It shook the hall and immediately diluted the sorrow brought by the crying of the old phoenix in the hall. The little foxes, who were crying their hearts out, also became much more clear-headed. They curiously rubbed their eyes and looked around, as if they didn't understand why they were crying so sadly. Swoosh! The old phoenix suddenly raised his head and glanced at Fang Xing with a gaze as sharp as a sword. Fang Xing's heart trembled and he held the heaven-deceiving tyrannical saber in his hand. However, the old phoenix did not make a move. After glancing coldly at Fang Xing, he looked at the fox girl again. The sadness in his eyes gradually disappeared. He looked at the green fox's ghostly face and then at the fox girl's eyes. He said softly in a very hoarse voice, "Little girl, are you from Tianyuan or some immortal realm?" Hearing his question, Fang Xing and Kong-er looked at each other and temporarily restrained their intention to make a move. With his cultivation, if he wanted to know anything about a little fox girl like Xiaoyi, he could simply take away her soul with a single thought. It would not take much effort at all. Since he had asked, it showed that he respected the fox girl's opinion and had no intention of using force. The little fox girl's life was temporarily not in danger. The fox girl also gathered her courage and looked up at the old phoenix. She whispered, I am from Tianyuan." Under the gaze of the old phoenix, she felt that there was nothing she could hide and subconsciously told the truth. "That means he really went back," the old phoenix muttered to himself. The sparse golden beard on his chin trembled a few times. It was unknown what he was thinking about. Suddenly, he sneered and stared coldly at the fox girl. "Then what are you looking for by coming back here?" Seeing his expression change, Fang Xing and Kong-er became slightly nervous. The fox girl gathered her courage and whispered, "In Tianyuan, this mask fell into my hands. I have always used the power contained in it to fight against the powerful beings of the god race. But one day, my divine sense suddenly penetrated into the depths of the mask and found that there was an incomplete inheritance. The 9 Lives Nirvana technique. After I cultivated it, I felt that it was very powerful, so I passed it on to my younger sisters. But this inheritance is incomplete. I can always feel a kind of faint calling from the other side of the starry sky. That should be the remaining part of this inheritance, so I came back to look for it. 9 Lives Nirvana technique? Feng Xing was startled when he heard this. The green fox mask had been in his hands for a long time, but he had never discovered that there was such an inheritance hidden in it. But thinking about it, the inheritor of the green fox mask was not him. It was him who stole it and bit by bit broke a part of its restriction. Only then was he able to borrow some of the power inside. For a fake owner like him, using that power was already very difficult, so there was no need to think about finding the inheritance hidden inside. Haha, you're wrong. The old phoenix listened to the fox girl's words and suddenly laughed, his face full of contempt. Even if you come back, you won't be able to find the rest of the inheritance. The fox girl was slightly startled, and subconsciously asked, why? The old phoenix sneered coldly, because the 9 Lives of Nirvana Heaven technique was originally an inheritance that had not been pushed to the extreme. It was born incomplete, and what was hidden in the fox face was already all of its techniques. If it wasn't for the fact that this inheritance was born incomplete and couldn't be pushed to perfection, how would the old fox fall to such a realm and seek his own death by returning to Tianyuan ancestral land? No. That's not right. The fox girl was more and more shocked as she listened. She couldn't help but say, I can clearly feel that there is something related to this inheritance on the other side of the starry sky. Just now. When I put on the ghost mask, I also felt that kind of aura, and even felt that it was getting closer and closer. If you hadn't interrupted me, I would have found that part of the inheritance. Idiot. The old phoenix suddenly turned its head to look at the fox girl, and an invisible aura floated out from its body. It faintly hovered in the air, and turned into a delicate, gorgeous, and lifelike little phoenix. After circling around the fox girl twice, it suddenly rushed towards her, but it suddenly exploded in the air, and turned into firework-like fragments that floated down like a rain of petals. Since you can feel it, but can't distinguish it, that aura is pointing at me? The old phoenix's words instantly shocked the fox girl, and she looked up at him in a daze. Even Kong Kong and Feng Xing were stunned for a moment, looking at the old phoenix with great puzzlement. For a moment, they thought they had heard wrong. They all knew that the old phoenix and the 9-tailed fox king were mortal enemies, and the one who had personally killed the 9-tailed fox king was him. Since that was the case, how could there be an aura in the inheritance that the 9-tailed fox king had painstakingly left behind by the 9-tailed fox king? If that was the case, didn't that mean that when the fox girl Xiaoyi had mobilized the aura of the green fox ghost face to search for the location of the remaining part of the inheritance, she had basically mobilized all the aura in order to attract it over? Haha, are you all very surprised? The old phoenix sneered, and there was some madness in his voice. That year, the old fox and I had deduced the 9 Lives of Nirvana technique, and even the mystery of this inheritance originated from the innate divine ability of my phoenix clan. At that time, I had told him that it would not work, but he did not believe me, and insisted on finding a way out. Unfortunately, in the end, we still lost. That was a dead end, and although it had endless power, it had essentially become a dead end. It was also because of this that the despairing old fox decided to disembark early, and made his choice before he could still make a choice, and then, he wanted me to kill him. The expression on the old phoenix's face was incomparably complicated, sometimes crazed, sometimes clear, sometimes cold, and sometimes pained. At the end of his words, although his voice was still calm, his face was already shrouded in a layer of despair, and the shadows were heavy. What? Upon hearing this secret, the first thought that came to Kong Kong Feng Xing, and the others was disbelief. In reality, this was completely different from the truth of the legend, and was more like the ramblings of that old madman. However, looking at the expression on the fox girl Xiaoyi's face, they knew that there was still one thing that could be confirmed, and that was that the aura drawn by the green fox ghost face was indeed not pointing to some inheritance, nor was it pointing to some magic treasure, but was pointing to the old phoenix. It was leading the inheritor of the green fox ghost face across the sea of stars to find this old phoenix. Then, what was the reason for this? Haha, that old madman, he actually wants me to kill him, the old phoenix laughed heartily, his voice containing endless madness. He was obviously crazy enough, but he was scolding the nine-tailed fox king for being a madman. With his ability, he could have stayed on the ship until the end, but he just had to jump off the ship in advance. If he wanted to get off the ship, then he should have gotten off the ship, but why did he want me to stay on the ship? The ship is going to capsize, so what's the point of living for a few more days? Ha 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 ha, everything is predestined. I regret cutting off the fate of the supreme path, the ship is going to capsize anyway, so what's the point of killing the first person who spoke the truth? Even if you found the final despair, you don't have to jump into the sea directly. At this time, the more he thought of the past, the crazier the old phoenix became. His speech began to become a little disorderly, and his emotions became even more unstable, scaring the little foxes away one by one. They only wanted to get as far away from this old madman as possible. However, some of the words that the old phoenix had unintentionally said caused Fang Xing and Kong Kong to be lost in thought. It seemed that through these words, they had inadvertently thought of something, but they just couldn't connect it. Senior, since King Xianxia asked us to come find you, he must have some arrangements. I wonder if Senior can tell us? After a moment of silence, Kong Kong took a step forward and asked in a deep voice. What arrangements did he have? The old phoenix seemed to have suddenly been awakened by his question, and his brows furrowed tightly. After a long while, he suddenly came to a realization. Ah, this old man remembers, he actually had arrangements. When I went through the 10th nirvana, I should have cut off these memories, but this old fox insisted that I remember, causing my spirit to be a little confused. Haha, I remember what arrangements he had made. At this point, he suddenly raised his head, and his eyes stared straight ahead. He left behind a key. What key is it? Although this old phoenix was deranged and spoke without any clues, Kong Kong, Fang Xing, and the group of little foxes still roughly understood what was going on, and the doubts in their hearts were raised. Since the nine-tailed fox king wanted to deduce the 9 lives rebirth heaven technique was a failure, and there was no end to it, then why did he leave behind an aura on the green fox ghost mask to guide the inheritor to the 33 heavens? If he left a treasure in the 33 heavens waiting to be passed on to the inheritor, then why didn't he simply send it to Tian Yuan? As a person of his realm, how could he not understand the logic of a long night with many dreams? What key? What key? The old phoenix muttered to himself, looking as if he was about to go crazy. In the end, the expression on his face became more and more crazy. He suddenly jumped up and shouted, "This is the lifeblood of the demon race, this is the biggest secret. I can tell you, but I can't let others hear it. Not even the emperor's son. Kill this emperor's son first, kill him first, then I can tell you," boom. He didn't just say it, he jumped up at the same time, and slapped his palm towards Fang Xing's head. As he swung his palm, a pair of crimson wings of fire appeared behind him, and slapped towards Fang Xing. It contained an indescribably terrifying power, giving off the feeling that even a star would not be able to resist the flapping of these wings of fire. However, this indescribably violent power was compressed within the wings of fire, and did not harm the palace at all, as it slapped straight towards Fang Xing. Be careful. Kong Kong was shocked. She didn't expect that the old phoenix would suddenly attack Fang Xing, and seeing that the wings of fire were so powerful and unstoppable, she hurriedly waved her large cudgel, which became more than 10 feet thick, and swept up streams of black wind towards the old phoenix's head. She was using the move of besieging way to save the besieger. She wanted to force the old phoenix to turn around and defend herself, so as to reduce the pressure on Fang Xing. Is this old thing really crazy? Fang Xing was also shocked. He was now the emperor's son, and the old phoenix was nominally a feudal lord under the Qi Shao immortal emperor of the Great Scarlet Sky. If he dared to attack him, didn't it mean that he didn't even care about his identity as the emperor's son? It should be known that whether it was in Qing Xiantian or Plentiful Treasure's immortal river, Qing Xianyue and Zishuan immortal commander were both polite to him. Although there was a huge gap in cultivation between them at that time, his identity as the emperor's son was enough to completely suppress the 2 perfected golden immortals. Who would have thought that such an identity was useless in front of a madman? Walala, he cursed in his heart, but he didn't dare to be careless. He hadn't really fought with a perfected golden immortal, so he didn't know how strong the old phoenix's palm was. He didn't dare to take it head-on. In a hurry, the blood-red cloak suddenly rolled over and turned into a river of blood that blocked in front of him. However, there was only a series of muffled thunder-like sounds. The fiery light that contained the power of the old phoenix's palm directly hit the blood-red cloak. The surface of the blood-red cloak rippled like the tide, and Fang Xing himself was also sent flying by the aftermath of the palm. Kill, 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 kill without mercy. Who's afraid of who when death is at hand? The old phoenix seemed to have been aroused by the color of the blood-red cloak. He actually shouted repeatedly and directly raised his hand to block the stick that Kong Kong used to hit his head. Then, he continued to slap the other palm fiercely and unpredictably towards Fang Xing. His crazy voice shook the entire palace. Little bastard of the D family, do you really think that I'm afraid of you? You've killed countless people, and your crimes are monstrous. You killed millions of immortals in exchange for a chance to live. You're not ashamed of the sins of your D family, but you're still swaggering around with this blood-stained weapon? I'll slap you to death to avenge those millions of innocent souls. Boom. Boom. Boom, the fiery light was dazzling and terrifying. Rays of immortal light tore the void, and there were already signs of losing control. Shit. Fang Xing was really shocked at this moment. He didn't expect that the old phoenix would actually become more and more crazy. It seemed that the blood-red cloak had stimulated his craziness, and he actually had a determination to kill him. One must know that this was a palace outside of heaven, and he didn't know if it was solid. If he really fought with this old lunatic, even if he wasn't afraid, under the shock of the immortal's aura, how would those bunch of little foxes survive? The more he thought, the more anxious he became. He couldn't help but think quickly, and anxiously thought of a countermeasure. Bastard, why don't you see who I am? Suddenly, a thought came to his mind. Fang Xing had a countermeasure. The blood-red cloak suddenly retracted, and then, he clasped his hands in front of his chest. His long hair was disheveled, and an illusory image of a world appeared behind him. At the same time, there was a faintly discernible scripture ringing in the void. It was profound, and contained the principles of the Great Tao. It supported his body, causing him to be holy and pure at this moment, as if he was the incarnation of the Great Tao. You're the Supreme Tao. This move that he thought of at the last minute didn't expect to really scare the old phoenix. That palm had clearly struck out, but it suddenly retracted, causing his own breathing to become chaotic. However, he couldn't care less, and only stared fixedly at Fang Xing. The expression on his face seemed to be one of shock, awe, and even more so, an indescribable guilt, as well as boundless fear. The successor of the Supreme Tao has already appeared? Has this day really arrived? He shouted repeatedly, and kept shrinking back. He didn't look like the old phoenix that dominated the universe, but more like a frightened old man. At this moment, hearing his shout, the fox girls, the little foxes were also greatly shocked. They all raised their heads and looked at Fang Xing, as if they were looking at a god, and their little mouths were wide open. At this time, Fang Xing couldn't care about anything else. He had heard the apologetic tone of the old phoenix when he mentioned the Supreme Tao, and there was even a hint of remorse in his words. This was why he had deliberately revealed the aura of the Supreme Tao's realm of consciousness. Normally, he would hide this deeply and resolutely not reveal it in front of anyone in the 33 heavens, for fear of causing too much chaos. However, he couldn't care less at this time. Moreover, he didn't expect that the effect would be better than he had imagined, and that the old phoenix would actually be frightened by him. Speak, what exactly is that key? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, he suddenly took a step forward and shouted coldly. That is the key to the final inheritance of my primordial demon realm, the old phoenix roared, and the surging and unfathomable immortal might on his body slowly faded away. There was no longer any killing intent, and as the immortal might on his body faded away, the demonic intent also gradually disappeared, and there was a bit more clarity between his brows. However, his words evoked boundless doubts in the hearts of Kong Kong and Fang Xing. They both knew some things of the past. When the demon race was flourishing, there were once several demon kings who established the primordial demon realm. It was an existence that was equally famous as the 33 heavens, the Dragon Realm, and the Buddha Realm. However, it had already been destroyed thousands of years ago, and all its resources had been plundered. All the living beings of the demon race, except for a few foreign races, had all become slaves, and their status was similar to that of the living beings of the god race. The destruction of the demon realm was different from the destruction of the dragon realm. When the dragon realm was destroyed, an elder of the dragon race sacrificed himself and fused with the will of the heavens, protecting the final inheritance of the dragon realm. On the other hand, the demon realm was completely destroyed because there were traitors who colluded with the 33 heavens, and no inheritance was protected. Of course, the price was also very obvious. The descendants of the dragon race were almost wiped out in the 33 heavens, and those who survived were living a life worse than death. However, there were many great demons who survived in the demon realm, and some of them even became immortal kings. The nine-tailed fox king was one of those who was born in the demon realm, but eventually became a king in the 33 heavens. To a certain extent, he was actually one of the great demons who betrayed the demon realm. It was also because of this that the immemorial demon realm was now in ruins. So how could there still be an inheritance? The immemorial demon realm was indeed destroyed, but the old fox protected the last inheritance of the immemorial demon realm. The old phoenix seemed to be gradually waking up. His eyes were fixed on Feng Xing, but his voice was heavy as he answered the questions of Kong Konger and the little foxes. At that time, the destruction of the demon realm was not a coincidence, it was inevitable. It could even be said that the demon clan brought it upon themselves. If they didn't destroy the demon realm, then wouldn't they have died together? But even so, the old fox still didn't betray the demon clan. He was only entangled during the war, and later the demon realm was destroyed. What could he do? Fight against the most powerful immortals at that time and die for the world? He wouldn't do such a thing. He just took advantage of the situation and agreed to the request of the immortals to form an alliance, and then did his best to protect the last inheritance of the demon realm. And I was the person who guarded this inheritance for him, waiting for the right successor to come back and find me. The last inheritance of the demon clan. These words stunned Kong Konger, the little fox and the others, and they didn't know whether to feel sad or happy. So the green fox ghost mask did hide a great fortune, but it wasn't the complete 9 lives nirvana technique, but the inheritance of the demon clan. But from the old phoenix's words, Feng Xing caught another point, and this caused endless doubts to rise in his heart. He took another step towards the old phoenix and asked with a frown, "Why do you say that the destruction of the demon realm was inevitable? Why?" The old phoenix suddenly burst into laughter. After laughing for a long time, he suddenly said, "Do you want to listen to a story?" Listen to a story? Whether it was Kong Konger, the little fox, or even Feng Xing, they were all somewhat surprised. At this critical moment, who would still be in the mood to listen to a story? However, looking at the solemn and dignified expression of the old phoenix, no one dared to say any words of refusal. Finally, it was Feng Xing who took a step forward and asked, "Is it long?" The old phoenix said, "Not long." Feng Xing nodded and said, "Then tell it." This is a story that the old fox often told in the past. There was once a ship that carried a lot of people along a long river that had no end. There was endless food, endless scriptures, all joy, and all hope on the ship. It just kept going, and people kept coming in, and people kept being born on the ship. This caused the ship to become more and more lively, and also more and more peaceful, to the point that many people called this ship Permitha, because they felt that they already had everything on this ship, and they would never need to go ashore again. This ship was their destination, and they would always drift with the current. The old phoenix really began to narrate like this. His tone was calm, and his expression was somewhat gloomy in the immortal palace. Feng Xing, Kong Konger, the little fox, and the others listened quietly. No one dared to interrupt him. But the sweet dream will eventually wake up. As the old phoenix spoke, his voice slowly sank. When it reached the lowest point, he suddenly raised his voice, and the expression on his face became somewhat sinister. There were more and more people on the ship. They all needed to eat, and food was grown on the ship. The more they ate, the weaker the ship became. Moreover, some people ate too much food on the ship, and they became heavier and heavier. Finally, one day, they discovered a terrifying fact, and that was that the ship could no longer carry them, and could capsize at any time. A little fox heard this, and couldn't help but move to the side of Fox Girl Little One. And Fox Girl Little One subconsciously turned her head to look at Feng Xing, as if she wanted to move closer to him, but in the end, she didn't dare to move. What could they do? The old phoenix muttered to himself, and the expression on his face was somewhat strange. Everyone can't die together, so the person at the helm of the ship said that since there were too many people on the ship, and it was too heavy, then they should throw some people down. At this point, his expression had already become inexplicably gloomy. His tone was calm, but it sent chills down people's hearts. So they began to throw some people off the ship, but after throwing some people off, the ship was still going to sink, so they began to throw more people off, one by one. They threw the new people on the ship, and then threw some useless people, but it still wasn't enough. So they began to throw those who didn't stand on their side, and the funny thing was that these people who threw many people off were still immersed in a ridiculous dream, saying that they could stay on this ship forever, so they called themselves eternal, but in the end, they will still wake up from this dream, because more and more people have been thrown off the ship. Even some of their own people, who had agreed to stay on the ship forever, have been thrown off the ship. But the ship still sank. Why? At this point, the old phoenix's face had already revealed a mysterious smile, and his eyes swept over Feng Xing and the others as if he was asking them. However, before Feng Xing and the others could answer, he had already given the answer with a smile. Because they themselves are the heaviest people. They threw countless people off, but they couldn't even compare to the weight of one of their toes, so how could the ship not sink? This was indeed a simple story, but Feng Xing and the others felt somewhat depressed after listening to it. Why can't they eat less? Feng Xing, Kong, and even the more mature fox girl, Little One, did not speak at this time. Instead, it was the little girl, who was the most plump among the bunch of little foxes, who spoke in a sweet and innocent manner. Looking at her appearance, she was indeed worried for the people on the ship. She even seemed to be quite understanding. She said seriously, if you eat less, you will feel lighter, and you can throw fewer people, they won't dare. The old phoenix laughed mysteriously, if they eat less, they will become weak, and will be thrown into the water by other strong people. Then another little fox hesitantly opened her mouth. Can't they repair the ship a little more sturdy? Some people have tried, the old phoenix laughed. But they all failed. The ship can't be repaired, because the speed of repair is far slower than the speed of destruction. The bunch of little foxes looked at each other, but no one spoke. For them, asking these questions was really difficult for them. Moreover, they were all exceptionally intelligent. Although they had not experienced much, they faintly understood that this story was not so simple. After listening to this story, Feng Xing had not spoken until now, and could not help but ask, has anyone tried to throw the strongest person into the water? Yes. The old phoenix answered without hesitation. After being thrown into the water, many people did not die for the time being. They were filled with hatred and pain, so they decided to take revenge, and also to save the people on the ship, so they laid out a big plan. If that's the case, why did the nine-tailed fox king leave the greatest inheritance in 33 heavens? After listening to this, Feng Xing frowned and suddenly asked in a deep voice. At this time, he could no longer be bothered to use the words of the story to ask, so he asked directly. When the old phoenix heard this, he chuckled. Because he was worried, even if those who fell into the water worked together and succeeded in throwing the strongest person on the ship into the water, the ship would still be damaged, and it would still capsize. When that time comes, everything would repeat itself. He was afraid that his descendants would be too weak and would be thrown into the water by the new helmsman of the ship. After listening to this, Feng Xing no longer spoke, and his entire face had become very strange. At this time, the old phoenix also looked at him with a profound look. Their eyes met for a few breaths, quietly looking at each other, but in the end, no one spoke. A faint oppressive feeling lingered in the hall for a long time. At this time, Kong also turned to look at Feng Xing, as if he wanted to ask something, but did not speak. He only frowned and pondered for a while, then turned to look at the old phoenix and said in a deep voice, Senior, his descendants will not be thrown into the water so easily. Now is not the time to consider this problem. What we need now is for everyone to do their best and throw the strongest person on the ship into the water. Otherwise, the entire ship will sink sooner or later, and everyone will lose the hope of boarding the ship again. At this point, he gently paused and said in a low voice, "So, where is the final inheritance of the demon realm now?" The problem finally returned to the original point, and even Feng Xing could not help but raise his head and look at the old phoenix. "You're a smart monkey." The old phoenix looked at Kong and praised her, then looked at Feng Xing and seemed to ponder for a moment before he laughed in a low voice and said, "Since you dare to ask this question in front of him, it means that you believe him. In that case, I won't hide it from you anymore. That old fox abandoned his own reputation and even risked thousands of years later to protect the inheritance. It's right here, right here?" As soon as this was said, the little fox's spirits were lifted. Feng Xing's eyes also lit up. Although his heart was still very heavy, he subconsciously glanced around. "You can't see it now because that door hasn't opened yet," the old phoenix laughed softly, and his smile seemed a little mysterious. That key, Kong and the others remembered what the old phoenix had just said and their hearts trembled slightly. "You've already brought the key back." The old phoenix gently raised his hand and held a mask in his palm. Kong and Feng Xing were stunned. They never thought that the green fox mask was the key. The nine-tailed fox king had really gone in a big circle. First, he had sent the key back to Tian Yuan, then he had the heir of Tian Yuan return it. Then, he had the old phoenix wait here and told the heir that this was the key. No matter how they thought about it, they felt that he was being overly cautious. Then how can we open that door? Conger could not help but raise her brows and ask this question. This was also the question that the little fox, Feng Xing, and the others were most concerned about. Everyone looked over. "I won't tell you now." When the old phoenix heard this, he suddenly burst into laughter, causing everyone's hearts to sink. However, without waiting for them to ask, the old phoenix had already answered, "That old fox has sacrificed his reputation and I have sacrificed almost everything to preserve the inheritance. How can I hand it over to you so easily? Especially when the one who brought the key back is a little fox who has just formed her gold core and hasn't even formed her immortal infant? Haha, it won't be that easy for you to obtain this inheritance. First, go and prove that you have the ability to obtain this inheritance. If these descendants don't have the ability to keep this inheritance, then it would be better for them not to give it to you. After all, obtaining the treasure will only cause you to die even faster." This, Kong who had been a little angry, fell silent when he heard this, as if agreeing with the old phoenix's logic. Therefore, after a long silence, he asked, "How do you prove it?" A murderous glint flashed in the old phoenix's eyes and her voice turned cold. Back then, the old fox had no choice but to accept the invitation to enter the eternal immortal palace. But in the demon realm, there really were scum who betrayed the demon race and became important figures in the 33 heavens. However, the old fox was very cunning and managed to kill them one by one. However, he didn't kill them all. There was an evil creature who was once a demon king who submitted to Emperor Tsong and opened the door to the demon realm. The old fox used all his means, but he was only able to force him to leave the great firmament heavens. However, he is still alive and well. Go and kill him. When Conger heard this, she grinned. Who is it? The old phoenix's voice was cold and she suddenly raised her voice. The great purgatory heavenly demon master of the 6 demon heavens, by sure. 6 demon heavens. When they heard the old phoenix's words, both Feng Xing and Konger's hearts sank. They did not expect that the number 1 traitor of the demon realm was in the 6 demon heavens, and that he was a demon master. What kind of place was the 6 demon heavens? In the vast 33 heavens, it was the most chaotic and disorderly place. It was like hell on earth. It was not accurate to say that the 33 heavens were the immortal realm, because the 6 demon heavens was the demon realm that corresponded to the immortal realm. The immortals often said that there were 3 half-immortal emperors in the 33 heavens, but it was not a joke. Now that the immortal kings had fallen and the immortal emperors had descended to unify the various domains, the 3 immortal emperors referred to the Scarlet Emperor, the Grey Emperor, and the Xian Emperor. However, the remaining half referred to the 6 demon masters of the 6 demon heavens. The 6 of them were counted as half because the immortals believed that they were not as good as the immortal emperors, but they had no choice but to rank them. This was because the 6 demon masters were very capable. Not to mention anything else, the 3 immortal emperors were people with great courage. They had killed countless immortal kings in the past 1,000 years, so why did they leave them behind? Therefore, there were always people who speculated that the 6 demon masters would work together to fight against external enemies. When the 6 of them joined forces, even an immortal emperor would not be able to take them down easily. Perhaps it could be said that, excluding the immortal primes, these 6 people were the strongest existences in the 33 heavens, excluding the immortal emperors, and the person that the old phoenix wanted them to kill was one of the 6, the great purgatory heavenly demon master by Xuxi. If you have the ability, you can take his tiger head. If you don't have the ability, you can also spread the news that the children of the demon clan who have the ability can take the head of the white savage corpse and inherit the inheritance of the demon clan. Haha, you don't have to say that I have already gone against the original intention of the old fox. If I don't approve of the person he has chosen as his successor, I will pass on the Nirvana secret technique to you. It's just that I am serious about this matter. This great calamity has come faster than I imagined. I don't have time to wait for you to slowly grow. The old phoenix's attitude was exceptionally firm. After saying those words, he waved his sleeves as if he wanted to send the guest off. Furthermore, the green fox ghost mask was tightly gripped in his hand, and he had no intention of returning it. Faced with this situation, Kong furrowed her brows tightly and remained silent. The bunch of little foxes, on the other hand, were at a complete loss. They looked at the old phoenix, who had his back to them and was like a wooden carving, and then looked at Kong, who was standing solemnly on the spot in silence. In the end, their gazes all subconsciously turned towards Feng Xing. There seemed to be a sense of familiarity in their eyes, but they just could not be sure. The fact that Feng Xing was the successor of the Grand Supreme Path was not a secret in Tianyuan. Many people who were close to him, or those with status, knew about it. The little foxes naturally knew about it as well. They even knew that the donkey who was currently stirring up trouble in Tianyuan under the name of the Grand Supreme Path was their senior brother. He had even shamelessly come to claim kinship, only to be chased out by the elders of Green Hill Mountain. Now that they had heard the old phoenix's words and connected it to some of the rumors, they were naturally certain of the truth. However, Feng Xing's appearance had changed drastically, and coupled with his cold expression, they did not dare to recognize him for the time being. Master? Amidst the silence, the rather plump and beautiful girl carefully called out tentatively. I should call you Master Feng. The fox girl Xiaoyi also spoke softly as she corrected her form of address. Their voices were very soft, as if they were worried about scaring something away. However, their eyes were bright and unblinking. Phew, however, it was this small sound that awakened Feng Xing, who had been silent after listening to the story just now. He heaved a sigh and turned to look at the little foxes. Facing their small, bright eyes, he suddenly smiled. It was also this smile that caused the oppressive atmosphere in the scene to suddenly dissipate. The worry and fear in her sparkling eyes instantly disappeared without a trace. They squeezed forward one by one, somewhat hesitant and somewhat eager, as if they wanted to embrace Feng Xing. At this moment, Feng Xing suddenly turned his head to look at the back of the old phoenix. He naturally knew why the atmosphere in the training hall was so oppressive. He glanced at the green fox ghost-faced mask in the old phoenix's hand with some displeasure. Then, he placed his arm on Kong's shoulder and sneered, Monkey, why do you have to make things so difficult? Then, he looked at the bunch of little foxes and laughed domineeringly and fiercely. However, there was a hint of friendliness in his smile. This old bird has indeed gone mad. Why do you have to listen to him? Disciples, say a word and I will help you snatch this old thing. After obtaining the inheritance, I will go and kill that white tiger. It's him, oh, he really is master. When the group of little foxes heard this familiar tone, their eyes suddenly lit up and the last bit of worry in their hearts disappeared. They all rushed forward. The fox girl little one excitedly pulled his hand, while the other little foxes had already climbed onto his body like monkeys. Some hugged his legs and looked up, some jumped directly onto his shoulders, and some did not let go of his cloak. Stop, be honest, we're talking about serious matters. Feng Xing couldn't stand the scene and hurriedly reprimanded them a few times before turning to Kong. How is it? Kong looked at him strangely. Feng Xing said, this inheritance originally belongs to my disciple. Kong lowered her head and sighed deeply, saying, no one will snatch it from your disciple, but what Senior Phoenix said also makes sense. Since you want to accept this inheritance, you naturally have to prove that you have the strength to accept it. Little one's cultivation may not be enough, but don't you still have us? Don't you still have a master? Anyway, since you accepted your disciples, you haven't taught them well. Their foundation is not pure, and their cultivation is not enough. You have to take at least 70% of the responsibility. Now it's your turn to fulfill your responsibility as a master. What are you talking about? After hearing the monkey's words, Fangxing felt a little embarrassed. He looked down at the little foxes and felt a little embarrassed. The cultivation of this group of little foxes was really not very good. The strongest fox girl, Little One, was only at the 9th transformation of the Jindan stage. There were 2 others who had entered the threshold of the Jindan stage, and most of the rest were in the foundation establishment stage, and their Taoist foundations were not very good. Only the youngest fox girl, Fatty, was a little better. Although she was in the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage, her Taoist foundation was actually purple, which was already a rare good seedling. At such an age and with such a cultivation base, if placed in the past, he would naturally be considered outstanding. But now, in the glorious world where geniuses were multiplying and the opportunities were boundless, he could only be considered ordinary. Only the fox girl Little One and Little Fatty could barely catch his eye. The others could not. In this regard, Fangxing really felt a little guilty. He couldn't help but shake his head and said, "It's really not my fault. Their aptitude is not good." When Kong Kong turned her eyes again, she could no longer hide the contempt in her eyes. "I've never seen such an irresponsible master who has the cheek to refuse. Okay, I didn't teach them well. I'll help you take a head, which is also my responsibility." Fangxing could only cover his face and sigh. Then, he casually lifted up Little Fatty, who was hugging his neck and crying. "Oh, Master, I miss you so much, Master. After you left, we encountered a lot of bad people. We couldn't beat them, Master. Some people scolded you as an old devil and scolded us as little monsters." A series of cries with rare genuine friendship resounded in his ears, making Fangxing's heart soften. He really felt a little guilty in his heart. He naturally could ignore Kong Kong, but he really couldn't abandon such a group of little foxes. In desperation, he could only persuade them, and then let the group of little foxes hug him. He slowly rose up into the cloud, and then left the immortal palace with Kong. However, when he opened the door of the immortal palace, considering that the outside world must be in a mess at this time, in order to avoid trouble, he also discussed with Kong and sent them into the small world, in case they were seen by outsiders. His Royal Highness has come out." As soon as he left the immortal palace, there was immediately a shout outside. When he looked up, he saw more than 100 blood god guards and a group of 9 Ridge Phoenix Heaven leaders, immortal soldiers and immortal generals anxiously waiting outside. They couldn't find the entrance to the immortal palace, and could only roughly guess that the crown prince had disappeared here. They didn't dare to take a step away, and almost turned over the surrounding scorched earth several times. "Why are you panicking? How can this crown prince get into trouble so easily?" Fangxing glanced around coldly and glared at the people around him, suppressing the endless noise. His Royal Highness, that 9 Ridge Phoenix ancestor, the leader of the Blood God Guards, had already come forward and asked with a cold face. At the same time, he looked coldly at the people of 9 Ridge Phoenix Heaven. The immortal generals and immortal generals of 9 Ridge Phoenix Heaven all thought that a disaster was coming, and were so scared that their faces turned pale. "Nothing, I was just joking with that old lunatic." Fangxing's indifferent words covered up the matter, and the immortals of 9 Ridge Phoenix Heaven immediately heaved a long sigh of relief. Although they didn't know what kind of joke it was to make such a big fuss about it, with the crown prince's words, they were finally able to avoid a disaster. Just now, they were all frightened by the crazed old ancestor, and they were even prepared to be forced to rebel. "Disperse, all of you. This crown prince still has important matters to attend to, and I don't have time to talk to you." Fangxing didn't want to explain further, and fully displayed his privilege as the crown prince, which was not to explain at all. Yes, the Blood God Guard didn't dare to say more. He first agreed, but he didn't leave. He hesitated and said, "But, the immortal venerables just sent a decree." Fangxing was slightly startled. He turned to look at him and said impatiently, "What do those 3 old farts want?" The leader of the Blood God Guards was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly said, "The three immortal venerables want to invite the Crown Prince to the 6 demon heavens." It was the 6 demon heavens again. Feng Xing was also a little surprised. He thought, why are things happening in the same place? It was not until he read the letter from Senior Immortal Ling Su that he understood the whole story. All the trouble originated from a major event that happened in the 6 demon heavens 3 days ago. Demon Master Wanchahai of Malice encountered a strong enemy and was seriously injured. The 6 demon heavens was already in chaos. The 6 demon heavens, which had been under the watchful eyes of the 3 imperial palaces, immediately broke the balance because one person was missing. The problems that had been secretly accumulating for several years were exposed. Demon Master Mochi and Great Purgatory Demon Master Baishir were fighting fiercely. The other demon masters just sat on the sidelines and watched from the sidelines. A big mess was about to happen. For the 3 imperial palaces, the 6 demon heavens was originally a place where the 3 imperial palaces stored their resources. In the eyes of many knowledgeable people, the 6 demon heavens was just a place where the 3 imperial palaces stored their resources. They could take action at any time and divide them. But even so, because the 3 imperial palaces did not dare to act rashly, the 6 demon heavens had been preserved. Even in the past few years, there had always been rumors about the 6 demon heavens, but they had never shaken their foundation, not to mention anything else. 4 years ago, there were rumors that a rebel of Tianyuan had sneaked into the 6 demon heavens and secretly contacted a demon master. There were also the long-extinct remnants of the dragon clan that had shown up in the 6 demon heavens. There was even the figure of a monk preaching in the demon palace of the northern underworld of the Forget Worries heaven. No matter which one it was enough to offend the 3 imperial palaces. However, the immortal emperor had sealed himself off and there was no leader. As a result, no one had cared about them, but now, the situation was gradually changing. 3 years was enough for the princes and princesses of the 3 imperial palaces to stabilize their power. Then, they couldn't help but look at the 6 demon heavens, where the undercurrents were surging. In the beginning, the imperial palace's actions were carried out in the dark. The extreme vile Heaven Devil Lord's grievous injuries became a catalyst. On the surface, the 3 imperial palaces that had been keeping their composure suddenly made their move. The Great Scarlet Heaven had already received the news. On the first day after the extreme vile Heaven Devil Lord was attacked, the Emperor's son of the Grand Mystery Heaven, Yan Zhaoga, forcibly entered the 6 devil heavens. He claimed that he was avenging his senior apprentice uncle. However, everyone could see how treacherous his intentions were. After that, the Great Firmament Heavenly Emperor's daughter, Lu Xiaojun, also entered the 6 devil heavens under the guise of celebrating the Forgotten Worries Heaven Devil Lord's birthday. Rumor had it that the 2 imperial palaces' immortal armies had already arrived at the border. It wasn't hard to imagine that as soon as the situation in the 6 devil heavens changed, the 2 immortal armies would immediately rush into the 6 devil heavens and loot the heaven domain, resources, and so on. Under such circumstances, the 3 immortal lords of the Great Scarlet Heaven couldn't wait any longer. Due to some secret agreement, the 3 of them couldn't make a move. Otherwise, chaos would definitely arise in the 33 heavens. The consequences weren't something they wanted to see. The Great Firmament Heavens and the Grand Mystery Heavens probably had the same thoughts. Therefore, the 3 immortal lords had no intention of making a move. Only the princes and princesses of the 6 devil heavens were present. Under such circumstances, the Great Scarlet Heaven could only send His Highness Di Lu over. Although His Highness Di Lu hadn't made a breakthrough and was weaker than the other 2, this matter couldn't be delayed any longer. Therefore, they could only send a letter in a hurry, hoping that His Highness Di Lu would make a trip to the 6 devil heavens. They no longer hoped that His Highness Di Lu could suppress his peers like he did 1,000 years ago. They only hoped that he could use the power of Great Scarlet Heaven to get a share of the loot. They couldn't let the resources of the 6 devil heavens, which they had been eyeing for so long, be taken away by the Great Firmament Heavens and the Grand Mystery Heavens, leaving Great Scarlet Heaven with nothing left, right? After all, even if the princes were useless, the forces of Great Scarlet Heaven were here. They still had the confidence to do so. Your Highness, once the 6 demon heavens loses its power, chaos will descend upon the world. Those 6 demons will definitely seek refuge with the 3 imperial palaces. That's why your highness is rushing over now to persuade them to submit to my great scarlet heaven. The three immortal sovereigns will reward them with high positions and will definitely not mistreat them. As for how to persuade them, that will depend on your highness. According to the three immortal sovereigns, you have to at least win over 2 demons to make this trip worthwhile. However, the immortal sovereigns have asked your highness not to feel pressured and to just go with the flow. An elderly immortal lord stood in front of Feng Xing and respectfully relayed the words of the three immortal lords. Our great Scarlet Heaven immortal army has been assembled and is ready to attack the 6 devil heavens at any time. However, we can't act rashly now. His Highness Di Lu can only take care of the early matters. When His Highness Di Lu thinks the time is right, he will send an immortal decree and the army will arrive. Another person explained the arrangements of Great Scarlet Heaven, afraid that Feng Xing wouldn't listen carefully. Haha, this is going to be interesting. Feng Xing laughed in a low voice. After thinking for a while, he waved his hand and said, "Let's go then. Your Highness Di Lu, you have a noble status. If you enter the 6 devil heavens so easily, you will attract too much attention." Although the immortals of the 3 imperial palaces understand the intentions of the 3 imperial palaces, we still have to show proper etiquette. Only by doing so will we be able to pass through. Yan Zhaoge of the Greater Profound Heaven is helping the evil Heaven Devil Lord suppress the assassins in the Sea of Myriad Sorrows, while the Princess of the Great Heavens, Lu Xiaojun of the Great Empyrean Heavenly Devil Lord Xiao Baiming's birthday. In my opinion, His Highness Di Lu should find a good reason to enter the 6 devil heavens to avoid alerting the enemy. The immortal lord beside him tried to persuade him in a low voice. Haha, the snakes of the 6 devil heavens have already been alerted. What's the point of talking so much? Feng Xing replied lazily. However, he also felt that it wouldn't be appropriate for him to barge in directly. Therefore, he asked, "What do you think?" The immortal lord was obviously prepared for this. He immediately said, "The blissful Heaven Devil Lord Mo is taking in the 109th male monarch. We can go and congratulate him. After all, Mo has interacted with our great Scarlet Heaven before. We can be considered to be on good terms with him. If we start with her, we might have a chance of opening up the 6 devil heavens situation. If we can subdue her first, we'll have a higher chance of success." Humph. What do you mean by taking in a male monarch? Other than Bai Shi, Feng Xing wasn't very interested in anyone else. However, he found the immortal lord's words interesting, so he subconsciously asked. The immortal lord was also a little helpless. He smiled bitterly and said, "Although Mo Chi's name is Mo Chi, she's a famous love-struck fool in the 33 heavens. She loves handsome men the most. Just like how men take in female concubines, she also takes in male monarchs. Now, there are already 108 male monarchs in the heavenly palace. Among them, there are many young talents who were once famous for a time. All of them have been subdued by her. However, this time, she has a unique taste. Haha, I heard from the traveling immortals that this time, she isn't interested in any handsome young man, but a handsome monk. Monk?" This sentence made Feng Xing somewhat dumbfounded. For a moment, he thought he had heard wrongly. What kind of woman was this? She didn't even let go of a monk. The immortal lord smiled bitterly and said, "I'm not sure either. The inheritance of Buddhism has been broken for tens of thousands of years. There has never been a monk in the 33 heavens. However, if it's an ordinary monk, it's impossible for Mo to take a fancy to him. This is a mystery. The traveling immortals have tried their best to find out, but only one person saw a figure from afar. His body was as white as snow, and he had no hair on top of his head. He did look like a monk, but we couldn't find out anything about him. His name seems to be..." He frowned and thought for a long time. Then, he said hesitantly. "Shen. Shen what? Xiao? F*ck, Shen Xiao?" The immortal lord only said this name uncertainly, but it instantly scared Feng Xing so much that his face changed. He suddenly turned his head and stared straight at the immortal lord. "Are you sure?" The immortal lord was also shocked by his reaction. He couldn't help but take a step back and said nervously, "No. I'm not very sure. I've only heard this from the traveling immortals. This name is really unfamiliar." Although the heavens of High Paradise has confirmed the selection of a son-in-law, Mochi has been busy fighting with the Great Purgatory Heavenly Demon Master, by Xianxia. He hasn't had time to release the immortal ranking list to everyone. The name that I know is also accidentally found out by the traveling immortals. It hasn't been verified, so it's not easy to confirm, then go and check. Fangxing's eyes widened and his expression was serious. He hurriedly shouted, "Go and check, you must find out." After saying that, without waiting for the immortal lord to agree, he suddenly said, "We can't wait any longer. Whether it's true or not, we have to go and take a look. Don't think too much. Go to the heavens of High Paradise now. If we're late, it'll be terrible. Something big is going to happen." The immortal lord originally wanted to persuade him again, but after seeing the look on Fangxing's face, he really didn't dare to say a word. After the plan was settled, they prepared to set off in the 9 ridges of Phoenix Heaven. An immortal decree was issued to the 9 ridges of Phoenix Heaven to prepare the teleportation formation and inform the heavens of High Paradise. The 3 immortal primes were also very well prepared. All the treasured carriages, immortal attendants, accompanying immortal lords, immortal generals, and blood god guards were directly transferred to the 9 ridges of Phoenix Heaven. After a day of preparation, an indescribably noble ferry boat carrying Fangxing passed through the teleportation formation of the 9 ridges of Phoenix Heaven and crossed the domain to the heavens of High Paradise. The news that His Highness Di Lu of Great Crimson Heaven was going to the heavens of High Paradise to congratulate the Heaven's Demon Master, Mochi, quickly spread throughout the 33 heavens by the traveling immortals of the various imperial palaces. All the immortals understood that with the departure of the Prince of Great Crimson Heaven, it meant that the Great Crimson Heaven, the last giant of the 33 heavens, had finally officially joined the muddy waters of the 6 demon heavens. And the 6 demon heavens, which had endured for thousands of years and had always struggled to survive in the cracks between the various great forces, had finally ushered in its most precarious moment. After this storm, it was hard to say where the demons would go. Of course, Fangxing didn't care about the significance of his departure to the heavens of High Paradise. He only thought in his heart, "Damn it, didn't that little monk want to spread the Dharma? Why did he spread it to the embroidered bed? The Crown Prince has graced us with your presence. The entire blissful heavens is deeply honored, in a vast world filled with immortal chi, green mountains, clear waters, and fragrant flowers." A peal of laughter could be heard. From afar, a pink Dharma carriage approached, led by a man dressed in a thin muslin robe. He had an imposing appearance and was incomparably handsome. His cultivation had already reached the perfected golden immortal realm. His movements were graceful, and he wore a smile on his jade-like face. He was indeed a peerlessly handsome man. Behind him, there was a group of immortal servants on his left, and a group of demon soldiers on his right. They all looked tall and handsome. They were the people sent by the High Paradise Heaven to welcome the Crown Prince of Great Crimson Heaven upon hearing that he was coming. At this time, Fangxing had already crossed the region and arrived at one of the famous demon lands, the Blissful Heavens. As soon as he arrived, he glanced around and found that although it was called a demon land, it did not look like a demon land. Instead, it was more like a fairyland. It was somewhat similar to the fairyland that the Taishu baby had created, but this place was incomparably real. Haha, I was wrong. The Blissful Heavens is also one of the 33 heavens. Although it is called a demon heaven, how can it be bad? Fangxing thought to himself, but he did not show it on his face. Although he was concerned about Xianxia and was anxious, he also knew that he could not act rashly in the 6 demon heavens. After all, his identity as the Crown Prince was useful in Great Crimson Heaven, but not in the 6 demon heavens. He still had a certain deterrent power, but others were not necessarily afraid of him. After all, although the 6 demon heavens was in a precarious situation, the 3 imperial palaces all wanted to rope in these 6 demons, which greatly increased their status. As the saying goes, a fine bird chooses a tree to nest in. If you offended them, they could turn to someone else at any time and ignore you. Moreover, Fangxing had already clearly inquired about them before he came here. The cultivations of these 6 devils were extremely terrifying, and every single one of them was at the golden immortal realm or above. Moreover, they'd probably cultivated more than one grand Dao. If he had to describe them, then it could be said that the strengths of these 6 devils weren't inferior to an immortal exalt. If it was in the past, then even though they weren't immortal kings, they possessed the competence to fight an immortal king. Although his strength had greatly increased, he had not cultivated a great Tao yet, so he could not deal with such monsters. Prince, the other party has come to welcome you. That person should be the leader of the heavenly monarchs. To put it bluntly, he is the official husband of blissful demon master Mo, which is what the empress meant. Sigh, this person is the first to marry Mo. His cultivation base is unfathomable. In the blissful heavens, his status is only below the empress. It's not a disgrace for Mo to send him to welcome us. However, this blissful heavens lord has clearly received our arrival, yet he refuses to show himself. Beside Fang Xing, an immortal monarch had already come up and whispered to him to let him understand the situation. Fang Xing nodded, indicating that he understood. Then, he raised his head and looked at Mo's husband. Haha, greetings to the crown prince. I hope the crown prince will forgive me for being late. In the time it took to exchange a strand of spiritual will, the head of the heavenly monarch had already arrived in front of him. However, he pressed down on the cloud head 100 feet away from Fang Xing, bowed deeply, and said with a smile. No matter if it was his posture or etiquette, no one could find any fault with him. Oh, ha 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 ha, you're welcome. Fang Xing's eyes brightened slightly. He looked at him curiously, thinking that this was the first time he saw a person who did not care about being cuckolded. He had to take a good look at him. However, he did not realize that his gaze was extremely rude. Junyi, on the other hand, was calm and collected. He allowed Fang Xing to size him up, and the smile on his face did not fade at all. The immortal monarch beside Fang Xing could not stand it anymore, and called out to Fang Xing softly. Only then did he react and laughed. Good, good. Where is the blissful great Tao? After seeing the person who willingly allowed himself to be cuckolded, he now wanted to see the person who cuckolded so many people. Please forgive me, Crown Prince. Junyi hurriedly bowed again and said apologetically, I believe the Crown Prince has heard that the great purgatory heavenly white corpse has a grudge against our demon lord. Previously, when the blissful demon lord was in charge, he did not dare to act rashly. Now that the blissful demon lord is seriously injured and can no longer suppress him, this demon lord is not willing to be left alone. Recently, he has been provoking us repeatedly. The demon lord has to personally guard against him, and even the concubine ceremony has been postponed. Hee, Wufang, this imperial prince is coming. Fang Xing sneered when he heard Bai Shishir's name. In fact, he and the blissful demon master Mo shared a common enemy in this area. After all, he had to kill Bai Shishir no matter what. If Mo didn't intend to force him to marry his junior brother, then he wouldn't mind forming a united front with his sister-in-law to kill that white tiger together. The Crown Prince's arrival is the greatest help to the blissful heavens. I thank the Crown Prince on behalf of the Demon Lord. Junyi did not say much. He smiled gently, stood up and said, the Crown Prince must be tired from the long journey. Please come over here and have a rest. Led by Junyi, the group of people flew on the cloud towards the temporary imperial residence prepared for Fang Xing by the high paradise heavens. Along the way, they listened to Junyi introducing the local customs and practices of the high paradise heavens in a low voice. Fang Xing found that Junyi was neither arrogant nor impetuous. He was neither servile nor overbearing. Judging from his lifespan, he was not an old monster who had lived for countless years. However, he had cultivated to the level of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. He was really an extraordinary person. It was interesting that such a person was willing to be cuckolded by Mo so many times. Crown Prince, please have a rest in the palace. When the Demon Lord returns, he will come to visit you. When they came to a big clear lake, Junyi led Fang Xing and the others into the palace and left quietly. But Fang Xing grabbed him and said with a smile, Heavenly Monarch, why are you in such a hurry to leave? I have a request. Junyi quietly shook off his wrist and bowed deeply again. He said with a smile, what does the Crown Prince want? Fang Xing smiled and looked at him from head to toe. He said, I can tell from the Heavenly Monarch that the blissful Demon Lord must have a very high standard when it comes to finding a man. This makes me a little curious. I don't know, what does the monk look like? Haha, if the Demon Lord has something to do, just do it. Don't worry. As for that monk, why don't you call him out and let me have a look? His words made the immortal monarch of the great red heaven who was accompanying them to the blissful heavenly monarch could not bear it anymore. They just wanted to cover their faces. They thought that the crown prince's words were very warm, but it was really unpleasant to hear. They could not offend the blissful heavenly monarch just because of this, could they? Haha, so the crown prince has already heard some news. Junie was not angry, but his expression was a little ugly. But it was obviously not because of Fengxing's words. He said lightly, the crown prince's request is nothing, but that wild monk with a mouth full of nonsense doesn't know etiquette and offended the demon lord. Now, he is being punished at the Evil Thoughts Cliff. The demon lord has ordered that he will only be released on the day he takes a concubine. It is not good for the crown prince to see him now, being punished? Fengxing's expression darkened and he raised his eyebrows slightly. Haha, he is just being locked up to calm his mind. He is not really being punished. Junie explained with a smile. He cupped his hands and said, does the crown prince have any other instructions? No, you can go now. Fengxing's face was expressionless. He waved his hand and asked him to leave. Then please rest, the crown prince. If the crown prince is interested in wandering around, please let me know. Junie will accompany you. Junie didn't have the slightest interest in the sudden change in Fengxing's complexion. He only gave a few words of warning before taking his leave. Your Highness, the situation in the 6 demon heavens is chaotic now. There are undercurrents. It is really, when there was no one else in the surroundings, all the celestial attendants naturally went to set up camp. The celestial monarch beside Fengxing wanted to have a chat with Fengxing. They were the strategists selected by the 3 celestial venerables, and their mission was to help the crown prince analyze the situation and plan for the overall situation. Now that they had arrived at the highest paradise heaven, they naturally had to have a good discussion and see how they should carry out their plan for the great red heaven. You two can leave as well. However, Fengxing's expression was cold and he asked them to leave as well. The 2 immortal masters looked awkward, but they did not dare to disobey the crown prince's order. They could only bow and leave. Damn it, the little monk is actually being punished. Could it be that someone forced him? After everyone had left, Fengxing's brows were already furrowed. He sat there for a long while and came up with a plan in his mind. All of a sudden, the blood mist around him started to fade and he made use of it to escape from the main hall. After that, he stealthily headed in the direction of the high paradise heavens. He had heard about what happened with the little monk and was unable to hold himself back any longer. He wanted to meet that little bald donkey first before anything else. As for whether or not it would be rude to do so, he did not care at all. I told you to bring him here, but you refused. What's wrong with me going there myself? The world was vast, and no one knew where the monk was imprisoned. However, Fengxing had his own divine ability. He took out a wisp of the Buddha formation's aura from the skull and activated it. Soon, he used this wisp of aura to confirm that there was a similar Buddhist aura in a certain direction. No one in the 33 heavens cultivated Buddhism. If his guess was correct, the monk was imprisoned there, whoosh. His figure was like smoke, and he did not leave a trace. In just one step, he had already arrived outside of the Million Lands. In front of Fengxing, a gloomy sea of bitterness appeared. At the end of the sea of bitterness stood a dark mountain. Amidst the sound of the sea breeze, he could faintly hear the faint sound of chanting scriptures coming from the mountain. Listening to the chanting, Fengxing was a little excited. After hesitating for a while, he slowly lifted his foot and took a light step forward. The moment he took that step, the chanting suddenly stopped. Little bald ass, Fengxing could no longer restrain himself. He moved slightly and flew straight to the mountain peak. This was the Sea of Bitterness, where tides rose and fell, full of murderous intent. There were many powerful magical beasts under the water, and no one knew whether they were born here or raised by the blissful demon lord. These magical beasts did not have high intelligence, but they were terrifyingly powerful. Once they sensed a living person's aura, they would immediately pounce and bite. They were natural guards. However, Fengxing's ghost-blinding eyes was so powerful that even ordinary Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals could not detect his figure, let alone these magical beasts. He easily walked to the mountain peak and saw that there was a cave abode in the middle of the mountain peak, which was surrounded by a circle of restrictions. Fangxing did not think about anything else. He operated his qi and quietly entered the cave abode like all things in the world. As soon as he entered the cave abode, the look in his eyes immediately changed. The layout of the cave abode was very simple. There was only a black high platform, and below the platform was a cold pool. In the cold pool, there were countless black and ferocious thorns. The thorns were sharp, and they covered the entire pool. Below, there was a white-robed monk sitting cross-legged in the cold pool. Between the thorns, his body had been cut by the thorns and was dripping with blood. Most of his white monk robe was already red. When Fangxing looked over, the white-robed monk was also looking up at him. He had a smile on his face, and his eyes were calm. There seemed to be a hint of surprise in the depths of his eyes, which were as calm as an ancient well. He nodded gently at him and said, "Senior brother, it's really you." That smile was as clear and friendly as before. Who else could it be but Xianxia? Fangxing's breathing suddenly quickened, and a dense devil chi floated in the depths of his eyes. Now that Fangxing looked like an emperor, even the three immortal primes of Great Red Heaven could not directly see through his identity and could only search his soul. However, the moment he appeared in front of Xianxia, Xianxia accurately called out his name. This was simply incredible and shocking. But Fangxing did not even care about this problem. He only felt endless anger. The thorns surrounding Xianxia were treasures similar to immortal medicines. Since there were immortal medicines in the world, there would naturally be poisonous trees with the opposite nature. This kind of thorns was one of them. With just a glance, Fangxing found that these thorns had natural talismans, which showed how terrifying their power was. He believed that even primordial immortals would suffer unbearable pain from these thorns, let alone so many in the cold pool. Clenching his fists tightly, Fangxing looked at Xianxia, who was sitting cross-legged, and shouted coldly, "What's going on?" He and Xianxia had not seen each other for decades, but at this time, Xianxia's appearance had hardly changed. He was still the handsome little monk in his memory, but his eyes had become a little calmer and more profound. At this time, he was sitting cross-legged in the cold pool. The water in the pool reached his waist, and his body was covered with blood stains. No one knew how many thorns had pierced into his body. Although his face was a little pale, there was no pain on his face, only a slight surprise. He looked at Fangxing and said with a forced smile, "Senior brother, I didn't expect to meet you here. How did you come here? Who does this body belong to? You're going to get married. How can I not come?" Fangxing looked at the wounds on Xianxia's body with a cold face. Even the corners of his eyes were twitching, and his voice contained a lot of murderous intent. "Damn it, that bitch dared to do this to you. Don't worry, this time I will definitely destroy the blissful heaven to help you vent your anger." At this time, his murderous intent was not fake. Originally, when he heard that Xianxia was going to get married, he thought it was quite fun. Even if he married a woman who had already married 108 men, he didn't care much. At most, Xianxia would have to line up every time they went to the bridal chamber. However, when he saw Xianxia imprisoned here and his body dripping with blood from the endless thorns, he could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. Who cares about the blissful heaven devil master? Even if he was the immortal emperor, he still wanted to kill him. As he spoke, he raised his hand. Xianxia was slightly stunned and said, "Senior brother, what are you going to do?" Fangxing said angrily, "What else can I do? I'm going to save you." When Xianxia heard this, he immediately smiled bitterly and shook his head. "You can't save me." Fangxing smiled coldly, "Then you underestimate me too much. What can these thorns do to me?" Boom, as he spoke, he had already used his magical power. His mind moved slightly, and his anger surged. Immediately, endless true samadhi fire appeared out of thin air and burned along the thorns. After the first 4 sacrifices of the 12 sacrifices of the ancestral sorcerer, his control over the immortal fire was already unparalleled. Endless flames of anger spread along with his mind. Almost in an instant, all the thorns in the cold pool were turned into ashes, but Xianxia's skin and flesh were not injured at all. It seemed that all the restrictions had been melted. "Let's go." Fangxing shouted coldly and reached out to lift Xianxia up. He also knew that if he took Xianxia out like this, the blissful demon master would definitely be furious, but he didn't care. Anyway, he still had the identity of the Prince of Great Crimson Heaven. How dare the blissful demon master make things difficult for him? At most, the negotiation would fail. Compared with Xianxia, what was the plan of Great Crimson Heaven? Senior brother, I can't leave. However, after all the thorns had been removed, there was no joy on Xianxia's face. He just smiled calmly and said softly. Fangxing also immediately saw the problem, and his brows furrowed tightly. He had burned almost all the thorns, but tender thorns had grown out of the wounds on Xianxia's body and slowly crawled all over his body. Before long, they had become as dense and terrifying as they were at the beginning. This made Fangxing even angrier. These thorns were planted directly on Xianxia's body. It was a vicious curse. How dare that bitch put a curse on you? But I'll take you out first. There must be a way to undo it. Fangxing's murderous intent was like a tide, like an uncontrollable volcano. However, after Xianxia heard this, he was slightly stunned. He knew that Fangxing had misunderstood him. He smiled softly and said, Senior brother, you misunderstood. I said that I can't leave, not because of this bitter curse, but because, all of this is voluntary. Voluntary? Fangxing was stunned and looked up at Xianxia's clear eyes. After a while, he said with a strange expression, when did you start to like this kind of thing? Xianxia was also stunned for a while. He smiled bitterly and said, although I don't quite understand, senior brother, you seem to have thought of something bad, don't smile so cheekily. Fangxing looked at Xianxia, and his heart became heavier and heavier. He was no longer in the mood to joke. What's going on? Alas, it's a long story. Xianxia seemed to be touched. He let out a long sigh, and the aftertaste lingered. However, as soon as he raised his head, he saw the impatient look on Fangxing's face. He hurriedly said, I'll say it quickly. Fangxing nodded with a gloomy face. Then tell me, senior brother, did you hear that I'm going to get a wife? Xianxia looked up at Fangxing, and there seemed to be a faint smile between his brows. You're not getting a wife, you're getting married, and you're getting married as a concubine. Fangxing exposed him without hesitation, and his expression was quite contemptuous. That's true. Xianxia's expression was also a little awkward. He gently raised his arm, but then frowned slightly and put it down. It seemed that he subconsciously wanted to touch his head, but the thorns surrounded his body. Once he moved, he would feel endless pain. Then he sat like this for a while before he said softly, this is the condition I negotiated with the blissful demon master. I want to enlighten her, but she said that as a person born in Buddhism, I don't know the suffering of all living beings. It's really a joke for me to persuade people to lay down their butcher's knife. Therefore, she doesn't even want to listen to a scripture from me. Unless I can also roll in the mortal world like her, know her suffering and her thoughts, then I am qualified to persuade her to free herself. Then you agreed to let her sleep with you? Fangxing tilted his head and looked at Xianxia with a look of disdain. The point isn't to sleep. Xianxia was a little embarrassed by Fangxing's words. After a while, he explained, I just expressed to her that I was willing to feel her feelings. I was willing to dirty my monk robe and walk in the mortal world. I allowed her to plant a bitter curse on me and experience the feeling of being hurt even when I didn't move and suffering in my heart. It was also to make her believe in me and listen to a passage of scriptures from me. There are so many people in the world, but you don't go to enlighten them, but you want to enlighten such a b*tch. Fangxing listened, but not only did he not understand at all, but he was even more speechless, and his anger rose. At this time, he was not only angry at Xianxia's experience, but also a little angry at his pedantry. When I used to hang out with him, I didn't remember him being so stupid. Yes, senior brother, there are so many people in the world, so what's wrong with me starting with her? When Xianxia heard this, he also smiled bitterly, and his expression seemed a little gloomy. Don't beat around the bush with me. I'll take you out first, and then wake you up with a stick. Fangxing didn't want to argue with him, so he didn't bother to say more. He just raised his sleeve and was about to use the heaven and earth sleeve technique to take him out first. In his palm, flames overflowed and turned all the thorns into ashes. Then, he pressed his palm directly on Xianxia's forehead. He didn't bother to ask so many things. There was only one thought in his mind, which was to take him out first. When Xianxia saw Fangxing's appearance, he knew what he was planning to do, but the expression on his face was slightly moved. However, when Fangxing's palm was about to press on his forehead, he still smiled bitterly, and there was even a hint of pleading in his eyes. "Senior brother, do you really want to interrupt my cultivation? What kind of cultivation is this?" Fangxing almost gnashed his teeth in hatred, but his palm still froze in midair and did not continue to press down. He also knew that many cultivators needed to endure endless pain, which could not be interrupted at will. More importantly, he heard a kind of bitterness in Xianxia's voice that he had never heard before. Although it was so faint that it was difficult to detect, he keenly felt it. This made his heart tremble slightly, and he could not bear to press down. He could not understand what kind of experience could make a person like Xianxia, who was born with a bright Taoist heart, feel such despair. "Senior brother, I have already been to the Buddha realm." Seeing that Fangxing had stopped, Xianxia's expression also seemed a little gratified. After a pause, he looked up at Fangxing's eyes and said softly, "I stepped into the star area through the Taoist immortal path. I did not enter the philosopher's dojo as arranged by the elders. Instead, I planned to enter the Buddha realm to see the former Buddha relics. I also wanted to complete the agreement with senior brother Huining and rebuild the spiritual mountain before his return." And then? Fangxing already knew that Xianxia had not entered the philosopher's dojo, but his subsequent experience was unknown. "I did enter the Buddha realm, but I found that there." Xianxia's expression was a little hesitant and even a little desperate. After a slight pause, he still said, "Nothing." "Huh?" When Fangxing heard this, he could not help but be stunned. He looked at Xianxia in surprise. He had long known that even the dragon realm and the demon realm had corresponding inheritances left behind. They were just waiting for their successors. In the past, the Buddha realm was even more powerful than the dragon realm and the demon realm. It could almost compete with the Taoists, especially the Buddha Lord 10,000 years ago. He seemed to have expected the great calamity that would come later, so he left the Buddha fruit and waited for the twin Buddha to continue the inheritance of the Buddha sect. Since he could set up such a contingency plan in Tianyuan capital, how could he not leave a legacy in the Buddha realm? "It's true, there's nothing." Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, "There are no scriptures, no Buddhist treasures, not even a complete Buddha statue. Even the world there is incomplete. There are no living creatures. It is even more desolate than an ordinary star area. There is no heritage at all." Fangxing could not help but be stunned. "Then how are you going to build the spirited mountain again? How are you going to lead the Buddhists through the great calamity?" "Yeah, what should we do?" Xianxia smiled bitterly. "Even the Buddhist sect is about to disappear. How can I lead the Buddhist sect through the great tribulation?" Looking at Xianxia's almost desperate expression, Fangxing's heart could not help but tremble. He could see that Xianxia must also know the story that the old phoenix had told him. The despair in that story was the Great Tribulation, and Xianxia's mission was to lead Buddhism through the Great Tribulation. But now, he clearly did not even have the right to board the ship, so why would he need to go through the tribulation? "For the past few decades, I have been thinking about this problem." Xianxia sighed softly and continued, "I also tried to do a lot of things, but in the end, I still achieved nothing, which made me feel a kind of despair. Sometimes, I even began to doubt the arrangement of the Buddha master 10,000 years ago. I was wondering if I really had no wisdom, and if my reasoning was wrong. I thought that all the Dharma should start from the beginning, from all living beings, but when I really faced it, I didn't know how to start." Perhaps, senior brother Huining. He had once debated for 10 lifetimes and insisted on his own principles for 10,000 years, but now he began to doubt. Fangxing was also a little sad. He understood the pain in Xianxia's heart and couldn't help sighing. He comforted him in a low voice, "Junior brother, even if you can't think of a way to revitalize the Buddhist sect, you don't have to get married in a fit of anger." At this point, he also felt a little ridiculous and complained, "The key is that after you get married, you are still not the eldest. You are only ranked 109. Senior brother, you are laughing at me again." Xianxia was also a little helpless. "It's just that in the past few decades, I have preached the way, preached the scriptures, tried to save the common people, and built a temple, but in the end, I have achieved nothing. My Buddhist heart, which has always been clear, finally had a Buddhist barrier. I almost spent my days in a daze. Then, finally, one day, I fell asleep under the Bodhi tree and dreamed of a Buddha." "Eh?" There are still saints alive in the Buddhist sect? When Fangxing heard this, he was immediately overjoyed and hurriedly asked. It wasn't a Buddhist sage who passed on a dream to enlighten me. All the Buddhas in the sky advised the Bodhisattva to return to the spirited mountain. However, the Bodhisattva could not bear to abandon the creatures here, and his Buddhist heart became firmer. Since he was disturbed by the demons, he preached from the demons. With great wisdom and boundless Buddhist heart, he enlightened the demons who disturbed his preaching. Finally, the Bodhi flower bloomed. The 3 demons became the 3 great protectors and helped the Bodhisattva to preach. They built temples and enlightened the creatures with all their strength. After that, the Buddhism in the demonic land gradually flourished, and the Bodhisattva also became a Buddha. Fangxing listened very carefully. In the end, he said in surprise, she didn't get married. Xianxia was speechless. In the end, he gave up the idea of explaining and said with a gentle smile, after that dream, I finally got rid of the devil barrier. I decided to follow the example of the predecessors and enlighten the 6 demons as the foundation of the Buddhist sect. This Lady Mochier, the blissful devil master, once comprehended some Buddhist dharma and was fated with our Buddhist sect. Therefore, I chose her as the first one, hoping that I could enlighten her. That's a famous devil in the world. You can't even enlighten me. Where do you get the confidence to enlighten her? Fangxing couldn't understand Xianxia's thoughts and couldn't help smiling bitterly. Hearing this, Xianxia's expression became a little bitter. He said, Senior brother, you can't compare her with you. Fangxing nodded and said, yes, I still have Buddhist nature. Xianxia continued with a wry smile. I think there's hope for her to be enlightened. Fangxing was stunned and didn't know how to respond. His face didn't look very good either. Xianxia hurriedly said, look, she didn't kill me after seeing me for the first time. She even told me a lot. It can be seen that she has Buddhist nature. Forget it. I guess she just likes you because you look pretty. Fangxing waved his hand. He really didn't want to talk to the little monk who had become very stupid. After pondering for a moment, he advised in a low voice, Junior brother, don't be so willful. Come with me. Don't suffer here. After we get out, if you want to build a temple, I'll give you money. If you want to find Buddhist disciples, I'll get my subordinates to shave their heads. They can do anything. Xianxia looked up at Fangxing and said, Senior brother, can you join the Buddhist sect and become a monk? Fangxing choked for a moment and said, that's too much. Xianxia immediately laughed as if he had guessed it. Fangxing became ruthless and said, okay. You want to enlighten this blissful demon master, right? Come with me, I'll help you. Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, how? Fangxing sneered and said, it's simple. Whether this woman agrees or not, I'll force her to follow you and become a monk. Xianxia shook his head gently and said with a chuckle, Senior brother, if you want to enlighten her, you have to cut off the desire in her heart. Fangxing sneered and said, that's even simpler. Don't think that I don't understand. Isn't it just lust and emptiness? Did you choose this blissful demon master as the first person to be enlightened because she has more men? Haha, don't worry. After going out with me, I'll immediately kill all her men so that she can be free even if she doesn't want to and become a monk. Senior brother, you really have your reasons. Xianxia laughed, then endured the pain of the thorns, raised his hand, pointed at his nose, and said, but in this way, I'm her last man. Senior brother, do I have to kill myself too? Fangxing was a little dumbfounded and said. Isn't it too unreasonable? The Buddhist doctrine is not reasonable in the first place. Xianxia chuckled and then put his palms together. Although the thorns pierced deeper into his flesh as he moved, he looked very calm and even peaceful. He slowly bowed to Fangxing and said, Senior brother, I know you're thinking about me, but Xianxia has already dedicated his body to the Dharma of Buddhism. His ambition is only to rebuild the spiritual mountain and lead the Buddhism sect through the Great Tribulation. What's this little pain? Senior brother, you don't have to worry about these things anymore. You are a person of the mortal world and love to be free and unfettered. Although you are a protector of the Buddhism sect, I can't ask you to stay in the sect for my own sake. I still have to walk this path myself. Why are they all like this? Fangxing could not help but think of Ao Lai. That long worm also wanted to walk his own path, so he left Fangxing's side to search for Ao Lai's Tao heart. Even now, Ao Lai's fate was unknown. This kind of worry always made Fang Xing's heart feel heavy. Then, what else can I help you with? After a long silence, he couldn't help but speak softly, feeling a little disappointed. He really didn't want to see Xianxiu's thorny appearance, but he also understood that there was no way to stop it. Xianxiu also seemed to think for a moment. Suddenly, he smiled softly and said, "Senior brother, did you bring wine?" Fang Xing was stunned and nodded. "I have plenty." A smile appeared on Xianxiu's face. "Then senior brother, can you feed me a mouthful of wine?" Fang Xing's heart was also moved. Looking at the little monk's smiling face, he sighed softly, took out a wine gourd, pulled out the stopper, and poured half a jar of emperor syrup into the wine. Then, he reached into the thorns, handed it to Xianxiu's mouth, and fed him a mouthful. In fact, Xianxiu only took a small sip and stopped drinking. He closed his eyes slightly, as if he was experiencing the taste. After a long time, he opened his eyes. "In the past few decades, I always dreamed of drinking and eating meat with senior brother and peeking at fairies bathing," Xianxiu said softly, and a smile appeared on his face. How nostalgic. The little monk Xianxiu had gone crazy. Fang Xing thought this in his heart. He could understand Xianxiu's cultivation, but he still found it difficult to agree with this kind of practice of enduring endless pain to do something that did not seem so direct. Wasn't it good to do things simply? However, he also knew in his heart that he really could not stop him this time. The little monk had his own path. He could help him, but he could not cut off his path. "If you fail to preach, at least let me know who killed you. I can kill someone as a sacrifice to you." After a long silence, Fang Xing said softly. Then he raised his hand and sent a ball of light into the space between Xianxiu's eyebrows. It was the Buddha formation in the skull that was about to collapse. Although the formation was about to collapse, its power had not been reduced at all. Moreover, it could be slowly repaired if it was kept in the body. Even under the nourishment of Xianxiu's Buddhist Dharma, its power would become stronger and stronger. Now Fang Xing already knew that he could not stop Xianxiu. The only thing he could do was to give him this large formation. This formation was originally a Buddhist object. If he gave it to Xianxiu, it would be considered as returning it to its original owner. For this little monk, it was also a self-defense and self-protection item. "Haha, the crown prince has worked hard to come from afar. It's impolite of me not to welcome you." It was also at this moment that an indifferent voice suddenly rang out from outside. This voice clearly came from far away, but it was clear and gentle, as if it was ringing right by his ear. When he heard this voice, Fang Xing's expression could not help but change, and he focused his thoughts without saying a word. "Senior brother, she is looking for you. Don't let her find you, lest she become suspicious of you. Go." Xianxiu raised his head and looked at Fang Xing calmly. When he said this, the world had changed greatly. Fang Xing felt an infinite power appear around him, subtly changing the structure of the space around him. In the face of this change, Fang Xing did not move at all. Then, he felt his vision go black. When he reappeared, he was surprised to find himself on the sea outside, facing the mountain in front of him. It was as if he had always been there, and everything he had seen just now was an illusion. Fang Xing was silent for a long time. He knew that this was the hidden divine power of Xianxiu to send him out. This was a very brilliant divine power. He knew that Xianxiu was doing this to prove to him that he had the power to protect himself with his current cultivation. However, he sighed softly in his heart. "You have a knife in your hand, but you will never hurt anyone. Junior brother, what's the use of this knife? Your Highness Di Lu, since you've come to the Sky of Bliss, you're not even willing to meet the master?" Just as Fang Xing focused, the voice rang out again. It buzzed and reverberated in the world. Fang Xing understood that this was a brilliant divine power that could resound through the heavens and earth with a single sentence. The blissful devil lord must have realized that he wasn't in the palace and couldn't find his whereabouts. Hence, he used his divine power to summon him back. No matter where he was in this world, he would be able to hear her voice. "Alright, I'll go meet you, you be *tch. A malicious look flashed across Fang Xing's eyes. At this moment, there was clearly a divine will sweeping over from the blue waves in the distance. In the next breath, it would arrive on this mountain peak. Fang Xing did not stay any longer. With a thought, a faint red mist appeared, and his figure leaped into the void. When he reappeared, he was already in the distant horizon. Then, he slowly revealed himself. With his hands behind his back, he looked at everything around him indifferently. He slowly walked forward as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in the park. "I'm just strolling around the sky of bliss. Did I violate the Demon Master's taboo?" His voice was not loud. It was as if he was speaking normally. However, it was obvious that the divine sense that had swept through the entire realm of high paradise had captured him as soon as he said those words. Then, the divine sense traversed the sky and landed on him. It was as if the divine sense itself had descended upon him. "Is this the cultivation of the Demon Master?" Feng Xing's heart skipped a beat. He sighed inwardly. With a single move of divine sense, it can survey the entire world. Impressive. Although he sighed inwardly, he did not show it on his face. He slowly walked towards the place where the divine sense had swept over. "Crown Prince, please." Between the heavens and the earth, that indifferent voice rang out once again. Then, suddenly, layers of clouds gathered between the heavens and the earth, and flew straight towards Feng Xing. However, they turned into a cloud ladder, and from millions of miles away, they directly laid down beneath Feng Xing's feet. It was another extremely powerful divine ability, but Feng Xing did not bat an eyelid. He gently stepped onto the ladder, and then felt the world spin around him. The scenery changed drastically. Without any effort, he was directly received by the layers of clouds. When the scenery around him stopped changing, a palace that floated in the sky appeared in front of him. It had green tiles and red walls, and was decorated with gold and jade. It was extremely gorgeous. However, when such vulgar and gaudy colors were gathered together, it actually gave off a strange, evil sense of beauty. "Your Highness, please." A man with an imposing appearance stood outside the palace with his hands by his side. It was Jun Yi, who had received Feng Xing previously. He was looking at Feng Xing with a slightly dissatisfied expression, but he did not reveal too much. He only made sure that Feng Xing noticed it, but not to the extent of being rude. After glancing at Feng Xing indifferently, he did not say much. He only bowed slightly and invited Feng Xing to enter the palace. "Oh, everyone's here." As soon as he entered the palace, Feng Xing could not help but be slightly stunned. He saw that the palace was already filled with immortals. On the right were some immortal soldiers and demonic generals with profound cultivation. They were obviously people with high positions in the high paradise heaven, and they were looking at him coldly. On the left were the immortal monarchs and immortal generals of the Dachi heaven who came with him. All of them had strange expressions on their faces. When they saw Feng Xing, they immediately came to greet him with bitter smiles on their faces. They looked like they wanted to say something, but did not dare to. It was obvious that they had their own opinions. They couldn't be blamed. Their crown prince was really unreliable. As soon as he arrived at the highest paradise heavens, he sneaked out without permission and was even caught red-handed by someone. They felt a little embarrassed. After waiting in the hall for a long time, they were already a little uneasy. Now that they were here to recruit him, they should be careful at every step. But this crown prince of their crown prince. Sigh, Feng Xing did not pay attention to them. He looked forward, and his eyes lit up. At the top of the palace, on a jade couch, sat a woman. She looked over lazily. She was wearing purple gold armor. Even Feng Xing did not know if it was armor, because it was only a narrow chest and stomach armor. Her delicate collarbone, fair neck, flat and soft waist, and two slender legs were all exposed to the air. From a conservative point of view in the great immortal world, rather than saying that she was wearing armor, it was better to say that she was not wearing anything at all. In any case, it was such a charming woman. She was expressionless, and she was sizing up Feng Xing indifferently. Feng Xing was also looking at her. It was just that he was standing in the palace, and because of the angle, what he saw made him blush a little. Actually, if I think about it more deeply, this little monk is not at a disadvantage. He couldn't help but think about it. Of course, he couldn't show it on his face. Therefore, he only smiled at the woman and cupped his hands together, bowing slightly. He appeared to be graceful and elegant. "Greetings, blissful demon lord." Needless to say, the person who could sit in such a position and have such a bearing must be the Lord of blissful heaven. When the two of them bowed, their gazes met, and the entire hall instantly fell silent. Just now, the Crown Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven had secretly left the palace and wandered around, which was indeed a bit of a taboo. Although the blissful heaven demon master did not get angry, her expression was very ugly, and it was clear that she was not very happy. Now that she saw the Crown Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven, no one knew whether she would get angry or say something. However, they heaved a sigh of relief when the blissful demon lord and Feng Xing looked at each other. In just a breath's time, the blissful demon lord suddenly burst into laughter. Her laughter was like the melting of spring snow. She giggled and said, "Crown Prince, you're in a good mood. You didn't wait for Master to lead the way, and you went out to wander around?" Her laughter seemed to turn the world into an ambiguous color. In the palace, the immortal army and demon generals of blissful heaven hurriedly lowered their heads. None of them dared to look at the blissful demon lord. Even the zenith heaven golden immortal Jun-E quickly turned his back, as if he did not dare to look at the blissful demon lord. As for the immortal servants of Great Scarlet Heaven that Feng Xing had brought along, they were all stunned. The eyes of those with strong willpower lit up, and they immediately circulated their immortal chi to resist the demonic power of ecstasy. Those with weaker willpower had already forgotten everything. Some of them were so stunned that they drooled. Ugh, even with Feng Xing's cultivation base, he felt his bones go numb. He stared blankly at the blissful demon lord a few more times. When he felt her gaze sweeping across his body, it was as if there were hair in the depths of his bones stirring, and he felt his heart throb. Although his mind was not taken away, he could not help but think that this woman was really seductive to the bone. "Crown Prince, be careful." The immortal master beside Feng Xing was only stunned for a moment before he snapped back to his senses. He quickly pulled on Feng Xing's sleeves. "Is this woman testing me?" Feng Xing did not need his reminder. He understood the blissful heavenly demon master's intentions with just a thought. However, a thought flashed through his mind, and he ignored the immortal's reminder. He did not pretend to be unperturbed either. Instead, he became even more focused and looked at the blissful heavenly demon master with a grin on his face. He did not hide his admiration at all, and he even seemed a little infatuated. Several breaths passed. His eyes were still fixed on the blissful demon lord's towering breasts. 10 minutes passed. His eyes were still fixed on the blissful demon lord's fair and elegant neck. The palace was silent. An indescribable awkwardness quietly emerged. The blissful demon lord, Mo Chi-er, was naturally seductive and had a profound cultivation base. Normally, all the men she met would bow down to her slender thighs with just one look. So far, the only people she had met who were completely unaffected by her seductive nature were those old bastards who had severed their desires and a young and handsome monk. Now, she wanted to test this crown prince of Great Scarlet Heaven, or to put it in another way, she wanted to embarrass him. So, she purposely used some of her divine abilities. However, she didn't expect that her wishful thinking would fail. This crown prince indeed seemed to be bewitched by her, and his dazed gaze wasn't fake. It was just that, he had been bewitched for too long, hadn't he? As a crown prince, how bad could his self-control be? He should at least be able to control it a little, right? Initially, she had expected that this crown prince would be intimidated by her and miss her gaze. Then, he would circulate his celestial pressure to resist her seductive charm. By doing so, she would be able to vent her anger and teach this crown prince a lesson for sneaking around in the high paradise realm. Secondly, she would be able to leave a seed in his heart, which would make it easier for them to discuss matters in the future. But now, it seemed that the situation was a little out of control. In the beginning, she had a sweet smile that could change the color of heaven and earth. She was calm and languid, and her charm seeped into one's bones. However, as time passed, she gradually couldn't maintain the smile on her face. As the crown prince's eyes wandered around her body, she even felt shy and resentful. She felt that every second he looked at her made her suffer more. Wherever his gaze passed, she felt as if there were ants biting her body. The smile on her face gradually froze, and she couldn't help but cough softly. "Haha, Your Highness, have you seen enough?" "Oh, haha, my apologies, my apologies." It seemed that Feng Xing only came to his senses after her reminder. He reluctantly withdrew his gaze from the demon lord's body and laughed without any shame on his face. He said, "The demon lord's armor is really not bad. Can I have a look at it?" You really have the nerve to say that." Upon hearing this, all the immortals in the palace cursed in their hearts. Especially the immortal attendants and immortal monarchs from Great Scarlet Heaven. They wanted to find a hole and hide in it. To think that you had the nerve to say that you were looking at the armor. Who would believe such an explanation? More importantly, the Devil Lord only had so many things on him, and you still want to borrow them to take a look. Hee, Crown Prince, you must be joking. The blissful demon master didn't expect him to say that either. He felt like he was being teased by him again. Feeling slightly displeased, he said calmly. She could not help but ponder in her heart. What exactly is this martial emperor thinking? Even though the rumors said that this great Scarlet Heaven emperor had been suppressed for 1,000 years, and even though he had returned powerfully and killed his older brother, he had failed in his closed-door cultivation to break through. Now, he was the weakest of the 3 emperors. But in their hearts, even if his cultivation was weak, he was still a madman who had once shaken the world. His temperament and foundation shouldn't be lacking, so why was he so weak now? Haha, I've long heard that the blissful demon master was ranked first among the top 10 beauties of the 33 heavens in the last 3,000 years. Now that I see it, it's indeed true. In my opinion, let alone in the past, even now, I feel that the blissful demon master's looks are enough to enter the top 10. However, even though she had retracted her seductive bone, the crown prince was still unwilling to give up. The blissful demon master, couldn't help but frown. She didn't know whether he was praising or mocking her. What do you mean by in the past? Don't tell me that I'm no match for those 10 silly girls now? I'm just an ordinary woman. You must be joking, Crown Prince. The blissful demon master, already felt that something was wrong. She could only give him a perfunctory reply. Haha, you're too kind. Although the Devil Lord is a little old, you still have the charm of an old woman. It's definitely not a problem for you to enter the top 10. Sigh, before I came here, I didn't know what kind of woman could marry 108 men. Now that I've met the Devil Lord, I finally know that there's such a person in this world. Let alone 108, it's even possible for her to marry 1,800,000 men. Fang Xing was still laughing, and he didn't stop. But at this moment, his words had already caused the hearts of all the immortals in the hall to thump wildly. The people from the high blissful heavens were furious, and their eyes were filled with rage. However, due to the identity of the Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven, they did not dare to rebuke him. Meanwhile, the 2 immortal monarchs from Great Scarlet Heaven wanted nothing more than to cover their prince's mouth. After all, although the high blissful demon master often said things like men can take wives and concubines, why can't I? It was actually a taboo from her. Almost anyone who mentioned it would immediately suffer great misfortune. Although the Great Scarlet Heaven wasn't afraid of the blissful heaven, he was here to recruit her. Why would he provoke her? Fortunately, the Crown Prince was so infamous that these immortal monarchs didn't dare to dissuade him. I can't stand 1,800,000 of you. At this moment, the blissful demon master had naturally sensed the ridicule hidden beneath the Crown Prince's words of praise. His heart skipped a beat, and he chuckled without batting an eyelid. He then changed the topic and said, I wonder if the Crown Prince has had his fill of shopping? The Crown Prince returned to the original topic, and it sounded like he was questioning the Crown Prince. The 2 immortal monarchs from the Great Scarlet Heaven's faces darkened. However, Fang Xing acted like he didn't hear it. He said honestly, no, many places are too heavily guarded, and I'm not allowed to enter. Was stunned again. He thought, is the Crown Prince really that stupid, or is he playing tricks on me? The Crown Prince's words are funny. How would the blissful heaven dare to stop the Crown Prince? Although he was surprised, didn't think that the Crown Prince was a playboy. His tone wasn't close, but it wasn't too cold either. He just smiled and looked at Fang Xing meaningfully. I wonder what the Crown Prince wants to see. Fang Xing smiled and said casually, of course I want to see everything. Otherwise, how can I quote a price to the demon master? Hearing this, Mochier's face suddenly changed. His expression became a little strange. The other immortals in the palace also changed their expressions, especially the immortals from the Great Scarlet Heaven. They knew why they came to the blissful heaven, but this was not a trivial matter. They should have a good discussion and understand each other better before making a plan. No one expected that the crown prince of their own crown prince would say such words so easily when he met the blissful demon master for the first time. Isn't this too direct? The blissful demon master, Mo-Chi was also surprised. He took a deep look at Feng Xing and regained his calm expression. He smiled and said, "The crown prince's words are a little confusing. What do you mean by quota price or not?" Feng Xing laughed out loud and said, "Blissful demon lord, there's no need for us to pretend to be muddle-headed. The reason I came to your blissful heaven is to discuss your current status. Otherwise, do you really think I'm willing to see you marry a monk?" Swoosh. Mo-Chi was furious when she heard this. She looked at Feng Xing coldly. She naturally understood what Feng Xing meant, but she didn't expect him to say it so directly. She couldn't help but think, this crown prince of Great Scarlet Heaven's crown prince's arrogance matches the rumors. But where did he get the courage to anger me? Isn't he afraid that I'll turn against him? As she thought of this, a formless demonic aura emanated from her body. It caused her originally calm and seductive temperament to turn into a demonic feeling. Anyone who was looked at by her would feel as if they were being cut by a knife. The hall fell silent. It was as if even the sound of the wind was frozen in the void. No one dared to make a sound. The hearts of the immortals were in turmoil. They frowned and thought, "We've heard about the crown prince of Great Scarlet Heaven's crown prince's ferocity and dominance. But why doesn't he know how to restrain himself when his cultivation is far lower than the other crown princes?" Now, he spoke rudely to the blissful demon master as soon as he saw her. Did he really think that the entire world was his Great Scarlet Heaven's territory? Did he think that Mo-Chi, one of the 6 great devils, wouldn't dare to turn against him? At this moment, countless gazes gathered on Feng Xing. Whether it was the people from the blissful heaven or the people from the Great Scarlet Heaven, all of their gazes were as sharp as swords. They wanted to kill him. The people from the blissful heaven did it because he angered the demon master. The people from the Great Scarlet Heaven thought, "What kind of crown prince is this? If he really wants to die, why did he drag us to die with him?" However, under the countless gazes, Feng Xing's eyes were calm. He still had a smile on his face, and he looked at the demon master calmly. After a few breaths, Mo-Chi suddenly smiled, and the strange aura on his body disappeared. However, there was a hint of playfulness in his eyes. He laughed and said in a low voice, "Hee, your royal highness is really magnanimous. However, now is not the time to talk about this. Although your royal highness Di Lu is not interested in Mo-Chi's concubine, this is still a big matter for Mo-Chi. Others would put public affairs before private affairs, but I prefer private affairs before public affairs. Therefore, you can discuss your identity with your royal highness after I'm done with the concubine, eh?" Feng Xing was originally very angry because of the little monk. He didn't want this woman to sleep with the little monk. Therefore, he was prepared to make a scene. However, he didn't expect that the demon master would take the initiative to mention this matter. It seemed that this matter was very important to him. Feng Xing's heart sank a little. Then, he smiled and said, "I heard that the great hell demon master, Bai Zhaoshi, provoked you, and the marriage was postponed, right?" "Originally, it was postponed," blissful demon master smiled faintly and said, "but coincidentally, Bai Zhaoshi changed his mind just now. He doesn't want to go against me anymore. He even sent a generous gift to congratulate me on my concubine. Just now, I was in a hurry to find your royal highness because I wanted to discuss this matter with your royal highness." Calculating the time, that white tiger should be here soon, right? Bai Zhaoshi is coming? Feng Xing was stunned. He faintly felt that the situation was getting out of control. Just as he froze, Jun Yi's voice sounded outside the hall, reporting to the demon lord, "The great hell demon lord is here." Although the 6 demon heavens belonged to the same lineage, everyone knew about the enmity between Mo-Chi, the blissful demon master, and Bai Shushi, the great hellish demon master. They had been fighting for thousands of years. It was said that before Mo-Chi had reached such a high cultivation level, one of her Dao companions was devoured by Bai Shushi, and Bai Shushi's precious daughter was executed by Mo-Chi with 1,000 swords. Therefore, the enmity between the two could be said to be irreconcilable. The reason why they could endure it for thousands of years was because of the suppression of the blissful demon master and the mediation of the other demon masters. This was also the reason why they immediately fought each other when the blissful demon master was in trouble. This time, Fang Xing came to the blissful heaven with the idea of joining forces with Mo-Chi to kill Bai Shushi and help Little Fox take the head of the #1 traitor of the demon clan. Then, he would think of a way to help Xianxia subdue Mo-Chi. However, he did not expect that the situation would suddenly change. Not long ago, Mo-Chi and Bai Shushi, who were about to fight each other, were going to make peace. Not only him, but the faces of the two immortal monarchs of the Great Crimson Heaven, who were the best at strategizing, also darkened. They realized that the situation had changed. Ha 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 ha, Great Fairy Mo, are you still angry with me? Are you not going to welcome me? Just when they were anxiously wondering what could have happened, a burst of hearty laughter resounded from outside the palace. After that, they saw a cloud that was filled with ghastly killing intent slowly descend from outside the palace. A robust man in a white robe stood on the cloud, and a man in iron armor followed behind him. He laughed as he leaped down from the cloud, and then he strode into the palace with large strides. Countless immortal soldiers and devil generals from the high paradise heaven had solemn expressions on their faces when they saw him, and they didn't move at all. This is the white zombie? From the 9-mountain phoenix heaven to the high paradise heaven, this was not the first time Fang Xing had heard of this name, but he did not expect to meet him so soon. When he looked over, he saw that this person was a white-faced, beardless man. He was tall and strong, and he wore a white robe embroidered with solitary mountain peaks. There was not a single piece of armor on his body. Although he was smiling, his eyes shone brightly. At a glance, one could feel that his eyes contained boundless killing intent, as if there were countless vengeful spirits struggling in his eyes. As soon as he walked in, the immortals felt a strong gust of wind following him, causing them to cover their faces and shiver. When they took a closer look, they realized that it was an illusion. The clouds follow the dragon, and the wind follows the tiger. Not bad indeed. All the immortals were shocked, and their hair stood on end. Not to mention anything else, they recognized that this person was the Lord of the Great Purgatory Heaven, Tiger King White Zombie, and Fang Xing also narrowed his eyes slightly. He could already see that the gust of wind was not a magical power, but a murderous aura cultivated by White Zombie. It was just that his murderous aura was too strong, and he could not hold it in anymore. As he moved, the wind appeared, and it was extremely terrifying. This was under the condition that he did not think about it, and the nature of the murderous aura manifested itself, and it was already so strong that most of the immortals in the palace could not bear it. If he were to fight with someone and used this wind, how strong would his magical power be? The White Tiger King actually entered the high paradise heaven alone, and only brought a follower with him. It seems that he really wants to negotiate. After the initial shock, some people could not help but discuss in low voices. Yes, the last time the White Tiger King entered the high paradise heaven was when he fought with the demon master. The two immortal monarchs of the Great Scarlet Heaven looked a little embarrassed. Before they came to the 6 demon heavens, they had made sufficient preparations, and naturally knew that Mo-Chi and White Zombie had always been enemies. The two did not dare to enter the other's territory, and even if they met, they would only meet in the high evil heaven. Now, White Zombie actually came to the high paradise heaven in person, which was really a great risk. Haha, Your Highness Di Lu, do you still remember me? When White Zombie entered the immortal palace, he saw Fang Xing standing in the palace with his hands behind his back. He slowed down and cupped his hands together with a smile. Haha, the famous White Zombie, who doesn't remember you? Fang Xing smiled without batting an eyelid, and also cupped his hands together. He did not know that Di Lu had met White Zombie before. Fortunately, White Zombie did not say much. It seemed that he only greeted Fang Xing out of respect for his position as the emperor's son. After a brief greeting, he directly walked past him and walked towards Mo-Chi, the High Bliss Demon Master. This action caused the immortal monarchs of the Great Scarlet Heaven and their immortal attendants to look a little unhappy. No matter how bad their emperor's son was, he was still their face. White Zombie's action could be said to be no different from ignoring the Great Scarlet Heaven. Such arrogance had already angered the immortals of the Great Scarlet Heaven. However, Fang Xing stood calmly in the palace, and the immortal monarchs and the others could not say anything. Haha, great fairy mo, there's no need to pull a long face. This time, I've come to place my life in your hands. Firstly, it's to congratulate you on your marriage, and secondly, it's to apologize to you. I hope that all the grudges from before will be forgotten with a smile. White Zombie stopped 300 feet in front of Mochier's throne. He smiled, cupped his hands together, and bowed slightly. Apologize. When the immortals in the palace heard this, they could not help but be surprised. These two demons had been fighting for more than 1,000 years, and neither of them bowed their heads. Now, why did White Zombie act so abnormally and even apologize? It was really puzzling. On the other hand, Mochier did not seem surprised at all. Even her expression did not change a bit. She just turned her head and looked at White Zombie indifferently. There was no anger or killing intent on her face. She just looked so cold that it made people's hearts tremble. Her voice was flat as she said, "White Zombie, the matter between you and me, it seems that it cannot be forgotten with a smile, right?" Facing her expression, White Zombie did not care at all. He laughed and said, "Great Fairy Mo is right. Of course it cannot be forgotten so easily. So, I have prepared a congratulatory gift for you. Great Fairy Mo, please accept it." Then, he waved his hand. The black-armored immortal general behind him took a step forward and handed over a scroll. The immortals in the palace were curious. Everyone craned their necks to look, wanting to see what gift White Zombie had prepared. Bai Zhao received the scroll and opened it with a wave of his hand. The scroll immediately floated in the air. Then, Bai Zhao took out an item from the scroll. It was a dark green box that emitted a faint immortal light. It was clearly not an ordinary item. What was even more surprising was that the immortal light emitted from this item was extremely similar to the aura of this immortal palace, as if they came from the same source. It was truly hard to guess what it was. White Zombie held the green box and laughed loudly, "Great Fairy Mo, in our battle 700 years ago, you struck me with your palm and caused me to cultivate in seclusion for 49 years. But I did not suffer any loss. I snatched the emotion silk sword that you have been nurturing with your true blood for more than 1,000 years. This time, we have fought many times. Most of it was because you wanted to take back the emotion silk sword, right? Haha, before, I was rude and refused to return it. Now, I have thought it through. It is better to squash enmity than keep it alive. This treasure should be returned to its owner." Emotion silk sword? Hearing this name, the immortals in the hall were all shocked, and their eyes revealed strange expressions. Many people had heard of this sword. It was a rare treasure forged by the blissful demon lord when she was in the Gold Core realm. She nurtured it from the Gold Core realm to the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal realm. It could be said that this sword was equivalent to one of her incarnations. After losing this item, she lost at least 30% of her strength. Back then, it was White Zombie who snatched this sword from her. Unexpectedly, he was willing to return it. "Alright, I'll accept it." Even Mochier's expression changed slightly. Without thinking, she flipped her palm and shot out an immortal light, forcing the green box back into her hand. However, after she held it in her hand, she gently stroked the box and did not rush to open it. After the green box was snatched away, White Zombie was not in a hurry. He took out a small purple crystal bottle from the scroll and held it in his hand. He said with a smile, "This second gift is an ancient ageless pill. Haha, although we can all live forever, it's difficult for us not to age. Just like the vines of a giant tree, there will always be some traces left on our appearance. For uncouth men like us, it's fine if we age a little. However, isn't it a pity for a beauty like Fairy Mo to have some frost on her face? This ancient muscle molding pill isn't anything expensive, but it can at least guarantee that Great Fairy Mo's appearance won't change for the next 3,000 years. You might even lose a bit of your lifespan. It can be considered to be compatible with you." Eh? This time, Mochier was not in a hurry to snatch it. However, her eyes lit up, and she seemed to be very interested. When the immortals saw this, they could not help but think in their hearts. They did not expect that a boorish-looking demon lord like White Zombie could think of such an interesting gift. Although the value of this item was not high, it had indeed moved the blissful demon lord. Next, it should be the third gift, right? When the immortals saw this, their curiosity was piqued. They stared at White Zombie without letting go. In the 33 heavens, 3 was the most important. If one wanted to give a gift, he should give 3 gifts in a row. Only then would he show his sincerity. Moreover, the first gift given by Bai Zhao belonged to Imochi. The second gift was a trick and didn't have much value. So, it was obvious that the third gift must be the real finale. No one knew what kind of precious treasure it was. This third gift is something that I have spent a lot of effort to get. I'm sure it will satisfy Fairy Mo. White Zombie kept them in suspense. He laughed loudly and solemnly took out a purple gold tray from the scroll. On the tray, there was an ancient token. He held it with both hands and brought it to the jade platform where Imochi was sitting. His expression was solemn, and his voice was deep. He said solemnly, "This is the heavenly Tao talisman that was personally crafted by the heavenly emperor of the great firmament. The holder of this talisman can become the guardian elder of the great firmament heavens. They can cultivate their own mountains and establish their own Tao. They will not bow down to the emperor when they see him. Their status is comparable to the royal family of the great firmament heavens." I wonder, when he said this, he smiled and said softly, "Can this item be exchanged for a smile from Fairy Mo? Ethereal Tao talisman?" I see. When they saw the third gift that Bai Shirshir took out, the immortals present immediately understood. The 2 immortal monarchs of Great Scarlet Heaven instantly changed their expressions and looked worriedly at the Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven. No wonder Bai Shirshir was willing to let go of old grudges and come to apologize to Imochi. It was not his intention at all. He was representing Great Firmament Heaven to persuade Imochi. That ethereal Tao talisman was a token of Great Firmament Heaven's imperial family. By offering it, it represented Great Firmament Heaven's offer to Imochi. It meant that if Imochi was willing to submit, then there would be a place for her in Great Firmament Heaven's imperial family. In the future, she would be a guardian elder of Great Firmament Heaven's imperial family. But the problem was, what was Great Firmament Heaven doing? The news of Great Scarlet Heaven's prince's visit to Blissful Heaven to congratulate Blissful Demon Lord Imochi for marrying a concubine had already spread throughout the 33 heavens. There was no way Great Firmament Heaven did not know about it. This meant that Great Scarlet Heaven was in contact with Blissful Heaven to recruit Imochi. Under such circumstances, Great Firmament Heaven sent Bai Shirshir to persuade Imochi. Where did Great Scarlet Heaven's reputation go? Did they want to fall out with Great Scarlet Heaven? This situation was as if Great Scarlet Heaven knew that Sky Monarch's daughter, Lu Xiaojun, was at Blissful Heaven to celebrate Demon Lord Xiao Baiming's birthday. Yet, Great Scarlet Heaven purposely chose to go to Blissful Heaven to recruit Xiao Baiming. To a certain extent, this was a tit-for-tat, a deliberate provocation. Even if you wanted to recruit more demons, you could have chosen someone else. Why did you have to go to Blissful Heaven? This action made Great Scarlet Heaven feel a deep sense of malice. I'm afraid that girl sent someone here because she heard that I'm coming? In Fangxing's heart, he vaguely thought of something and secretly guessed. At this moment, all the immortals in the palace, no matter if it was High Paradise Heaven or Great Scarlet Heaven, countless gazes fell on him. If Bai Xianxia's previous disrespect towards the Crown Prince was a crime of disrespect, then his recruitment of Imochi in front of the Crown Prince was undoubtedly a slap to the face of the Crown Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven. The prestige of the Crown Prince could not be disrespected. No one knew how the Crown Prince would react. Even Bai Shirshir looked like he was waiting for the Blissful Demon Master's reply, but his attention was focused behind him. However, unexpectedly, this Emperor of Great Scarlet Heaven did not react at all. He did not move at all. There was a faint smile on his face, as if he didn't realize Bai Shir's offense. This truly didn't match the wild and arrogant personality of the legendary Great Scarlet Sky Emperor. It was as if he was afraid. Could it be that this Crown Prince lost all his confidence because he didn't succeed in breaking through the realm? Imochi also waited for a moment. Seeing that Fangxing did not react, he became slightly suspicious and decided to ignore him. He only pondered for a while, then chuckled softly and said, "The Princess of Great Purgatory Heaven is so flattering. But I have a question. If the Princess of Great Purgatory Heaven had such intentions, then why didn't she come herself? Instead, it was the Tiger Monarch who took the risk to come here. Could it be that the White Tiger Monarch of Great Purgatory Heaven, a mighty demon master who is indomitable between heaven and earth, has become a lackey of the Princess of Great Purgatory Heaven? When he said this, there was a faint mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. In the immortal palace, the immortals' expressions changed drastically when they heard this, and they looked at Baishar worriedly. Even Baishar's expression changed. After all, he was also a demon master. How could he feel at ease when Emochier said such things to his face? However, after his expression changed slightly, he returned to normal and said with a faint smile, "Great Fairy Mo, you must be joking. Hehe, as everyone knows, I am originally from the bloodline of Emperor Tsong. However, I was tricked by that old fox from Green Hill Palace and wronged me, so I had no choice but to leave Great Firmament and establish my own sect in the 6 demon heavens. Now, I am also a good friend of the Princess of Great Firmament. She is currently in Forget Worries Heaven to celebrate Xiao Baiming's birthday. It's inevitable that I would be disrespectful if I sent my avatar here. However, I miss Great Fairy Mo, so I specially sent a letter to ask this elder of mine to send a few congratulatory gifts to Great Fairy Mo. Mochier then said, in that case, the White Tiger Monarch has not surrendered to Great Firmament yet. Baishar smiled and said, we are not enemies to begin with, so there is nothing to say about surrendering or not. However, there are some things that everyone is well aware of. It's better for us to prepare in advance, so that we won't be messed up when the world is turned upside down. Blissful Demon Master Emochier smiled and nodded as if she agreed with his words, but she did not speak. Baishar raised his head and looked at her. He smiled softly and said, then, Great Fairy Mo, are you satisfied with these congratulatory gifts? It was like asking Blissful Demon Master Emochier if she would agree. In the Immortal Palace, the Immortal Generals and Immortal Monarchs raised their heads and looked at Emochier. The Immortal Monarchs of Great Scarlet Heaven also kept signaling Feng Xing with their eyes, hoping that the prince would interrupt their conversation. However, the prince was becoming calmer and calmer. He stood still and looked at Blissful Demon Master with interest, as if he really treated himself as an outsider. I'm quite satisfied. At this moment, Blissful Demon Master Emochier, who was slightly absent-minded, nodded lightly. If anyone else heard it, their hearts would be in their throats. Even Junyi, who had been standing at the entrance of the Immortal Palace and seemed to have turned a deaf ear to everything around him, raised his head and looked at Emochier. Emochier smiled and said, but Tiger Monarch isn't the only one who came to give me a congratulatory gift today. Since Tiger Monarch said that it's better to prepare in advance, shouldn't I make some preparations first? Not only me? Baishar turned his head and looked at Feng Xing, who was standing in front of the palace and looking up at the scenery. He smiled and said, are you talking about Royal Highness Dilu? Hehe, I have something to say too, but I wonder if Royal Highness Dilu will listen to me now. Wow. Everyone looked at Feng Xing. And Feng Xing seemed to have just returned to his senses and said with a smile, say it first. Baishar smiled and said, the Great Immortal Realm is known as the 33 Heavens, but Futu Heaven has long been barren and is only a trial ground. In addition, after 1,000 years of war, the 5 heavens have been destroyed, and we have taken shelter in 6 heavens. Of the remaining 21 heavens, Blue Sovereign occupies 7 heavens, and is called the 7 Heavens Blue Sovereign. Xian Sovereign occupies 9 heavens, and is called the 9 Heavens Xian Sovereign. Great Scarlet Heaven only occupies 5 heavens, so Scarlet Sovereign is called the 5 Heavens Scarlet Sovereign. In terms of territory, Great Scarlet Heaven is the least, and I'm afraid that the territories given to the great overarching Golden Immortals will soon be insufficient, right? At this point, he smiled and said, if that's the case, why did Royal Highness Dilu come to the 6 demon heavens? Even if we are willing to attach ourselves to Great Scarlet Heaven, it's not enough for each of us to occupy 1 heavens, so why make things difficult for His Majesty Dilu? Hearing this, the expressions of the Immortal Generals and Immortal Monarchs of Great Scarlet Heaven changed drastically, and they were indignant. But Baishar didn't seem to notice, and continued to smile. Moreover, now that the 3 immortal emperors have all entered seclusion and comprehended the heavenly Tao, no one knows when they will come out. Perhaps it will be decades, centuries, or even thousands of years. The current situation can only be led by the Imperial Prince, and assisted by the Immortal Sovereigns. But in this way, Great Scarlet Heaven is even less advantageous. In terms of the number of Immortal Sovereigns, there are only 3, and in terms of the Imperial Prince's strength. Hehe, if I'm not wrong, Royal Highness Dilu has not broken through to the Grand Heavenly Realm, right? Shut up, how can a demon like you discuss the politics of my great Scarlet Heaven? Before Baishar finished speaking, the two immortal monarchs of Great Scarlet Heaven could no longer restrain their anger, and they couldn't help but berate loudly. They could all see that Baishar wasn't talking to the imperial prince, he was clearly saying these words to the blissful demon master, Mochi. His words implied that Great Scarlet Heaven was worthless, and he was hinting to Mochi not to make a mistake, and that she should choose a powerful imperial palace as her backing. After all, everyone knew that the three imperial palaces would have a battle sooner or later, and the loser would only end up in a miserable state. Saying such words was already a taboo, so how could Great Scarlet Heaven not do anything? Hee, why do I feel that what White Tiger Monarch said is very reasonable? But at this moment, a clear voice rang out from outside the hall, and it immediately attracted everyone's attention. This kind of disgraceful and heresy directly stabbed Great Scarlet Heaven's heart, and committed the greatest taboo. Perhaps only people like the great Hell Demon Master would dare to say such words. If an ordinary person dared to say such a thing, they would probably be killed. But who was this person who said such words? As the immortals turned their gazes, they saw a few figures floating in from outside the immortal palace. The person in the lead was actually a woman with a full body of ornaments. She was dignified and beautiful, and she looked young, but her expression was very solemn, and there was a layer of frost between her brows. Behind her, there were three elders with profound and unfathomable auras, and they didn't say a word. After this woman entered the immortal palace, her eyes slowly swept across the immortals, and then fell on the face of the blissful demon master, Mochi. Only then did she show a slight smile, and she slowly walked forward. We haven't seen each other for 1,000 years, and Sister Mo's complexion is getting better and better. Congratulations. Bai Shaoji looked at this woman, and his expression was already a little gloomy. He said in a low voice, I wonder who this is. Mochi, who was sitting on the throne, laughed, and a playful expression appeared on her face. This is the other person I mentioned to congratulate. She's also my old friend, Greater Profound Heaven's little sister Ziying. Oh, I almost forgot to introduce her. 100 years ago, little sister Ziying married the Greater Profound Heaven's prince, Xianxia. Now, she's a prince's concubine with a high position in the Greater Profound Heaven, and everyone knows her. Greater Profound Heaven's prince's concubine? Upon hearing this, everyone in the immortal palace was shocked, and their gazes hurriedly turned to look. Greater Profound Heaven's people also came? The two immortal monarchs of Great Scarlet Heaven looked even worse. They looked at Feng Xing with a heavy heart. With the appearance of the Greater Profound Heaven's prince's concubine, they had already guessed the sinister intentions of the Great Firmament Heaven and the Greater Profound Heaven. They're basically trying to kick the Great Scarlet Heaven out of the Six Devil Heaven's chaos before it starts. If Bai Shaoji's appearance was considered a coincidence, then the appearance of the Greater Profound Heaven's prince's concubine had already explained a huge problem. That was, the Great Firmament Heaven and the Greater Profound Heaven had the same idea. It could even be said that the Great Firmament Heaven's daughter, Lu Xiaojun, and the Greater Profound Heaven's prince, Yan Zhaoga, had discussed this before. Then, both sides sent their distinguished representatives to the high paradise heavens. On the surface, both sides naturally came for the extreme bliss devil lord, Mochi. However, in reality, both sides wanted to kick the Great Scarlet Heaven out of the Six Devil Heavens. The high paradise heavens was the stepping stone for the Great Scarlet Heaven to enter the Six Devil Heavens. If the stepping stone was removed, the Great Scarlet Heaven would basically have no chance of entering the Six Devil Heaven's chaos. Moreover, under such circumstances, even if the Great Scarlet Heaven's immortal army was pressuring them, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly, because the Great Scarlet Heaven didn't have the guts to fight against the Great Firmament Heaven and the Greater Profound Heaven at the same time. If they really attacked out of anger, they might force the Great Firmament Heaven and the Greater Profound Heaven to join forces. Then, they would teach the Great Scarlet Heaven a painful lesson, and the situation would become even worse. This horrifying thought caused the expressions of the two immortal monarchs of the Great Scarlet Heaven to change drastically. They understood the current situation of the 33 heavens, and this change was what they were most afraid of. The three imperial palaces were all powerful, and they were wary of each other. None of them dared to be the first to provoke them, and they didn't dare to expose their weaknesses in front of their opponents. After all, whoever showed weakness would be the first to be stripped by the other two sides. Now, without a doubt, the great scarlet heaven had revealed its weakness. It couldn't be helped. This weakness was the prince of the great scarlet heaven. His cultivation was one realm lower than the other two princes. This was his biggest weakness. This must be the reason why the two princes attacked so quickly and kicked the great scarlet heaven out of the 6 devil heavens. In this way, they could divide the 6 devil heavens. Even if it ended in a draw, each side would get 3 heavens. All of a sudden, the situation changed abruptly, and countless gazes descended onto Fangxing. Was the great scarlet heaven, one of the 3 giants, really going to be kicked out just like that? The 2 immortal monarchs of great scarlet heaven looked at the blissful heaven devil master, Mo-Chi-Er, nervously. The 3 imperial palaces had always been thinking of ways to rope in the 6 devil heavens devils who were close to them. For example, the great firmament heaven was close to the great hell devil master, Bai Shi. The great mystery heaven was also close to the extreme evil devil master, Wan Chou Hai. Even the great mystery heaven's emperor's disciple, Yan Zhaoge, was the Wan Chou Hai's martial nephew. Great scarlet heaven had always been trying to rope in this blissful devil master, Mo-Chi-Er. This time, great scarlet heaven planned to use Mo-Chi-Er as a stepping stone to enter the 6 devil heavens. This was the most important step. If the plan went smoothly, great scarlet heaven would use Mo-Chi-Er's name to invite the other devils. If they could rope in one, it would mean that they controlled 1/3 of the 6 devil heavens, which would be equal to the other 2 imperial palaces. If they could rope in 2, they would gain an absolute advantage, which would be a huge profit. Even if they couldn't rope in even 1, they wouldn't lose too much with Mo-Chi-Er as a last resort. Therefore, no matter what, they had to win over Mo-Chi-Er. If great scarlet heaven still had a glimmer of hope, it was Mo-Chi-Er. If Mo-Chi-Er made up her mind and chose great scarlet heaven, then great scarlet heaven's plan wouldn't be in vain. More importantly, they could use Mo-Chi-Er to plot against other heavens. However, the problem was that the emperor's disciple had just offended the blissful devil master. Everyone could tell that Mo-Chi-Er was already resentful, but she didn't act up. Hee, little sister Ziying, how have you been? The blissful devil master glanced at Fangxing, then smiled and chatted with the emperor's concubine of the Taishan heaven. At this moment, they seemed to have forgotten about the emperor's disciple of the great scarlet heaven. Just based on his identity, he would never be treated like this in his entire life. Moreover, in terms of status, he was no lower than the blissful devil master, the great hell devil master, and the emperor's concubine of the Taishan heaven. Now that he was ignored by the 3, the immortals felt embarrassed for the emperor's disciple. Amidst the complicated gazes, Fangxing suddenly laughed. How interesting, whoosh. When Fangxing didn't speak, the blissful demon master, great hell demon master, and Prince Taishan's concubine didn't look at him, as if they had forgotten that he existed. However, when Fangxing said that, the 3 of them turned to look at him. Fangxing's expression remained unchanged. He smiled, looked at Mo-Chi-Er and sighed. Blissful demon lord must be very happy, right? Hee, I can't say I'm happy. Mo-Chi-Er was silent for a while and then said faintly, however, I feel honored that all 3 imperial palaces have come to congratulate me. Demon master, have you chosen your master? Fangxing grinned and looked up at Mo-Chi-Er. Ouch. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 2 immortal monarchs of great Qi heaven changed again. Blissful demon master was their only hope. Why didn't you appease him properly? How could you speak so sarcastically? Are you really going to force me to my death? When the immortals in the palace heard this, their expressions changed as well. Obviously, the word master was a taboo to them. After all, to these lawless and unrestrained demons, even if they had found themselves a master after submitting to the 3 imperial palaces, they couldn't say that they were all top figures in this world. How could they be willing to submit to others? Blissful demon master Mo-Chi-Er's expression became even colder. He looked at Fangxing and sneered, a fine bird chooses a good tree to nest in. Mo-Chi would like to ask His Highness Di Lu, other than Great Firmament Heaven and Taishan Heaven, does Mo-Chi have any other choice? Oh no, the immortal monarchs and immortal generals of Great Qi Heaven wailed in their hearts. Mo-Chi's words had already excluded Great Qi Heaven. Everything was over. It doesn't matter which side you choose or which one you choose. Fangxing didn't seem to notice Mo-Chi's anger. He smiled and said, what's important is that once blissful demon master makes his choice, he won't be far from death. Perhaps that's not right. I should say that the 6 demons of 6 demon heavens aren't far from death. I'd like to advise blissful demon master to quickly marry that handsome demon. Otherwise, you won't be able to sleep with men in the future. Wah. In an instant, the entire palace was filled with shock and anger. The 2 immortal monarchs from Great Qi Heaven who came to assist Feng Xing were on the verge of tears. It's over. It's out of control. It's completely out of control. How is this an offer of amnesty? It's clearly an insult. It's already come to this. Instead of comforting that woman, you're mocking her. Aren't you purposely provoking her? It's a pity that we followed you into the 6 demon heavens in order to gain merit. Who would have thought that not only would we fail to gain merit, we might even lose our lives at any time. Listen up, you bastard crown prince. If you have the guts, don't run away when she gets angry. Haha, what do you mean, crown prince? As expected, blissful demon master Mo-Chi-Er's expression changed. Her fair and translucent face turned green. She looked at Feng Xing coldly. After a while, she opened her mouth slowly. Her sneer was so creepy that it made people's hair stand on end. It was as if a layer of frost had formed in the palace, freezing everyone's blood. Under her sinister gaze, Feng Xing remained calm. He smiled lightly and said, I'm speaking the truth. Then according to Crown Prince, we won't be able to live for long. Blissful demon master Mo-Chi-Er smiled eerily and said in a low voice. Is Crown Prince going to destroy our 6 demon heavens? Hua. As soon as Mo-Chi-Er said that, the faint sound of weapons clashing could be heard in the palace. It was unknown if someone had accidentally knocked on it or if it was purposely taken out. However, such a faint sound and Mo-Chi-Er's cold question immediately caused the atmosphere in the palace to become tense. Many people's hearts were in their throats and their bodies were tense. They were prepared to jump up and fight at the slightest disagreement. The killing intent in the palace was like a gust of wind, reverberating among the immortals. The immortal monarchs of Dachi Heaven complained in their hearts. However, they could only brace themselves and prepare to fight. They guessed that the blissful demon lord wouldn't dare to kill this crown prince. However, their lives were, haha, it's not me who wants to destroy your 6 demon heavens. It's you guys. Feng Xing's expression did not change as he faced Mo-Chi-Er's killing intent. Instead, he laughed loudly. Haha, is Crown Prince Dilu angry out of humiliation? Great Purgatory Demon Master Bai Shaoji also spoke at this time with a sneer in his eyes. The dignified and beautiful Crown Prince's concubine from Taishan Heaven also looked Feng Xing up and down without any expression on her face. After Bai Shaoji finished speaking, she said indifferently, is this Crown Prince Dilu of Dachi Heaven? Although Ziying often stays in the palace, I have also heard of the Crown Prince's ferocious and domineering ways. However, hearing about you is not as good as meeting you in person. Ziying originally thought that Crown Prince Dilu would have a bit of a heroic spirit. But now, it seems that speaking without thinking and deliberately mystifying isn't something a crown prince would do, right? Even the immortal monarchs and immortal generals of Dachi Heaven could not stand being ridiculed. However, Feng Xing's expression did not change. After they finished speaking, he turned to Great Purgatory Demon Master Bai Shaoji and said, this is blissful heaven. Do you have the right to speak here? Humph. Bai Shaoji's eyes turned cold. He was furious, but he did not want to argue with him. He only snorted coldly. Then, Feng Xing looked at the Crown Prince's concubine from Taishan Heaven and said, what the hell do you know? The Crown Prince's concubine clearly did not expect him to say such malicious words. Her expression changed and her face turned green. However, due to her status, she was afraid that arguing with him would cause him to say even more rude things. So, she could only forcefully suppress her anger and turn her head away. After scolding these two, Feng Xing turned to Mo-Chi-Er, the blissful demon master, and said with a cold smile, it is said that the more beautiful a woman is, the more idiotic she is. I saw that you are doing well in the 6 demon heavens and thought that you were an exception. It turns out that you are still such a lousy person. I have already said so much, yet you still do not understand. Is it because you have married too many husbands that your mind is muddled by the chaotic yang qi? Haha, do you really think that you are some kind of treasure that several immortal emperors are fighting over to beg for your allegiance? You, Mo-Chi-Er, the blissful demon master's expression changed drastically. Violent murderous intent shot out of her eyes. But Fangxing didn't give her a chance to speak and directly continued, saying in a stern voice, "You few devils who think highly of yourselves, you'd better get a clear understanding of yourselves. In terms of cultivation, in the face of the general situation, what can all of you count as? Speaking of resources, apart from feeding yourselves, how much of the resources that you have in this part of the world? Don't wait for the other parties to offer you a high price to go there and enjoy your life. The day the 6 demon heavens perishes will be the day you die." Wow, as soon as he said this, there was an uproar in the immortal palace. Everyone discussed animatedly. Even the 2 immortal masters of Dachi heaven were dazed. They had no idea what their crown prince was going to do. The blissful demon master, Mo-Chi-Er, who had been scolded with murderous intent, also changed her expression. She strangely retracted her murderous intent and lowered her head to look at him deeply. She said in a low voice, "Continue. I am willing to hear your wise opinion." "I don't have any wise opinion. Just a few words of truth." Fangxing slowly put his hands behind his back and said calmly, "First, it is impossible for all 6 of you to survive. At most, 3 of you will survive." Then, he raised his head to look at the blissful demon master, Mo-Chi-Er, and said calmly, "Second, in the eyes of the 3 imperial palaces, the most important thing is the 6 demon heavens, not the 6 demons who are occupying the 6 demon heavens. Therefore, even if all of you die, no one will feel sorry for you." "Why do you say that only 3 of us can live?" Fangxing's words were deafening. Not only were the immortals in the palace stunned, even great purgatory demon master Bai Shi and the crown princess of Taishan heaven were taken aback. The 2 of them should have spoken up to stop Fangxing, but they didn't know what Fangxing was trying to say, and they wanted to know why he said it. Thus, there was a moment of silence. Only blissful demon master Mo-Chi-Er asked coldly. "It's actually very simple." At this moment, Fangxing's voice lowered. He chuckled and said, "We can't afford it, can't afford it?" The immortals in the palace were confused. They didn't expect these 3 words to come out of the crown prince's mouth. However, Fangxing didn't give them much time to think. He smiled bitterly and continued, "We really can't afford it. Cultivation requires resources. The higher one's cultivation, the more resources he needs. The 3 imperial palaces all have deep foundations, but how can the pressure they have to bear be small? As the masters of a heaven, don't say that you don't understand the way of the world. Hee, you 6 demons can barely support yourselves, but what if you submit to the imperial palaces? Do you really think the 3 imperial palaces will fulfill their promise and provide so many precious resources for your cultivation? To put it bluntly, in the eyes of the imperial palaces, what are you? We all have our eyes on the 6 demon heavens, but it's the resources of the 6 demon heavens, not the 6 of you. If all 6 of you survive, the resources of the 6 demon heavens will still belong to you. In fact, in order to gain your loyalty, we will have to give you more resources. Do you really think the 3 imperial palaces are stupid enough to do such a losing deal?" Fangxing sneered as he looked at Mo-Chi-Er, the blissful devil master, and continued, "That's why I said it's impossible for all 6 of you to survive. At most, 3 of you can survive. Only then will a portion of the extra resources be given to you as rewards, and the rest to the imperial palaces. Another problem is, if one of you submits to the imperial palaces will naturally treat you like a treasure and may allow you to live longer. But if 2 of you submit to the same imperial palace, then one of you will be a burden. If all 3 of you submit to the same imperial palace, I can guarantee that 2 of you won't be far from death." The more Fangxing spoke, the more excited he became. He didn't care how horrifying his words were. He just wanted to satisfy the craving of his mouth first. Perhaps you are still thinking about how valuable your cultivation and abilities are? Don't joke around. Of course you have some abilities, but what are they compared to an immortal emperor? Compared to an immortal sovereign, what are your chances of winning? Taking a step back, even if you can really defeat an immortal sovereign, will that powerful immortal sovereign really allow you to threaten their position? That's why, once you leave the 6 devil heavens, you will die sooner or later. Of course, they may not kill you openly. They will either force you to fight in battle, and not only will they want you to die, but they will also want you to play your final role. Otherwise, the conflict between you will be picked out, and you will kill each other. These words had already caused everyone in the Immortal Palace to panic. Everyone felt suffocated. No matter how they listened to it, it seemed like the words were said deliberately by an advisor. Although it seemed to make sense, most of it was still frightening. However, these words were said by the dignified Great Scarlet Heaven's Prince, so they couldn't help but think deeply about it. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that these words made sense, as if they were bound to happen. Feng Xing, on the other hand, felt that these words were spoken on purpose. He clapped his hands and sneered at the blissful demon master, Mo. So, don't put on airs here. We, the Great Scarlet Heaven, have come to you first because we are giving you face. We are giving you a chance of survival. Only by submitting to us can you become one of the last 3 to survive. If you submit to the Great Firmament Heaven or the Greater Darkness Heaven, do you think you are more important than Bai Shi, or the Uncle Master of the Great Scarlet Heaven's Prince, Blissful Demon Master? So, I'm begging you to take me into the Great Scarlet Heaven's lineage? The Blissful Demon Master, Mo, looked at Feng Xing coldly. Even the self-proclaimed Mo had become anyone could feel the pressure in her words, and they couldn't help but feel nervous for Feng Xing. However, Feng Xing directly met her gaze, saying with a cold smile, "You don't have to beg me, this imperial prince will turn around and leave. Then, when I leave, I will announce to the 33 heavens that you have already severed ties with my Great Scarlet Heaven, that you are my Great Scarlet Heaven's mortal enemy. Then, do you believe me when I say that in less than 3 days, there will be other devils who will come knocking on my door, kneeling before this imperial prince, begging me to take them in? I have long heard that the Great Scarlet Heaven's Prince is extremely arrogant. Today, I finally see it." At this moment, the imperial concubine of the Grand Mystery Heaven couldn't help but sneer and interrupt Feng Xing's words. After Feng Xing said those words, the great Hell Devil Lord, Bai Jia Corpse, strangely fell silent. He seemed to be thinking about something. However, the imperial concubine of the Grand Mystery Heaven couldn't hold it in any longer. Her expression was extremely ugly. Although it was the first time she heard Feng Xing's words, she vaguely felt that this seemed to be the plan that Yan Zhaoge had told her before. This made her a little flustered, and she regretted not interrupting Feng Xing right from the start. After all, even if this was true, as the Great Scarlet Heaven's Prince, he shouldn't have said it out loud. If he said it out loud, it would greatly affect the plans of the 3 imperial palaces. To put it bluntly, this was like flipping the table. If he said it out loud, it would affect the 6 demons. Then, the plan of the 3 imperial palaces to divide the 6 devil heavens without any bloodshed would be ruined. Even if they could subdue them, they would have to pay a much higher price and effort than the original plan. Because of this, she subconsciously opened her mouth and tried to salvage the situation. However, as soon as she said that, Feng Xing turned his head and looked at her. He said seriously, "What do you know?" "You." The imperial concubine of the Grand Mystery Heaven was so angry that she couldn't say anything else. Even the few old men behind her, who were silent but had a high cultivation base, looked over with a cold gaze. Great Fairy Mo wouldn't really believe the words of the Emperor Liu, right? Bai Jia Corp sneered. He had been silent for a while. No one knew if he had figured something out. Now, he realized that the situation was developing in an unpredictable way. Since he was representing the Great Firmament Heavens, he couldn't continue staying silent. He sneered, and his words carried a hint of ridicule, as if he had heard a joke. "Do you think that the blissful devil lord is so stupid that he can't tell if I'm telling the truth or not?" Feng Xing immediately turned to look at him and sneered. Bai Jia Corpse was infuriated. He turned to look at Feng Xing. If it was someone else, this White Tiger Lord, who was famous for his killing, would have already attacked. However, he was facing the Great Scarlet Heaven's Prince after all, so he didn't dare to have any murderous thoughts. He could only temporarily restrain himself and ignore him. He said to Mo, "The blissful devil lord, I can't guarantee what others will think, but the Great Firmament Heavens is sincere and trustworthy." Feng Xing sneered. Yes, the Great Firmament Heavens is sincere to a lackey like you, but it's hard to say for others like you. Bai Jia Corpse's anger had accumulated to a certain extent. He turned to look at Feng Xing coldly. Feng Xing didn't show any weakness and glared back at him. Bai Jia Corpse still didn't want to fall out with the Great Scarlet Heaven's Prince, so he suppressed his anger and sighed at Mo. Moreover, the six of us have been relying on each other for many years in the six devil heavens. It's only because of our united efforts that we managed to survive until this year. Are we going to shake our confidence and go our separate ways just because of this prince's nonsense? Haha, Feng Xing acted like he heard a great joke. He said, "You guys are really united. You've been fighting for more than 1,000 years, right?" He opened his mouth again and again, but was interrupted by that imperial prince again and again. Bai Xiaoshi really wanted to curse in his heart. Even if the other party was an imperial prince, he could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He coldly said, "In any case, I don't dare to say anything else, but the bloodline of Great Scarlet Sky is definitely not a good tree to live in." For him, directly speaking these words was already tantamount to opposing Great Scarlet Sky with equal harshness. It was the same as telling the blissful demon master, Mo-Chi-Er, that you can choose the great firmament heavens, or even the greater darkness heaven, but don't choose the great scarlet heaven. The two immortal monarchs of the great scarlet heaven couldn't help but glare at Bai Jia's corpse. But Feng Xing laughed and said to Mo-Chi-Er, "Blissful demon master, the things that your enemies oppose the most are usually the ones that benefit you the most. Don't tell me you don't understand this?" Corpse Bai Shi was a glorious demon master, yet he was actually left speechless, only feeling anger surging, speechless. He was simply speechless inside as well, thinking to himself, wasn't this great Scarlet Sky's emperor the most ferocious and domineering in the legends, arrogant and domineering, someone who would kill at the slightest disagreement? Why was it that now that he saw him, he was completely different? His mouth was actually so formidable when speaking nonsense. At this moment, Mo-Chi-Er seemed to come back to his senses. He looked down and said softly, "Hee, your highness's heartfelt words really make me hesitate. I don't know what to do. What should I do? Sister Mo, don't be disturbed by the nonsense of Prince Di Lu." Didn't we already? Hearing Mo-Chi-Er's words, everyone in the hall was shocked. The prince's concubine of the greater darkness heaven seemed to have thought of something. But before she could finish speaking, Feng Xing had already turned around abruptly. The prince's concubine's heart trembled. She had already guessed what he was going to say, and her expression changed greatly. However, before she could object, the crown prince had already fixed his eyes on her face and said seriously, "What do you know? My God, the crown prince is indeed the crown prince. This move is really brilliant. Although it will be more troublesome to subdue the six demon heavens after saying this, Great Scarlet Heaven's position is stabilized. The bottom line of Great Scarlet Heaven is to subdue a demon, and now, this goal has almost been achieved." In other words, from the moment the Crown Prince said this, Great Scarlet Heaven is already in an invincible position. The two immortal lords of Great Scarlet Heaven, after listening to the battle of words and witnessing the Crown Prince single-handedly scold Great Hell Demon Master Bai Xiaoji and the Crown Princess of Supreme Mystery Heaven, were completely dumbfounded. Looking at the silent blissful demon master Mo-Chi-Er and the angry Bai Xiaoji, the embarrassed and angry prince of Supreme Mystery Heaven's Crown Princess, and then looking at the Crown Prince, who was standing calmly with his hands behind his back, a sense of admiration welled up in their hearts. Their originally desperate mood was now excited to the extreme. As for Feng Xing, he turned his head to look at Mo-Chi-Er, who had a gloomy expression, and the silent Bai Xiaoji. He felt extremely proud. He knew that no matter how the situation changed later, the purpose of his words had been achieved. The situation where Great Scarlet Heaven was almost kicked out was also completely unexpected. After all, although he had the identity of the Crown Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven, he had never considered it from the perspective of this identity. Naturally, he did not understand the strategy and crisis involved. It was a little unexpected. However, after this situation appeared, he did not feel disappointed. Instead, he felt vaguely proud. From the perspective of others, perhaps they had always thought that the Crown Prince was here to rope in blissful demon master Mo-Chi-Er and gain benefits for Great Scarlet Heaven. Unfortunately, those people were wrong. Feng Xing did not even consider the matter of roping in Mo-Chi-Er. Because even if he roped in Mo-Chi-Er, it would not benefit him at all. At first, he came to six demon heavens to kill Bai Xiaoji for Little Fox, but after seeing Xianxia, he had other ideas. Since the little monk wanted to purify these six demons, he had to help him purify them. Although he was the first guardian Vajra of Buddhism, he did not know how to recite sutras or preach. He only knew how to kill and rob. The current situation was very simple. He understood that if the 6 devils had any other thoughts, they would not want to become monks. He had seen in Lingshan Temple that monks were mostly frustrated people who had no other way out. Therefore, the method in front of him was very simple. He would directly cut off all the hopes, choices, and foundations of the 6 devils, forcing them to be frustrated. Only when the 6 demons fell into despair could Xianxia have the possibility to enlighten them. As for his own words, he wasn't worried at all. Of course, there were elements of alarmism in what he had said just now. It could even be said that most of it was alarmism. If these demons submitted to any imperial palace, even if the imperial palace wanted to kill them, it wouldn't be a matter of a short period of time. Perhaps thousands of years later, there wouldn't be any changes in a short period of time. Even so, a hidden danger was a hidden danger. Now that the 6 demons were in a state of panic, it was even more difficult to make a decision after hearing what he said. He estimated that these demons might have already thought about what he said and had the same concerns. However, if their concerns were originally only 30%, after hearing what he said, it became 10 times or even 100 times bigger. At the very least, no one would be bold enough to put all their eggs in the same basket, right? As for what the blissful demon master should do, Fangxing looked at Xianxia with a smile and said softly, "I've said everything I need to say. If you have to give me a suggestion, it's that you don't do anything." Xianxia's eyes lit up, and he said softly, "I've said everything I need to say." Xianxia, the blissful demon master, thought that Fangxing would certainly take the opportunity to persuade her to submit to Dachi heaven. In this way, she would be able to discover the flaws in this crown prince's words and see what he was really thinking. She did not expect that this crown prince's answer was completely beyond her expectations. She was slightly startled, but then she said with a smile, "Then should I continue to wait?" The 2 immortal monarchs of Dachi heaven could not help but look at Fangxing, not knowing what the crown prince meant. However, after what had happened just now, they did not dare to speculate about the crown prince's thoughts. If I do nothing, doesn't that mean I have to wait? Fangxing also smiled and said, "It means that you should do whatever you want to do. Those who have grudges, continue to take revenge. Those who have grudges, continue to make grudges. Those who should wait and see, continue to wait and see. After all, even if the sky falls down, there will always be someone taller to hold it up. Why are you in such a hurry?" At this point, he suddenly smiled slyly and turned to look at the blissful demon master, Bai Xiaoji. Bai Xiaoji felt a little creeped out by his gaze. He said coldly, "What advice does the crown prince have?" Fangxing ignored him and turned to look at the blissful demon master, Xianxia. He said with a smile, "This is a good chance to get rid of your mortal enemy. Didn't the blissful demon master always want to kill this white tiger? Now that he has come to you, why should you be confused by the chaotic situation in front of you? Do what you have to do. Why don't you kill this white tiger? I can help you to hold the line." "You, the great hell demon master," Bai Xiaoji's expression changed drastically. Half of it was due to anger, but most of it was due to fear. He really didn't expect that the crown prince of Great Scarlet Heaven not only dared to say it, but also dared to do it. He actually wanted to persuade the blissful demon master, Xianxia, to attack him. This is going to be troublesome. I am now in the blissful heavens territory. If Xianxia really goes crazy, and with the help of Great Scarlet Heaven, I might really die here, hee. The blissful demon master, Xianxia, glanced at Bai Xiaoji, causing the white tiger's scalp to go numb. However, she only glanced at him and smiled lightly. "Crown Prince Di Lu, you must be joking. The grudge between me and White Tiger Lord is hard to explain in a short time. But now that he has forsaken the past and came to congratulate me, if I don't forgive him, wouldn't I be laughed at by all the immortals in the world? I have said enough for today. Let's stop here. You are all guests, and Xianxia has already prepared an immortal banquet for you." "Eh? That's it?" The immortals in the hall were slightly stunned, and their eyes were a little complicated. Bai Xiaoji even wanted to say something. However, Xianxia waved her hand lightly and stopped them from continuing. She said lightly, "You are all here to watch the ceremony. Can't you wait until after the ceremony of Xianxia taking in a concubine? Or, do you not even have this little bit of sincerity? Sister Mo, the crown prince's concubine from Taishan heaven couldn't help but step forward and speak softly. But she only said one sentence, and she subconsciously turned to look at Fangxing. Fangxing chuckled at her, and the crown prince's imperial concubine immediately stopped talking. Seeing that the blissful demon master had spoken, the immortals could only stand up and leave for the side hall to attend the banquet. However, they were still worried. In these short 2 hours, the situation was really unpredictable. First, the White Tiger Lord suddenly came to visit, and then the Crown Prince's concubine from Taishan Heaven came, revealing the ambition of Great Heaven and Taishan Heaven to kick Great Scarlet Heaven out of the competition. Then, the Crown Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven said something that made people panic, and even encouraged the blissful demon master to kill the Great Hell Demon Master, by Xiaoji. It was really surprising. But in the end, the blissful demon master didn't make a choice. She used the concubine ceremony as an excuse to delay the time, but no one knew what she was thinking. However, her actions were somewhat in line with what the Crown Prince had said. If she continued to observe, it was unknown whether this meant that she had been persuaded by the Crown Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven. This was also what Bai Xiaoji and the Crown Prince's concubine were most worried about. Hee, I didn't know that the Crown Prince disliked me so much that he even wanted to kill me. When they walked out of the immortal palace, Bai Xiaoji slowed down 2 steps to stand shoulder to shoulder with Fangxing. He turned his head and looked at Fangxing coldly. It was obvious that what Fangxing said in the immortal palace had completely angered this demon. Cultivators sought longevity, and the most important thing was their lives, not to mention this demon master. Although he knew that he couldn't afford to provoke Great Scarlet Heaven, and he wouldn't take the initiative to provoke Great Scarlet Heaven, he couldn't suppress the murderous intent in his heart after being exposed. After all, even if it was Great Scarlet Heaven, he was only afraid of immortal emperors. Even the 3 immortal venerables of Great Scarlet Heaven couldn't make this demon afraid, let alone this Crown Prince who hadn't even reached the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal level. Fangxing laughed at this time and said calmly, I want to kill you. Does White Tiger Lord not believe me? Huh? The White Tiger Lord glanced at him coldly, revealing his ferocious nature and his anger. Hearing his words, the surrounding immortal servants of Great Scarlet Heaven changed their expressions and subconsciously moved closer to Fangxing. They really felt the murderous intent of Bai Xiaoji, and they were really afraid that he would attack the Crown Prince in a rage. But at this time, Fangxing suddenly smiled and directly took out a red gourd with a big belly and a thin waist. It looked very inconspicuous, and he slapped it into Bai Xiaoji's arms. Then he walked forward without looking back and said lightly, I heard that White Tiger Lord likes wine. This is a gourd of pear blossom wine that I prepared for White Tiger Lord. If White Tiger Lord is satisfied, then come to the palace to talk to me. Humph, what are you trying to do? Bai Xiaoji frowned and sneered. He wanted to ask again, but he saw that Fangxing had already flown away. He was unhappy. Seeing that the gourd was so ordinary, he didn't care much about it. But after hesitating for a moment, he didn't throw it away directly. He pulled out the stopper and sniffed it. Then his face suddenly changed and he hurriedly took a sip. His face became more and more shocked, as if he had seen a ghost. His lips trembled and he stared blankly in the direction where Fangxing had gone. As a demon lord, Bai Xiaoji was naturally not a short-sighted person. How could an ordinary immortal brew enter his eyes? However, it was the gourd of wine that the Emperor of Great Scarlet Heaven had casually slapped into his arms that caused his entire expression to change. He put it into his sleeves in an instant and pretended to be calm as he swept his gaze across the surroundings. Only when he realized that no one was paying attention to him did he feel slightly relieved. Then, he swiftly flew away. When he arrived at the back of a mountain, he could not help but take out the gourd to take a look. Only when he realized that his judgment was correct did he feel at ease once more. However, he was still filled with doubts. When he arrived at the temporary residence that the blissful demon lord had arranged for him, he was still filled with doubts. From time to time, he would glance at the temporary residence that Fangxing was in, as if he was a little restless. To him, this was the first time he had experienced such a thing. There was no other reason than that the thing in the gourd was simply too shocking. Emperor Flow liquid. Bai Xiaoji was absolutely certain that the gourd was filled with Emperor Flow liquid, and there was definitely a lot of it. At least half of it was Emperor Flow liquid. To put it simply, That Emperor Flow had casually given him half a gourd of Emperor Flow liquid. What is he trying to do? Even with Bai Shirshir's foundation and cultivation, his lips could not help but tremble slightly. As an old demon, he had come into contact with Emperor Flow liquid before. However, it was a pity that he was not from the bloodline of the Red Emperor and could not come into contact with such a precious medicine. Hence, he only obtained a drop of it by chance 3,000 years ago. Later on, he refined it into pills and refined 36 precious pills. Then, he consumed them one by one within 100 years, and finally, his cultivation increased tremendously. Of course, at that time, he was not a perfected golden immortal and could not be compared to now. Now that he obtained a drop of Emperor Flow liquid, he probably would not be as excited as before. However, the key point was that this time, he did not obtain a drop, but half a gourd. He couldn't help but feel suspicious. It must be known that even if the great firmament wanted to appease him, borrow his power to subdue the 6 demon heavens, and deliberately gave him a precious medicine to rope him in, what was given was only a small piece of Tai Sui's flesh. That was already enough to make him very satisfied. The Tai Sui's flesh was a precious medicine that was as famous as the Emperor Essence. In terms of value, what Di Lu had given him was a precious medicine that was 100 times more precious than what the great firmament had given him. Under such circumstances, how could Bai Shirshir not be confused and frightened? This kind of spending is 2F** king scary. Originally, if the Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven had seriously given him some benefits, Bai Shir would have directly accepted it and then ignored it. He wouldn't have thought about anything related to Great Scarlet Heaven, but when the value of the gift reached a certain level, he couldn't hold back anymore. Even if he didn't want to, he couldn't help but ponder in his heart, this Di Lu is naturally not a lunatic. Moreover, even if he really is crazy, there is no reason for Great Scarlet Heaven to let him give such precious resources everywhere, but he gave it to me without hesitation. I can only say that he already had a plan. This half a gourd of Emperor Flow liquid is so precious that it's unimaginable. If I refine it all, would I still need to care about that bitch Mo-Chier? Haha, I'm afraid that even if it's the abominable demon master's infinite sorrow sea, I would still have the power to fight him? His face alternated between green and white, excitement and worry. It was simply unpredictable. His Highness Di Lu gave me such a precious medicine. Could it be that the Great Scarlet Heaven wanted to subdue me from the beginning? No, the relationship between me and the Great Firmament can't be severed. The Great Scarlet Heaven has no reason to look for me. Ah, that's right. False is true, and true is false. Perhaps it's because of my relationship with the Great Firmament that the Great Scarlet Heaven will look for me. After worrying about personal gains and losses for a moment, his brows also couldn't help but furrow. However, regardless, Great Scarlet Sky gifting me such a great gift is precisely expressing sincerity. Motherfucker, talking about everything, talking about the heavens and the earth, what kind of sincerity can display more sincerity than this type of sincerity? Compared to the Great Scarlet Heaven's prince, that girl from the Great Firmament is so stingy. Since the Great Scarlet Heaven has their eyes on me, it must mean that they have a big plan, and since they're willing to give me such a precious gift, it must be difficult for them to ask me for something. Should I agree? No, even if I don't agree, I won't return this thing. If I don't return it, the Great Scarlet Heaven might leak this news. Others will definitely be jealous. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. He thought fearfully, could it be that the Great Scarlet Heaven purposely sent this treasure to me and then leaked the news so that others would come to snatch it and deliberately cause chaos in the 6 demon heavens? But then he thought again, even if that's what they want, I won't return this precious treasure. Very soon, he felt that he was being ridiculous. The Great Scarlet Heaven wouldn't be willing to pay such a huge price to cause chaos in the 6 demon heavens. All kinds of thoughts came one after another, wanting to drown him. He thought of all the possibilities that Di Lu might have given him this precious treasure, but he felt that none of them were reliable. The only possibility was that the Great Scarlet Heaven wanted to subdue him, so they directly gave him such a precious treasure to move him. Of course, it was possible that the Great Scarlet Heaven wanted to subdue him because they wanted him to do something very important, and it was very likely that it would be detrimental to the Great Firmament. This put Bai Shirshir in a difficult position. Should I do it or not? In his heart, it was difficult for him to come up with an answer, but he quickly made up his mind. It was necessary for him to meet His Highness Di Lu, no matter what, since the Great Scarlet Heaven had given him such a precious treasure, he had to thank him in person. At the same time, he could also listen to what Great Scarlet Heaven wanted him to do, and what kind of conditions he was offering. After all, the Great Scarlet Heaven had already expressed enough sincerity, so it was only right for him to meet him. With that thought in mind, Bai Zhao sat cross-legged and calmed himself down for a moment. Then, he ordered his demon generals to wait in the palace while he cast a divine art to conceal himself. Then, he quietly left the palace and disappeared into the night. The blissful demon master wasn't a petty person. Since he had arranged for guards to guard the palace, no one would notice his departure. Then, he stealthily appeared in front of the Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven's palace without alerting anyone. With a gust of cold wind, he stealthily appeared before the palace of the Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven. Is His Highness Di Lu in the palace? Bai Shishir has specially come to express his gratitude. A wisp of divine sense entered the palace, and Bai Shishir calmly waited at the foot of the mountain. At this moment, he closed his eyes and carefully sensed the surroundings. Soon, he sensed the aura of nearly 1,000 immortal servants around the palace, but most of them were righteous immortals, and there were only about a dozen of them in the primordial unity realm. There were also 2 stronger auras. Although they had concealed their cultivation and seemed to be only in the primordial unity realm, Bai Shishir could feel that they had actually stepped into the zenith heaven golden immortal realm. They must be the 2 immortal monarchs who accompanied the Great Scarlet Heaven to the blissful heaven to assist them. Presumably, they also had the responsibility of protecting the prince. However, Bai Shishir wasn't worried. Such zenith heaven golden immortals were nothing to him. After all, Great Scarlet Heaven is still too weak. Even the prince hasn't broken through to the next realm, but he's already showing signs of decline. Bai Shishir couldn't help but sigh for Great Scarlet Heaven. However, on second thought, perhaps it's because Great Scarlet Heaven is showing signs of decline that they're willing to pay any price to rope me in? This Royal Highness Di Lu spoke in such a deplorable manner in front of the blissful demon master, perhaps he was trying to cover up his guilt. After all, there have been many rumors about Great Scarlet Heaven recently. Celestial General Xianxia betrayed them, the immortal emperor sealed himself, and a dignified imperial prince failed to break through. Perhaps, Great Scarlet Heaven needs someone like me to support them? With this thought, his heart calmed down a lot. Perhaps this is really just a stepping stone, and Great Scarlet Heaven has prepared other precious treasures. Bai Shishir couldn't help but think to himself. It was also at this moment that a lamp was lit in the main hall of the palace. The main hall was lit. Presumably, the person in the hall had heard his voice transmission, indicating that he was ready to receive the guest. Bai Shaoji secretly smiled in his heart. He raised his foot and walked into the palace. Then, he slowly stepped into the main hall. Inside the palace, there was only one person sitting in the main hall. The Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven sat upright in front of a jade table. There were 2 cups and a wine pot on the table. Seeing Bai Shishir come in, Great Scarlet Heaven's imperial prince smiled, then slightly extended his hand, gesturing for Bai Shishir to sit in front of him. Then, he raised the wine jug high, poured a full cup, and held it with both hands with a smile. This is pure Emperor Flow liquid? Bai Shishir's heart jumped when he smelled the scent. Wasn't this Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven a little too generous? Wasn't it enough to give him half a jar in the morning? Now, he was treating him with pure Emperor Flow liquid? Hee, the prince is too polite. Bai Shishir suppressed the excitement in his heart and didn't show the slightest bit of disrespect. He slowly knelt in front of the jade table, took the cup with both hands, and drank it in one gulp, indicating that the prince had drunk it all. His face didn't show the slightest bit of joy because it was Emperor Flow liquid, as if he had just drunk a cup of ordinary wine. Then, he gently put down the cup and smiled. I wonder what Prince Ji wants me to do. The White Tiger Lord's memory is really bad. The Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven also laughed at this moment. Didn't I say that I would kill you? Ha 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 ha. When Bai Shishir heard the emperor's words, he immediately laughed. He felt that this emperor of Great Scarlet Heaven was quite interesting. Even at this time, he still didn't forget to joke with him. Normally, if someone else told him such a joke, he would, of course, bite their head off. But now that he was very close to this emperor, he really treated it as a joke and laughed. However, after laughing for a long time, his voice slowly stopped. In front of him, the Emperor of Great Scarlet Heaven had no expression on his face at all. This made Baishar feel a little embarrassed and even a little angry. However, for the sake of so much Emperor essence, he still didn't plan to shed all pretense of cordiality. He was just pondering whether or not he should put on airs and meet him when this imperial prince raised his conditions. Who told this imperial prince to pretend to be deep in front of him and put on airs, making him, a dignified demon lord, unable to step down? Then, just as Baishar suppressed his laughter and was thinking about how to speak, the emperor suddenly laughed. When he laughed, Baishar subconsciously wanted to laugh as well, but at this moment, the emperor, who still had a smile on his face, suddenly attacked. Boom! A saber the length of a person was drawn from under his blood-red cloak. With a violent and endless gust of wind, it ruthlessly swept towards Baishar's chest. At the same time, the emperor's boundless power of laws manifested behind him. Every strand of power of laws made his saber a little more violent. But most importantly, his power of laws seemed to be endless. This caused the power of his saber to continuously rise. In an instant, it had reached a level that made Baishar's heart jump. It was simply overwhelming. What are you doing? Baishar was, after all, a dignified demon lord. Even if this saber was 100 times more sudden, it wouldn't be able to hurt him. His figure suddenly changed and he slid back. At the same time, two thoughts flashed through his mind. One was, this emperor is very strong. The second question was, is he trying to test my cultivation? Originally, with his cultivation, he could have dodged this attack. Therefore, he didn't feel any fear in his heart. He was just a little surprised, but just as he retreated and dodged the blow, two extremely powerful forces of the great Tao suddenly came from behind him, one on the left and one on the right. It was the two immortal dukes who had been hiding their cultivation bases and pretending to be primordial immortals. Like two towering mountains, they blocked Bai Shiji's path of retreat. Although Bai Oshur didn't put their cultivation in his eyes, it was enough to block his path of retreat. You're big, Baishar shouted angrily, but before he could say the word guts, the blade had already chopped down. At this moment, Baizeo finally felt some fear in his heart. With a low roar, he suddenly raised his hands and slapped forward, clamping down on the unimaginably fierce blade. However, the power of the blade was too strong, and he had suffered many accidents, so he was not prepared enough. He felt that it was a bit difficult to circulate the celestial pressure, and he was actually cut down by the blade, fiercely slashing at his chest. Roar, the blade slashed at his chest. In front of his eyes, there were suddenly endless shrill cries of vengeful souls. He also felt a kind of scorching essence of fire, which seeped into his body at the same time. These two kinds of chi were completely opposite to each other, but because of the blade that entered his body at the same time, as soon as it entered his body, it immediately rushed in two different directions, destroying his 8 extraordinary meridians and internal organs. Bai Oshur, with his monstrous cultivation base, actually didn't know which force to suppress. In a split second, he was injured even more severely, deceiving Sky Tyrant Blade. Bai Shaoji wasn't an ignorant person, and he immediately recalled that blade. It was an immortal artifact that the Crimson Emperor had personally forged and bestowed to the Imperial Path. During its refinement, the essence of 10 suns and the vengeful spirits of 1,000,000 cultivators were used, causing it to possess unfathomable ferocious might, indescribably sinister, and extremely terrifying, not to mention ordinary immortals. Perhaps this blade was enough to pose a threat to the body of other immortal emperors, but now, he was caught off guard, and suffered such a stab. It was also this blade that made Bai Oshur finally realize a fact. Damn, this emperor really wants to kill me. Boom, he was indeed worthy of being one of the 6 demon masters. When he realized this problem, his heart turned cold, and his monstrous anger suddenly erupted. With a bang, the immortal might around him surged, and an invisible gust of wind blew, tearing the surrounding void into pieces. The two immortal monarchs behind him, who had stopped him from retreating, saw that he had been hit by the blade, and without any hesitation, they swung their palms down. But at this moment, Bai Oshur's immortal might shook, and they were immediately repelled, and in front of Bai Oshur, he suddenly opened his huge mouth, and a bright white light flew out. It slashed forward as if it could tear the heavens and the earth apart. The target of the slash was the Emperor of Great Scarlet Heaven, who was still swinging his blade forward. At this time, in his panic and surprise, he no longer cared about who his opponent was. This treasured blade was already spat out with violent killing intent. Haha, but at this time, the Emperor laughed, and with a tug of his blood-red cloak, turned into a sea of blood, and blocked in front of him. Boom! The blade slashed the sea of blood, and it only caused waves of blood to surge into the sky. The Emperor took a few steps back, and then the treasured blade returned without any effect. How? How is this possible? Biosher's heart trembled, and he was deeply surprised. He had heard that the Emperor of Great Scarlet Heaven had a square robe that could resist an attack from a celestial emperor, so he wasn't surprised that the robe could stop his treasured blade. But he didn't expect that the Emperor would not be forced back a few steps, and instead, he stood firmly, but at this moment, he didn't have the time to think so much. Biosher suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed the saber that had returned. It was a large and shiny saber with faint tiger stripes on it. Holding this saber in his hand, Biosher's mind calmed down a lot, and then he looked at the Imperial Prince with a terrifying gaze. His voice was cold and filled with endless rage as he shouted coldly, "So you really want to kill me?" Facing the ferocious might of a demon master, the Emperor laughed loudly, and he slowly walked forward, saying, "Of course I want to kill you. Otherwise, why do you think I gave you half a jar of Emperor essence? Could it be that you really think that this Emperor has taken a fancy to you and wants to subdue you?" Biosher's heart trembled. He didn't know how many possibilities he had thought of, but the final conclusion was that Great Scarlet Heaven had something to ask of him and wanted to rope him in, so he didn't hesitate to give him such a precious treasure. In the end, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Damn it, he actually used this Emperor essence as bait to lure him here, and he actually came here obediently, but very quickly, he felt very speechless in his heart. Who in this world would set up such a trap? That was half a jar of Emperor essence. Even Biosher himself faintly felt that he wasn't worth using this jar of Emperor essence as bait. Haha, with just your Great Scarlet Heaven people, you want to kill me? Aren't you looking down on me too much? After a burst of shame and anger, Biosher also felt that it was absurd, even absurd. He didn't know whether this Emperor was a genius or an idiot. He couldn't help but sneer, and the white tiger treasured blade in his hand slowly pointed at the Emperor. He sneered coldly and said, "Your Highness, you haven't even reached the perfected golden immortal realm, yet you have such thoughts. Aren't you too arrogant? So what if you sneak attacked me? Even if I am seriously injured, it's not something that the trash beside you can kill." Behind him, the two immortal monarchs of Great Scarlet Heaven had somewhat ugly expressions. Being called trash by this demon in front of them, they naturally felt ashamed, but they had to admit that it was reasonable. Before they attacked, they also tried to persuade the Emperor, but the Emperor insisted on doing things his own way. "It's true that I haven't broken through the realm, and I haven't cultivated the great Tao." At this moment, the Emperor also smiled faintly, and there was a hint of ridicule in his eyes. "But who said that I can't kill a perfected golden immortal?" Biosher's heart suddenly trembled, and he thought of some details. The saber just now shouldn't have hurt him, because the power of the Emperor's saber was too strong. And when he spat out the murderous saber and was about to kill him on the spot, the Emperor also easily blocked the power of the saber, which really didn't look like the level of a primordial unity supreme immortal. If he had to describe it, he looked like a person who had terrible power but couldn't use it. Do you really think I'm an ordinary supreme immortal? But that thought had only flashed in his mind for a moment before he started laughing eerily, and his voice was filled with the smell of blood. As he spoke, he slowly closed in on the Imperial Prince and said coldly, "I don't care what secrets you have, I don't care what exactly you're doing, and I don't care what your identity is. But since you've bared your fangs at me today, then don't blame me for being merciless." As he spoke, he was about to use his celestial power to kill the Emperor. However, at this moment, his expression suddenly changed, and he felt his body was boiling hot, his inner breath was chaotic, and the circulation of his magic power was a little sluggish. "Did you feel that?" The Emperor laughed, and he was as proud as a fox. You poisoned the wine just now?" Biosher was shocked, and his confidence gradually faded. Even his voice was faintly trembling. "Haha, don't make trouble, you are a demon lord, what poison can poison you?" The Imperial Prince laughed loudly as he walked up with his saber and explained patiently, "It's Emperor essence. It's one of the best celestial medicines in this world. Even with your cultivation, you'll have to spend a lot of time to refine it after consuming it, right? Now, I won't give you this chance, and before you completely refine it, it will be poison to you. Listening to his words, Baishir's face was already ugly to the extreme, so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. Baishir realized that he had indeed made a mistake, and it was the biggest mistake. Of course, the Emperor liquid was not a poison, it was the essence of heaven and earth, a top immortal medicine. Countless people needed the assistance of the Emperor liquid when they cultivated from Tai Supreme Immortal to Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, but such an immortal medicine was not something that could be enjoyed by everyone. If it was an ordinary person, a wisp of the Emperor liquid's aura would be enough to crush an ordinary city, and if an ordinary righteous immortal drank a mouthful of it, he would immediately be unable to withstand the medicinal properties and would explode and die. Even an ordinary Tai Supreme Immortal would not dare to drink the Emperor liquid directly. He needed to divide it into countless portions, refine it into pills, and then slowly consume it. Otherwise, if he drank this cup of Emperor liquid directly, he would need at least 10 or 20 years of seclusion to digest it bit by bit, and then his power would increase greatly. At his current cultivation level, he was certainly not comparable to ordinary righteous immortals. But even he would need more than half a day to slowly refine such a cup of Emperor liquid, and before refining, because the medicinal properties of the Emperor liquid were too strong, most of the immortal chi in his cultivation would automatically gather to suppress the strong medicinal properties. Otherwise, this kind of terrible medicinal properties would wreak havoc in his body, like a volcanic eruption. In this situation, to a certain extent, it was really no different from poison, or even more terrible than poison, because if he took poison, with his physique, it would immediately take the initiative to expel from his body. But this was an immortal medicine, so his body was very happy about it, and he was not the least bit vigilant. This also led to the medicinal properties of the Emperor liquid beginning to take effect when he discovered it. If there was something to blame, it was because he shouldn't have drunk that cup of Emperor liquid, but the problem was, at that time, how could he have thought that the Imperial Prince had poured this cup of Emperor liquid for this purpose? He clearly felt that there were countless volcanoes erupting in his body, and his aura was chaotic and uncontrollable. Baishir's mood became heavier and heavier. His chest was sneak-attacked, the saber intent of the heaven-deceiving tyrant barbaric saber was becoming more and more intense, and his body was constantly being attacked by the violent medicinal properties of the Emperor liquid. This kind of internal and external situation made Baishir realize that his current strength had decreased by less than half. Emperor Flow, Great Scarlet Heaven Emperor's son, a ferocious smile appeared on Baishir's face as he said fiercely, "Even I don't know if I should praise you as a genius or an idiot. But there's one thing I'm sure of. A mere primordial unity wants to take my life." At this point, the white-mouthed corpse suddenly moved, his voice exploding out. "You really have guts." Rumble, as his figure flickered, an indescribably strong gust of wind rose out of thin air. It was unknown how much killing intent was hidden in the wind. This gust of wind was like an army stained with demonic blood, rumbling and rushing forward with irresistible momentum. In this Fangxing palace, the ground cracked, jade pillars collapsed, and smoke rose everywhere. Endless terrifying power surged straight towards Fangxing. Its power was indescribable. Even the two Dachi Heaven Immortal Lords could not help but change their expressions and rush forward. They could all see that this was the great Dao mystique of the White Tiger Lord. Since he had summoned this wind, it meant that the White Tiger Lord really wanted to kill. They were really worried that their Imperial Prince would be torn apart by this fierce wind, and they could not help but rush forward to save him. But at this time, Fangxing pulled up his blood-red cloak and shouted coldly, "Be careful, he's going to escape." His words reminded the two immortal lords, and their forward momentum paused for a moment. At this moment, the white-mouthed corpse leaned forward slightly as if he was going to pounce forward. The next moment, he suddenly soared into the sky, trying to break through the dome of the palace to escape. His face was full of shame. Obviously, the White Tiger Lord, the white-mouthed corpse, was forced to escape by a Crown Prince Tai and two ordinary grand all-embracing immortal lords. It was also a very shameful thing for him. However, he was thinking, just you wait, give me 1 day. No, only 6 hours, I can refine the Emperor molasses in my body, then come back and chop off your head. At this moment, Baishir had truly come to a decision. Even if he became mortal enemies with Great Scarlet Sky, even if he had to risk the hatred of an immortal emperor, he still had to kill this imperial prince. He had truly been humiliated too much. If he didn't kill him, his Dao heart would probably be damaged. Unfortunately, as soon as this thought flashed across his mind, he heard the crown prince's voice shouting, "Close the door, beat the dog." Rumble, the white-mouthed corpse's face changed dramatically. He felt as if the sky was falling on his head. The hundreds of immortal attendants that Feng Xing brought from Great Red Sky, as well as the blood god guards that were hiding in the dark, all gathered around the palace. They each held an exquisite formation flag and sat cross-legged around the palace, clenching their teeth as they guarded the palace. Faint blood chi surged out from the formation flags in their hands, wrapping the palace like a huge cover, trapping them inside. A great formation with more than 300 exalted immortals guarding the base of the formation had already separated the palace into an independent world. Looking around, the white-mouthed corpse's face turned livid. If he closed the door, he naturally could not keep the dignified Great Hell Demon Master, white-mouthed corpse. The entire palace was not enough for him to torment. Above his head was a large formation. When white-mouthed corpse entered the palace, he had already noticed the aura of this formation. At that time, he did not take it seriously. After all, the crown prince of Dachi Heaven had a noble status. Moreover, he was a crown prince who had not cultivated the Daluo golden body. It was understandable for Dachi Heaven to be careful and set up a large formation to protect him. Moreover, when he was at his peak, this large formation could not withstand more than a few attacks from him. But now, he understood that this large formation was prepared for him, and he really could not rush out, now that his strength had been greatly damaged, and there was a strong enemy eyeing him covetously. He had no time to break the formation, careful and meticulous with every step. This imperial prince is really trying to put me to death. Your Royal Highness Di Lu, we don't seem to have any deep hatred. Is there a need to fight to the death? At this moment, Xianxia forced himself to calm down. He looked at Feng Xing with a sinister gaze and said in a deep voice, "You're right." Feng Xing laughed. He propped the heaven-deceiving tyrannical blade on the ground and said with a smile, "I just have a reason to kill you." White-mouthed corpse's eyes darkened and he said coldly, "I'd like to hear the details." Feng Xing said, "I'm not telling you." White-mouthed corpse was immediately enraged. He was so angry that his Dao heart was almost unstable. On the other hand, Feng Xing roared with laughter instead, and he said, "You shouldn't have, absolutely shouldn't have. You just had to act as a lobbyist for the Grand Firmament Heaven. Isn't that stupid? You're just a little dog, yet you want to infuriate my Grand Scarlet Heaven? If I don't bring you to justice, then where would the face of my Grand Scarlet Heaven go?" White-mouthed corpse immediately said, "What's wrong with each serving their own masters? Could it be that your Royal Highness Di Lu wants to take my life at all costs just because I angered you in your palace? Heh, then you better think this through. Even if you can really kill this spy, if this matter spreads out, perhaps everyone in the 6 devil heavens will fear you, hate you, and be on guard against you. Could it be that your great scarlet sky wishes to return empty-handed from the 6 devil heavens?" Even the 2 immortal lords' hearts sank when they heard this. This was what they were most worried about. However, Feng Xing burst into laughter at this moment. "I'm just a prince of Emperor Tai who failed to break through the realm." As he laughed, he looked at white-mouthed corpse and said, "As you said, I'm just a prince who hasn't even reached the zenith heaven golden immortal realm. How can I kill you? If you think this way, others will naturally think the same way. Then, who would believe that I can kill you without the help of blissful demon master, Mochi and the prince of supreme mystery heaven?" This, as soon as he said that, not to mention the white tiger lord, even the 2 great scarlet heaven immortal lords' expressions changed drastically. "Prince, good move," they couldn't help but sigh. They looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. Their prince was really going to mess up the 6 demon heavens. The news of White Tiger Lord's death would definitely spread throughout the 6 demon heavens. No one would think that Great Scarlet Heaven's prince, who hadn't broken through to the next realm, had the ability to kill Great Hell Demon Master alone. Even if he did, no one would believe that he could do it in the blissful heaven without being discovered by Blissful Demon Master. In other words, everyone would only think that Great Scarlet Heaven's prince, Blissful Demon Master, and Mochi had joined hands to kill White Savage Corpse. This was equivalent to announcing to the world that Blissful Heaven had submitted to Great Scarlet Heaven, forcing Mochi to submit. Even the prince's concubine of Supreme Mystery Heaven would be implicated. No one would believe that she knew nothing about this. Everyone knew that Whitemouth Corpse was from Great Heaven. In this way, Great Heaven would definitely suspect Taishan Heaven's intentions. The prelude to chaos would definitely be unveiled. Meanwhile, Great Scarlet Sky would definitely become the side with the greatest gains from this chaos. What a great imperial prince of Crimson Heaven! In the past, I always thought that you were only arrogant and ferocious, a typical profligate disciple. Only now do I know that you actually have such a scheming mind. You're advancing step by step, and you're extremely daring. Whitemouth Corpse was silent for a long time. At this time, he also laughed coldly, a murderous glint in his eyes. Unfortunately, even if you can keep me here, how confident are you that you can really kill me? And how confident are you that I won't drag you down with me before I die? Although there was a lot of arrogance in his words, the two immortal lords in the hall couldn't help but worry. Because they knew that Whitemouth Corpse was speaking the truth. After all, he was a demon master. Even if he was seriously injured and had difficulties both inside and outside, he was not someone that could be easily killed. Even if they, a prince of Primordial Unity Realm and two Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals, wanted to kill him, it would be impossible without paying a terrible price. In other words, the three of them might be buried with him. It was even possible that after they all paid a terrible price, the blissful demon master would be alerted and stop the attack. If that was the case, then Dachi Heaven would have to pay a huge price. However, in this oppressive atmosphere, Fangxing suddenly laughed. He laughed very casually. I still have helpers. These words made Great Hell Demon Master Whitemouth Corpse's eyes turn cold, and his aura sank. The two immortal lords of Dachi Heaven were also slightly stunned. They turned to look at Fangxing and thought, why didn't we know? Come. Fangxing turned around and waved at the back of the palace. Then, they saw a group of trembling little girls coming out from the back of the palace. They held hands and entered the palace carefully. They were timid, and their eyes seemed to not dare to look at Whitemouth Corpse. The two immortal monarchs immediately wanted to curse out loud. This is the helper you found? Among these girls, the strongest had just entered the itinerant immortal realm, and the weaker ones didn't seem to have shed their hair. Yet, you want them to help you kill the Great Hell Demon Master? White Tiger Lord could probably blow them away with a single breath. However, just as they were feeling doubtful, the little girl at the front had already brought a fox mask to the prince. The prince took the mask and put it on his face. Then, he slowly raised the knife in his hand, pointed at Whitemouth Corpse, and laughed. My helpers are here, so, let's fight? Fox. Fox Supreme? Seeing the mask on the little fox's face, the two immortal monarchs of Great Red Heaven did not have any reaction, but the Great Hell Demon Master, Bai Shaoji, instantly widened his eyes. The expression on his face was one of horror, anger, and even a hint of shame and fear. He roared out from his throat, but when he said the last word, his voice was already trembling. The ferocious aura on his whole body also faded away like a tide. It seemed that just seeing this mask had made him lose most of his fighting spirit. Even the depths of his pupils reflected countless scenes. There was the longing of childhood, when he was a teenager seeking a teacher, when he was successful in cultivation, when he fought side by side with them, and later, when they diverged day by day, and his hatred gradually increased. Later, there was the conspiracy, there was the falling out, and there was the loss of his life. So this is the main reason why you want to kill me. Bai Shaoji's voice sounded coldly, with resentment. It turns out that the old fox refused to let me go even until he died. With this roar, he suddenly rushed towards Fangxing as if he had gone mad. In an instant, the murderous aura surged forward like a raging river. Behind Bai Shaoji, a gust of wind rose and turned into the appearance of a fierce white tiger, fiercely pouncing towards Fangxing. Under the guidance of his figure, every gust of wind seemed to turn into a sword. The kind of sword that had experienced endless battles on the battlefield, with a murderous aura that could split the sky and earth, made a clattering sound, tearing the void, and directly collided with Fangxing. It was unimaginably ferocious. Crown Prince, be careful. The two immortal monarchs of Great Red Heaven were frightened at this moment, and could not help but shout, that is Bai Shaoji's great way of killing. The Western White Tiger was in charge of killing, as a demon species that was once as famous as the ancient Azure Dragon. The White Tiger clan was originally a kind of neo-demon from Tianyuan. Their great way of killing was famous in the world. Although they loved killing so much that the White Tiger clan did not have a good relationship with the human clan like the Azure Dragon clan, and practiced the great way of the human clan, and had very few descendants, any White Tiger bloodline was in existence that no immortal dared to underestimate. And Bai Shaoji was one of the few remaining descendants of the White Tiger clan. Although he, like other Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals, had only practiced one great way, his strength was far beyond ordinary Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals, and even an Immortal Prime was not sure that he could take him down. People often said that White Tiger's growth was just too slow. If he had mastered the Great Tao of Slaughter earlier, he would probably have made a name for himself after the destruction of the Heavenly Courts and the era when immortal kings appeared. He would have been honored as an immortal king. Both of them had practiced the Great Way, but the two immortal monarchs of Great Red Heaven together could not last more than 3 breaths in front of him. This was like comparing alchemy cultivators and combat cultivators. Their strength was on a completely different level. Come on! At this moment, Fang Xing, who was wearing the green fox ghost mask, suddenly shouted. After that, 2 enormous wings that were formed from boundless laws suddenly unfolded behind him. Along with the appearance of these wings, the vital energy on his body rose steadily, and an indescribably violent energy surged up. He suddenly slapped forward and collided with the white savage corpse that pounced over. However, with a crash, these 2 wings that were formed from the laws instantly shattered. Fang Xing's figure fell straight back, and his blood-red cloak was pulled into a straight line, and the White Tiger corpse, who looked unstoppable, was also hit and stopped. This was simply unimaginable. Although he had been slashed, and there was Emperor essence in his body, making him less than half of his strength, he was still extremely terrifying. No one expected that the Emperor's son, who had not broken through the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal realm, could withstand his attack. He was not directly smashed by the White Tiger corpse. Instead, he took advantage of the momentum to fall back, and at the same time, his saber essence was brewing. White Tiger corpse, you still dare to commit murder, die. The 2 immortal monarchs naturally did not dare to be negligent. They hurriedly rushed up and operated the Great Way to suppress him. Under the suppression of the surrounding formation, only rays of immortal light appeared in front of them, like 2 giant dragons. One with a clear brilliance like the moon, as if it had crushed a bright moon, and the bright light spread down from the 9 heavens. The other, with the brilliance of the scorching sun, rose from the east and looked down on everything. 2 kinds of concepts, 2 dragons, under the guidance of their minds, circled in mid-air, and with a body full of immortal might, suddenly turned back, and fiercely attacked the White Tiger corpse who had his back to them. You're courting death. The White Tiger corpse was also furious. He turned back to attack, and the Great Way of killing swept out in all directions. With a rumbling sound, the White Tiger corpse's Great Way seemed to have turned into a white tiger. It was not as beautiful as the 2 immortal primes' Great Way conception, only endless iron-blooded killing intent. Almost in an instant, it collided with the 2 Great Ways. Then, the moon was torn apart, the scorching sun was overturned, and all the illusions disappeared into thin air. As the Great Way surged around the 2 immortal monarchs, the domain manifested by the immortal might also disappeared. The White Tiger corpse directly rushed in front of them, and fiercely attacked with both palms. Puff! The 2 immortal monarchs retreated quickly, but one of them was still half a step slower, and was swept by the palm wind of the White Tiger corpse and spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, in the corridors on both sides of the main hall, an immortal in a blood-red robe rushed out, screaming miserably. His chi was in disorder, and his body was constantly cracked with blood marks. It was obvious that he was possessed by the devil. But the Blood Guard's cultivation was too low, and he was caught in the battle of the 3 Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals. After the Great Way illusion was broken, the Essence Realm affected him, and his Tao heart was not strong enough, so his Tao foundation was immediately damaged, and his divine soul was in disorder. He directly went crazy, and this was the price that ordinary immortals had to pay for participating in such a battle. Swoosh! 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 But at this moment, in the other corners of the palace, underground, and in the void, blood guards continuously rushed out, each holding an immortal sword and a rare treasure, and fiercely attacked the White Tiger corpse. It was the blood guards hidden in the surroundings who rushed out at all costs and used all methods to kill the White Tiger corpse. They were all men of sacrifice, and at this time they did not care about their lives. They knew that the white tiger corpse's cultivation was so high, and that they would be courting death if they came forward, but they still rushed forward without hesitation. Ants. White tiger corpse had attacked the Emperor of the Great Scarlet Heaven and forced back 2 immortal primes. This was the time when his ferocious nature was at its peak, so how could he take these blood guards seriously? His palms crossed, and then suddenly separated. In an instant, the great way of killing had already swept out in all directions. Those blood guards did not even have the chance to rush to him, and were already torn to pieces by the great way of killing one by one. Their divine souls were destroyed, and their remnant spirits did not exist. They were really like ants that were courting death. But unexpectedly, at this moment, the white tiger corpse suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. It was the saber intent of the heaven-deceiving barbaric blade that invaded his body again, and actually distracted him for a moment. In just a breath's time, 2 or 3 blood god guards rushed to his side, each holding a sword and a saber. Crack! 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 An immortal saber and 2 immortal swords were directly shattered. Their weapons could not hurt the golden body of white tiger corpse at all. Only one person's jade hook, which seemed to be a rare treasure, directly hooked into the wound on the white tiger corpse's chest that had not yet recovered from the injury caused by the heaven-deceiving barbaric blade. Then, with a pull, it immediately tore the wound a little more. Roar! The white tiger corpse was angry and anxious. He suddenly roared like a tiger, and the power of the great way erupted again. The 3 blood guards that had come close to him were immediately torn to pieces, and even the jade hook that was inserted into his chest was directly shaken into pieces of jade powder. Lu, you want to kill me? Easier said than done. He suddenly shouted. It seemed that this little injury had angered him, and he was almost mad with rage. The white tiger corpse suddenly shouted, and his eyes flashed violently. His eyes fell fiercely on Feng Xing, and with a strong smell of blood, he shouted, "Today, even if I have to risk the damage of my origin and recuperate in seclusion for 30 years, I must eat you alive." Hua! After a loud roar, he suddenly raised his palms, and the killing power instantly condensed to the strongest. At this moment, he actually gave up the suppression of the injury on his chest and the emperor essence in his body, and wanted to concentrate all his power to kill Feng Xing. Haha, this white tiger is really powerful. He is not like the demon lord and immortal king Xianxia who have cultivated several great ways, complementing each other, but he has cultivated his only great way to the extreme, focusing on killing and unpredictable power. There are 3,000 great ways, and in theory, they are all the same, but after all, everyone's understanding of the great way is deep and shallow. Not everyone's understanding of the great way is the same, and after all, not every great way is suitable for fighting. Therefore, most Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals are not good at fighting, but this white tiger corpse is different. The great way he cultivated is innately for killing, and in terms of ferocity alone, he can be ranked in the top 10 of the 3,000 great ways, he thought in his heart, but in the face of white tiger corpse's ferocious roar, his eyes gradually became cold. No wonder no one, including white tiger corpse, thinks that I have the guts to kill him, because this white tiger corpse's ability is really amazing. Not to mention me, a crown prince who has not cultivated to Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. Even if there are a few more Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals, they can't kill him. But, what they didn't expect was, white tiger corpse had already rushed over with a roar, but Feng Xing gently raised his hand and pointed at the center of the green fox ghost face. Immediately, a strange divine light burst out from the center of the forehead, like a vertical ghost eye, and the gloomy light faintly lit up. I have the green fox ghost face. In the 2 holes of the mask, his eyes were also shining, and his fighting spirit was monstrous. With this face, I can borrow the immortal King Great Way, and it is just right to use it to kill this demon clan rebel white tiger corpse, otherwise, he suddenly smiled and sighed, then my true strength will be exposed. End of chapter 1716. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.